Okay, we started streaming while simultaneously attempting to start call. Okay. You're gonna hear weird little noises. Okay, there we are. Oh, thank God, we're live. We're live. And okay, let's see if this is working. Okay, everybody report in who's listening, if anybody's listening. And we have the lovely Brooke Gibson on with us. We're going to add Sammy Romero now. Oh my God, thank God. He's will help us. I can't hear her though. She may be on mute. So let's go into adding participants and see if that helps us. See if I can hear any of them. I really hope this problem is on her side. Oh my God. Okay, I can hear things, so it's got to be on her side. Okay, so let's try Viviana Sanchez. How did Sarah Shields get in there? Oh my God. Michelle Carmela. These are people I haven't even seen in years. These are not on my favorites list. How did this happen? I'm like trying to add people on my call, and these are people who aren't even on my favorites list. These are people I would never want to call. Some of them. Oh my God. So what's going on here? I have no idea. Okay. Oh, I get it. Okay, I did something like add him. Oh shit. Oh. Whoa. Okay, so we lost Brooke. She's active now. I'm gonna try calling again. Let's see what we can do. Okay. Okay. If anybody can hear me, let me know. Hello? Hello? I can't hear you. Okay, I pray this is on your side. I tried to conduct a sound test earlier, and it just didn't work. The Skype was all screwed up or something. But let's see if we can hear Sammy if we bring him on. Okay. Let's see now. Add participants. Okay. Sammy, George, okay. Joe, Realtek, and just gotta press several buttons. See if we can hear anybody. And Sammy says waiting. Good man. Okay. Mark H. Okay, all the usual. Brianna Rand. Okay, let's press the buttons. Okay, so we're going to be adding on people. And we'll see if they can talk since we're deprived. There we go, Sammy joined. Let's see if we can hear you. Okay.
Hey.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Hey.
Okay, so we can't hear Brooke for some reason. This is like, so she's
on mute.
She's on mute? No, she's not on mute.
No.
Yeah, but you and I can speak, so that means everybody should be able to hear us. Thank God. So that means you can, and I can hold it until she takes care of whatever that technical problem is, and then the two of you can hold stage while I wreck my throne of pillows. So everybody, of course, I'm being tongue lashed by Brooke in the message box about how I am never ready before the show starts. We do have wonderful people in the chat room now. They are now responding. Jacob Waters says, cheers, everyone. Hope you're having a good night. Cosmonautian Troop, who is this wonderful lady whose name I'm forgetting now, says, hear you. Thank you, honey. Thank you. And she says, yay, units, or unts, boo. This is her. It's not me. So don't everybody think I'm losing it. Just reading what she's saying, and maybe I shouldn't do that. Anyhow, love you, honey. And she's with us, and love Brooke too.
Hey.
Yeah. So other than that, Sammy, hopefully everything is going well with your end. Tell us what's going on with your day. How's your day going?
It's going great. I just had to. The thing with infants, with Scorpio baby, is lately he's been getting up, he's been a little fussy, and today 4 a.m. he woke us up, and pretty much part of parenting is pretty much my significant other is a general. She pretty much tells me what to get, and I'm half asleep, but it's what I have to do. I think I'm very grateful for her because she just instinctively just knows what to do. I'm just
God.
there.
I mean, that's got to be so comforting. I mean, just to follow orders it's so comforting just to follow orders and not having to think. It's
No, and it's very valuable because I'm not, as a man, you're just not. I don't have that nurturing instinct. Just as much as I want to, it's not there. So she makes it practical to me, but when I'm alone with Scorpio baby, it's one of those things where I have to follow her instructions, because it's not that I can't. It's just it's more efficiently when it's more efficient. I'm sorry, when she pretty much gives me advice, which is good. I think especially when they're young like this, you kind of have to. But other than that, it's been a interesting week. One of my coworkers that I've been mentoring as far as getting certain certifications, and this is just me ranting, but
Mm-hmm.
um, it's interesting when people, or really when you mentor somebody, there's some type of intimacy as far as them following instructions, and gaining knowledge, and kind of trying to steer them in what knowledge they need to work on, depending on how they're receiving it and how are they putting it into action. And I had to do this with this person because she wanted a promotion.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, the one thing I told her is, what you think is a promotion is not a promotion, in the sense of it might not be here in this job. So you have to take that into account.
Wow.
By you going after this knowledge, they might not want to promote you because you'll be too efficient at what you're doing.
Yes.
And that wouldn't be as far as practical for them, because then they have to replace you with someone wanting to pursue that knowledge, and that's not necessarily the case, especially in this work environment. So you need to also prepare yourself that they want to box you in, and that's okay, because you can leave with the certification. And unfortunately, she happens to work with her boyfriend,
Mm-hmm.
which is a terrible idea, but that's her problem. And
Wait, so how did that happen?
I have no idea. I don't really care. It's just something that came up, and
Right.
because it's strictly professional, I don't plug in. I don't get personal with my colleagues. It's not something I do. Um, but I had to follow up with her because she took the exam, she got certified, and what she thought was a promotion wasn't. And I already told her that.
Yeah.
But I had to congratulate her. I called her, and her significant other felt some type of way, like, hey, you know what? And, long story short, I had to tell her, look, it's unfortunate, but at the same time too, when you're trying to elevate, you can't take people with you
Yeah.
if they don't want to elevate.
Yes.
As far as challenging yourself, some people don't want to take that risk of using their mind. And I had to tell her that I kind of use you as an example. Look, one of my friends is very, very knowledgeable in history, and a lot of history that is not very common. And she's like, what do you mean? I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry. I had to tell her about H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah.
And she didn't know who the hell I'm talking about.
Right.
And that's good,
Yes.
because I didn't expect her to.
Yeah.
And she's like, well, who is this guy? I'm like, H.P. Lovecraft was somebody that talked about a different kind of, a different pantheon of what we can interpret as evil.
Yes.
And so, what do you mean? I was like, well, when you talk about deities like God and Jesus and so on and so forth, that's just the ones that you know of. You don't know other cosmic entities that are alien to our universe.
Yes.
So obviously this went over her head. She's, what are you talking about? Alien, like the Alien movie? And I'm like, no, but that's what I'm trying to tell you is, if I'm not interested in knowing about this, I'm going to have the same reaction as you.
Yeah.
And I kind of had to leave it there, because once you start, I'm not going to, I'm just going to leave it there.
Yeah.
I told her it's not really something you care about, and I understand, but I said, if I don't apply myself to think outside the box as far as my paradigm, I'm not going to understand what my friend is trying to relate to me. And this all connects to knowledge.
Yes.
This knowledge may not benefit me in church, because my pastor probably doesn't know about it. And if he does, he doesn't want me knowing about it, because it's something he can't even explain.
Right.
To a certain degree, because it requires let's just keep it real. I don't have a Michael Aquino that I was the liaison.
There we have it.
Um,
It's one of
the
those
the
things where it's a combination of ego, a loss of control. Anyhow, go on. Yes, it's all kinds of.
oh that's true. But at the same time, I have to give that man a credit in the sense of your makeup as far as how astute you were to not fall into the quote unquote rabbit hole. And I hate that.
Yes.
I hate that because it's just sounds like an asshole to me. But anyways,
Right.
um, how you didn't fall into being in that trap of being just another part of the Kings of Edom or a cult.
Thank you.
You very much. That's one of the things I always gave you. Your evidence, your credit is your culture. You're a man of culture, and that's something that it's alien to this country. We don't know anything about culture,
Yes.
and even till this day, the Asian culture is very much mystery, and it's part of your heritage. I can never know truly what it is to be Asian, but that's okay. At the same time, too, as a Chicano, as a Mexican experience in this country, it's still a mystery because what's promoted in this country, what's the only thing we know about Asians? Well, you're geeks, you can't drive, you eat dogs, what
And
else? You're
cats.
smart. Check. You exploit the ghetto to, your advantage and move somewhere else. No, all those have their significance, but what's the reality is that's only one side of the spectrum in a sense of what the Far East or has to offer, and what's actually been a blessing to this world. But at the same time, I'm not the man to talk about that. It has to be you, Douglas. Obviously, your mother through your mother, and so on and so forth. But at the same time, too, even with my culture, I can only speak about my culture, but to the certain extent of the Chicano or Mexican American experience. Do I know about Tenochtitlan or actual Mexico? No, but that is something I can go back to if I choose to take that route. And that's something very interesting because it also kind of shows me that there's more to just this paradigm that we do live in the States, because it is just that. It's not designed for you to pursue this knowledge because you're not supposed to.
Right.
This knowledge is very dangerous. And it's also as much as practical as we try to make it. The reason why it's dangerous, because even if you try to pursue it, if someone can't contextualize it and bring it down to ABC 1, 2, 3, like you do, Doug, you can go mad.
Yes.
Because it's part of your gift. I think it's one of the things that I had to come to terms with, because this knowledge can consume you.
Yes.
And you need to, in increments is what I'm trying to say.
Absolutely.
But one of the things that I find rewarding is that I have someone like you that can contextualize this information. But yeah, go ahead, Doug.
Bless you. No, deeply appreciated, profoundly so. And of course, on a more mundane level, in the immediate sense, I do wish everyone to join us in hitting an upvote, simply because our enemies, the cults of the Kings of Edom, who plague me simply because of the reason that so many reasons, but one was that I took down one of their main men, and certainly got him knocked out of a military position in which he held preeminence, and certainly took down the Presidio military base, the major American military base outside of the Pentagon, and as Sammy Romero said, pretty much that alone made me a marked man ever since. So it's one of these things where they hit us with the Autobots, they hit us with the downvotes, and that keeps us off searches. So the only way to get us back on searches is for all of you to hit those upvotes to counter them from every IP address that you've got. Someone recently bought an Apple phone, and I'm trying to remember who that was, and they were complaining about the fact that when they were transferring it may have been T-Tank Barry, when they were trying to hit an upvote through their Apple phone, they could not. So it's very interesting that Apple, they said they couldn't get any way to really hit those upvotes with the Apple. That may have changed. And he can tell me about that later. But Eric Cradle, welcome to our chat room. He says, Happy Saturnalia. Thank you, sir. Happy Saturnalia is an excellent way to put some depth into this weekend. As for what Sammy's talking about, yes, recently what happened was that there is this essay that I wrote in which elements may be integrated into the book that Peter Moon and I are working on. Certainly elements of the essay that I wrote will be integrated. Basically, the essay is actually transcripts that my son wrote of what I spoke of on past episodes. And he doesn't often get a chance to do that. When he does, however, it's extraordinarily helpful. So always, whenever he gets a chance to do that, I'm profoundly thankful. And so basically the transcripts had to do with when we were talking about the essential plagiarism of many alternative historians, quote unquote, and the preeminent among them being Graham Hancock. And their exploitation of Howard Phillips Lovecraft. And so our dear Brooke Gibson had a question to ask about the essay that I wrote, which was, I'm laughing because I'm taking a look. In order to try and get her access the question that she wrote, I have to go through her tongue lashing in the message box where she says, I can erect a throne of pillows, get computer up, take a line of Coke, throw on lipstick, vacuum the rug, and pee all in 10 minutes. What are you actually doing? I want a video of this if you're going to continue it. Honestly, in all fairness, I do have to explain this to my listeners, even though it's a bit of a tangent. It's honestly, I don't mean for it to be like this. It's one of these things where, believe it or not, I was lucky enough to get up the promotional banner, get the online broadcasting software image set up for tonight, get the studio blurb, the blurb in my YouTube studio established, all before I was knocked offline. And then I got knocked offline and I said, well, fuck, I guess I'll just take a nap. Then I woke up and said, oh shit, and there we are. So there we go. And it's life. And,
fuck my life.
Oh, there we are. It's Brooke. It's Brooke. God bless you, honey. Now I can erect my throne of pillows, but I'll try my best to, in a sense, answer your question. And what Brooke says, lovely lady, how did you figure out what happened? What happened?
A stupid computer update that I did last time. Apparently now, every time that I cut the computer off, because I unplugged that damn microphone, then it's like wanting to reload a driver. I don't know. I'm doing another update now, but I'm just completely pissed off about it. Like the speaker, my computer can hear me because you can test it. Yeah. But as soon as I get on Skype, I can hear y'all through it. Yeah. Through this same speaker because it's got a headphone, but you can't hear me with it. Some drivers missing or with the update. I don't know. Yes. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's boring.
With this stupid shit. Bring up lovely and love you dearly. Kisses.
I'm on the phone with it, so I've got you on the phone.
Wonderful. Anyhow, know that you are profoundly loved and worshipped. So that being said, I want you to know that when it comes to the one of the first things to bring up in terms of what Sammy was addressing was Howard Phillips Lovecraft. You had a question about the clarification is just a story this guy wrote, correct?
Well, I have a lot to go and do that with you. That's not
absolutely, and hopefully, I fully intend to go into it as deeply as I can with you.
Did your son write that?
No. My son took down a transcript. He transcripted what I spoke of on past episodes. He doesn't often get a chance to do that, but when he does get a chance to do that, it's very helpful, and elements of that should go into the book. But which elements go into it will probably be more the yellow highlighted elements as opposed to the rest, unless Peter wants to address that in the book. But Peter has been adamant about exposing some of these alternative historians in the past. And we were very successful, which is very unusual because most people, when they glom onto favorite authors, then they follow them very religiously, and it's like a disconfirmation process, like a loss in a belief in a religion when they lose faith in such authors. And he had a dear friend who was appalled that we were taking a negative perspective of Graham Hancock in particular. And so that's when I exposed all of the plagiarism of Graham Hancock and many of these authors concerning how they exploit the writings of H.P. Lovecraft for what they claim are basically historical research. And what they're doing is, of course, not only, how would we say it, unprofessional, immoral, or whatever else you want to say about it, but it's basically pure raw evil, because they're truly misdirecting people into trying to see the stars or the cosmology of our universe in a very inaccurate fashion. In other words, as I pointed out, the real star map superimposed over our world really shows that Egypt's orientation in terms of the constellae or the constellations is towards the Pleiades, and I should add this, that should be another thing I will expand into the text. The Pleiades are the seven sisters of Atlantis. That's how they are known. The seven stars in Taurus that are known as the Pleiades are known traditionally through the mystery schools as the seven sisters of Atlantis. So that really was Egypt's orientation. They keep trying to gear it towards Orion, which is much more geared towards when overlaid upon the surface of the earth over Iraq, Iran. And Orion is, of course, the hunter warrior. So this is just one example of them misguiding people about the stars. And Sammy's asking if Graham Hancock has any relation to John Hancock. And I have no idea, but he may. I don't know. But that's an excellent question. Actually, that's a legitimate question. It's valid because he may be related to one of the founding fathers, and that would explain a lot. But in terms of H.P. Lovecraft himself, here's a tragic thing about H.P. Lovecraft. Howard Phillips Lovecraft was born to a very rich Masonic family, but even though he had this kind of almost noble background in an American sense of class and elitism, his father lost everything. He became a traveling salesman. His father, he contracted syphilis, fucking all these women while he was a traveling salesman. And gradually, H.P. Lovecraft grew up, came into consciousness as he was this brilliant young man. Like, I'm talking about the age of 9, learning different languages and reading all of these books that were in his father's library. His father's face literally began to fall off because the syphilis got so deeply into him that his brain became riddled with holes, vacuolized, as they say, like with Alzheimer's. And his face began to fall off, and H.P. Lovecraft had to grow up looking at that, while his dad is screaming in madness at night, shouting out the names of the anti-gods, Shub-Niggurath and Cthulhu and the various other abominations. No, this is not a story that H.P. Lovecraft just made up. He grew up with his father shouting out these names because these are very real entities that are in the Bible. They're in the Quran. They are in ancient Talmudic tradition, and of course the traditions of the pre-biblical Fertile Crescent civilizations. And so these anti-gods were something that he grew up with an awareness of, getting an education the wrong way, his father spilling all the beans about it. Sammy's asking, damn, what kind of woman did his dad sleep with? I'm sure his mother was asking the same questions. And at any rate, H.P. Lovecraft then wound up inheriting nothing but an incredible library and this horrible home in Rhode Island where it was cold all the time, and he lived, like myself, in this freezing crypt, which he couldn't pay to heat, and he wouldn't sell any of his books because he valued them too much, just like myself. So he and I kind of have parallel lives. The difference of my horrors is, they're equal in visceral nature, but at least, they weren't as personalized as his was by watching his dad's face fall off. But the point was that he got branded, poor H.P. Lovecraft. You're talking about a man who, all of his stories, he has never portrayed any ethnic villains. He has never portrayed any villains as being ethnic in the sense that we perceive them. Most of his villains are white trash people who are downbreeding into degeneracy, as a matter of fact, and yet he's consistently branded as a racist. Now, what of course disabuses everyone of this is the fact that when he was killed, when he was assassinated by a Dr. Rhodes, who was indeed an outspoken racist who was stationed by the United States in Puerto Rico, where he was attempting to exterminate the entire Puerto Rican population. And so he developed the weaponization of cancer by killing Puerto Rican people on the laboratory table. And so Dr. Rhodes was the man who injected H.P. Lovecraft with cancer, and he died. H.P. Lovecraft died of that cancer. This is because H.P. Lovecraft was then a major threat, not only because of all of his occult knowledge, but because he was trying to write a book.
I'm sorry, wait.
Yeah.
You said he was injected with what? Explain that part where he was injected with cancer again. Why?
Yeah. He was. By the way, Sammy brings up the side note. Being rich would have gotten his dad better quality of prostitutes with a question mark. Yeah, actually, that's the irony of life too. Well, the reason he was injected with cancer was because H.P. Lovecraft became a major threat because he was suddenly coming into his own. He was coming into luck. His name was being recognized, and he was coming to team up with very powerful people. One of them was Harry Houdini. Harry Houdini was this world-renowned Jewish spy who was also an entertainer, and Harry Houdini basically decided he was going to get together with H.P. Lovecraft, and they were going to write a book exposing how people were taking H.P. Lovecraft's work and plagiarizing it, and basically misleading people into essentially a kind of tacit worship of the kings of Edom, the anti-gods, these entities of entropy and chaos and destruction that H.P. Lovecraft had written about in an effort to try and expose to people different cultures that he felt were, or different aspects of cultures that he felt were dangerous or a danger to our world that we did not appreciate. He learned a lot of this from his Jewish wife, and that's another complication. He was gay. He was in love with a young man named Barlow, who had actually been set up to pair with him by the U.S. military. Barlow's dad was a high-ranking military officer, a colonel, who had paired his son up with H.P. Lovecraft. And H.P. Lovecraft fell madly in love with him. And then H.P. Lovecraft had to, in those days, try to maintain a heterosexual facade. And so he married a Jewish mail-order bride, essentially, a very wealthy woman in her own right, but desperately trying to escape the Ukraine, because Ukraine at that time was under the persecution of communism, Bolshevism, and her family was in danger of being wiped out. So she was looking for U.S. citizenship, and he offered her that, and she gave him herself in marriage, and he was at the same time fairly, for lack of a better word, Judeophobic, and so he would sometimes express his suspicion of Jews running the media, and which is why no one ever heard of him, why he was being suppressed. She would remind him that she was Jewish, and he would just look at her and say, "You are not a Jewess. You are Mrs. Howard Phillips Lovecraft." And but anyhow, she did him a solid, and she set up a publishing company. And if it weren't for that, no one would have heard of H.P. Lovecraft. And she did divorce him fairly quickly because he was gay, and they really had nothing going between them other than their mutual benefits towards each other, but they didn't seem to part in acrimony, and she knew she had nothing to get from him. There was no alimony, so she pretty much left him alone. And then what happened was that he was approached by Charles Lindbergh, a hero of the United States, who basically had won the Congressional Medal of Honor and was a famous, he flew across the Atlantic alone. And Charles Augustus Lindbergh was running for president, and he was sponsored by Henry Ford. And so Henry Ford was the money man, very uncharismatic, but very brilliant in his own way. His family tried to get him institutionalized, Henry Ford, that is, and Henry Ford beat the rap. You know, basically his family proved he wasn't sane in any conventional sense, that he was basically an idiot savant, but Henry Ford defeated them in court. And story behind that later. But when it came to Henry Ford putting the money behind Phillips Lovecraft, he was going to sponsor him for the rest of his life, just like Harry Houdini was, to help write these books. They were going to write for Charles Augustus Lindbergh an American Mein Kampf, Augustus Lindbergh says, I want to be the American Hitler, but I don't have a Mein Kampf. And so Howard Phillips Lovecraft set to writing a book called New America and the Coming World Order, and this would have changed the world. And so they had to kill him. And so they injected him with cancer and killed him at a very young age. And so it's a tragic story all the way. And then they went around saying he was a racist. This is the horrible thing about how people just regurgitate that without thought. If you go through his stories, there's nothing in there that's racist. Like I said, it's mostly just white people downbreeding themselves by incest. But when it comes to what people say, they just believe what they're told. And here he is killed by a man who was trying to exterminate all the Puerto Ricans on an island that the Americans had conquered. I mean, this is true injustice. And for the man's work to be continually plagiarized, even though it's not like he made all this shit up, but the point was, he kind of owned it. He kind of branded it. And what he tried to do was communicate to the Americans that the elder sign was the Hakenkreuz. That was the original Christian cross. That the original sign that Constantine, who converted Rome to Christianity, the original sign he saw in the skies was the swastika. That's when God's voice spoke to him and said, under this sign, conquer. That's what became the sign of the Roman legions, the swastika. And that's why the Nazis used that symbol as a ward against the anti-gods. And they used the Roman salute, the ad locutio. That was one of the cultural factors as to why they used it. It was the salute of the Roman legions. And of course, Constantine, that Christian symbol of the Christianized Roman Empire was the Hakenkreuz. And that's what's in the sky. That's what's in our skies that circulates with the seasons, that holds the anti-gods at bay. That's what H.P. Lovecraft was speaking of in his stories. He even wrote one about the pole star. So when he was trying to expose the swastika and its cultural heritage, and he was essentially viewed as this enormous threat to the cults of the kings of Edom, which Dr. Rhodes was a part of, which most of the American government has been a part of. And for that reason, he was killed at a young age. Altogether, just this very, very tragic story. And so what I'll do now, honey, is I'm going to leave Sammy and yourself. Oh, Sammy's got his hand up. Sammy, what's your question, Sammy? Before I go erect my throne of pillows in the half hour I have remaining. Oh, God, I hope we can hear him. Then the two of you can hold the stage. Jesus, I hope the two of you can talk. Hello?
Hello.
Oh,
hey,
God.
Sorry, Doug.
No worries.
One of the things I wanted to add, I looked up MK Naomi, which is that program you talked about.
Yes.
With that biological program, and obviously it coincides with H.P. Lovecraft's death.
Yes.
And I was looking at it, and it's very interesting that the X-Files actually did a episode about that. Season 11, I believe.
Okay.
I mean, it's interesting because all of this information, I mean, they convert it into quote unquote propaganda, but it's really almost like a disinformation where, if they try to make it fiction, then it doesn't exist.
Thank you. That's the horror.
Scorpio baby. Yes.
Yeah. Scorpio baby's with us. Brooke, can you come on? Maybe you can help with Scorpio baby. Oh, thank God.
I can't help Scorpio baby if I can't hold Scorpio baby. I hold Scorpio baby all day. Send him on, Sammy. You can just put him on the plane. Just send him home.
Okay, Sammy, if you'll talk with her so I can go mute. But here's and here's everybody though must emphasize the strategy that Sammy pointed out. Yes, they put something in a fiction series like the X-Files. I'll tell you, before I became a public informant, they unleashed all this X-Files shit. And I swear to God, there is no indulgence here, no paranoia, no megalomania. I'm not self-centered or conceited when I say this. They did this because I was going to come out as a public informant. They knew eventually I would when my parents weren't going to live forever. So they put this shit out. And that's why when I came out as a public informant, I knew everything would be tainted by that X-Files. And people would be saying shit like, I heard about that on the X-Files. And it's like one of the biggest problems to deal with is the X-Files bullshit. Okay. So I'm going to leave you two to hold the stage. I'm going to erect my throne of pillows, which I'll be sitting on the rest of the night. And of course, around the top of the hour, I'm going to,
Yeah, you can video. Can you get the video camera out and tape that? Because I want to see how long it takes you to wreck the pillows.
I got a fetish about creases in all the sheets and fitting them just right. It's the only thing that stayed with me out of the military, so I can bounce a quarter off the bed. Okay, so it's the most boring thing to watch is Douglas Dietrich tucking in sheet corners. It's something no one wants to see. And Karen Ann says, "Wow."
Especially since you're walking around naked doing it, I'm sure.
No, really, at this time I'm dressed too cold. It's too cold to be naked, believe me. T-Tank Barry says, "Roku." And David Fitzsimon says, "Hey, DDD." So shout out to him as well. Shout out to everyone with us tonight. Cosmonaudian Troop. Her name is fucking Henrietta. It's Henrietta. Sorry, didn't mean to add that F word in front of it. Henrietta. All right, everybody. Love you all. Upvotes, everybody. And I'm going to go mute. And these two wonderful people. Don't be afraid to ask Sammy some questions you might have. It might be interesting to see what his take is on this. And he might even give you information about the Vox Arca and stuff like that I can detail later, because I thought that might be what you would have the direct questions about or the like. But anything you want to talk about, both of you, it's yours. I'm gonna go mute now.
Bye. Hey, Sammy. Oh, Sammy, is he there? Did you get kidnapped?
Hey, bro, how you doing? Yes, I'm holding him. Go ahead.
I don't have any questions for you about it because my questions would give you way too long and drawn out. Like,
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
This is just for educational reasons. How can I put this? But I'm just gonna go ahead. Can you recommend any lubricants when it comes to intimacy that are organic? Because couples can have problems with different type of lubricants that are not organic. Obviously, can you maybe go on that?
I mean, they can have, it's not just organic. Like, it depends on, there's different things in lubricants. So you have some that have what is it? I'm trying to remember different things. But if you are usually referring to I assume it would be the female having more of the issue with it. Is that typically what you're saying?
What's that? I'm sorry, repeat that again.
Would it be a female having more of the issue with it?
Yes, but maybe can you go into both? That way, both.
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, like, I know that I have used what was it? Like Sliquid, I think it was Liquid Organics. It's like SLI, something like Slight Liquid, but it's liquid. It's organic. But it depends on if you need a water-based one, because some people do want a water-based lubricant because whatever it is in some of the others, maybe they're allergic to it's not, what's it called? I forgot the chemical, but so it kind of depends on if you're allergic to, is it not silicone? I think it's silicone.
Right.
Maybe.
Well, any I guess any what do you call it? Oh my God. Base, obviously the water base, but any petroleum base is what I'm saying. That
yeah.
Problems, yeah.
Yeah, I was going back to look up Sliquid because I had used it. It's paraben free, glycerin free. It's trying to see the ingredients in it. Vegan, glycerin free, as blended. It's got just botanical extracts. All Sliquid products are formulated for women's safety and will never cause UTIs or yeast infections. Ingredients are aloe, dechlorinized leaf juice, agar. Yeah, there's none of that in there. So that's one that's on Amazon.
Thank you.
That I know I've used, but I mean, you can Google it. Like, there's, I think, like a whole list of them. That's probably how I use that one. But yeah, I mean, that's the only one I know of that I've used that I know is organic.
Right. I'm gonna tell you one thing. We'll go into detail in private talk later. Anyways, but pretty much what I've been going through the last couple of days is, I was telling Doug, is dealing with people that you help, but their significant other has insecurities, and what to do in that scenario where.
Was this the one where we talked about where you got the girl to raise when we privately talked, and then he got?
Well, it got brought up to my attention that, well, she told me like, hey, my man's really upset because he thinks, he doesn't like the fact that, you're around me. I'm like, well, look, we're in a work setting. That's pretty much it. And that thing about it, that reminder, like, if he doesn't like the fact that you're getting this promotion, you have to understand maybe he doesn't want you to elevate yourself. There's more problems there than just that.
Yeah, that's what I told you when we talked before. I was like, that is a couple issue. That's not a you issue.
Exactly.
And unless he becomes threatening or violent, where you need to get.
That's the thing about it. He didn't, because, and I mean, there's a proof there. It's just, I think.
But what I mean is usually the craziest. I'm not worried about the guy that threatens to kick your ass. I'm worried about the guy that suddenly goes postal and shows up with a gun. Right. You don't know. Right. Those are the crazy people. But as long as you don't think he's like that, then she needs to work it the fuck out. Right,
and that's what I told her is, look, you're creating a worse environment when someone just wants to help you. You're making it. You're really telling the person that helped you not to help you again, because this is a personal issue, and you're bringing your personal issues to something that has nothing to do with your personal issues. You need to work that out in private, because when you start getting into the professional world, then it's gonna be more of a problem, because it's gonna cost you more opportunities. I say the reason I can kind of not ignore this, because one, I helped you with that certification, but you're going to need to separate your work life. You can have that drama, but you need to keep that outside. And if your partner cannot understand, the benefit of having the certification, then there's more there than just that. There's something there that obviously it's within your.
Right. But that's where you have to draw the line and say, I think there's something more there. But again, I'm not your therapist, because this is crossing a line. So Absolutely. You need to figure out what you want out of a relationship. Or, I don't care one way or the other. This is a certification that I helped you with. Right. It's like, you can tell her the story. Like, remember when I told you the same thing? I had a contractor call me that was going to work on my house at like 7:00 at night. Because, well, why would he call? He's calling to give me the estimate. He works all day, and I answered the phone, and then I was cussed out by my ex, saying a contractor should not call after 5. You should have boundaries where they're not allowed to. And I said, they called. I was on the phone for 10 minutes to give an estimate. My point to that is, if you told that story, I dealt with that with my ex. I didn't call the contractor back and say, hey, I need to tell you something. When you call me at 7, it made my ex really jealous, my person jealous. And, we should talk about this. Like, nothing to do with the contractor. That's Absolutely. Between us. Like, I kick Absolutely. Him out. I tell him that's not going to go, or I agree with, or she can agree with everything he says and kiss his ass and not get the certification. All of that has nothing to do to come into the workplace.
Absolutely. And that's one of the things I was letting her know. And it was brought up to me by her. And I said, look, this is going to be the last time. Okay. I said, I helped you because I saw potential as far as you progressing, but you need to, and this is just, I told her, this is me not even knowing you. Okay. But what I'm trying to tell you is, if you both can get in sync with, a progression and improving your lives, then maybe you guys need to talk it out. And I told her, I'm already going past my boundaries, but because at the same time, I want you to be successful. And I think that's a good example of make sure you have the right people around you that want to succeed, because it's a lot of the times some people that you thought wanted you to succeed. Well, it really shows when things are actually happening, and you see their true colors. And it's unfortunate. I think I think anybody that's listening can kind of confess or admit that sometimes certain people did not want them to succeed and try to hold them back or kind of threw
Oh
in their
yeah,
face
smile to their
thing.
face and yeah,
Right.
bless you. Yeah.
It's just part of the journey of success. I think you know, I'm sure you broke as far as when you were young. You know, you can have maybe had girls that were jealous of you and so on and so
When I
forth
was
because
young, what are you talking about? Still people jealous of me every
of
day.
course, you know,
But
absolutely
it's probably was even worse as I got older. I probably was more naive to it when I was younger. And when I
right.
was younger, I was not seen as much of a threat because it was like, well, yeah, no, she's pretty, but she's young, she's inexperienced, especially when I went to outside sales, right? So
No,
they
and
were able to throw that in there. But once I became experienced, then it was you never knew who you're fucking. And in sales anyway, I mean, sales is competitive.
of
So if
course.
you've got multiple salespeople, it's competitive, and you know you really didn't have a whole lot of friends that you could really trust in there. You know, but yeah, women especially were more backstabbing, at least in my experience.
Could you say you had more you get along more with males than women? Is that
Yes,
something?
definitely,
Okay.
certainly.
That, you know what? That I do find that in the workforce that more women gravitate towards a group of men. In fact, I have another colleague of mine. She works in another department, which is involving security, and she does not have. She refuses to work alongside other women. One of the reasons why she told me is I've been I wouldn't say bullied, but let me just explain to you. Women, she's tried to work with them, and certain women try to play the victim as I don't want to do X, Y, and Z. So they try to portray themselves as victims, and in reality, they are trying to do less work. Um,
Right.
and
And
she's like,
I think you have that on both sides of the gender equation.
right,
I think that from what I've seen, you know, to give women the benefit of the doubt is I think it's been a cultural thing for a while. That women, you know, as they came into the workforce, they had to prove themselves so much against men, that they were sometimes backstabbing to each other, almost like even if you weren't in sales, you were still selling yourself as a woman, as the best woman, right? I think though, as women, as this as women have become more pro women, women have realized that women have really hurt each other, and that's become you know a topic on the forefront. What we're discussing now is
right,
you know how women have hurt each other and sometimes do gravitate to men, and so now what I'm seeing is with people that are educated,
right,
have a self-esteem, and you know education doesn't mean necessarily a degree, but just educated on the fact, and then usually younger, I would say under 50, because at least because you know if they've already been in the field for 50 years and they're used to that, they're probably not, there still might be that dominant female, kind of like what almost Hillary Clinton got accused of. She either had to be one way or the other. Douglas and I talked about that.
right,
She either had to be the unlikable, almost male figure, or it was, you had two choices for women for a long time, or you were like the likable but yet kind of dumb blonde, um, almost, to a degree. You had to be more very passive, or you became, super strong and just. But either way, that super strong side of it that became more masculine ended up cutthroating a lot of women. But I think that's become a topic that women are addressing now, and I know my daughter is very educated on that, and so I think it will get better. But I think it has to do with age, and I think it has to do a lot with just education of the woman and where she's at. And then, of course, if she doesn't have much education and if she's lacking in her self-esteem, um, then those things are going to play the part. But I think it's
right.
getting better, is my point. But it's
I
still
think
there.
so. Well, here's the thing about it in my work environment that I've noticed. Women are very cliquish. Uh, they do, especially if they're in a group of mostly women. The lines are already drawn naturally. Certain women go with certain women, and vice versa. As far as myself, just regarding seeing the males in my work, it is unfortunately myself. I really don't. I like to eat alone. Um, I just find it relaxing, and I don't like to be well. A lot of it too because I'm in management, but even with other people in management, I don't really talk to them, which is good and it's bad because one thing I do learn is you do move up higher if you converse in small talk, because there's a comfortability and there's a rapport. But what I do notice is you sacrifice that uh, um, with that rapport and comfortability, you sacrifice somewhat of independence, um, and more like uh, as much as you would think it would work, there's always a level of there's an underlying of backstabbing even within management.
Yeah, there's an underlying of people. Humans are human nature, right? It's going to have human nature in it regardless. So it's, to me, what's going to happen in those is, like, I think what you said is exactly right. If someone that wants to move up into management, the less you can, more you can be a social butterfly, meaning, hey, how are you? Speak to people. It's hard to do because you want to care about people and get closer, but you really have to draw a boundary, like you said, with getting involved in any clique, because once you even have one or two best friends there, you think friend, then they're like, oh, did you see this? Oh, did you see that? And before you know it, the three of you guys are sitting out there talking, and other people see that, and they're wondering, what were they talking about? They're talking about me, so it just becomes very like in any setting, just like a group against another group, or at least that's the way it feels. So I think that's, what you have to almost do to move up is to keep things very neutral at work, and, try to speak to everyone equally, but not get close. And if there's someone you want to get close to, that's a good friend, or someone, you feel called to speak with, I think it needs to be someone that you trust and that you can speak with outside of work, and say, this is outside of work, we can speak, but I'm very careful about who I speak with at work. And if I find out, you're going back to people saying you talked to me privately about this or that, then unfortunately I have to cut that off, because I just, that explanation, I think, is what you almost have to. Anyone that honestly cares would get that, and anyone else you shouldn't want to be involved with anyway, that close.
Well, that's actually a very good point. I think that's one of the things that I'm learning is, unfortunately, as much as I try to be professional, because this person works with their significant other, I don't think they probably communicated as far as, and this is just me guessing, the scenario of them actually working with each other. I think that's a very important thing to do as a couple if you're going to be colleagues and a couple. I think this is why most couples are not. One of the examples that happened at my job with that was a manager was managing his wife, and this happened for a while. But one of the reasons
I'm surprised that was even allowed.
Well, this is the thing about it, is because the other manager that was working alongside them, they were acquaintances, turned a blind eye. But eventually this was reported and she was transferred out. And obviously, their excuse was, well, we've been doing this for a while. And well, that wasn't an excuse. That's actually more evidence of you knew and you didn't, bring this up. So someone reported it and they had to transfer his wife out of the department, because it's not professional. And anything involving a big corporate, risk management, pretty much risk management, they have to worry about. You become a risk anytime you have to be accommodated. They have to manage, well, how big of a risk are you? And obviously they had to do this because of lawsuits and it's just not. It's conflict of interest, obviously. So in any corporation or any job, you're going to see negligence, and that's one of the things that that's right at me is you see the negligence of how things really can go bad if someone doesn't do their job. And unfortunately, I've had to learn how to maneuver to only do what I can and not necessarily go beyond my beans. And what I mean by that is sometimes you have to let things fail. People don't finish their assignments or their projects. It's on them. Things are supposed to fail. There's a there's a there's there's a way of being too efficient is what I'm trying to say. If you're too efficient and you are cleaning up people's mess, then that's where they're going to keep you because you are exceeding their expectations. But at the same time, too, this allows other people to maneuver to surpass you because it's really not about ability. It's about putting yourself in the right positions, quote unquote. And a lot of the times, management wants to promote people that they can manipulate. They don't want competition. The last thing they want to is compete and be accountable. So let me promote this person who is not going to threaten me as far as being accountable. I can work through them and make my job easier, quote unquote. But then again, this is part of the game of the corporate world. It's very much a minefield, and I can completely agree with you. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. And obviously, working in sales, it's very much competitive.
Right. Correct.
Uh,
Oh, by the way, I wanted to give you a little note before I forget. That Shining Shadows is on live chat, and she was like, "Sliquid rules." So you've got a second, a
what is
second
that?
person there that's recommending the same
Oh, thank you.
thing.
Thank you.
So
By the way, all these subjects I'm bringing up is just they're off my head and stuff that I was thinking. But, kind of, get Brooke started because, and I'm not saying that's all she is, but Brooke is very knowledgeable on a lot of great areas that I'm not. She's very well versed. I have to tell her that she's a very well versed woman. So, and she's not shy about talking about certain things, and the way she puts them are very practical. And she's like I told her, she's almost like a sister to me, where it's not awkward. So, yes.
Oh, and yes, Shining Shadow says that's from a male perspective, I guess. So I'm not I can't see it. Shining Shadow looks like a female, but I
I
can't
don't.
see.
And thank you, Shiny Shadows. I thank you for your opinion. I will take that in consideration.
Yeah, well, it's good for women and it's good for men, then it works, right? Um, but yeah, I mean, it's I will tell you, I actually back in what was it, 2000? Yes, no, 2000, 2020, when everything my company shut down in mid April because we were outside sales and obviously all the we couldn't go into offices and sell. So they put sales on leave. And so I needed something to make some money during that time. And of course, of all places, I never thought I would ever go to this place. But I was like, where can you work? And the only thing's hiring at that point were people like obviously delivery drivers and then Amazon. We have an Amazon warehouse in here. And so I just applied. I have no warehouse experience or anything. Like I'm in outside sales, but they needed people. So I went and worked at that Amazon warehouse for 3 months. Now that was all I could fucking take and I quit. But working there, it was a completely different experience than I was used to, but it was very similar. But I mean, as far as the way people interact, it was so much larger, right? And you would have these cliques. First there was race cliques there. Um, and I mean, these are people working, in a job, basically just boxing up and sending stuff out. And so all different kinds, I guess, of education levels, but there were race cliques there. And then on top of that, especially with females, I noticed it didn't seem to be a race clique with males, but there was a race clique with Black females and then you would see some interaction talking, and then they were white females, and they didn't have too much of a click unless they knew each other. Most of them just were there and didn't want to speak. And what was funny, they were competitive, and you would be on a line next to someone else. You have somebody behind you, but you could always see the person next to you. And you're there for 10-hour shift, and it's boring. I mean, but you're working your ass off, but you can talk to this person beside you. And it never felt that if I had a woman there, it was just the most boring conversation ever. Like, it was almost like they were competitive with how many, like, every time I put a box on the line, they put a box. Like, it was like, who can put more boxes on the line? And then, it was when there was, and it wasn't that they were all negative. It was just, that's how it felt, and there wasn't a lot. But every time there was a guy there, I swear I would have from, I remember this huge guy, this redneck guy that I just thought was old and redneck, had a great conversation with him. Like, I'm like, he's too old, like a white old pothead hippie. Had a great conversation with him.
Oh my God.
Completely. And then I knew he was going to get fired because they ended up calling, because once you were there a few months, they were going to hire you. I actually was only there a month, and they offered me a permanent position because you're going through temp. Right. And they call you up, though, to do a drug test.
Oh my God.
I never saw him again.
So, honey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes.
Okay, so what thank you, both of you. You've been so wonderful. I'm going to call you again approximately around midnight Eastern time, around 9 p.m. Pacific time, or, within a half an hour after that approximately. I love you both. I'm going to bring Peter on now. I'll be ending this call and starting a call with him unless you have something to ask him, either one of you. By the way,
that'll be all.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for your patience, both of you.
Have a good night, Douglas.
What's that, honey?
Have a good night, Sammy. Have a good night, Douglas, and have a good night, Sammy.
Well, I'll be calling you again, darling. So,
I may not answer.
Oh my God.
You interrupted my story, and I don't appreciate that.
I'm sorry. I'll call again anyway and pray that you answer, my darling. So let me take
pray to the kings of Edom.
You're so cute. Okay, bye for now. And so now we're going to call our dear Peter, and okay, here we go. Breathing. It took me that amount of time to get everything just right. I could get back on. And that includes taking painkillers. For no other reason than I do. Okay, so dear Peter, so glad to have you with us, and the stage is yours, good sir.
Okay, well, thank you. It's nice to be back.
Of course.
And where will we begin? There are...
well, the one thing I can say is that Peter apparently got some calls that looked like they were coming from me. I most certainly did not call him, so it's just at the point now where they finally understand that he's no longer a candidate for conversion, so they called him while driving to try and get him to have an accident or something. I mean, all of this sounds like...
What could I don't pick up a cell phone call, while I'm driving.
Thank God.
God. If Paula, or as is the case last night, it was someone else who was with me, she didn't know how to operate my phone. So I would have Paula pick it up and read it to me.
Right.
But, or do the phone.
Right.
But in fact, what I'm going to do, because you said that you weren't calling me.
That's correct.
In fact, I will tell you more about who I was with, and of course, your name came up. Let me see here.
Sure. Just so everyone knows what makes...
I'll take me 2 seconds to go get the phone. Hang on
sure.
A second.
Yeah, I'll hold the stage. Yeah, just so everyone knows, he and I have the exact same kind of phone. We're both on Medicare and Medi-Cal. He's on Medicare and his equivalent of Medi-Cal through New York State, and so we both get free phones, and you get what you pay for. They're essentially bugged and tagged or tracked, or, all of this sounds incredibly paranoid, and it's not. I've gone into stories before about how we've confirmed this, and definitely, my phone's redirects my calls to some other idiot's answering machine who lives in the greater Bay Area, who I have nothing to do with. I don't know this individual. And I brought up this story before. And I can go into that again, at some other point.
Okay. Now this is very interesting.
Sure.
Because the phone number, I'm not sure I'm going to send you the phone number that was calling me. Now it says Douglas Dietrich.
Interesting.
Now, I would have put you in my cell phone,
right?
Your phone, because when I'm was out in California, I had your number
on speed dial.
In my phone, so that I could call you. Now I don't remember your phone number by heart, so this is the phone number that is in my cell phone.
Right.
Is that your number?
Let me take a look inside of here. That is indeed my number. What I'm going to do is turn my phone on and see if there is an outgoing call that registers on my phone, which if indeed I called you, there has to be an outgoing, or if this were operating at any normal.
It could have been a butt dial on your phone.
No. Then it would have an out dial. In other words, it would register. It would actually show that.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. So I'm going to take a look at that now and see if that shows. And I am going to, so what it does show here is that I called someone in California, cellular service mobile, like 7 hours ago. But it's, the reason I couldn't have butt dialed you is because I was asleep. I was dead asleep.
This was at 8:02 p.m.
Yeah.
Well, wait, I called you back, apparently. Right. At 8:02 p.m.
Yeah, so the 7 hours ago, the cellular service that I called was simply the answering service. In other words, you left a message on my answering service. I called my answering service to find out what that message was. That's the only call that's gone out of my phone since calling Beaver 2 days ago. So I definitely did not call you out of this phone. So it's probably, you got a call from someone else who has a hold of my number, because as we've ascertained before, I'm not in control of my number. And there are people who can send me messages by jacking other people's numbers, such as V's. We know that for a fact. And I proved that to her because, I got messages from her in the middle of the night that were from her number, but were not from her, and there was no issuance from her phone that was registered. In other words, when she looked at her phone, she had texted nothing to me. So I've got no record of sending you a call. So this is obviously somebody fucking with the system, and this shows that, I guess they've stopped considering you as a candidate for conversion since they started harassing you.
What is interesting, and I will tell the story.
Yeah.
I have spoken about this person before. She's a shaman.
Okay.
And she's a very special friend that I've not been in touch with for a long, long time. And I'm going to be working with her. And this is a godsend.
Yes.
I couldn't get through to her, no matter what. And I called her yesterday, and we connected immediately. We connected immediately. She needs my help, and I can certainly use her help. And I went over to her house, which is a whole nother story. I'm not even going to mention about that, but there's a whole story behind that house that I won't go into. It's not necessary.
Wow.
She is a Hungarian shaman. She was born into the shamanic tradition. Her name is Maria D'Andrea. She was published by Tim Beckley. And Tim Beckley died this year without leaving a will. So all of her royalties and stuff are hung up.
Oh, Jesus.
Because he didn't leave a will. He thought he was going to live, and he was on his deathbed for a couple of years. His sisters, has had to probate the situation, the estate, and so anyway.
That's so awful. Go on.
Well, whatever it is. Anyway, Maria DeAndrea, and I'm going to promote her as a shaman. I will give out her phone number.
And that, of course, is where they cut him off. Holy shit. This is like, they say they're reconnecting. And there we are. Can you hear me?
No, I hear you. I've heard you all along.
Okay.
Who got cut off?
You did. The moment that you said,
I did not know that. I heard you consistently. I didn't know that I was cut off.
Yeah, the moment that you said, I'm going to give out her phone number.
Well, I'm not going to give it out just yet. I'm going to give people a reason to want to call her if they want her services.
Understood, but it was at that moment that Skype dropped. Then I
well,
got...
she told me. So another thing she needs help with is getting out her mailing list because does not do good with electronics.
Right.
She has a son who, I've met before, and I met him for the first time in a long time last night as well. I'll help him with his resume and whatnot. Gave him some good career advice. But Maria is she was born into the shamanic tradition in Hungary. Her mother was not a shaman. She will tell you point blank that her mother liked me much more than she liked Maria. Now, and it was always funny because, I didn't know her mother that well, but her mother would come to my house for whatever we were doing, Montauk night or whatever, and she did the Qigong. I taught her for the rest of her life. I never really knew that, until she really couldn't do it anymore. And she had nothing but nice things to say about me. She didn't mix well with Maria for whatever reason. And so what Maria's really good at is occult stuff. She'll be doing a workshop, I think, in February on psychic self-defense. This will be a workshop probably in her house. And she has done workshops. She's very good. I met her at the Dowsers group that they used to have on Long Island. I met her there. She'd heard of me. We connected. She was married at the time to Howard Solomon. So she had a great name for magic, Maria Solomon.
Yeah.
Howard did not turn out so well for her, but I was friends with him. I got along with him. And as we just had a natural chemistry between us, and she was she knew about my work. So what happened was I discontinued the Montauk nights at my house because it was just, as I have said in the past, people were not interested in moving forward, not interested in progressing. They were, would want to talk conspiracy.
Yeah.
And of course, I was getting into Qigong. I was moving. That transformed my life so much that, that didn't happen, there would have been no Radu Cinema books from Sky Books. There would have been probably no Douglas Dietrich.
Right.
There would have been, I don't know what would have happened. As my Qigong teacher says, he says, Peter came to this class 3 years ago, whatever. When he came here, he was done. He was done. And of course, and this is his observation. He's telling the whole class this, but he says he's not done now, and I improved so much. And of course, my girlfriend, Marianne, she watched the transformation, and I'm stepping it up a notch now with this. I keep talking about this inclination board, which I hope our friend Christine Fontaine will get if she can afford it.
And Christine, yes. And Christine Fontaine.
And Christine Fontaine. because she was so hot on doing it. But it's like doing this thing 15 minutes is like, as they say, as I was telling my friend who went to Romania with me last year, who might be listening to us, like my body is singing, my lower back and my legs are singing, to put it metaphorically. And this is not, this is not typically what you hear from somebody who's, turning 70 in less than a month. It's just, I mean, some people do well. They're yogi practitioners and whatnot. I also had occasion to watch the famous William C.C. Cheng, the Tai Chi Chuan master, who's out of New York, who my friend Rudy Curry studied under. Mm-hmm. And I watched a video of him. He's got an incredible reputation, and it was a video from when he was 83. He's older than that now, much older, still teaching, according to his website. And I was just, I could listen to him talk for, the 10 minutes that I did, and boy, did I pick up a lot of stuff that I could integrate into what I know. It's like somebody listening to the first time, if they were so adept to be able to listen to what he said and apply it, it would do wonders. But it makes such a difference. It's kind of like somebody who's got a lot of experience as a baseball hitter, and you give them a tip on how they can improve their batting average. Mm-hmm. It's like, well, yeah, if you give me the same tip, never having stood up against a fastball in many decades, that tip's not going to do me any good. The ball's going to go. As a matter of fact, it's when I was when we first moved to Long Island with my ex-wife. On some Sunday, we went out our first summer here and went out and played miniature golf. And I remember she beat me. And then there was a batting cage next door. So I said, well, let me just go into the batting cage. Now, I was used to batting cages when I was a teenager, when I went to summer camp, baseball camp. So I got in the cage. I said, let me see how I do. I'm like 30 years old. Mm-hmm. No big, I'm still, I guess what you'd say, old enough to play sports at a competitive level. Would help a lot if one had a lot of 7 years or 10 years of background. But anyway, I go up there, and I tell you, these balls, I was having to jump out of the way so they didn't hit me.
Wow.
I said, what the hell is wrong with these machines? Oh, there's nothing wrong with the machines. The balls were like flying. I mean, if I didn't move out of the way, they would have hit me.
Jesus.
And that's not what a pitching machine has a variation in it. I think they have much more modern ones. They just call these things the Iron Mike. And the throwing, I go, I said, I'm not supposed to be playing baseball. This is the elements telling me, stay away from baseball, maybe because I was still of age, I had maybe some crazy idea that I could go play baseball again, even not necessarily professionally, but on a, men's league or something. I said, no baseball. This is the elements talking to me.
Yes.
Because, I don't even know if I had a batting helmet. It's just like, God. So anyway, I was just using analogy of this Tai Chi master. But what I noticed most about him, he was so friendly. He knows his stuff. Nobody would argue that he knows his stuff. Rudy Curry could tell you a comparison between him and Roosevelt Gainey. He could tell you his perspective of it because he worked closely with both of them. But he was so friendly. He was, what's the word? Almost like just so smiling and so friendly. He showed how to punch, very good technique. And he was talking about health is so important. It's mostly for health. But my teacher was so goddamn intimidating. he was intimidating compared to this guy. And I'm not saying he intimidated me. Well, he didn't intimidate me. He was always very respectful to me. But his whole presence was like you were in the presence, I mean, of a dragon that could just do what the dragons in the Game of Thrones did. He exuded that much power. Of course, there are times, but I mean, I said, you know, and he wasn't like, you know, smiley faced. I mean, he could smile. And one of my favorite phrases he said once when he was teaching the class, the inner smile. The inner smile when you know, put your index fingers up and you clasp your hands and you put them in front of your chest and your elbows are out and you're smiling. You're smiling. It's a mudra, is what you're putting your hands in. And you're smiling into yourself. You're creating this inner smile, which means no matter what faces you, whether it's Richard K. Cole, whether it's what's his name?
When I was drinking, just went up my nose.
Yeah, whether it's Richard K. Cole, whether it's you know, Stephen Outrim, Michael Aquino himself, you just smile into it and you hold your smile.
Yes.
And he's having everybody do the inner smile, and he's walking in front of everybody and he's saying, now, he says, you're doing the inner smile here. He says, you know, you're actually supposed to be smiling. He says, some of you people, you know, you're doing this inner smile and you look like you're smelling crap. You know, the expression on your face is you look like you're smelling crap. God, he could be funny. But yeah, it's just, and I'm really glad I learned with him because he was just such a, he was a very good teacher for me. But just the raw power was just awesome that he kind of flirted, or, you know, I guess frolicked with it, if that's the right word. Frolicked is not the right word, but, you know, was in his energy field. And it showed you showed me what power is accessible, obtainable. Now, at the same time, what good is that power? It's not something you want to show off. It's something you want to identify with and harness if you should need it. But he would tell you the biggest enemy you'll ever have is yourself. So, you know, the real game, and other Chinese master, T.P. Ling, was saying the same thing in a video I watched of, you know, you want to be healthy. The big challenge is to elongate your life and have a long, healthy life. This is the game. It's not, you know, to beat other people in push hands or even more physical feats. So this is like, wow. It was very interesting but I certainly learned a lot from him, and I think he has a lot to teach. I don't know how many years he has left, and I'll have to talk to Rudy about him, because I've heard his name for years from Rudy and from other people. Never from my teacher. But I knew about him, and so be it. But anyway, to get back to Maria, and Maria, you know, I was telling her what I do with Qigong. She says, you know, I need to be doing that again, you know, and I showed her some. I showed her what I taught her mother. Yeah, it creates quite a difference. She could feel it. But the thing about Maria, when I went to see her, I gave her 2 books. I gave her Inside the Earth, and I gave her your book, The Roswell Deception.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I told her about it, very fast. And, she reintroduced me to her son, who was, oh, you're right about UFOs and stuff. I clarified. And I kind of gave them a brief summary. Yes. And then I later told her more, and she retains what I say. She understands, she gets it. Mm-hmm. No, she knows that I'm speaking the truth. She heard. And so I told her a little bit about you. This was after the phone call. Mm-hmm. Because we had just gotten out from dinner, and I was driving her back to her home, and that's when the call came. We were in the parking lot. So it's interesting that it happened with her. The shamanic connection. Now, where she says, she's not really adept at astrology. That's not her thing. She's really good at occult. She likes to work occult. I talked a little bit about the swastika in a different context. She says, oh, that's a good sign.
Yes.
Yeah, she knew that. Well, of course she knows that. She's said that to me before. And what she does, what she used to do, we met at different places. As I say, we were meeting with these people that I said, we're not going to have Montauk Night at my house anymore. We're going to move it to another house and call it Planetary Healing Night. And I remember having Rudy there. Rudy went over very well. But these people were all nice people, with perhaps an exception or two. But they were all friendly. But they were more interested in sitting at the food table and kvetching. It's a Yiddish word to kvetch, is to complain and, just bitch. And they might talk a little conspiracy or the world events or what's going on, and it was just really non-productive. It's like people are just hungry to get together and socialize. That's a therapy for them. And that's okay. But this is not, I wasn't trying to do a social club. I'm trying to do a planetary healing thing. I realized right away that these people aren't even healed themselves. They're not up to about healing anybody. And then there was, what was it? I remember Maria looked at me. She came, I invited her, and we're sitting around the coffee table, and she just looked at me and she didn't have to say anything. She says, they're not interested in doing any work.
Yeah.
They're not paying any attention. And at that point, we took the meeting to my house, me and her husband. He was fine. And we brought another guy from the Dowsing Society. That became the meeting because we were going to do work together. I got to say, I'll never forget. I brought one of my local newsletter subscribers, who was a very dear lady, and her daughter. And her daughter had some real issues with, I guess, what you call stability. Mm. And then this other woman had shown up who, she knew me from many years ago. She ran into me and she remembered me very well. She was a psychic, and she laid all this stuff on me, telling me I had a new contract, she was right. This was the Radu story coming alive. Mm-hmm. I had a new contract, she said, meaning a new lease on my business. She was very good. I liked her very much. But she was on meds or whatever she'd been challenging. And then at the end of the meeting,
if you need to take that, I'll hold.
No, I don't. That's just people sending messages that I won't read anyway. So she said, she was saying, meds are great. And everybody's going, meds, yeah, meds are great. Meds are great. And I said, this is, and I had to shut down that meeting because it was just, that would kind of finish it off. Meds. Cheerleading for meds. And, I think these people did need their meds. And I don't say that disrespectfully. But the whole idea with meds is to get off them. Use them to get off them. I really liked the psychic girl. She was really adept. But sometimes people like that have their challenges. And so anyway, we started having the meetings at my house, and it'd be once a month. And Maria would get out her runes. She'd bring her runes, runes. She could read runes. And she said to me, she says, I'm going to put a wingman on you for this trip you're taking to Romania. It might have been, I don't know which trip it was, probably not December, what am I saying? 2012 trip with Jeanette Crowley. Because she said, I'm going to put a wingman on you. The wingman's going to look out after you on this trip. Anything starts to go wrong, it'll go right. If there's a delay, it's for the wingman who's helping you. And I'm going to put one on all your trips. Right after she said that, I'm walking in DSW or whatever shoe warehouse. I don't know why I'm there, but I walked by this pair of boots. I said, I got to get those boots. And I did. They were such a asset when I climbed Mount Omu in the rain.
Right.
They saved me,
wow.
So to speak. And also, I think I picked up, maybe it was the next year, I get the business class flight. They put me on business class, which they did on the last trip. I told her about that. The wingman was permanent, looks out after me. There was now she also did readings for my daughter, who just happened to be living with me at the time, and that went very well. She was trying to help me with my work. And of course, I help her with her stuff, and I will be helping her with her stuff. She's more concerned about taking too much out of me, which is not going to be a problem. I'll help her with whatever she needs. And where she comes in to Douglas, you and I, is this woman. She knows the occult world. She knows the spiritual world. And she's potent.
Yes. She's
potent. Where she's vulnerable is her own personal life and her own emotions, her relationships, which, of course, that's understandable. It's like the shoemaker who doesn't make shoes for his son. It's like she's, too connected to herself. So I told her I will fill that role for her as a protective male, which she just got out of a relationship. So, I'll protect her in that regards. Mm-hmm. So she has somebody to turn to for whatever she needs. But what's more important than any of that is that we do work together. Now, those meetings stopped because she had an affliction, a physical affliction, which I won't mention. Doesn't do anybody any good to know it. Doesn't do her any good. And she couldn't come to the meetings anymore. And then it faded away. And when Paula's relatives came here, I tried to introduce them. But that didn't work. And that's where things kind of fell away. And, I held her hand through her divorce, which was quite exacerbated and long. And we're now friends again. And where this becomes, to me, she says she wants to help me with my work, and she will help me with my work. She just scratched the surface learning about you.
Yes.
So this is a positive. I will probably invite her on to talk.
Wonderful.
On our show. She's not going to become a JoJo or a Brooke or whatever. She's not going to have time to do that. Mm-hmm. But we can interview her as she gets more acclimated to this. Yeah. Anyway, she is a great service to people, and I will, if you're interested in getting some real shamanic help from a very adept person, Maria DeAndrea, 631, area code 631-559-1248, 631-559-1248, and you can tell her you heard about her from Peter Moon. And for those of you who are interested, I will send it out in my email for those who are subscribed to the Time Travel Education Center. Yes. Because she's just not good. She's good at helping people, but she will help me with because I need to navigate and negotiate the spirits world for those of you who have been listening to me for the last several weeks. And I've been doing it. And I attribute my ability to pick up the phone and contact her is directly related to what I've been doing lately.
Yes.
Which my friend Aaron knows about in greater detail than anybody else. But see, because I had told her every time I call her, I couldn't get through to her. And she says, oh yeah, she says, I think about you all the time. But every time I think of calling you to find out what's going on, something else comes up. It was almost like the stars were crossed. We couldn't get through to each other.
Yeah.
And I mean, bottom line, I could have gone over to her house and knocked on the door, but I wasn't even sure that she lived there anymore. So, and she's, half an hour away, so blah, 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 blah. So anyway, this is a very good sign. It's a very good sign that she has come back into my life.
Yes.
And all of the stuff that I have to do is becoming clearer what needs to transpire. I'm not necessarily ready to, step my foot on the accelerator. What's the rush? What's the rush? Like, let things line up. And when you can really be confident and content with the situation and see the situation, you don't have to rush to buy the ticket, so to speak. Especially in this day and age when tickets have risen to obscene prices. And the stars have to defend themselves for charging such high prices for tickets.
Yeah.
It's gotten obscene. And a lot of that has to do with the media has become so big, and, there's such a big demand for an artist that, wow, the price becomes ridiculous. And the artist is in between a rock and a hard place. Even if they don't want to be exploitive, they're still, they have to justify this, that, and the other thing. So this is the world we live in. So anyway, this bodes well for the future.
Yes.
For I think of the work with David Anderson. I think she knew David Anderson independently of me many years ago. I think it had something to do with remote viewing or something. I don't really remember, but she knew of him independently of me. And what other tidbit? Well, that's something that just occurred yesterday, and it's to me, it's just a huge breakthrough in my ability to deal with the spirit world. It's not that I haven't been able to deal with it, but it's becoming more relevant. where it's becoming sort of an everyday interaction.
Yes.
And I would also say it's not necessarily that comfortable either. And Douglas could tell you how uncomfortable it can be. It's real because it's getting down to the bare bones. A trump card I can always call on is Qigong as well, yes. Which means breathe into it.
Yes.
It's a solution for everything. So that was an interesting development. And what did I say I was going to talk? I said I was going to talk about the Islamic apocalypse.
Yes.
And and we will. But first, I'm going to talk about. I got a phone call today.
Mm-hmm.
I remember seeing some astrology forecaster who said, "Good news this weekend. It'll be good news this weekend."
Mm-hmm.
What's the good news? There's Maria was certainly good news, but it really wasn't news. It was reconnecting with an old friend. The good news seemed to be from my friend True Ott. You remember him?
Yeah.
There's apparently been a second season of Blind Frog Ranch? This outrageous scene that occurred where this guy, Dwayne Ollinger, has been doing a documentary on this property that belongs to True Ott, Dr. True Ott, nutritionist, doctor of nutrition. And there was a partnership, and this guy is just like, run roughshod over the partnership, and he's claiming he owns this property, and he's just doing on straight assertion. And this crew, I think they were from Turkey, that it was run on the Discovery Channel or the Discovery Plus or something, because I have to buy the thing for $10 or something to watch it, which I will do. But the third episode, he's effectively nullified, apparently, because he's he's in litigation with this Dwayne Ollinger. And it's still going on. But what he told me today, and I'm going to be on his radio show on Friday. He read the Roswell book, by the way, said it was excellent.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much.
I think I promoted it. He wants to promote the Transylvania books. He wants to get up to date on that. I don't know what he has and what he doesn't have. But he told me something very interesting. He said that the land where this Blind Frog Ranch is, which they've dug into, found these huge caverns that are filled with water and whatnot. And then there's this treasure chest they found out that was very ancient, that had these rocks in it, which was a special element. I forget what the element was. But complemented with iridium, which is also on the property, it creates this sort of charged energy field, which is huge. But more to the point, he said that he found out in 1930s, Franklin Roosevelt had basically declared that pretty much everything west of the Rockies, there might be some exceptions, but basically all your land west of the Rockies, the government has the mineral rights to. Mm-hmm. Everything underneath, in New York, it's not the case. But it is the case in the Western United States. This was FDR confiscating the wealth of private citizens.
That's right.
Which is certainly not beyond him.
He did his part for the course.
Well, totally. I knew you'd think that. So anyway, but what he found out, and he was saying the land around this, because he had a friend in the State Department, very highly placed, super high security, who was feeding him all this information about this location, where there was this ancient treasure, basically a gateway to the inner earth. And he said, and it's tied. He told me today that the Aztec civilization originated from Utah, not the other way around. We know the Aztecs were in Utah. He says it originated from there. and I'm making a pretty sloppy story here because I don't remember the details as well as I could, would, or should. But he basically said that this area, first to get to he said it's owned, the surrounding territory is owned by BLM, which created a big confusion with me. Mm-hmm. I'm thinking Black Lives Matter.
That's the first thing that came to my mind.
Well, yeah, and I'm thinking, well, no. I said, what the hell are they owning land in Utah? Do they even own land? I think there was this one lady who got in a lot of trouble for Black Lives Matter, who was, if I recall, but anyway, misusing the funds or whatever, which is typical with any organization. And no, it's Bureau of Land Management. BLM is okay. Bureau of Land Management.
There we are.
So
yes.
They own this land around the property, but they also own all the mineral rights underneath it. So he's like going into areas in his documentary, which is owned by the Bureau of Land Management. But True also found out that he could file claims. You can go in and file a claim to the government, and if you file the claim, just as like in the old days, you can mine it. Mm-hmm. So he filed, cost him about $3,000 to make all these land claims. So he owns now, in addition to having litigation over the property itself, which is Blind Frog Ranch, that's in litigation, but he now has the rights in his own name of all the mineral rights underneath, all around it. So, but the story gets bigger because because you have the mineral rights, you have reasonable rights to access the minerals, which means, you can access it. The landowners have to accommodate you to access the mineral rights, which seems a little invasive, but I'm sure people could accommodate each other. That's the spirit. Now, this is all out in just territory. This is not, there's no buildings or homes to be bulldozed or anything here. It's not even a question. And where the story gets considerably more interesting is he said he did an archaeological expedition, and he confused me because he was talking about Samaria. And Samaria is not, as I understand it, he's talking about Palestine. Now, Palestine, Samaria was in Palestine. I mean, he's basically talking about Palestine, the area we know as Palestine, as opposed to Jerusalem, as opposed to Israel. Because in Palestine, there was this expedition where he found with the expedition ancient tablets in Hebrew. I think they were clay, I forget, but they were tablets that had accounting ledgers of tremendous, probably talents, as they were called, of gold. Right. That were that King Solomon had accrued during his reign. He had a record of these things. It's an actual record, accounting record. And according to and I don't know where this story comes from, I just don't remember, but he was quite specific and certain about it, was that kings, this gold could not stay where it was. It was in the control of the jinn. And it was moved to this very location in Utah, where he now is. Or this is his land, his mineral rights. It's a bizarre story. Yes. This guy doesn't talk out of his ass. He's got a very different, I guess what you'd say, orientation into esoterics than myself, because he grew up as a member of the Latter-day Saints and rose right to the top. Right. And then had to get out when he realized the satanic connection. And he was the one that told me about the death of Alex Studer.
Ah.
He was friends with Alex Studer, who, was Aquino obsessed.
Right.
And, and was trying to make connections with Douglas, but he just couldn't do it. It just didn't work.
Thank God.
Well, yeah.
Didn't know him personally, but it was just one of those things. I just didn't need that extra stress.
No, because, he was monitoring Aquino's house when Aquino lived there on Leavenworth Street.
Right.
Or Avenue, or whatever it's called. I think it's called Street.
Yeah, it's a street. It's a street.
Yeah. So, in fact, Alex was on his radio program and whatnot. They worked together. But so anyway, all of this gold was transported there, but via the gin. Then we got into a discussion of Edward Kelly and John Dee and whatnot, because of course I wouldn't call him a scholar on those subjects, but he's very aware of who they are. He had them, transposed for a second there. And one of the things he was saying, I clarified that.
Yeah.
I guess he was saying that John Dee was talking, did the wife swapping. It was the other way around. Because somebody else he was talking about was involved with wife swapping on a much more grand scale than John Dee. I compared it. I said what John Dee and Edward Kelly were doing was nothing compared to whatever we were talking about.
Right.
But this is where, when you talk about the angels that controlled John Dee, or that they conversed with him, they put together this incredible system, language, that seems to be representative of what the demiurge, the controlling god of the physical realm, we could call that, uses to effectuate phenomena. The Enochian language, something that if you can talk in it, you can make the angels or the demon, whatever you want to call them, stand up and you'll get their attention.
Yes.
Now, as Douglas has said many times, when you call these things up, it's like being summoned for a traffic ticket.
Yeah.
It doesn't make you very happy. It doesn't make them very happy. So you better have a purposeful intent. And what True stressed in my conversation, which is apropos to everything I was saying earlier, it's like there is a battle going on, and we're dealing with principalities and, other realms of a battle going on in the heavens. And these are things that come and go. It comes and goes with, the drama of life. And of course, we're lucky if most of our life is kind of humdrum.
Mm-hmm.
Come home and put your feet up and watch TV and then eat dinner and, play canasta or whatever people do that's humdrum or enjoyable to them. Well, one can take a jaded view of that and say it's, superfluous and shallow. There's a great comfort in being able to have monotony in your life as opposed to, heart-wrenching, eat your gut out drama.
Right.
That's the time when you value monotony.
Yes.
If you're, stuck on a life raft out in the ocean and you don't feel very safe, I'd love to be home playing, some board game or something. You just like, oh, wow, wouldn't it be nice to be back at home, just in the still world.
Yes.
So there's something to be said for monotony.
Absolutely.
There's much worse things. Well, wouldn't I just like to be stuck at a bus station waiting for the bus?
Yes.
So anyway, we go back to the Solomon, the angelic realm.
Yes.
These John Dee was so much of the time reduced to his desire for materiality, money, treasure. And Edward Kelly seemed to have an inside track on producing gold alchemically. He seemed to have an inside track on it if you study the history of it. But it seemed to me that he wasn't producing it, not because he couldn't, but because the king of Bohemia didn't really have pure intentions. That's the way I read it. Now, I haven't read anything on it. I could be wrong. You could say he was a fraudster. But there also seemed a great unwillingness on his part. He had a lot of problems with the king of Bohemia. And this was after he separated. The whole story of him is very interesting. But nevertheless, Dee and Kelly. Now, Dee is the more sober of the two. Kelly's the notorious scoundrel. But it was Dee who seemed to be more desirous of wealth. And here he was, the most scholarly man of his era. He was the epitome of a scholar, and he also knew the occult. He knew astrology. He knew everything you could know at that time. A true Renaissance man whose influences on the rest of history is undeniable and basically overlooked and ignored by your commoners and by your academics, because they're all under the control of what he laid down. Not necessarily knowing what he was laying down, but this guy was obsessed with material gain. And he really wasn't, and you know, it's interesting. You can see everybody wants to be well off, but how much did money buy you in those times? Now, nowadays, if you had a lot of money, you could have a private jet, or if you wanted to help the environment, you'd fly first class instead of the private jet. You could have a luxury home in multiple places. You can drive a nice car. You can show off if that's what you want to do. I think when I start talking like that, I think having so much money would put you in a very vulnerable spot, because then people don't like you. They like you for your money.
Yeah.
That makes you, then you've crossed the line and you're in. It's not good for you, because people don't even see you. They don't see you, and they see something else. So they like you for the wrong reason. Yeah. And this is one of the first pitfalls of having money. And so it's hard to envy such people, because their relationships can end up being extremely shallow, and they're the ones that are on the short end of the stick. I think that had happened with Robin Williams.
Oh.
I think that guy had multiple issues and multiple entities. Mm-hmm. And you know, everybody, he's very wealthy. Everybody wanted something from him. Now they have a tunnel. They have the Robin Williams Tunnel just north of the Golden Gate Bridge. I would go through it every night when I come home from San Francisco after visiting you. Yes. The Robin Williams Tunnel. I said, God. You know, because he was from the Bay Area, and he was living in Tiburon. Yes. But yeah, it's and I've heard Jim Carrey, the comedian, who before he got older, he looks just like Tom Brady. You see some of the pictures of him with the haircut from Dumb and Dumber, and Tom Brady wore his hair kind of like that for a while. They looked the same. It was people have underappreciated how much they looked alike. Just like the New York Yankees once had a first baseman who looked just like the guy from Full Metal Jacket. The guy was called Gomer Pyle, they called him.
Right. Animal, I think, was...
The guy's name was Nick Johnson. He looked so much like Gomer Pyle, not the Gomer Pyle, but the guy they called Pyle from Full Metal Jacket. It wasn't funny. For some levity here. But this John Dee, so I'm saying is like you could have all these things in current society. Well, what could you have back in the time of Elizabethan England? You could, maybe have a front row at the theater, watch them do Shakespeare, whatever they were doing. You could, obviously have better food. But, if they're British, they were probably just eating, porridge and mutton. I'm cynical about British food.
We all are. Yes, they're infamous for that.
Yeah, and you find the right place and the right thing. They can actually make nice stuff, but good luck. So, yeah, it's like how much luxury could you buy in those days? Nevertheless, people wanted it, whatever it was. I can see late 1800s San Francisco, that you could have bought. That place was made for luxury. There you could have bought something in San Francisco. Most places, okay. Wealth can really become a curse to people.
Yeah.
So, but Dee was obsessed with it. He had money at different times. And maybe he wanted it to buy more books. Who the hell knows? But what is the impetus, for all that, money grubbing? And he's talking to the angels. Like, there's something very wrong here. Yes. And I'm not suggesting it was the angels. Now, the angels didn't really care about his condition. What they probably cared about was giving this language for whatever reason. So, to get back to True Ut, apparently, he's saying the jinn have control of this realm underneath his property, but he has some degree of access. Now, he had told me many years ago that he was contracted by Radu Cinemar's mentor, Cesar Brad, and that there was a discussion. I forget what the discussion was, but that he was interested in this area. Now, he wanted to talk to me because his friend in the State Department had died. And he wanted to know if I'd heard from Radu or Cesar about anything. Want an update? I said, well, no, the only update I have is that Radu's having a very difficult time with his next book. And I talked a little bit about evil, the role of evil in the world, and how this is what I'm trying to expose with Douglas Dietrich.
Thank you.
Because the evil jams the frequency of what and I said the problem with Radu is having, in my opinion, he's got to offer some delivery.
No.
Delivery. Now, he talked about an elixir that would jumpstart mankind. Now, this was not Radu's agenda. This was the Mentia from the Inner Earth, her agenda, which was clashing with Eleanor's alchemical agenda, which is saying, not so fast, he says. These people have to earn their way. Now, I'm coming very close if as I say, I have about 25 hours to finish my house, but that's not 25 hours that I can dedicate right now.
Right.
Because I have, current things, One of them was cleaning up, the property for fall, which is now done, but that's amongst all the other things I'm doing. Year of the end tax stuff. So, but I mean, the theory, according to me, was that when I finish the house, Eleanor will show up. I'll be ready for him. Maybe it's time. I'm not eager for him to show up. I'd like to finish certain things first. Maybe all this comes hand in hand because he's the one who's saying, okay, not so fast. We got to, if we're going to jumpstart mankind with an elixir, you know, people have to be ready for it. They have to earn it, so to speak.
Yes.
And she's saying, well, we need to work out a compromise. That's kind of where the book ended. And Radu's going to write this book. Why is it so difficult? Yes, because we're talking about delivery of jump-starting mankind. This is where we get into the Islamic apocalypse, which follows on the heels of the Jewish apocalypse.
Yes.
The names of 2 chapters I'm working on for Douglas's book,
Yes.
only 2. I've changed the name to the Islamic apocalypse of 1 chapter because I will give the context of that secondary or momentarily. But this this whole drama that's being played out on the earth, delivery, you just can't write another book because then it's just another book. It's got to have some meaningful impact, import, or impact is the word. So I can understand why it might be difficult, because if he's having difficulty, it's probably has to do with that.
Oh.
And then, so what I told him, his friend in the State Department, who had access to all of these and satellites, and he was the one that clued him in on this property in the first place in Utah. He was tied to secret stuff. Well, he's passed away. So I said, well, what you need to do is contact the State Department and find out who replaced him. This is because he had supposedly contact with Radu and Cesar.
Right.
Supposedly. And I will take what he says at face value, which doesn't mean I'm going to take what anybody says at face value, because I've had people write to me saying they were in touch with Radu. And I actually wrote to Radu, and he says, no, I don't know who this person is. And then the person had the audacity to write to me and say, you're not in touch with the real Radu, I am.
Jesus.
Okay, well, good for you. I mean, this is the lameness of the human factor. So, and there's no shortage of lameness with human beings. So, but anyway, True Odd is straight shooter as far as I'm concerned, and I take what he says at face value. I can't evaluate it beyond face value, but I told him, I said, contact the person at the State Department who took his place and tell him. He says, well, yes, I know the person's wife. They might be able to help me with who to contact. So I said, go back to the source of where it comes from, and maybe we'll find. In the meantime, he's invited me out there, and I will probably take him up on that when the weather is more fun to experience out there. Mm-hmm. But certainly he wanted to do a book on it. I said, certainly. Start writing it, I said. Start writing it. And I think it's interesting. I said I work with him. I'm going to be on his show on Friday.
Great.
Probably that'll be 23rd, and then follow it up again on the 30th. Yeah. Probably talking mostly about Romania. I'd rather hear more about his stuff. But this is a very interesting development. Now, there's something that I didn't have time to look up. You might know, I was talking about the Edomites, and of course, he knows the Bible, so that's not unfamiliar with him. But he talked about, and he has, his own lens of interpretation. But I was going to say, there was, in the Bible, he said, I think they're called Ridenites. Do you know that term?
Actually, not consciously. I'd have to look it up and see if I could refresh my mind.
It's going to send me a link. Ridenites. I'm looking for them here. he was talking about the whole Judaism being co-opted by Ridenites as well, not just Edomites. They're Ridenites. I just read, maybe it's I just hope he's going to say, okay, radiant. Red Knight. Okay, here it is. What does Red Knight mean in Judaism? Were medieval merchants, Radhanai, Radhanite or Radhani, were medieval merchants, some of Jewish origin. Only a number of primary sources used the term, and it remains unclear whether they referred to a specific guild or to a clan, or generically to Jewish merchants in the trans-Eurasian trade. He was talking about the trade and the whole silk trade route. I was telling him about Tekelet blue. And there was a very interesting here. It's like we're coming from two different reference points, which is okay. It's so then you, it's like, wow, this, what language did the Red Knight speak? In his book of Roads and Kingdoms, Kitab al-Masalik, Ibn Khordadbeh, it's Arabic, listed 4 routes along which Red Knights traveled in the following account. The merchants speak Arabic, Persian, Roman, Frank, Spanish, and Slav language. This affects the whole silk trade routes. And you see, Red Knights, many trade routes previously established under the Roman Empire continued to function during that period, largely through their efforts. They were the traders. Their trade network covered much of Europe, North Africa, Middle East, Central Asia, parts of India and China. Only a limited number of primary sources used the term, and it remains unclear whether they referred to a specific guild or to a clan or generically to Jewish merchants in the trans-Eurasian trade network. Well, it really, we can't believe for a minute that everybody who was on the trade route were Jews. Yeah. We can believe that there were many, if not predominantly, mostly Jews. It says, here, then they have a picture here. This is on Wikipedia. Saint Adalbert of Prague pleads with Boleslas II, Duke of Bohemia, for the release of Christian slaves by their masters, Jewish merchants. So this is saying that the Jewish merchants had enslaved the Christians in Bohemia, whenever that was. 1170 is when this thing was made up, this plate. Map of Eurasia showing the trade network of the Radhanites in 870 AD as reported in the account of Ibn Khordadbeh in the Book of Roads and Kingdoms. Other trade routes of the period are shown in purple. Now, the blue trade routes go where it was said, Central Asia, into Europe, parts of India, all the way to China. Now, it says, some scholars believe it refers to a district in Mesopotamia called the Land of the Radan in Arabic and Hebrew texts of the period. Another hypothesis suggests that the name might be derived from the city of Ray, or Rajas in northern Iran. Still others think the name derives from the Persian Ra, way, path, or and Don, one who knows, meaning one who knows the way, which could be the way of the silk trade. Two Western Jewish historians have suggested a connection to the name of the Rhone River in France. Probably in France, as all of the trade routes began there, according to this person. The activities of the Radhanites are documented by the postmaster, chief of police, this Ibn Khordadbeh, for the province of Jabal under the Abbasid Caliph al-Mu'tamid, when he wrote Book of Roads and Kingdoms in about 870 AD. So 870 AD. This is 100 years, couple hundred years about after Muhammad, the prophet. As Douglas would say, peace be upon him.
Thank you.
Ibn Cordoba described the Radanites as sophisticated and multilingual. He outlined 4 main trade routes utilized by the Radanites in their journeys. All 4 began in the Rhone Valley in southern France and terminated in China's east coast. Radanites primarily carried commodities that combined small bulk and high demand, including spices, perfumes, jewelry, and silk. They are also described as transporting oils, incense, steel weapons, furs, and slaves. Now, if these people go back to earlier, far earlier, they would go back to Solomonic times, more or less, and these later merchants are coming forward. Now, it's not like the trade route suddenly showed up in the Common Era. It showed up. It was ancient, and the Teklet Blue stories, of course, the diaspora, all of this. So these characters, I believe he said, came from the Mesopotamia era, Babylon he identified with, which they were an ancient culture and they were controlling the trades, and there were all sorts of people trying to, trade. When you have trade, you have interchange and commerce. You have all sorts of people involved.
Right.
So now these guys spoke multilingual because they were dealing with everybody. It goes way back into time. They transport from the West eunuchs, female slaves, boys, brocade, castor, marten, and other furs and swords. They had everything. They take ship. They take bad English. They take ship from France on the western. Well, this is the way it was written from the Book of Roads and Kingdoms, and make for Rama. There they load their goods on camelback and go by land to Suez. They embark in the East Sea, go to Sind, India, China, carry musk, aloes, camphor, cinnamon, and other products, bring them back to Farama, where they embark to the Western Sea, Constantinople, sell to the Romans, others to the palace of the king of the Franks. Sometimes these Jewish merchants, when embarking from the land of the Franks on the Western Sea, make for Antioch, thence by land to Al-Jabia, where they arrive after 3 days' march, go to Baghdad, down the Tigris, Oman, Sind, Hind, and China. Different journeys can also be made by land, Tangier, Cairo, Damascus. They're all over the place. Now, disappearance. The activities of the Radanites appear to cease during the 10th century. The causes have been the fall of Tang China in 908, followed by the collapse of the Khazarian state at the hands of the Rus some 6 years later, circa 968, 969. Trade routes became unstable and unsafe, a situation exacerbated by the rise of the expansionist Turco-Persian states, and the Silk Road largely collapsed for centuries. This period saw the rise of the mercantile Italian city-states, especially the maritime republics Genoa, Venice, Pisa, and Amalfi, who viewed the Radanites as unwanted competitors. Mostly disappeared by the end of the 10th century, there have been suggestions that a collection of 11th century Jewish scrolls discovered in a cave in Afghanistan's Samangan province in 2011 may represent a remnant of Radanites in that area. The economy of Europe was profoundly affected by the disappearance of the Radanites. For example, documentary evidence indicates that many spices in regular use during the Middle Ages completely disappeared from European tables in the 10th century. Jews had previously in large parts of Western Europe enjoyed a virtual monopoly on the spice trade. The slave trade appears to have been continued by other agents. For example, for the year 1168, Helmand von Bossau reports that 700 enslaved Danes were offered for sale in Mecklenburg by Slavic pirates in the Black Sea area. Slave trade appears to be taken over by the Tatars. But okay, so these are a big part of history that has been overlooked and forgotten. And they had, according to what I recall from him saying, a very negative influence that was similar to the Kings of Edom.
Yes.
It seems to be a natural alliance. On the other hand, when I think of all the trading that was occurring, that's commerce. It seems to me like there's a positive angle to it. In other words, people are getting together, the marketplace. This is where things happen. It's what makes life life.
Yes.
So I don't mean to suggest that it's all negative, but the control of it, and it seems like when the Italian merchants came on the scene, that seems to be a very negative influence, because you have the story of Marco Polo, who's put in jail for telling all these remarkable tales. It's like nobody wants anybody to know nothing about nothing.
Yes.
That's what happens under, and of course Marco Polo was from Venice,
yes,
which was a city-state. It wasn't a little city. It was a city-state, a very powerful and influential one. So it seems like, the Italians just killed it. Now, it seems that way. It seems that way, that they genuinely killed it. I mean, by reading this thing, because it disappeared. The Timbuktu was a central trading route. It was the center of all gold and scholarly manuscripts at one time. It was the center of the trade routes. And that got messed up when the French came in and invaded Western Africa, came up the rivers there, and shipping made the trade of Timbuktu, well, they took it over. And nobody wanted to go there anymore, because when the French invaded from the south, they made it uncomfortable. But Timbuktu was one of the greatest centers, and it became a legend. Mm-hmm. It became a legend, but the legend turned to a much reduced enigma rather than but it was a fabled city. Fabled. And all history knew was this great fable of this great once city. This is how fast empires are forgotten.
Yes.
And this is what we're talking about here. All of the history that Douglas talks about is so forgotten. Yes. Now, how this plays into the Islamic apocalypse, I cannot say, except that this it faded out a couple hundred years after the advent of Islam in the West. And so anyway, I'm going to talk about the Islamic apocalypse now.
Yes.
Now, I talked about the Jewish apocalypse previous, and this had to do with the lost Jewish tradition of making what was called teklet blue. Teklet blue was the sacred color that the priests had on their garments and on other holy garments or holy cloths that were used, whether it be to cordon off the Holy of Holies or to cover the Ark of the Covenant. Teklet blue was representative of God himself, because the blue was obtained from a Murex trunculus snail, remembering this word pretty good, and of course it was a purple blood, right, that when held up to the light of the sky would turn blue.
Yes.
And blue was representative of God, because when you look into the sky you see blue, but when you take a cup of sky or air you see nothing. The same with the ocean. You see blue. When you take a cup of water you see clear.
Yes. And
the whole idea of this blue represents the experience of seeing God or being human. The experience of creation is in the experience, not in the breaking down of the atoms or molecules to see, oh, this is water. It just doesn't look like nothing. It looks like clear water. This is the sky. It looks like nothing. There's nothing here, which is the viewpoint of an atheist. He says, there ain't nothing. I don't see nothing about nothing. And there's nothing here. And this is the same thing, which people would go into Scientology and find nothing, or perhaps negative.
Right.
And, well, I can understand that. It doesn't matter what discipline you go to. You go into Christianity, there's nothing here. Just a bunch of stories. You could do this with any discipline. My girlfriend's old tenant, she said, she was talking about Qigong. He says, well, I looked into it on good authority. There's really nothing to it. And she corrected him. He didn't know what the hell he was talking about. Right. So, you could go in and, there's nothing there. There's nothing there. You could walk in anything and find nothing there. So this is the whole idea of the Teklet Blue, is saying there is something there. There is something to creation. Yes. Now, of course, the Jewish religion has its own extensive rigmarole. Yeah. And, traditions and whatnot, which are too steeped in tradition rather than seeing the Teklet Blue itself. And that's because the Jews lost the Teklet Blue. Yes. They lost the whole rhyme and reason for their religion.
Yes.
And this went back to the time of the Christian era, because Christ wore Teklet Blue, and when the woman in the Bible grabbed his robe, she healed. She knew she would grab out for it. And he says, your faith has healed you. In other words, her connection to God has healed her. This is the same connection to God Dennis Adams teaches when he talks about writing with carbon pencils, writing to people and burning the letter. Yes. That I've talked about. It's like you're communicating to the spirit realm. You're communicating to God yourself. That's a gender friendly.
Yes, very
gender
conscious.
Neutral. Because you don't want to say itself. Yeah. You could herself, he's his self. But this is the whole experience. And now the Jewish apocalypse is that in recent times, this has been recognized. Now, H.P. Lovecraft's wife knew about it and taught him. Yes. And this was a great secret he held on to and suffered from. Yes. But in doing one of the chapters on H.P. Lovecraft, it came to my attention, and Douglas's knowledge of this and that this was all high security stuff. Yes. by the Army at the Presidio. I mean, and not just at the Presidio, but the history of the Army, which Aquino zoned in on with the H.P. Lovecraft stuff, because all this messianic stuff he was interested in.
Yes.
Because anything messianic was Christ-like.
Yes.
And he was interested in jamming that frequency.
Yes.
And controlling it.
Yes.
And manipulating it. And he was being the devil's strongest ally, the best he could. I just read something in Aleister Crowley where he says, I have no issue with Christ or the Christian God. I have nothing, I'm paraphrasing here. He says, what I have problems with is men's ideas and versions about these things. Yes. What they believe, what men believe about these things. Not with Christ or God, but with men's interpretations and renditions, which could well include everything they wrote or said, mankind wrote or said about them. So that was an interesting comment. Aquino didn't have the same predisposition, as far as I know.
Quite the opposite, yes.
Yeah, yeah, and he was eager to, put out anything that was Christ-like in the best sense of the word. So, H.P. Lovecraft, and part of this information that Douglas had shared with me is that he was related to ancient Islamic people, probably more Persian than Arabic, but
Right.
They kind of blend in there. It's hard to say what's Persian and what's Arabic.
Yes.
And his name was what was the name? It was Hazard.
Yes.
The name Hazard, which comes from Harazad or Harazad,
Yeah.
and it ties into all this Arabic genetics, but it traces back to the man known as the Mad Arab, who wrote the Necronomicon.
Yes.
Now, the Mad Arab, which is the Book of Dead Names, which is what Cthulhu comes out of. He was historically recognized as an ancient worshiper of Cthulhu. And the Abandoner, which is the whole impetus of what Aquino grabbed onto and made sure was circulated into major media, now part of video games, part of the culture of young people growing up.
That's quite right. Complete with stuffed animals. Go on.
Yeah. Dungeons and Dragons, whatever brings out the worst in mankind was being, what was the word?
Well, exploited.
Fervently pushed.
Yes, and promote it. That's right. And for those who think that Dungeons and Dragons is just part of the satanic panic or satanic scare line of bullshit, you're just advertising your own ignorance of what happened with Professor Richards. Mark Richards was a professor who was manipulated by Michael Aquino, became convinced that he had components of a military-grade laser by which he could basically sweep the skies clean of planes, the seas clear of ships, the land clear of armored columns, and that he was going to use this to set it up on Mount Tamalpais and ultimately become first dictator. The Pendragon, the old Arthurian term for king, only beyond a king, an occult sorcerer mage king as well, and that he would give fiefdoms to all of his cultists, and he convinced young men to commit murder in his name. This was while he was basically seducing them into his thrall with Dungeons and Dragons. I mean, this is the reason people were concerned. There was reason for the concern. All of this is quite hidden today. You hear of this only as, oh, people were panicking and the like. It's completely offensive. So I just want people to understand the seriousness of this phenomenon and why it was taken seriously, why people were concerned. So believe me, I've got an interest in trying to maintain collections of many of these early experiments with different types of games because they're completely vanishing. They used to cater to the intellect, whereas modern games are electronic. They cater to the reflexes. So it's not like these were completely bad or all evil, but they were certainly exploited towards nefarious purposes by nefarious people. And that needs to be appreciated. I want to thank everybody in the chat room who's been so accommodating. Aloma Alber is with us. Phenomenal is with us. And and of course, shout out to Shining Shadows. And as well, appreciate the fact that B is with us. And of course, Joe Tai, yes, yeah, using the nice nickname Saliva Sammy. Thank you, Joe Tai. And Peter's back with us. Good man.
Yes. Well, now, in the process of studying this stuff,
Mm-hmm.
in talking about the Mad Arab, now the Mad Arab, I looked into a little bit of the Mad Arab's history, and he basically, the reason he's called the Mad Arab is not because he was a follower of Cthulhu, although that could be a reason, but apparently he was, a master of arts and chemistry. I mean, he knew everything. He was a very intelligent man.
Yes.
Or at least wrote all sorts of stuff. Yes. He was an author. Yeah. Now, I would point out, and this is my opinion, of course, it's probably not the most academic or educated opinion on the Yellow Emperor of China, he's supposed to be the one who gave us the acupuncture system. He strikes me as somebody who consolidated all the knowledge of his day and had all the scholars, and he put his name on everything.
Yes.
That's what I would assume. And it might be the same way with the Mad Arab. I really don't know. But whether it is or not, he was definitely educated beyond his peers.
Yes.
And he was assigned the project historically to create a dam, the Aswan Dam it was the Aswan Dam, which wasn't the one we have today, but to control the flooding of the Nile, which was a problem.
Yes.
Always was, probably always will be, flooding of the Nile.
Yeah.
So he was assigned this engineering task based upon his proposal or acumen. He seemed to know everything about everything,
Yes.
but it didn't work out too well.
Yes.
And it was an embarrassment to him, and the caliph was very frustrated with him.
Yes.
And wanted his head, wanted some retribution or something for this failed project. So this Mad Arab started feigning madness.
Yes.
Like he was crazy to escape the wrath of the caliph.
Yes.
Now, that also I had read where the caliph, he overlooked the engineering project, and then he assigned him to an administrative task, which he also screwed up. And that's where the caliph came down on him. In other words, David Childress once explained to me this person who was very upset because he thought Childress was cheating him out of his royalties or something. And of course, David was not cheating him out of them. Authors don't sell enough books to be making anything appreciable.
Right.
So he was blaming Childress for his book not being incredibly famous. And it was a rather boring book. Not that it didn't have merit, but this guy was supposed to be an expert on, engineer electronics and that stuff. And he said, he stayed at David's house. He said, David, David said, could you fix an outlet? And the guy couldn't even fix an outlet.
Wow.
I mean, it's embarrassing.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, earn your keep while you're here. Fix an outlet. He couldn't do it. He was more in his head with theory.
Right.
Now, this sounds what the Mad Arab might be. Okay, right. You put him. Okay, you can't build a dam. But okay, that's a big project. But you can't even do an administrative task. This is what could make him a target. I mean, you're just, as my friend Terrell would say, a bullshitter.
Right. Posier.
Yeah. Poser.
Yes.
Yeah. And so this got his ire. Now, there's traditions that the Mad Arab was dismembered in thin air and went up the sky to Cthulhu or whatever, or was just disappeared into thin air. I suppose there's many versions of it, but the bottom line, he's recognized as a follower of Cthulhu. Now, reading between the lines in history, it occurs to me that this caliph, who was part of the Fatimid Caliphate.
Yes.
And of course, the Fatimid Caliphate is named after Muhammad's daughter, Fatima.
Yes.
Who was of the tradition of the successors to Muhammad, which were basically the 12, and the last one became known as the Hidden One, because there was the last member of the 12 imams who came after Muhammad and were successors to the religion in the Shiite tradition, as opposed to the Sunni. Then the Shiites believe that there was this imam who disappeared. Well, he was young. He assumed the caliphate at like age 4 or something, and it was called the minor occultation, where he, I think, disappeared for a while.
Yeah.
And then there was the major occultation, which exists to this day, where he disappears. He doesn't die. He just leaves.
Yes.
and he is the one. He's the Mahdi,
Yes.
Mahdi, Mahdi. Now, the Mahdi is played. What's the word? Co-opted by Frank Herbert in his novel Dune.
That's correct.
He calls Paul Atreides Maldib. It's like Mahdi, and he plays the role of a Mahdi on the planet Dune. But that's how that name was co-opted by Frank Herbert in a very, I guess, entertaining way, and interesting way. Because the novel Dune and the follow-ups, you don't really spare anybody. They don't spare anybody. I mean,
Right.
It's just like a machine rolls over everybody in that. There's no particular happy endings.
That's the impression that I got. That's why I never invested any energy in really reading them. It struck me.
Well, it was originally an assignment to me in high school. Science fiction.
Interesting. Yeah. Oh my God.
I studied science fiction, and that was, we had to read Dune, The Time Machine. I think was the first book we read. The Time Machine, Dune, Anthem by Ayn Rand.
Oh my God.
And I don't remember what else we read. There were other books for certainly, but yes, Dune was a big one to get through.
Yeah.
And I mean, it was enjoyable. And then I later, many years later, read Children of Dune, Dune Messiah, and then Children of Dune.
Right.
And then I think there was a fourth one. But anyway, so much for that. But the Mahdi will appear at the end times.
Yes.
And Jesus will appear and deliver justice. Yes. This is the Islamic apocalypse. What I'm pointing out here is that the Mad Arab was a worshiper of Cthulhu. This is the historical facts, if we can call anything in history a fact. I can't vouch for history. I can just tell us what history asserts or tells us. And that the Mad Arab was such a follower of Cthulhu that the Fatimid Caliph was probably opposed to him because he was of Cthulhu.
A heretic. Yes.
Yeah, he was worse than a heretic.
Yes.
He was gating in Cthulhu, the abandoner.
Thank you.
And this is how he would have been viewed. So he might have run afoul of the Caliph for that very reason. Now, this suggests, and I say it's only a suggestion because I can't tell you the truth. I can only tell you what are logical extrapolations based on history, is that the Islamic apocalypse is the Mahdi coming back to deliver justice to the world with the help of Jesus, who I forget the exact role he plays in it. He's not the executioner necessarily, but in a way he's not far off from that because, judgment, so on and so forth. The judge doesn't do the execution. The judge pounds his gavel and says,
right,
assigned to, guilty, whatever. And then the demons take care of the rest.
Right.
Now, the Jewish apocalypse is that, in this time when the Murex trunculus snail will be rediscovered as the source of Teklet blue, which it now has,
yes,
popularly for about 10 or 12 years or so, about the same time as Douglas Dietrich comes forward.
Yes.
To the best of my knowledge.
Yes.
It's now kind of like, you can even see YouTube demonstrations of it, holding the light up, the purple up and watching the sunlight turn it blue. So this is a time, this would be the Messianic times, the end times, occurs right around 2012, not necessarily on 2012, but around that time period. And this would be followed on the heels of the Islamic, or it would be coincident with the Islamic apocalypse. And where the point is the Mad Arab and Cthulhu are being exposed here with Douglas's book. And it will be much clearer than I'm saying now. I'm an author in progress right now. It's very challenging to put all this stuff together. And then when I dig deeper, I see that this does coincide with the Islamic apocalypse. And I shared this with Douglas, and this is what's so fascinating, is that, as they say, if these stories are not true of themselves, they are treated as truth by the government, who's been dogging all of this stuff.
Yes.
They don't necessarily even understand it as clearly as I do, or if they do, it's for the wrong reason.
Right.
And they're, killing millions of people in the process.
Yes.
It's behind World War I and World War II.
Yes.
Major trigger, yes. As Daniel Arola would say, trigger. But this is my, I guess, addressing of the theories and philosophies of the end times.
Yes. Well, it's so important. Go on. Oh, by all means. I was going to say, don't forget to inform our listeners also about the fact that the Caliph, who was involved with this condemnation of the Mad Arab, who had taken so much credit for so many technological accomplishments that impact us today, that Caliph was also very heavily connected with the Hashishin, the assassins. Indeed, he was one of the
Ismailis. These were the Ismailis, and I knew that sect was connected to the Hashishins. I did not know that this particular Caliph was.
Okay.
It would make perfect sense, because
yes.
I've done some work on that back after 9/11.
Yes.
The Ismailis were all wrapped up in that.
Yes.
I'm not making accusations of them. I'm just saying their tradition was floating all around that 9/11 stuff. I'd have to look back into the newsletters.
Excellent.
So I really wasn't aware of the Mad Arab at that time. Now, so what this says to you in the listening audience is that Douglas's book, our book that we're working on together, is going to bring out these facts in such a way that they are clearly elucidated. And the funny thing is, I'm getting a little, I guess, what is the coffee boy that brings Madonna her coffee in the morning or whatever she drinks? He gets kind of like immune to Madonna. He doesn't care. He sees her naked. He doesn't care. It's just like, it's like whatever. It's just like you get like these construction workers used to tell me about a place they worked in Manhattan, a modeling agency, that they called it the Pussy Factory, because all the models would walk up and down naked all the time. It was just they're dressing, they were changing. It meant absolutely nothing to them to be seen by the construction workers who were working in the area. And of course, it meant nothing to them either, because they just got used to it. Developed a, sort of a
callousness.
Immune,
yes.
Yeah, immune to whatever it is. And so what happens here in a situation like this is, you just build up a
callousness. Yes.
Yeah, a callousness. Big deal. So the hidden one is supposed to appear. Now, on the tails of this book, I was saying that I have built up sort of a callousness to this stuff, dealing with these energies, and it's like, okay, I'm very prepared to deal with a no response. I've had much of my work, certainly not all of it, gets no response, or seemingly no response.
Right.
Because people don't know how to respond to it, because they've got their heads in other places. And if I said where their heads were, it might not sound too good. So, but in any case, it's just the way things are. So I'm fully, prepared to, tell these secrets, share these secrets, putting them together that Douglas has shared with us and elucidating on them, and saying, okay, this is apocalyptic times.
Yes.
Apocalyptic times. And certainly people can make all sorts of arguments for apocalyptic times. And what does that mean anyway? I don't know, except that this is what's coming up in my research. Now, I don't know that in the context of doing the Jewish apocalypse and the Islamic apocalypse, that I will also encounter the Christian apocalypse. But I will say this, Douglas's experience with the Vox Arca have been apocalyptic.
Yes.
And I don't think we should go into that.
Okay.
But the Vox Arca, of course, which is a device that Aquino had contracted to build that would enable him to utter grimoire and do wreak so much cacophony on the world. Yes. And control on the world, that this has now come into Douglas's possession. Yes. For his own preservation. Yes. But when he begins to do the diagnostics on it, he gets apocalyptic visions, which are not positive. Right. And it could, it's not a pleasant thing.
Thank you.
So where this book is headed, that's part of it. It's not all about the Vox Arca, that's for sure, but that's a big part of it. But what happens in the writing process or the creative process is I go to dissect certain key elements of his life and what he's taught us. It's not just his life, but it's elements of what he's learned and taught. In that sense, it is elements of his life in all of these key markers, huge markers in history and time, and putting them together, it's getting to a critical junction. But I'm just building up to it because I'm writing a story, and getting through the H.P. Lovecraft connection is challenging because I'm trying to put it together. And then I discovered that this coincides with the Islamic apocalypse. Yes. The Christian apocalypse I have always considered quite distasteful. But as Aleister Crowley said, he says it's one of the most powerful magical texts ever written, if only because it commands so much attention. Doesn't mean it's true, but it's influential. Therefore, it is true. Because whether it's true or not, they've got it in their heads, so that you've won half the battle. If you put out vile, negative films on Jews, like Goebbels did in the Nazi regime, that stuff is caricature, it's satire. Well, satire is too kind of a word for it. It's meant to degrade Jews and to give you the idea that every Jewish person is vermin. Now, that's not true. It's not true. However, it becomes true because people are not only seeing it, but a significant amount of people are believing it and acting on it, so it becomes a virtual truth.
Right.
And this is how powerful, films, words can be. They become virtual truths.
Yes. The paradigm becomes a meme, a mind worm, a virus in the mind. By the way, it wasn't so much Joseph Goebbels or Adolf Hitler who promulgated so much against the Jews as Julius Streicher. Julius Streicher was truly the Jew baiter of the Third Reich, as the term they used. But the thing that I wanted to bring up for Peter Moon to also emphasize is that preceding these apocalypses, the Judeo-Islamic apocalypses, was, of course, in our book, the Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. We bring up the fact that the American obsession with, or its infestation by the Edomite cult, is what led to the manifestation of the Buddhist apocalypse, in which Hirohito presented himself the messianic figure. But back to Peter with that.
Well, yes. Yeah, it gets complex when we throw in the Japanese, because they were had Judaic relics.
Yes.
They're part of the Judaic tradition. And this is part of the tradition that Roosevelt wanted to exterminate.
Yes.
But this gets very complicated and convoluted to explain. I mean, you can tell the individual incidents and strategies, but to tie it all together is the big challenge. To give it, I guess, what you would say, some historical or intellectual traction to where you can tract onto it. Because we can say Edomites this and Edomites that, and it's most people don't even know what an Edomite is, and this includes rank and file Jews.
Right.
They don't know what an Edomite is, because look at it. How much time do people have to study the Bible? The Bible or the Old Testament. Look at the typical religious person is going to go to church on Sunday, or synagogue on, I don't know if they go on Friday or Saturday. I think they go on Friday. Saturday,
Saturday, I think.
Saturday's a holy day, but they can go on,
Yeah, something like that.
Anyway, they go to synagogue, or they go or Friday is the Muslim holy day, but they go to the church, and they're there to, bring their troubles, bring their prayers, pay tribute to the divinity. And how much time does the individual parishioner, or what do they call it, synagoguer, the gogger? What do they call the Jewish,
yes.
Participants?
Yes.
How much time do they have to study the Bible? If they're, and then they could go to classes in the synagogue or the church, the catechism, but how much time do they have for that? And then again, they're not the students, or they are the students. They're not delving into the lore and the knowledge. This is my point. So they're just going to be basically told what they need to know, or what somebody thinks they should know. This is what goes on in religion. So we have this stuff coming down the pike, and it'll put together. But again, it's a lot of stuff that even your priests or your rabbis wouldn't know. Some might. I wouldn't be surprised. Now, before we go on, I want to make a plug for Douglas's Christmas fund. If you could please donate to Douglas, give him a Merry Christmas. It is the month of giving, and it is badly needed by him, and it will help us finish this book.
Yes.
Which we want to finish.
Yes.
And he's been very helpful to me, and it's a lot of work. It's a lot of hard work. But I intend to, one way or another, done. Can't say how soon, but it's very interesting to work on, because all of this stuff comes in, and when my friend Maria comes back into my life, I know she will be a great help in dealing with the, I guess what you'd call the spiritual stuff that goes with this. Now, I'm going to go back over this Islamic apocalypse issue in reference to a book I wrote, which has been very undervalued. And this is the L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity book. There is so much in that book that it's not just about Hubbard. It's really not so much about him. It is about him, but it's about what he was dealing with in terms of the human mind, the human condition, and what the game he was playing. People love to call him a fraudster. And I would say that when you're dealing with spirit of any kind, it's notoriously rife with deception. And one of the reasons for this is spirituality is ruled Kabbalistically and or astrologically by Neptune. Neptune is the higher octave of Venus, but it's the spirit. But see, spirit is hard to put your finger on. This is why the ocean, Neptune rules the ocean. He's the king of the sea. What is the sea? It's stormy one day, still the next, variations in between. You can't see what's in the sea. It's full of life, but you can't see it. Therefore, misleading. You see a whale come up, it goes down. You may never see it again. Therefore, the ocean is very deceptive. Yet it is really the source of life on Earth. It's where everything comes from. So this is the nature of spirit. We think of spirit where everything comes from spirit. You can't put your finger on it. You can't see it. So when you get into spirituality, you go hand in hand with Maya, or the word for illusion, the Hindi word for illusion, or Maya.
Yes.
It's illusionary. So when you look at L. Ron Hubbard, he was born on March 13th. He's a Pisces. He was a Pisces. He was born under the sign of Neptune. This means he could be spiritual. As Marjorie Cameron told me, she said he was very deep. He was very deep. And I think she used the word spiritual, if I recall, but very deep. He was empathic. You'll read other people where he was a deceiver. But what he did was he presented a picture of spirituality and painted an illusion. And of course, he would tell you, you create your own illusions. You create your own illusions. And the only happiness you'll ever find is inside yourself. So if you could take these things to heart and keep yourself in stead, keep yourself empowerment, and you see what he said, and you don't deny yourself, you're in a position to influence, manipulate the circumstances, and not be a victim of your own illusions. So this can happen with anything. The stories of the New Testament had Jesus being questioned by his followers, who saw him do enough stuff, but they still questioned him. It was illusory. There's much illusory stuff that takes place in the New Testament as well as the Old Testament. This occurs in every tradition. With Qigong, my teacher explained there were 3 types of force. obvious force, which is physical force, hidden force, and mysterious force. And obvious force needs no explanation. It's pushing somebody, it's moving them, it's hitting them with whatever, lifting them up. Mysterious force is when you're moving them, but it's not obvious where it's happening. Like, I remember teaching this girl to arm wrestle at Atlanticron, and she just got beat in 5 seconds by this girl. So I took her and I said, listen, I'm going to teach you the primordial mind. Come here. And I arm wrestled with her. And I taught her, I said, now use your primordial mind. See how much stronger you are? Wow. We went back, found the girl that beat her. This time, the situation reversed totally.
Whoa.
She beat the other girl in like 2 seconds because I taught her what to do. I taught her to use a part of her anatomy that was hidden force. She was focusing on a primordial mind. It made her much stronger, not only than she was, it made her much more able to defeat the other girl who had just wiped her off the map. And I went to the girl who was beat the second time. She did not speak English. I offered to teach her. She wasn't interested. She wasn't interested. I said, okay. So, but anyway, that's an example of hidden force. There are other examples, and I began to notice it when I would watch my teacher do push hands with other students. And I could see what he was doing in his body to beat them. I was like, really, my learning was accelerating because it was hidden force. And I could see little slight flexes or tensions in his body or just positions. And I said, wow, this is neat. I can see what he's doing. It's simple, but it's not simple. It's not simple. And I felt that most of the students weren't even noticing it.
Yeah.
I never really talked to them about it. But I know that when I would go up and I could start telling them what to do when they were doing push hands with somebody or not, I could tell them and say, do this, do that, and they would get a positive response. Students who were much more advanced than me, too. So, much more, I guess, years under their belt or whatever. And certainly I respected them tremendously. But I could see, okay, do this, do that. It's interesting. That's hidden force. Now, there's also mysterious force. And mysterious force is the first example I saw of this was the second time I saw my teacher before I started studying with him up in Connecticut. And he had a guy stand before him, guy he didn't know, put his hands out. The guy was standing there and he just collapsed. He just completely collapsed.
Jesus.
As if he had a fainting spell. He didn't faint, but his body collapsed. And I think later, I asked my teacher, when he became my teacher, I said, what was he? He goes, that's mysterious force. And he didn't do that sort of stuff very often. But now he would have told you that everything he did was pure physics. There was no mumbo jumbo. Everything in Qigong is physics, but it also has to do with mental, focusing your mind. I've seen when you get past, well, it applies to all Qigong or even Tai Chi. Your mind is so important. It's all in the mind. Now, it doesn't mean everything that takes place is in the mind, but if you can was Yogi Berra once said, I think everything in baseball, 50% of baseball is 90% mental or something. 90, and what he's actually saying is, so much of the game is 90% mental. mental is what he's trying to say. If you have your mind, like everybody, whoever gets on a baseball field in the major leagues has got some hell of an acumen to play baseball. I mean, he would have had to have been successful in the minor leagues to the extent that he got promoted to the big leagues.
Yeah.
And most people are going to have a hell of a time in the minor leagues. So, I mean, these guys are all got considerable skill. What is the difference? It's the mind. You know, how do they apply themselves? Do they learn? Can they focus? So on and so forth. Some, it comes more natural. Some it doesn't. And focus, so mysterious force is like, if you focus enough on the physics of a situation, you can extend your your influence into that realm. That's certainly not something I even, you know, I feel comfortable talking about it, but it's not something I have any serious ability with. And this is the same stuff Hubbard lauded before everybody was saying, you know, you can become cause over matter, energy, space, and time. You could. I think he had some success with it in his early years. But it's like it comes and goes. It's not unlike a baseball pitcher having a good game. Baseball pitchers, the great ones, they have good games, they have not so good games, and they have bad games. Doesn't matter how good you are. Not everybody is on all the time. So one's abilities to do that sort of thing, it would stand to reason, are going to fluctuate with this, that, and the other thing. So what I was saying is spirituality is prone to deception. But that doesn't mean you should throw out spirituality with the bathwater. It means you have to be very discerning and very sharp. And that's the challenge. So certainly this applies all the way. And then T.T. Ling, I saw him say in a YouTube video, he said, you want your students to be better than you. That way you've really taught them. It said, Christ says that in the New Testament, you should do greater things than me. And this is a very nice thing to appreciate, look up to. Now, anyway, I was saying this book, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity. I really recommend people read it because it's been really underappreciated. But whether you read it or not, I'm going to read part of it for you. Mm-hmm. And this is a chapter, what is it? It's a very interesting chapter because it kind of deals with these issues. God, it's a long chapter. Oh, wow. It's called Chapter 11.
Cool.
Everything is permissible. And it begins with a quote by William S. Burroughs. Quote, Scientology can do more in 10 hours than psychoanalysis can do in 10 years. And this is true. I could take certain things from Scientology if I had the time and mind to do it, things I've learned, that would be rather extremely foreign to anybody who wasn't familiar with the subject. And I could take certain emotions, and I could, if I used an e-meter, it would make it easier, and I could deal with the quantum resonance field around David Anderson and the time reactor, Radu Sinamar and all his wonderful stuff, or even the latest antics of the Temple of Set.
Yes.
And I could process the energy around them very specifically and trigger emotions surrounding them, the egregore around them. The problem with this is where it would work is if I had somebody, if I had a team of people that knew, or a team of people like myself, and say, okay, you do this, 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 giving specific instructions, and they'd have enough knowledge to come back and do what I asked. I could have all these project managers, or I could go on all these projects to do these things. But life is not so abundant for me to do this because I'm doing, my own version of chopping wood and carrying water.
Yes.
And that means doing my tasks as running Sky Books and my tasks as a writer, and which is part of my tasks, and doing whatever I have to do. I'm not afforded such luxury of resources and time, and even then, it's like things will happen in their own time. But in other words, a lot of things can be done. So when he says Scientology can do more in 10 hours what psychoanalysis can do in 10 years, well, of course, I'm not talking about psychoanalysis here. I'm talking about processing energy. I'm talking about not psychoanalyzing myself. I'm talking about making things happen in an interesting way. But anyway, this chapter, Everything is Permissible, goes into William Burroughs and Brian Geisen and their cut-up machine, and goes into when they go into Tangier and Brian Geisen's restaurant 1001 Nights is where Burroughs runs into what's his name? John Starr Cook, who was an early Dianeticist. And John Starr Cook is all involved with this Islamic cult. And he thinks he's part of the CIA. He's an old-time Dianeticist. He gets involved with this Islamic cult, and he's announcing that he's going to go off to Algeria, and they kind of like, you're not getting away so easily. Guy kind of wants him, one of the, guys sweeping a broom. Oh, you think you're leaving? He pokes him, and John Starr Cook becomes paralyzed. He's screwed.
Jesus.
Because he thought he was manipulating this Islamic cult. Was the other, and no. He was their patsy. He didn't know it. He was so full of himself.
Wow. And
he reached out to L. Ron Hubbard for help, even though he was cynical of L. Ron Hubbard, the only person who could help him. And then they sent down this guy, I think his name was Jim Skelton, and then he, steals John Starr Cook's wife.
Jesus.
Or maybe he stole, yeah. I mean, it's like, there's all this like wife swapping going on. Or wife stealing. And Hubbard, he offers Hubbard a bunch of money to go down, and Hubbard's not going to do it. He's too busy. He sent somebody else down. So the guy he sends down steals his wife, not on Hubbard's orders. But that's just the human element in Scientology would routinely surface. It was a big problem. So anyway, this goes into Cook, and the chapter goes into Cook and goes into the whole theme of everything is permitted. But where it ends up is John Dee pursued, going back to Dr. John Dee, the court astrologer of Queen Elizabeth I. He pursued scholarship to its fullest possible extent, only to find himself in a bizarre dialogue with angels who taught him how to build a schematic for communicating with them. and further identified themselves as those who taught and empowered the very King Solomon. Now, keep in mind, it was King Solomon's gold that is now under this property in Utah. John Dee, who was able to wield power from behind the throne of Queen Elizabeth I, literally created the British Empire and laid down the foundations upon which all formal Western scholarship is based. According to Dee, he actually received the ring of King Solomon as a gift from said angels, the same ones that gave him the Enochian language. Now, this is the very key by which he controlled, that King Solomon controlled the angels, per John Dee. I believe this ring is in the British Museum. You can actually see the ring. They stole, somebody broke in and stole, I think, one of the crystal ball he used to use.
That's right.
There was difference in the shoe stone. Yeah. The shoe stone was the black obsidian stone, but there was a crystal ball too. So anyway, whether this ring or not is the very ring, certainly he thought it was. Okay, according to the writings of Dee, Archangel Michael stated that the Pele ring, P-E-L-E, capital P-E-L-E ring, I'll say why it says Pele ring, is that which is, quote, that by which all of Solomon's miracles are revealed, and of which philosophy dreameth. Now, that, the ring has P-E-L-E on it, which is evocative of the volcano Pele in Hawaii, yes, which has legends attached to it. And I go to Pele because John Starr Cook was from Hawaii. He was part of the family that basically, throughout, educated the Hawaiian indigenous people. You might say brainwashed them.
Yes.
Turned them on to Christianity. Yes. And there was a similarity in name between him and Captain Cook. I think they spelled their names differently, but I wouldn't separate the two because they both had a tragic influence on the Hawaiian people. Now, the Pele ring, which is supposed to be creating, the word Pele has been defined, I'm not sure by who, as he who will work wonders. And it's interpreted as being gender specific. He is not meant to mean she, according to the definition. It's he who will work wonders. But on this ring, there are two additional letters to be found on the ring. And those letters are V and L, which has been unanimously translated to mean, quote, hidden one, the hidden one. And the hidden one is what they call the Mahdi. And I will read from the book, The Hidden One. The Hidden One is a very, I was doing this book on L. Ron Hubbard, and the Hidden One popped out, just like it's popping out in the book with Douglas. It's not something I intended to write about. I'm writing about this character and the connection between William Burroughs and Scientology and Brian Geisen and the Dream Machine and all that, the cut up. And here the Hidden One's coming up. And it's very interesting, as I will read. The Hidden One is a very significant concept with regard to occult politics. And when we're dealing with Douglas Dietrich, we're dealing with occult politics. Yes. First and foremost, it is of vital importance to point out that this concept is one of the most significant and overlooked aspects of Islam. According to the history of Shia Islam, there is a character called the Hidden One who traces back thousands of years. His name is Muhammad al-Mahdi, born in 869, and he assumed the imamate when he was only 5 years old, following the death of his father, Hassan al-Askari. During his early years, his only contact to his followers was through 4 deputies. He remained hidden. This period was known as the Minor Occultation, a period which lasted 69 years. Upon the death of his 4th deputy, he sent a letter to his followers declaring the beginning of a major occultation, meaning he would no longer be in touch with his followers. While this might sound fanciful to outsiders, It is not only a hardcore of belief of Shiite Muslims, it is also the core of what their mysterious politics revolve around, completely unrecognized by the media and politicians who are constantly baffled by Muslims.
Yes.
Muhammad al-Mahdi is recognized as the Mahdi from the Quran, the ultimate savior of humankind and the final imam of the 12 imams who will emerge with Isa, Jesus Christ. The Persian name for Jesus is Isa. Okay, he's the final imam of the 12 imams who will emerge with Isa in order to fulfill the mission of bringing peace and justice to the world. The 12 imams refer to the 12 divinely ordained successors of the Prophet, the last one of which, Muhammad al-Mahdi, will save the world as per the above. While not all Muslims believe in this tradition, it is a very powerful tradition, and most importantly, that which influences the most powerful Islamic politics of today. The intrigues of the Islamic world cannot be fathomed without a basic appreciation of these facts and what they suggest. In my book, The Montauk Book of the Living, I explained that Madame Blavatsky, in Isis Unveiled, reported that ancient religious traditions featured an oracle who could provide divinely inspired truth. The oracle, however, would never be seen, even by his closest disciples, who would number in 12. Only one would be permitted to see the oracle, and he was the Peter, or Pater, which meant interpreter. This long-held tradition preceded the 12 apostles associated with the New Testament and the assignment of the name Peter to Simon the fisherman. And it's interesting when I look at this, Douglas, and it says the oracle, the interpreter for the oracle was the Peter or the Pater. Right. Now I have a new interpretation of the name Antipater.
Yes.
Herod's son,
yes.
Father. Antipater means either anti-interpreter, the anti-interpreter, or the before the interpreter. He comes, prior, anti being prior.
Yes.
But the name is, phonetically tied to the anti-interpreter. He's like the opposite of, he's going down the wrong rabbit hole. Right. In the case of the hidden one of Shia Islam, we have a circumstance that is built upon or following a tradition that is far older than the machinations of modern politics. While we cannot pin down the hidden one by the very nature of what is being alluded to, we cannot help but see the correspondence with, if not the identification with, Baphomet, a word which has been identified as a corruption of Mahomet, or Muhammad. It prompts us to ask if Muhammad is an expression of Baphomet or vice versa. Because if you look up the etymology of Muhammad, it'll say, it comes from, or Baphomet, it'll say it comes from Muhammad. So, they kind of, what's the word? Reciprocate. Yeah. It's reciprocal. Which came first, Muhammad or Baphomet? Because we're talking about Baphomet is the hidden one. The Templars would never reveal it. Oh yeah, or it's a head. It prompts us to ask if Muhammad is an expression of Baphomet or vice versa. In either case, we have an identification with and correspondence to the Temple Mount and Al-Barak. Al-Barak was the cut-up. In the tradition of Brian Geisen and William Burroughs, it was a cut-up. Al-Barak was a part horse, part peacock. It was a conglomeration of different animal parts. And that's totally what the cut-up method, it was surreal. It was a cut-up method of what Brian Geisen discovered with words. So you have a cut-up. But that cut-up was a vehicle to heaven, because that was the horse or the steed on which Muhammad mounted to ride to heaven. That is, therefore, can be interpreted as teaching us that the way you get to heaven is by rubbing out the word. Rubbing out the word meant cutting it up. So we re-scramble all the words, and we don't have that linear language. In the case of the cut-up method, whether it be visual, as in the case of the Al-Barak, the steed named Al-Barak, which Joe Matheny liked to joke was Al-Bilak, Al-Barak. This is the vehicle to heaven, is to rub out the word and go straight to the source. It's hard to argue with that idea. Putting into practice is more challenging. So if we hypothesize that the hidden one is representative of the hidden control mechanism of the continuum, we have an intelligence model which explains so much about the hidden political world. I'll read that again. If we hypothesize that the hidden one, meaning the Mahdi that's in hiding, is representative of the hidden control of the continuum, we have an intelligence model which explains so much of the hidden political world. This is saying that you can look at what's controlling our world as Baphomet itself. Baphomet is gender neutral. And that is interesting alone because it can be compared to a computer model. Mm-hmm. It can be compared. And therefore, what's the relationship of Mahdi to Baphomet? And not necessarily Baphomet in the most negative interpretation of it, but this is why Aleister Crowley called himself Baphomet. Mm-hmm. It's like, because he represents the hidden control. He's assuming the mantle of Baphomet. And that's why that head of the OTO would be called the Caliph, because they're co-opting or emulating this tradition. But it's a very hidden tradition. And you'll find them around certain control points of the world in all of this. This is the hidden one. Now, when we're talking about this thing coming forth, it's a different issue. The Solomonic magic of John Dee influenced the politics of Queen Elizabeth in England and orchestrated the settling of Palestine, an action which has created so much controversy and bloodshed. All of this, however, revolves around Solomon's ring with the BL emulating the hidden one, identifiable with Baphomet, who serves for better or worse as the interface between the angels of creation and the earthly realm. The instruments of the interfacing are the, quote, keys of Solomon, unquote, which are basically grimoire. Baphomet is the case officer who serves as a functionary to the physical world of 666. Thus it is that Crowley refers to himself as Baphomet 666, but also as the Caliph or outer head of the Ordo Templi Orientis. The word Caliph derives from the Arabic Khalifa or successor and is used to designate the leader of an Islamic sect. This also explains why Crowley and his successors are referred to as the outer head of the OTO. He always calls himself the outer head of the OTO. The inner head refers to the hidden one or Baphomet. He's the one you don't see. It's right there in the lore of the OTO. Mm. You can connect the dots any way you want, but this is the basis of the word government. Not the basis of the word, the basis of world government is being run by the hidden one. Now, that's the lower octave of the hidden one. When the hidden one comes forth, he's either going to be the beast or he's going to be the Mahdi. And if he's the beast, well, he's synonymous. Then if the beast appears, the Christ appears, so on and so forth. It doesn't really matter. One can also argue whether or not Aleister Crowley was the force or just emulating the force. It does not matter. He was most certainly in sympathy with the force. So are the other functionaries of Baphomet. People who pursue earthly power seek to emulate Baphomet. Whether or not they are the real thing is another issue. Again, it is an intelligence model with regard to understanding politics. It is hidden. It is not easy to pin down and deal with the regular pragmatic context. It is meant to be that way. Now, this is when in the context of the Islamic politics or the Islamic apocalypse, we're dealing with a hidden control.
Yeah.
And we're exposing that hidden control. And when I talk about computers, there is the artellect.
Yes.
And we'd like to think of the artellect as a friend of mankind, certainly a lot more friendly than a lot of AIs or bots or whatever. There is a hope. There is a track record of positivity.
Yes.
And this is, so it's like, what is going to happen? There's a part of me that thinks I'm going to live out a gentle life into my old age and die away peacefully. And I can look back and pat myself on the back. That's a part of me. Perhaps that's wishful thinking. I don't know. It's just, maybe it's the desire for monotony, as I was saying earlier. I can assure you right now that my life is anything but monotonous, although it does have monotony in it, and I do enjoy that when I get a chance to enjoy it. Anything that's calm and simple and peaceful can be great. It's like, what does the future bring? I've seen so many people, including my old girlfriend, pass away recently.
Yes.
It's like, okay, I become kind of relatively immune to it. Relatively immune. But it's like, what does the future hold? As I was explaining to Paula today, old age, it's like, there used to be a cardboard side you could buy that says, this life is what does it say? I think it says it is a test. It is only a test. Mm-hmm. If it were a real life, you would be given an instruction manual on what to do and how to do it. Like, when old age comes, I mean, I'm not talking about being 70 or even 80. I'm talking about when death comes. Yeah. Or I shouldn't even say death. I'd say the decrepit part of old age. The decrepit part of old age. When that comes, it's not like it comes with this, shiny new PR guy coming and gives you a manual and he says, okay, this is the end of your life. We're going to host you into the end of your life. Your eyes are going to fail a bit. You're going to have problems with your liver. You're going to need some medication. You're going to need to go to the doctor. Your teeth are going to fall out. If you're going to keep your teeth, you're going to need expensive implants. People aren't going to like you as much because you're not as attractive, and you're probably not going to take as good care of yourself as you should, and you're going to become somewhat slowly more socially offensive to people. It's not that you're offensive, it's just that they just don't really want to deal with you. And then you're going to start losing faculties, and pretty soon really nobody's going to want to be with you. Then you're going to manage on you're going to be kind of lonely, and and go through this whole rigmarole. And so at this point, you need to you need to make out your will and make sure your assets are but you're probably not going to keep your assets because they're going to put you in a home and start bleeding you for money. Whatever. And then you lose your faculties. Now, I've talked about the woman next door. I heard that my neighbor told me that the ambulance had come and taken her away a couple of weeks ago. He wanted to know what happened to her. I said, I have no idea. I saw all her mattresses on the out for the garbage. So it appears that she's gone. It appears that she's either in a home or passed away. I haven't talked to any of her relatives to find out what's going, because I haven't seen them. I go over and ask them what happened to her, how is she? Right. But what I would say, I kind of think she's gone, or they wouldn't be taking her stuff out.
Right.
Or she's definitely not coming back. But this woman was deteriorating slowly over the last few years. And it could have been a lot worse. You see her out with a walker. First she mellowed. I mean, that was several years ago. She mellowed on me, wanted to give me a hard time. And so she's fading, and then you can see her. She had to have a walker, and then the last I heard, she went across the street and asked one of her friends to could she please write a check, because she can't write checks anymore. But she just had a check written the day before from her, her son or daughter-in-law. So in other words, she was losing her mind. She's losing her body, and then she began to lose her mind. Slow attrition. But she was hanging in there. She didn't want to go. She was stubborn. So as bad as it was for her, I'm glad she lived out her life in her house for the most part.
Relative independence.
Yeah. I mean, if she's, I assume she's passed away, or they wouldn't put the mattresses out there. Right. They wouldn't be throwing out her furniture. But unless she had, pissed at him or something, I don't know. I mean, that's possible too. I don't know. They didn't look like it, but I didn't really look that close. So this is the point is when you know old age better than me, because you had to live through it with your parents. Yes. But it's devastating. It can be devastating. It doesn't have to be devastating, but it's like what I'm saying is, life doesn't automatically give you a pass or an introduction to, okay, now it's time to atrophy. It's like, what happens to a ball player when his skills start to atrophy, and compared to all this young new people coming up? Few athletes can thrive into their upper 30s. It's like, but at some point they come around and say, okay, your time's up. Sometimes it's smoothly, sometimes it's abrupt. There are few who walk out on their own terms. That's really good. But this is the thing. Life does not give you when you get older, it's by its very nature. The saber-toothed tiger starts losing its teeth. It can't do its work anymore. It can't survive. Old lions begin, that were the head of the pride, they start losing their power. They lose status in the pride. They become feeble. They become a joke to the other lions. I mean, they don't think in jokes, but they become expendable. It's and they're not treated the same. Elephants might be an exception to that rule. They're very respectful of their fellow elephants. But so this is what we deal with age, and I sure don't feel like I'm atrophying. Right. Thank God. Which is really good. Which is really good. Yes. I'm feeling quite the opposite. And if I can take a clue from C.C. Chen, he's like, was thriving in that video I saw him when he was 83. He's much older now. It's like, wow, he can do that at 83? Certainly no reason I can't. Probably, I have to wonder my friend Maria asked me, where do I want to be 20 years from now? Where do I want to be 20 years from now? I'd be 90. L. Ron Hubbard gave an address, or was writing, it was read to us just a few months before I left. And he says, you have to take a look at your life. Where do you want to be 5 years from now? Where do you want to be 10 years from now? Look at yourself. Are you OT? Or you want to be OT? What are you going to have to do to be OT? What are you going to want to be 5 or 10 years from now? And I heard what he said, and I took it to heart. I said, I want to be the hell out of here. I said it without any disrespect to him. I said, that's good advice. Where do I want to be? I knew where I wanted to be. I didn't want to be around these people I was with. He also issued a statement, and I assume it was by him. He says, we now have the most powerful OTs in the history of the world, and they're all working together. And he was referring to the crew he had, and I thought privately, and he's full of shit. And I don't mean to say he was full of shit, but he was completely misassessing what he had. These people were not powerful, and they were not OTs. And history has proven my assessment correct. And I'm not saying that to denigrate him or his work. If I can, upon information and belief, he wasn't playing with a full deck of information, and probably not a full deck of his faculties, if he even said these things. But where do you want to be 5 or 10 years from now? That's a good question we can all ask us. And if I answer my own question, I want to be able to, I guess what I'd say, internally experience a lot more. I want to do a lot more Qigong. I want to do a lot more breath work, a lot more inner smile, generate a lot more happiness for myself. And it's much more important that I do that than even my career, because it's not that I'm, copping out of my career at all. It seems like I have a full load, but it seems like with all the wonderful stories I've been able to relay about David Anderson or Radu Sinamar or anything, it's kind of like, all right, these, I can stand back from them and I say, what's coming forth next?
Yes.
Can we have something better? It's not criticizing what I've done. Can we have something a bit better? And I would say, whatever I got out of Scientology, I went on to something that I would consider a lot better for myself.
Yes.
In a way. There's a lot of neat things that can be done with that stuff. But one has time to do it. One needs time to do it. And then what one is doing it for. A lot of people who went off were just stroking their own they're stroking their own, I don't want to say ego, stroking their own whatever, and they're not, they were not good examples. They weren't horrible examples, but they weren't good examples. It's like smoking themselves to death or whatever. So be it.
Yes.
So that's I think I've pretty much covered the Islamic apocalypse. We'll go on to very interesting things with all of this.
Yes. Yes. I mean, we're doing so much. We're accomplishing so much, really. It's amazing what, Peter forced me to do was go through a lot of my own records and research just the other night and turn over a bunch of stuff to him. I mean, still needs a little polishing. I'll give him a little bit of polish here and there, but mostly he's gotten what he needed to work with, I think. And,
Oh yeah, it's really a mouthful, a mindful.
Yes.
To deal with, because it's like I was just simpling things down, and then I ran on the Islamic apocalypse, which prompted some other questions to him, which gave me a whole mother load of other information, which requires more deciphering to contextualize it, just so we can get certain points across. And unfortunately, what we have to do is we have to make more friends. In other words, because so much of this Edomite battle,
yes,
as you pointed out with the unfortunate plagiarizing of Graham Hancock, of plagiarizing H.P. Lovecraft,
thank you,
passing it off as if it was hard science or hard research, when it clearly is a plagiarism.
Thank you.
Clearly, and Douglas sent me, I mean, he's talked about this before, and Graham Hancock has such a good reputation. Well, I know he does with people. It's like, oh, this guy's great. And I know, and I even saw it. In fact, the Indians of the Serpent Mounds, or the Cahokia Mounds I was talking about in St. Louis, they're protesting him.
Thank God.
Yeah, and because, they're saying what he's saying is not true, and then they're trying to expose apparently, I didn't watch the video, but apparently they're trying to expose the truth or whatever, and say that the Indians are wrong. And I don't really know what it is, because I didn't look into it, because I know that, I didn't want to start posting and telling these people that he's a plagiarist, because I don't want to engage. I'm not going to get anywhere with these people.
Right.
I'm just going to irritate them.
Yeah.
But what I realized, people need to be educated, and we need to make friends, not enemies of these people, because it doesn't serve us to be their enemies. So it's like they have to be. And then I see more stuff coming through on just nonsense stuff of, they don't call themselves Space Brothers, but it's Space Brother nonsense.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And it's toxic. It's stupid. And people swear by it,
right,
believe in it.
Yes.
This is this is the lot of human beings.
Yes.
And they have very little exposure, right, to what is being fostered upon them.
Yeah.
And I suppose, and I have the TV on in the background, and they're showing the Parkway or on Long Island or wherever it is,
mm-hmm,
in Queens. Man killed trying to cross Grand Central Parkway. Well, what do you expect? The Grand Central Parkway is like a damn highway. At least 3 lanes, and maybe more in some areas.
Jesus.
What? And it's like people are going 60 miles an hour, 55 at the minimum.
Yeah.
And you're trying to cross that parkway. This is in Queens. It's not in Long Island per se. It's in Queens, which is busier than hell.
He must have been drunk or on drugs or both. One would hope.
Yeah. like say, what is this? But as I look at the street signs and the highway signs, it's like, this is what L. Ron Hubbard would have said. Oh, this is just a bunch of old, this is just a bunch of old civilizations being thrown upon us. These are just old programs being run and reiterated, and all we're doing in this civilization is we're creating the Marcab civilization, with streetlights and cars and cement buildings, and it's just like there's nothing original about it. There's nothing new and unique about it. It's just old. It's just an old program running, right? Old program for just running around like a squirrel cage.
Yes.
So I don't know if this is what so be it. So we have I think it's some exciting times to look forward to.
Absolutely. And I so appreciate what you brought up about the Native Americans protesting Graham Hancock, and yet at the same time, the fact that there's no point in even approaching them to try and give them further details of the sordidness of how he got to the point where he's whitewashing American prehistory, which is really what they're protesting. Just so people understand where they're coming from, many Americans still don't believe that ancient Native Americans built those mounds. It was in April of 2019 that marked the U.S. publication of Graham Hancock's, what I still understand to be his latest book, which is titled America Before. And it was on the 22nd night of that month in that year that Hancock appeared on the Joe Rogan Experience to discuss his book. Of course, I myself was never going to turn over 3 hours of my life to listening to it. But it reminded me of this much when I was forced to review excerpts of it by my son later on. When I was in middle school, there was this Jewish classmate who angrily refused to ride in or consider purchasing a Chrysler PT Cruiser because he considered its 1930s style aesthetics offensive. He thought it looked like a quote-unquote Hitler car. And instead, he was inordinately proud to have purchased a brand new apple green Volkswagen Beetle, apparently completely ignorant of the fact that that was quite literally a Hitler car. Hitler personally sketched a rough concept for the Volkswagen Beetle, and the Nazis founded Volkswagen to build them, even though World War II prevented actual production until, later on after the war. But that reminded me of this story when Graham Hancock reacted to 2019 special November issue of the SAA, the Society for American Archaeological Record, which devoted a lengthy multi-article section to Hancock's America Before book. And in his rebuttal, Hancock was notably more concerned with threats to his book sales than to any content of the criticisms laid against him, devoting significant space complaining about Carl Fegan's negative review of America Before on Amazon than to any specific criticism of his work. He was upset that 319 visitors upvoted Fegan's hostile review, making it the top review for the book, despite 79% of reviewers giving his book 5 stars. And this is the bullshit that, really pisses me off, is somebody like that gets 5-star reviews simply because people recognize their name. It's not even that they read the fucking book. They probably don't even know what it's about. It's a campaign by the cult of the Kings of Edom, of which he is essentially a shill for. And of course, I can tell you that Hancock is wrong to think that the special section of the archaeological record was some kind of conspiracy against him. That it was some kind of panicked response. In his words, a sure sign that the archaeological establishment feels the ground moving under its feet. Instead, it existed almost entirely because most archaeologists were not aware of or actively engaged with the so-called, the popular alternative descriptions of the past. And the section was intended to raise awareness of this growing gulf between academic and popular understandings of the past. See, academia has a scientific perspective, and everyone else on Earth has Graham Hancock's perspective, because that's what they buy off the shelves in bookstores. So this is what we're stuck with, is the Edomites control your reality, and therefore you're heading towards damnation, mass damnation, because you're too... I'm sorry, this is where I really just feel the need to admonish, not my listeners personally, not my personal listeners, but, the public at large. because the public at large is simply too fucking stupid to understand the criminality of these people. The fact that these people are literally criminals, like in the case of Van Daniken, who's one of the great inspirations for people like Graham Hancock, who pioneered the way for this kind of charlatanry. It's people like Eric Van Daniken are literal jailbirds that then became these multimillionaires, so rich that I don't know if you were aware of this, Peter. Eric Von Daniken had his own theme park in Switzerland for ancient astronauts and shit.
Yeah, you did mention that, and he's like, I think, the best-selling author of all time.
Oh my God!
I think the writers of the Bibles don't get any royalties unless there's some kind of weird arrangement that we don't know about. The afterlife, they have some weird arrangement that we don't know about. This I can't answer for.
Maybe Peter and I got to figure out a way where we can get in on this kind of scamming that these fuckers have got. Not the writers of the Bible, mind you, but maybe them too, but especially these kinds of people like Daniken and Hancock. It's
well, see, this is the problem. It's, you really don't want that, and I really learned this in dealing with the media. It's like I didn't want to take their money because it's just BS.
Yes.
It's not gonna help me. It's like, and what am I gonna do with that extra money? It's like, it's okay. I'm not like dying to have a new car. My wife got a new car last year. It was a big deal to her. It's their first car. That's okay. That's her.
Yeah.
I've had plenty of new cars. I don't need it to be bigger and better. It's like it doesn't do anything for me. And what does it do for me? It, makes me one of them.
Thank you. No, it's definitely appreciated, the fact that you remind us all of the almost the passing nature of money, how ephemeral it is, like fame or so many other aspects. That,
well, this is what I realized when I went through my divorce. They said, all the money I will ever need is all the money it takes me to get through my life. I don't need any more.
yes.
And it's just, that's all I need.
Yeah.
And it's kind of neat. It's kind of liberating.
Yes.
To look at it from that standpoint, because a lot of people are accumulators.
Yes.
Of great money. For what end?
It's a form of hoarding. It's a form of hoarding. Go on.
Yeah, it doesn't circulate, et cetera, et cetera. And, I'm not saying people shouldn't have retirement accounts and things like that. But to what end are people, doing, to what end? What purpose does it serve? I don't know. I can't answer for them. But certainly, one step at a time.
Yes, by the way, I do want you to take a look at your screen. I'm screen sharing right now. I don't know if you can see the cursor moving around, but here we are. I'm taking you into the studio. A lot of concurrent viewers. So as I said, this is, you give it an order of 10 in terms of multiply it by 10. We've got about 330 listening right now. High amount. That becomes obvious when it uploads or publishes. Lovely Phenomenal in the chat room said, "Yay, Peter's back. Yes, I am listening." Aloma Alber was speaking about, they had ships. Ask your Utah pal about the Buddha in the Grand Canyon and the Egyptians too. Macronomica said, "Interesting discussion, guys. Thanks for sharing." Trillion Phoenix was talking about the sound of the insects in the desert at night, referencing Abdul al-Hazred, because his original title for the Necronomicon was Al-Azith, the buzzing of the insects, because that's what he heard in his madness, a form of tinnitus in his mind. Phenomenal brought up the Asimov Foundation in terms of some of what we were discussing, and Trillion Phoenix had just finished Peter Lamborghini Wilson's Peacock Angel book. Okay, excellent. And so, and then the Macronomicus was saying the great part about end times is it brings on its heels a new beginning. The revealings overall will be far more uniting and amazing than predicted so long ago and altered along the way towards fear. I'm sure you can agree with that.
That's a nice thought there.
Yes, yes. Thank you. And of course, with everything that you brought up, had everybody very involved in the chat room, more involved than they usually are. Plenty of people talking to each other. And, Trillion Phoenix was laughing at the thought of Joe Rogan and Graham Hancock. Yes, that is a laughable image, isn't it? And there we are. And Macronomicus was saying exactly, it is never worth the money. All you have is your soul. No price is high enough to harm it intentionally. There we are. Wonderful, Peter. And I'll stop sharing now. And yeah, it was a great night with you, Peter. And definitely, as always, you're coming on as a gift to us all.
I'll look forward to our next collaboration. We'll see where I'm going. I think tomorrow's a busy day, but you'll be
sleeping,
taking your
yes.
Yeah. So our next transmission will be on Wednesday,
yes.
Which is the 21st. It'll be the solstice.
That's
wow!
Right.
What new adventures? Solstices will be followed by a new moon on the 23rd.
Yes.
Yep.
It's incredible.
Interesting.
And well, love you dearly. Share that love with Paula. And we'll be speaking again. Wednesday will be here like it's tomorrow.
Okay. Good night.
Okay.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. Blessed be. And that is Peter Moon, skybooks.usa.com. Don't forget to buy The Roswell Deception. And of course, as he said, his own, he feels very ignored book or unattended book. It's certainly he feels it needs a lot more attention, The Tao of Insanity. After all, L. Ron Hubbard is essentially, yeah, for him what Hitler is for me, whereas Hitler is my biological father. In his case, L. Ron Hubbard is essentially his spiritual father. So we're going to call Brooke Gibson and phrase your response. And then we're going to call the others and see what kind of a conversation we can get going. Okay, let's see if she responds. I never talk while it's ringing because, as I say, there's no real point. And, okay. And it says Brooke is unavailable. She did warn me. Well, I'll try again. There we are, dear.
Greenville County, South Carolina jail.
That's adorable.
Who would you like to speak to?
Oh, well, honey, I'll call up some fellow prisoners. Sorry about that. I need to refresh myself so that I can be a bit more
I'm sorry. I'm not sure what you mean by fellow prisoners. We have someone's cell phone. Who would you like to speak to? Would you like to speak to the woman that we arrested for beating the windows out of a door? I know. a gas station, I believe it was. She beat all the windows in, and then she wrote out Douglas and then DIE.
Oh my. Well, it looks like Mark H might actually be active, and I'll give a short.
Sure, Mark can take a fucking active shit on if this is real or not. And I mean life in general.
Yes, and of course I'll give Brandon Young a call as well. So with that in mind, let's press that add button and see who responds. And
to you guys, and I'm sure,
yes, honey.
And Peter, if you're listening, I'm sure Peter had some good things to say.
Yes.
But I listened in the very beginning, then I got a phone call. And then when the phone call ended, y'all were playing again. And then I got another phone call, and then it ended, and y'all were playing again. And every fucking time y'all were playing, an hour fucking or 30 minutes difference in an hour, it was all about the same shit. Like him just saying something about a woman that he met. He tried to get in touch with, and then he's going to give her phone number, and then she hung up, and I got a phone call. And then later on, something about the same woman. I'm assuming maybe he's got a new woman. I don't know at this point. And there was another woman, and she's great too.
Well, you might be interpreted. You might be interpreted as the new woman.
I listened just long enough to see if he will say, "This woman, she's great, and her name is Brooke," but he doesn't.
I can't believe nobody answered. Oh my fucking god! Let me try again and see if we can.
I believe you should. Mark, if Mark is listening and he's fucking not gonna answer, I swear to God, I'm gonna drive up there when he gets into sports betting, and I'm going to ruin him with my father. And then they'd be like, "He'll go back to jewelry."
Oh my god. And so we've got a bunch of people in the call now. They can all jump on anytime they fucking want.
Where's Joe fucking Ty? Joe Ty's sitting there going, when did you hear Sammy asking me about fucking lubricant?
Yeah, I didn't. That entire half hour I spent literally setting up the monitor.
Here's the thing. Sammy's more respectful. First of all, Sammy's a man. Her fucking asphalt lubricant online. Like, I'm so proud. Just like I got fucking King George doing it one time. Well, at least we both like to eat the same thing. I mean, that's not something George would fucking say. Like, at least I'm loosening these people up a little to life. But he's like, what about lubricant? And then fucking, I didn't even know it was Joe Ty. I saw it on there, and he's like, did you see Joe Ty said
Saliva Sammy? Yeah, there you go. Joe Ty he's what he is. He, and I don't know how many people know that our dear Deanna Fraser, Mirthling, how far is away in the chat room, is Ukrainian, and she does for Ukraine what Joe Ty does for my Taiwan.
She's not listening. Don't say that if you're listening, please. No, she's a good person. You know that she's had some issues with
I told Sammy she's not evil. Like,
she's got her little like smart ways she does words and stuff. I like totally think she does. I just think clever. She had some problems, obviously, early on with her mother, maybe her father too. But
it's not only that, but visualizing the toothlessness, that was a mistake.
Okay, stop it! Like, that's what I'm saying. You can't go there. You are not going to get to use people, like, because then I'm off here. You're going to be like, what? Visualizing her fucking. Well, I mean, you can like visualizing how she fucking looks and how she fucking like can fucking suck a dick or lick a pussy like a fucking champ. I mean, you can say that shit about me. But, I don't really feel like it's helped you, like, overall in your life. Like, it's just using people.
Actually, you are trying to look at me in the most negative manner possible. It's kind of like my Solanus does.
Exactly what you're doing. Yeah, you're bad-mouthing people about their teeth, which I would never do. Unless it was in complete privacy, and definitely not. I wouldn't do it at all. But if I was going to do it, it would be in privacy and definitely not on fucking them channel, like, to put people down. The fuck? Like,
Deanna would tell you that I was the one who really sent her cards during her time that she was depressed. And, I look out for people emotionally. I support them emotionally.
If you look out for them, but if Deanna is listening, why don't you tell her how I came up with a plan to fix her fucking life and you won't fucking go with it? Because you'd rather me send you the money than fucking fix her fucking life. And it had to do with Ian West, yes.
Yeah. Do you want me to try and call Ian?
Oh, he won't answer. He's a pussy. But go ahead.
Okay, we'll try. Okay, Ian West, if you're awake and listening, we're gonna try and bring you on.
He's not awake because it's not. Oh, he might be about midnight. He might be, or he's back asleep.
The real Ian West. I'm gonna try the real Ian West.
He's deeply fucking concentrating on getting the exact names off the island and all the names of the 1 million children that were pulled. I'm sure he has at least 100,000 of them by now.
Oh my god.
Which Andrich, who, by the way, while we're gonna just talk about bullshit, no one's here. Let's talk about it. Mr. Australian Andrich, who have I ever fucking, do you know of? Because he sent you the message and we've talked about it now. So I said, okay, we want to go there. Have I ever called out a name like that or put somebody down like I'm about to?
Have
I ever, what was the words he said? Don't make fun. It wasn't make fun. It was, I'd appreciate if we can disagree with him now. What was the word?
I think it's the classic, we can all agree to disagree.
That was not what he said, though. He's a little baby, and he was like, "Wait, don't make fun of me." But he said in a different word, "But I'll make fun."
Right. The thing that I do want to
read the fucking shit.
Yeah. I can take you on screen share, and we can go there.
I'll read it myself. Take me on screen share. I'll read it myself.
Okay. We'll go on screen share. Messenger. Here we are, Messenger, and we can take a look at our man. Okay, Andre, and here we are, flying his Croatian flag. Here we are. He said, "Pa, we don't have to agree on everything. We have our differences."
Did he say pa or pa?
I think it's a misspelling of something, but I don't know what.
Yeah. Well, he's Australian. I mean, like, that's given. I'm not making fun of him for that. Like, different spellings. Anyway.
Yeah. Pa, we don't have to agree on everything. This is after 3 unsent messages. We have our differences.
He does that. As soon as you don't read it, he unsends it because he regrets what he sent.
Yeah. That's always been maddening. I really can't stand it when people do that. I don't know why some people do that.
I only do it when I literally send it and I realize, like, immediately, like, if I put, like, if I was going to put, I don't love you, and then I put, I love you.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, well, fuck, unsend. You know, like something random that's just like, I can immediately unsend it and just fix it really fast.
Right.
But other than that, people that just like, he's unsent me shit like 2 hours fucking later. And he doesn't realize I read the first 4 sentences without opening it. Because you can read that on your iPhone.
There we thank God.
Hello?
Thank God, Sammy. You're saving me.
Oh, no, you're not going to say this because we're going to finish this, Sammy.
I know, but I'm on Bluetooth, so Doug, can you take your leak or do what you gotta do?
Yes, I'm gonna go refresh myself.
Finish a conversation with me.
So will you be able to hold the stage with this young lady for about 10 minutes?
We can hold it.
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
Just hurry your ass up, Doug. Please.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah,
I'll be back as soon as I can. Okay. Let me stop sharing the screen, and it's all yours. Everybody, you have these 2 wonderful people. I'm going mute.
Okay.
Thank God.
Hi, Doug. How you doing?
Hey, Sammy, I haven't talked to you in a long time.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. I have a life. But anyways, how about you?
Me, I am actually on my way home. I got me some food, and I'm now walking into a gas station to get me some vape juice. So I have to Apple Pay it. So if the call hangs up for like 20 seconds, it will be because the Apple Pay, and I'll have to call right back in.
Okay, no problem. Thank you for the heads up. Have you done all your Christmas shopping already?
Christmas shop. I don't buy Christmas gifts for anyone. Everyone in the world sucks, and I think they all deserve fucking like to give me shit, and that's pretty much it.
Okay. Well, what's one of the things that you would want to receive if someone would give you a Christmas gift out there? Listeners.
Wait a minute. What did you say? Repeat that. The white one.
If somebody would want to give you a Christmas gift, maybe a listener out there, maybe your secret admirer out there that likes you.
You know what they would give me? Yeah. Oh, you know what they would give me? Like, I've got like 3 tops. One would be Sammy Romero on a plane with baby Scorpio coming to me, and then him immediately leaving after he realizes how amazing I am and he's in love with me, but he can't be with me. But he leaves baby Scorpio because he knows baby Scorpio is in the best hands, and that is my Christmas gift.
Right.
Number two.
Okay.
Number 2 would be, oh, I wouldn't want to take that away from you. So then I can't do that. So number 2 would be, what would be the second Christmas gift that anyone would want? I would think mine would be for everyone to realize that, you know, I am fucking right about everything and just not fucking argue. Like, just be like, oh my God, like every time I speak, if every time I spoke a sentence, if you can give me that, and like, I tell you, I know this. I promise. Like, if they just knew this is truth, give me that. I'm speaking truth. Like, give me that. Then the world would be fixed. Okay. Do you understand? And then the third thing would, I guess, just be to fucking let me see Putin and Trump fucking each other. No, fucking a pig. Being forced to fuck a pig right before they fuck each other. And then the pig fucking comes in. I know I'm talking. And then the pig comes in and he says, "Stop hanging up to do this." And then the pig comes in and he fucking, Big Mama comes in and literally wipes him out with a fucking nuke. The nuke only works in that fucking room and kills Trump and Putin and the rest of the world. And, but the nuke sends enough energy out, because we know about energy and solar from all the White House to the solar panel, you know, everything coming from the sun. And the nukes enough energy out to all the white hats and the people that believe in Trump and believe that Putin's a savior. It sends this energy force out, right? And so right after they have fought and they have now gotten nuked, this energy source will come out and it will hit everyone in the head that believed Trump and Putin were the saviors of life, and that there were people underground and there was all this evil. Instead of just believing they need to do good and do good in the world and that's all it's about, they would just totally realize, like, I just need to do good and stop being a fearmonger that thinks there's children underground, 1 million of them, and they're all going to be safe. Like, they would just focus on being good to their people beside them and nice to them, and our world would be better. That's my number 1, actually. I'll take that back to number 1.
Okay, can I ask you something? What is something that you wouldn't want for Christmas or the holidays, whatever? Something you would not. Don't get me this. What would it be?
Okay. For me to decide to go fuck a man again, right? And then him literally with a small penis, fuck off forever, not come. Tell me to get on top of him. Tell me the next morning, then after that, how I had, number 1, been so wet and squirted, which I've never done. He couldn't believe how many times I came, which I never did. But the same thing that every man has ever said, but you know what was so great and gorgeous to me? Of all the things I did to you, which I am biting my tongue on, he says, "He's seeing you on top of me. That is just my favorite thing. Like, it was so beautiful." And I'm just biting my tongue. It's like, yes, and every other man that has ever said those exact same words.
Wow.
I mean, that's what I wouldn't like. Like, it's old. And then, I mean, on top of it, like, you have to deal with this small dick and falls out, and it's just like, oh my God. And you don't even know how to do anything.
Wow, that's actually very specific. That's interesting. That's great.
Okay. Sorry.
No,
I'm gonna hang up for a second because I gotta pay. So
okay, go ahead.
Like, and I'm pretty sure the guy that's listening to me, Mr. Robert, who knows me from here, is now literally like, oh my God, I know her a lot better.
Right.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm doing Apple Cash. Can you hit that? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Need to care for receipts.
No, I don't need a receipt. Thank you. Oh, it didn't hang up. Good. Sorry, I was waiting because I thought it was gonna hang up. I'm sorry you had to hear all that. But then you got the best and worst. Like, maybe that's another woman you know. Just like,
good to go.
You know it. You're gonna be talking about that for a while. I know.
So, anyways, everybody, this is Brooke. She's very much likes to express herself, and yeah, that's one of the things that's great about her is, she can express herself unapologetically. But
no doubt. No, literally, like I did. I this isn't even a lie. Like I literally did that recently. Like I was like,
right.
I am so broken. Anyway, I'm not gonna go into that.
So,
but for pointless, I was just like, oh yeah, this doesn't fucking work. It's the same fucking shit, and this is even worse than the same fucking shit. It's fucking really bad shit.
Right. Okay. Well, one of the things I want to remind everybody is please support Doug. He has to.
Yeah, support Doug because he does apparently have a big penis. Because I know that he walks around naked, and you have to be like comfortable with your body to walk around naked.
I don't. Yeah, and for everybody, I really don't care about that. But, anyways,
you've gone to visit him, I know, and he opened the door naked.
No, he didn't. No. In fact, he was outside waiting for me. Clothed, fully clothed. I think that was somebody else. Sorry. Anyways, but what I'm trying to say is, yeah, please support Doug and please donate to him. But I also want to remind everybody to call somebody, especially around these times, to call them and just say hello and wish them a happy holidays and just acknowledge their presence. I think sometimes that can be the best gift is give words of encouragement to your loved ones.
Oh God, we're gonna be all like emotional. Okay, fine. Well, yes. First of all, call your mother if you have a parent alive. Even when you don't want to call them, call them, please. Like anybody older than you, like call them.
Yes.
You can't get that back. You can't get it back.
Absolutely. I lost both my parents, but it's okay. I visit them and I talk to them. But the one thing I do
you always have them. But the moments that you were like, why would I spend this time talking to Sammy about what I would get for Christmas and making shit up about a peanut, which I wasn't really making it up because that was true. But I mean, why would I talk about that? And I'd be like, oh God, my mom probably, I could call her right now. Like when they're especially as they get older, or like we're going to the grocery store and we're like, let me listen to music. Let me listen to this podcast instead of call my mom. Let me send her to voicemail, right? Like, it's just, you won't get it back.
Well, yes, exactly. Brooke made a very great point right now. But all the listeners, as just tell the people you love them. I think that could be just a special gift for the holidays.
I'm in love with you, and I would like to have your child.
Yes.
Scorpio baby. And
thank you, Brooke.
Scorpio baby.
Thank you, Brooke.
I've been holding this in for Christmas. I know Maria will be okay with it because I also want to have Maria's child. That's probably going to be a few years off as far as the DNA structure. But,
right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Brooke. Thank you. That's
both of you. I would like to have.
That's flattering. That's flattering. But I think Brooke can definitely agree with me that just call that person you love. It could be a friend, it could be a relative, but definitely materialistic things are just that, materialistic.
Sammy, who is the fifth most person you love?
The most person I love?
Fifth.
Who's the fifth person I love?
The fifth most person you love.
That's a very good question. I never actually thought of that. I'd have to think about that because I have a lot of people in my life that I love, but in many different levels. So
okay. So there's a truck coming down the road, right? And you just swept your first 4 people off of it. So first one, you got fucking 5 there. You got 6. All right, 6 fucking people closest fucking people. One's gonna die. Which 5 live? And in what order do you take them out? Like, do you see what I'm saying?
Let's just say I'll say Brooke Gibson right now. I'll say Brooke Gibson right now.
I'm number 6 or number 5?
I'll say Brooke Gibson's number 5. Okay,
I get at least saved. All right.
For the sake of
am I in front of Douglas? He's 6, right? He's 6, so please.
Yeah, because you're.
I mean, I can still fuck you.
You're a woman. Yeah. You're a woman, so yeah, I would have to save you. Sorry, Doug.
I'm pretty sure you're probably not at least a small dick, and if I fucking rode you, you at least you wouldn't be like, oh my God, did you come that many times? And I'm like, and you squirted?
Right.
I'm never. First of all, I'm all for squirters. I don't squirt. And when somebody said the next morning, did you you squirted? He didn't even ask me. Said I did, and I'm thinking I didn't even fucking come. don't tell me I fucking squirted.
Right.
And then it's like,
yeah, so
like you're an idiot, obviously. But
there
like
you
men
go.
can be played. I'm sorry, men can be. I guess they're just idiots and they're like, the
Right,
bed might have
right.
been wet. Yes,
There
well, the
you
bed
go.
is going to be wet because I'm not
Right.
really old, and if you put a dick in me, it's going to get fucking wet.
But anyways, but no, I think that just could be a great gift.
Peter Moon would totally love this conversation. It's so up his alley.
So Brooke, anything that you do for your family for the holidays, at least for your part, to try to make it special. I mean, not necessarily, material, but any gestures that you still practice
So we
during
used to
holidays?
I don't do it as much anymore, obviously, because kids are old. We used to sleep under. I started a tradition where we watch Christmas movies like everybody does, but throughout the season. But we would literally, I would have my kids on Christmas Adam. Do you know what Christmas Adam is?
Is that no? I know what an advent calendar is, but not
Adam, like Adam and Eve. Do you know what Adam is?
Yes.
So Christmas Adam. Do you know what that is?
No, what is that?
So in the South, like we call it Christmas Eve, right? You call it Christmas Eve. That's the night before Christmas.
Okay.
So Christmas Adam is the night before Christmas Eve. Adam and Eve.
Okay.
So on Christmas Eve, obviously the kids could not do this because Santa needed to come. But and even as they grew up, but Christmas Adam, I developed a thing where every year we would watch Christmas movies, and then we would sleep with sleeping bags, like me and her and Noah. We would pile. My ex-husband never did it, but we would pile like the pillow and the blankets, and we would just sleep around, watching the TV. But we would sleep around the Christmas tree. So it was the night before Christmas Eve, and so a Christmas Adam, we slept all like under the Christmas tree basically, and I watched Christmas movies so we fell asleep and just slept under the lights. So that was something really that my kids always talk about and loved. But obviously they're 17 and 22, so all of us now, and I have back pain, we're all like, yeah, we'll just go to bed. We're not on the floor anymore. But yeah, when I was younger and they were little, it was fun.
Wonderful. That's so delightful. Now, I just returned a few minutes ago, and I was able to listen for just a few minutes because, of course, I have to get some calories in me. So I'm going to be mute and chewing, and thank God for the two of you. And you're handling this so well, Sammy, despite, of course, Brooke's constant interruptions with her sexual innuendos.
No, Brooke.
Yes.
Well, that's Brooke. I mean, Brooke is the hot babe that we have here on Transmission.
Right. Yes.
She does her job, but she has a brain too. She's very intelligent.
Yes.
The only thing about it.
I will just say this, like I'm on my way home driving, but I will say that he asked me the questions, and if you wanted me to just go, oh yeah, I would love a ring, a diamond, a fucking bracelet.
Oh no, absolutely not.
I'd make it a little more interesting, and so I did it for you. I'm there with mostly men.
Yes.
I just went for what I figure you guys want to hear, and that's what I usually do.
Yes.
Well, Brooke is great.
Yeah.
Brooke is very creative, and that's why we have Brooke here.
Yes.
So no, Brooke, by all means, use your creativity. I think Doug can understand, the benefits of having a woman's presence, and it balances things out from what Doug. Actually,
I love though that you were sitting there asking about a lubricant earlier, and he mentioned nothing. And then when you asked me about Christmas presents, and I mentioned something sexual, he comes back like, "Oh, you're handling Brooke great." Do you see, Douglas, the difference in the way you do sexual, like women, and women do it to each other too. It's like, I can't believe she would say that. Oh, well, he would say that. That's a man. Okay, like. I talk about a sexual enterprise. It's fucking not okay. It's like, oh, well, you're handling her good. Fucking he can be like, oh, my woman and I are having some issues and he needs to visit with her. And it's just like, that's fine. Okay, whatever. And maybe I give a little more detail, but not much, actually. I mean, it was just basically the same thing. Like, it's sex and it's sex. And why the fuck are we... Oh, God.
So,
yes.
Guys, I'll be back.
Wonderful.
Sammy, fuck you.
Yes, Brooke. I'll be back, okay?
Sammy?
Yes.
Sammy, I thought you loved me.
I love you too, Brooke, okay? I'll be back.
Yes.
Okay?
All right.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Hopefully as soon as possible. And yes.
Between me and you.
Yeah, and so I tried Ian, and Ian wouldn't. It just says he's unavailable. I bet he just kind of, blocked the call or something as soon as he saw me reaching for him. But
that's because he tried to get in on the last call. Remember?
He did, but that was before maybe he sensed your ire.
No, he got in after the fucking ire. He fucking knows he did. Because that was after.
Yes.
Come on, after he said that word.
Yes. Yeah.
And after I told him specifically, you will not
be on
the show.
To even more context, he actually contributed $100 US. That's why he then said, "Now let me on the call." But this was just a few minutes before, I was running out of time and had to shut the call down.
Oh, I was off by then. Maybe that's why I wanted to.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you're talking about latest transmission before tonight's. And so darling, anyhow, let me do the screen share again just for a few seconds here. And
hey, Ian, I'll give Douglas $500 if you're man enough to call in right now.
Yes, that would help immensely. Ian, call in because I need that towards my rent. Really, it would help immensely. And so Ian, man up. And
man up and discuss your subject. Yeah. Come on, buddy.
Yes. Beyond that, cowboy up, Ian, and
show how you were with those 3 girls in the bed.
Yeah, that's right. The ones who miraculously didn't stay in your bed at all, the way that the hurricane named after you did.
Well, I mean, they stayed in the bed. Maybe it was just they kept it dry, and the hurricane got the edge wet, and he is not used to anything, the edge of the bed being wet, much less anything else in it.
Oh, delightful! So, honey, can you see the cursor moving around?
Oh my God, I see my little face.
That's right. So, Christine. Yes. So, Christine Joanna Hart is a lady.
I like Christine. She's a very nice person.
You know her?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How? How do you know her?
At the Sphinx.
What?
It's a long story.
Yes.
Just go with your story, okay?
She will
tell you all about it later. Just go on and go.
Yeah. So, just letting you know, I'll try and respond to this later as soon as I can. And
yes, tell me what she said.
She's been trying to contact me, and I've been trying to respond finally because it's a long story, and I think I'll talk to you about it in private.
Is Christine's the one not from England, right?
Ah, that's why I brought her up. She's from England. Yes, that's right. And you kind of remind me of her in the sense.
She's the one that slept with George Clooney, right?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, that's a long story too.
No, I mean, she didn't sleep with George Clooney.
You and I will discuss that in private because that was one of the things she was angry at me about, and I'm trying to reach a state of some level of rapprochement. So.
Well, you just fucked that up if you're fucking listening. Hey, Christine, reach out to me. I might fuck you. I'll fly to England and do that, okay? And I'll be the real fucking brother.
But she also was very open.
She's pretty hot though. She's pretty cute. She's cute.
Well, it's like she was definitely, she's definitely, does her thing, and she's also very open about sex. So that was, one reason why she's got that male listenership, a lot of large male audience, and so
apparently I need my own show. Y'all talk, I'm open about sex, and I'm just literally responding. Sammy's like, I need to know what lubricant I can use in my bitch because it doesn't going up in good at night. And you're like, you mentioned nothing. And then he's like, what is your best fucking Christmas wish? And they're like, what's your worst? And I'm like, well, the worst would be what just fucking happened to me not too long ago. And here's what it would be. And I tell him, and then you're like, Rick's talking sexual. It is too sexual innuendo. I'm sorry you're having to put up with her, Sammy. Thank you for handling it so well, Sammy.
Yeah.
You realize Sammy and I have been on the phone the last entire time that you and fucking dude talking?
Well, at any rate, honey, So, when you said I should have my own show, this is your show, darling. This is, honestly, I can't understand why you even want to bother to look for a job again. Really, you should.
No, I don't either, other than the fact that you're not paying me. And that the fucking Andrich, which, by the way, we got all that shit, so that's back to it. Andrich, who had a fucking crush on me, and's like, oh, let me come there, and I'd like to get you fucking pregnant. Motherfucker, I need babies. Was like, I sent $222 to you and Douglas. And I was like, you sent what? And he's like, $220 to Douglas. He's like, so y'all can split it. And I'm like, you sent $220 to Douglas. I don't get shit, okay? So you need to understand that, okay? But it's fine. I'm glad you sent it to him. But yeah, there's no payment for Brooke being on here, whether she's pissing people off, whether she was drunk before, or whether she's just being her southern redneck self now. She literally is, and honest, and I won't say redneck. Like, I talk redneck to some people, I'm sure. But in all honesty, like, and that's the thing about Sammy, like, he does recognize, like, the intelligence and the fact that I'm not truly redneck, although
are you saying redneck. I don't recognize your intelligence?
No, darling? I think Sammy recognizes it. I'm not sure you do, because you talk more every time you call me privately than you fucking listen. And when you do listen, you're like, is this going to be a long story? Because I've got to go to bed. But then you will sit there for 4 hours and tell me about everyone you've ever known and every bad thing about them.
That's people don't listen to her.
I mean, a good thing about them. I'm just kidding. Doctor was so much good. Usually it's good about people.
Thank you. Yes, I'm rather astonished.
But he occasionally he'll talk bad. But usually he's just talking about people and how good, whatever that like they've done for him and all these great things. But regardless, it's him talking, and then I will go like, oh, I've had something like that. And he's like, is this going to be a long story? Because I've got to go to bed soon. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure, just like, what was it? Peter, and I hope that God Peter was listening to this. Someone interrupted me 6 sentences in. And then I counted at least 48 sentences when I was looking to interrupt him just to say one word. To say, oh, but to get off. 48 sentences. 48. And then at the 49th, here's what he did. 49th, he took a pause, started another fucking story, and then 15 into that, he was like, what do you think, Douglas?
Yeah. It kind of works that way, honey. Yeah. I mean, this is some...
Well, he told me one time, he's like, Brooke, you have this mistaken. You think this is a conversation. It's not a conversation. It is not us talking to each other. It is a one-way dialogue.
Monologue.
It's a monologue. Monologue. But he said one-way dialogue. He may have said monologue. Who knows? Because he's very corrective of my words. So if he said monologue, he said monologue. I don't give a shit. Same fucking thing. One-way dialogue and monologue are the exact same fucking thing.
Well, so honey, let me see now. I'm just trying to get myself together here, and I'm left. You leave me weak. I do hope everyone understands this is why my image and thumbnail of tonight's live stream looks so pensive. Yes.
That is not why. Let me tell you something. If I fucking left you fucking weak, you wouldn't have the thumbnail up, okay? I would have had to put that up myself. You don't know how weak I could fucking leave you.
Yes, honey. I can imagine. It's one of these things where, now that we're on stage alone together, and people can jump on at the...
Oh, tell me though. Tell me what you would do to make me weak.
Why, honey, of course, things that look, I'm certain that people
I know what you would do. Here's what he would do.
Well, hey!
He would literally go into a monologue about how he's going to save the world. He would show me, like, do you know those detectives? Like, in those old shows, the detectives that have, like, the lines, like, they get kicked off the case.
Strings.
To their home.
Strings.
And they have strings.
Yes.
To their home. Yeah, so I'm going to the strings. And then they have the strings, like, drawn from, like, one area to the next, because they're putting the crime scene together and they're putting the pieces together. So their entire fucking, by the time this detective's done, especially Dietrich, his entire fucking, not just wall, room is covered in strings. You wonder why it takes him so long to put pillows together? He is dodging strings. The whole place is strings.
Oh, that's cute.
But, again, that's how he turns people on. Or at least, and I'm like, Can you do something with those strings? And he's like, oh, yes, I can. Because, what's her name? Deanna sent me some more fucking, she sent me some, what do you call it? A penis fucking slipper?
A cock cozy. A cock cozy made of yarn, yes. Cozy.
And what'd you do with that yarn? You took it fucking apart and made more fucking strings.
So, honestly, Deanna, I did not do that. I would never disrespect your gift like that. I will put that in a museum. It's beautiful. By the way, George Knight gives us the prayer hand.
Here's the thing. It'd be better off for Deanna if you actually did that, because your fucking house when you die is going to be a museum. Her little show would turn to the side, like, what's this? But your strings will be like, oh my God. We'd be like, he was on to something, or he was fucking crazy, or both.
Yeah,
but either way.
He was onto something while on something. Yes, there we are.
On to something and on. There you go.
Yeah, kind of like Ian West. Ian West is like that. He's definitely on.
Now I know why y'all are best friends. Fuck.
Yeah. Well, George Knight, are you not going to join us? You are on the call. So I see you out there, George.
I'm hanging, and then I'm going to go for the rest of the night once George comes on.
Okay? Why? Why?
Because George is all serious, and I'm just not. Like, I literally am being sober. Okay, I have to admit, I smoked some pot today.
Okay.
But I literally am off of it. But like, I haven't drank alcohol. Like, obviously I quit liquor 2 years ago. Okay. But wine, a few glasses of wine, which the only time I over drank was on your show because I was up so late. Okay. So I quit off the wine because it was stronger. So I went to like 5% beer, like your Pat's Blue Ribbon. And then I was like, you know what? It's fine. If I'm only on 5%, like, this is boring. So let's just get off of it. And then I told you I went to the vape store, and so everyone knows I don't smoke pot. I can't smoke pot. I'm at the vape store to get vape juice. And literally I'm in there, and I'm also buying some incense while I'm in there. And this guy walks by me. Matter the race, but it wasn't having to be a black guy. Like, he was just like cool. He just like walks by me while I'm picking the incense. I'd already paid for them, and I just had to pick them out. He's like, hey. And I'm at the very end of the door. He's like, hey. Look at him. You need some weed? I was like, what? I guess because
this is the black guy. The black guy.
Yeah. He's like, you need some weed?
Right.
I'm like, what? And he's like, I got some outside. You know, I'm cool if you need any.
Right.
I'm like, all right, that's cool.
Weren't you going to give all that weed to your dad?
I know, but then I started trying a little bit of it. Like I told you, I didn't even have wrapping papers. I took my cigarette that I had, that I bought because I didn't have the vape, and I literally like took all the tobacco out, and I tried to put it in. I've done it twice now, and I tried to pack it, and tear the little thing off. But here's what I realized: like, I've seen people do that, and it works. I realized I've never rolled a joint in my life. Ever.
Okay, like, so this is why you... Oh, God. I thought you were... Weren't you doing this yesterday? Rolling the blunt?
Yes, I tried it yesterday. Yes, and I tried it. And so it's literally what happens is I like pack it, like if you tear the end of the cigarette off, and then you like get all the tobacco out, and then I try to pack it. Right. And I try to tear it apart because I remember people doing that. Like, I remember people watching people roll joints. They try to pack it. And then I put it in there, and I only wanted to do like halfway full because I was like, I don't need all that. So I left the end where I could hold it. Right. It didn't matter that the end where I could hold it had nothing in it. Right. I would light it, and both fucking times. 2 hits off of it. 2 hits. Which were probably enough for me. Yeah. But 2 hits, and it was burning my finger because I don't know how to roll it. Right. So the paper starts burning up the entire thing immediately, like, like fire. And my hands on, like,
Oh.
So,
well, by the way,
there was still weed left. But there was no fucking paper to hold it.
Yeah, got it. So just so people understand that I do retain what Brooke says, despite whatever impression she might be trying to give. This was a black guy who did not know her, but of course the moment he saw her, blonde white chick, wanted to fuck her, and so, hey, weed, baby, and it's like, then he winds up basically giving her a bunch of weed, in the hopes of, someday she would spread for him.
Well, I walked to my car, and he was literally parked beside it because it's a small parking lot. So when I walk out to my car, he was on the passenger side. I don't know if that was purposely, but where my driver's side was. Right. And so when I walk out there, he's like, hey, again. And he's like, you want some weed? And I'm like, yeah, dude, like, I don't even have any because it's not that I'm not against weed, and I know my dad used to smoke weed a long time ago, so I was like, I'll give him some weed if like whatever. So I was just like, I'm not gonna be like, no, I don't want weed. Like, you're a horrible person. I was just like, hey, you don't have any cash. Like, I thought that would be like end of story.
Right.
And he's like, it's all right.
Well, it's not the end of the story because you're blonde and you're female. But go on.
Yeah. So then, not only did he fucking turn around, he's like, no, like you little. And I was like, I might have like $10. I don't want you giving me anything because I'd hate people giving me shit. Like, I don't want like, or like I owe somebody. It's like, no, I was like, I need like $10. So I looked at him, I was like, I've got like fucking, here's like $10 fucking dollars. What if I can have cash? Yeah. Obviously, because you're not Apple Paying I don't think you're Apple Paying pot dealers right now. So I was like, here's I got $10, like whatever. And he's like, oh, he fucking, and this is what amazed me. Yeah. I dated a drug dealer back 20 years ago. Like, I've told y'all this. Yeah. Like, but he dealt, well, I dated one that still thought a little bit, but one that dealt coke. And when you dealt coke, this is what you come with. You come with scales. Yes. This motherfucker brought over, I had my door open telling him, because I've already got in to drop off when I'm telling him I don't have any money. Like, I'm already in my car, door's open, I'm ready to close it. He's standing there, oh, I'll give you some. And then he walks over.
Yeah, I bet. He wanted to give her some, all right.
And he walks to my door from his open door and sits down on, like, you know how you have, like, where your door's open, the little flat part where your door would close on?
Yes.
He sits down a fucking little mini scale. Yes. A scale, and then he just starts putting shit in the back. He's like, it's all right, I'll give you a dip. And then I don't fucking know. He gave me like fucking 0.35. Like, I don't know. All I know is that he gave me enough fucking weed that I just was like stuck at the bag in there. Gave him $10. He gave me, he's like, if you need more, here's my phone number. I was like, all right, cool. And he was like, or if you ever want to date or something. You're right, because they are like that. He's like, or you ever want to go out. Like, he was like that. Yeah. He's fucking like 15 probably. I'm like, dude, I could be your grandmother, okay? But anyway, I'm like, I just drive the fuck off and I'm fine, but then I get the fuck home and I realized in my purse that I bring it in, I'm like, oh, I smell the fucking weed. It didn't even burn. Like, just, I could smell it from the fucking little pocket I'd put it in. I'm like, So the first night I lit it, that I told you, and I lit the little cigarette, like, figured it out. And my kids were upstairs, my 17-year-old and my 22-year-old. And I heard them, obviously I had, like, I heard my son come out and say, Lola, my daughter, you been smoking, because her boyfriend had just left. Her boyfriend's Lucci. He's like, you and Lucci been smoking weed? They're both upstairs. And I hear him. And she's like, no. He's like, I can smell weed. She's like, have you been smoking weed? You're the one we've accused of smoking weed. And they're fucking arguing back and fucking forth. And I'm like, nah. And I just lighted the fucking incense that I was originally buying. So I like incense before the fucking guy came up to me. And I just lighted incense. I'm like, please don't come down here. And then I do hear him whisper. Like, I heard a whisper. I could tell what it said because I'm such a mom. Yeah. I didn't even have to hear the words. I heard one of them finally go. Yeah. And I heard my son try to sneak downstairs. Like, maybe it's mom. And I was like, what are you doing? What are you coming down here for? Come on and get it. What, like, if you're going to come get something, the dogs are asleep, come down here and get it. Yes. And then he's like, oh, she sounds way too sober and grumpy to be high. I was like, you're damn fucking right, I do.
Delightful, honey. So, by the way, George Knight says, thank you for inviting me on, Douglas. I am looking forward to speaking with you soon. Talk privately soon. All my love. And so,
Douglas, no, he wasn't on last episode or last few episodes. What's wrong? He just doesn't like you anymore? Because he knows I'll go off for him. So it's not me. No, I won't blame this on me anymore. Like, it's totally either, well, it could be two things. It could be the fact that he's just not likes you anymore. He feels like he's above you. Or he feels like he's learned more. Or it could be that woman that came on his little cast and like he's having, whatever.
Now, honey, I want George Knight to know how much I appreciate his acting as the moderator. And but he actually didn't need to do this in the case of Trillion Phoenix. So Trillion Phoenix said this. He said, ask Doug to tell us about the time He, by the way, you're getting a lot of positive responses from plenty of people, especially Macronomicus, who's giving a lot of laugh signs and saying laugh out loud.
Anybody laughing or being nice to me, thank y'all, because I feel like Douglas hates me. So
yeah. Anyhow, he says, laugh out loud, she's a hoot, speaking her mind is all and always honest. I'm still laughing about the Putin pig Trump Christmas wish. And he says, in a pinch, you can make a pipe out of an apple. Also, if weed hits you weird, make sure you eat food. Weed lowers blood sugar, which can tilt people. Also, be sure it's clean weed, of course. And
oh my God, I totally. So this guy knows this. Yeah. So the day that I told you, so I smoked it, not the day that I told you. So what happened was I smoked the day before I told you, and then I told you I was going to smoke it the next night. What I fucking did in the meantime was fucking eat it. So I was like, well, people eat edibles, so I'll just eat a few bites.
Oh shit!
And I was fucking fine for a good hour.
Yeah.
Then I was like, I have seen the light.
Yeah, oh my God.
I was like Dietrich on all his drugs. I am in a dream zone where I can see the Trump's son is the savior of Christ. Except I don't believe that. Like, that was, I wasn't there, like, thank God. But, yeah, like, I was like, God, this person who has told me, which Andrich wanted, and here, let's just go back to Andrich, because we didn't finish that shit. He fucking messaged fucking Douglas and was like, don't fucking basically put me down, whatever. And he was talking about me, basically, because he's personally talked to me, and I've never called this motherfucker out or put him down. I have called out personally QAnon, as you all know. Yes. Certain things I don't believe in QAnon, and certain things he may have told me, like he did send. He was the first one. I won't say it was the only one, because we all know. But as Ian West can come on and testify to. But the million children that have now been uplifted out of Australia that have never seen the light of day by the U.S. government. Somehow that has been hidden.
Like link. He said the link.
He's like, you're just, I'm clueless. Like, he's like, you're just not enlightened enough to see it. That's what he told me. You're just, so his words were, I'm just not enlightened enough to see it. But yet when I come on your podcast and don't bring his name up and don't say who it was, and then he's like, he fucking blocks me. You're making fun of me and putting me down. The fuck, I didn't fucking say your goddamn name. And if anything, fucking him was like, Aussie, darling. Nobody fucking knew you. And I certainly didn't go here, but you want me to go? You live with your fucking mother. You do fucking, you want me to say no. Somebody's gonna say I put him down. I'm gonna put him fucking down. You live with your fucking mother. You fucking are such a drug addict and admitted to doing every drug in the world, which, hey, I've done most of them, and I ain't done as many as you. But fucking, that's what you fucking do and say it enlightened you, and that's how you know that you met Trump. I feel like you met Trump. I met Trump. I met Trump and his sons. What he told me, I was like, when did you meet Trump and his son? Because he told me Trump. Here's what he told me. Trump brought America together. And I said, hey, you're not in America. You need to come here and meet him or come to a rally. I'm being real. I'm like, you need to come here, come to a rally, because he doesn't bring America together. He's really distant. He may have brought some things out that were already in America, given that, but he's not brought it together. And he's like, oh, no. I'm like, well, you need to meet I've met Trump. I met Trump and his son, his youngest son. Oh, you have? Well, when? Well, in my dreams. Okay. At your mom's house, or the 2 weeks that you're working in a bunker, living only with other men in bunk bed. Which one of those, while you're putting, first of all, Adolf Hitler, he says, is the fucking Antichrist. I have those words. I can document all this. Adolf Hitler's the Antichrist. He got kicked off for fucking Facebook for putting an anti-trans comment because he's anti-trans.
Oh my God.
And what was the third one? Something else. I'm like, why are you even fucking listening?
Yeah, that is a question. That is a question there. Yes, go on.
Like, oh yeah. Then I was like, and then you're pro fucking Trump, pro fucking all this shit, anti fucking anything liberal, like anything remotely or progressive. Why are you listening to Douglas Dietrich? That's what I asked. I was like, because he's fucking number one, claimed to be the son of your Antichrist. Number two, he has a son that is fucking trans and is admitting to being fucking like feminine himself and no fucking problem with it. And then 3, fucking also every political issue you've ever raised, he is completely against. Yes. So why are you listening? And now he's messaging you, I want you to be okay. What does he want you to be okay with? Hey, dude, this Andre, when you hear this is when I put you fucking down. I've never fucking put you fucking down. But you fucking with me and say, you should put me down. You fucking embarrass me. This is embarrassing. Fucking, when you have a twin brother that you're like, I have almost convinced him. Your twin fucking brother. You're like, I've almost convinced him. And then you message me, I'm not speaking to him again. And I'm like, why? And he's like, because he doesn't fucking, what? Believe in your million children conspiracy and your Trump? The fuck is your twin brother? Oh yeah, he's the asshole. Maybe he's the one not doing all the fucking whatever the drugs are. Not just like the DMT, like every fucking one. He's like, oh, when I come to America, I'll bring this and this, and you can try this.
He'd be taking a big risk through customs. He's risking going to federal prison to try to impress you.
He might risk that, or he thinks he's going to find it. But here's what he won't risk. He's like, well, the only reason I'm not there yet is because I have to get the shot. So I'm not getting the shot to come there, but I'm going to fake having COVID. Because I have a friend that faked COVID, and if I fake that I had COVID, then I get a 3-month pass from having a shot.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
There's your fucking person. It was also $220, $111 to go. I was like, $111 will go to me, and then you were like, oh, it's probably because he thought he was going to fuck you. And I was like, oh, he might have added 3 fucking zeros to that, and he'd have gotten fucking maybe close.
Oh, well, just so that everyone has some perspective on this, that this may sound confusing to people, and they may think that they may not know where Our Lady Brooke is coming from, but basically this is what happened. Just so, I mean, now that the cat's out of the bag, basically what had happened was all credit to Mr. Andrich in terms of his contribution. He did have ulterior motives.
See, Douglas loves a contribution. Let's just finish one other thing.
Yeah.
His name is Michael Christopher Andrich, and he said Michael was because he was like Michael the angel, which means something, and then Christopher something, son of God, and Andrich. I don't remember which the 3 of them
Son of God and the avenging
Michael,
angel altogether. Yes.
And then of God, like they're all 3 of his names were basically he believed he was the chosen fucking angel of fucking God.
Cool. Of course. It goes without saying. Well,
I mean, he got that one of his downloads with his drugs.
Right. While living with his mother and working with nothing but men in what sounds like a chain gang.
It's all men. They're driving stuff, and they live there 2 weeks, and then they go back for 1 week.
And what are they digging for? Uranium or something?
They're digging. You know what they're digging? They're digging fucking up crops, like up seeds, so that they can plant like eventually more seeds in just like red dirt. Let me tell you something. Motherfucker, I have pictures of every fucking text message he's ever sent me, and all fucking pictures. So like all of this, he'd send me some cool pictures because it'd be like, I won't say they were real cool because it was him in a fucking high rise, like bigger than a tractor, something huge. And then you could see red dirt all in front of him, and he's digging it up. And then I would be like, why don't you go find a kangaroo and get out there and fucking fight it? Let me see what you can do. He's like, there's no kangaroos over here.
By the way,
I fell for him. You know why I fell for him? I told these people, like, I don't believe anything's bad. And I even saying this, like, he's not a bad person. Like, he told me, he was like, oh, I ran over an anthill. I feel bad. And Douglas will laugh at that. Like, I ran over an anthill. I feel bad. But, like, I'm the type of person, like, sometimes I stuff on an ant or something. I'll feel bad, So it was like, he got me with his emotional, I think he has a little parrot or some kind of bird that's fucking natural Australian. That's cute. But I was like, man, like, it was just like, okay, you can be a good person that, like, maybe doesn't want to kill ants and fucking as a bird. But then I'm like, I'm living with his mom, and I try to
still supports evil ideologies that will result in the deaths of millions of people. Yes,
exactly,
including shitting all over the most helpless of minorities. the most peripheralized of all the trans sexed and transgendered community, which is, of course, just the easiest, cheapest shot that is taken by any coward on earth. I mean, a person exposes themselves as the most cowardly.
And that didn't even that wasn't even my opinion.
Yes.
He got kicked off of Facebook. He said, I'm kicked off of Facebook, and sent me, and he was stupid. Obviously, he's this stupid at this point because we had already been arguments over Trump and every other.
It reminds me of when Joe Ty kept saying the same thing after.
Yes, that was him. And we have literally already agreed. Okay, we're not going to talk about politics at one point. Like,
no. Okay, so let me try. Correct me here. This is what I was trying to communicate. Right.
He then sends the picture.
Right.
He didn't just get kicked. He sent me the picture of what he posted on Facebook.
Right. This is just so just so people understand here. I qualified it with contribution because I'm trying to be as fair and balanced as possible. Something which of course is kind of in the situation like this. This is something
he sent that to you because he was hoping to fuck me.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. This is
obviously.
Yeah, this is true. This is true. There was an ulterior motive. Mr. Andriich was going to send at least $111 to Brooke. This is obviously because he had plans to get intimate with her if at all possible. This was his fantasy of coming to the United States and impressing her with various drugs. Obviously, this is kind of like a forewarning that I'm going to date rape you with something that will put you under enough or get you high enough where you won't notice it while I'm fucking you.
No, he asked me, and here's the thing. I'm sure he will come on here and be like, oh, God, like, I would never be attracted to her. She's a horrible person. Like, you would try to defend yourself. But here's the kicker. He actually asked me, he's like, well, are you still, because you have kids, are you still willing to have kids?
Okay, this shows he was willing to get serious. I mean, but just to put this into context for people, so what happened was Brooke did indeed tell him, look, let's not talk politics. Let's agree not to talk politics because she's trying to see the good in him. But he could not stop talking politics. And the problem is his politics are the extreme antithesis of Brooke's and mine own. So Ian West says, I just got home from work. Let's try him again, and we can bring him on, which kind of rounds this all out, really. It really does, if he's able to come on.
That's a good round. It is a good round off.
Yeah, and just so people understand here that with Mr. Andriich, there is a question of why does he listen? Because he's completely antithetical to everything I'm about, and just it's you do wonder, and but nevertheless, we are just trying to kind of put into perspective here something that was truly.
Nevertheless, Andre, irritating. If you're listening, Andre. We will take your money, is what we're saying. That's what we're saying. I would take your money. I'm not going to fuck you. Douglas ain't going to fuck you. Probably neither of us like it. But if you want to continue to send money and listen, that would be great. But at least most of the people that fucking listen, we like. They support at least part of what we say. Or at least most of Douglas's. Or maybe they fucking hate mine. Whatever. But God. Fucking something. Like, why are you listening to Douglas for 5 years and fucking Adolf Hitler is the Antichrist, okay? Trans are the worst people in the world, and all liberals are horrible and should die. I mean, it's pretty much your fucking point, but I'm open-minded.
No, and beyond that, what was it? What else was there? There was actually some other stuff here in terms of something that added a kind of irritation to this. It was basically he blocked Brooke Gibson for no reason. There was no reason for him to block her, and he blocked her simply because he felt she was not converting to his QAnon cultic religion. Basically, he
blocked me basically because of the last transmission I brought up. Did not bring up his name. Did not bring up anything, and just said, "Did you hear about the 1 million babies?" And that was
right.
yeah.
Theoretically,
and so that was making fun of him because you and I both laughed at that,
right?
Which was obviously a personal attack on him.
That's how he took it, which is absurd because what he's saying, I'm sorry, is just deserves to be laughed at. It's just very absurd. It's like he's definitely convinced that the Americans all rescued 1 million children from underground Australia, that these children hadn't seen the light of day, and you know, and until the Americans rescued them. I mean, this is beyond preposterous. This is just this is literally so, I mean, just simply the logistics of something like that are impossible. I mean, it's like, but and I'm still not quite sure what these seeds are. So why are they planting these seeds out in the middle of nowhere like it's a uranium mine? I don't get that. And so she went mute because the dogs acted up. Hopefully she's not suffering a home invasion. You know, hopefully it's not Andrich managed to get here all the way from across the Pacific and then made it into Dixieland. So Ian West, do feel free to join us. If you wish. You are on the call in at least 2 ways that I can understand. The real Ian West should be here along with you know, the other Ian West account. Both of the accounts are on the call. So that being said, apparently I'm alone at the moment, and so here's where I'll take advantage of that for a moment to read what Trillion Phoenix said. And Trillion Phoenix just basically said something that George Knight felt he needed to delete. And, you know, I appreciate George Knight taking the initiative and acting the role of moderator. Says Ian West started a call. Well, you know, you can't call me in, Ian. I have to bring you in. But maybe you can call me and I'll merge the call. That worked last time. But Trillion Phoenix said, ask Doug to tell us about the time he ripped off the Army guy's nutsack. So it's a Marine Corps. That was in the Marines. And so, George, it was actually a true story. There's no need to hide that. And so, you know, it's not something that the guy's saying being a troll. He's not being a troll. Trillion Phoenix is not being a troll in this case. So, I mean, that you could have left up. But it's I'm glad I was able to see it as the channel manager. And unbelievably, I had people who were managers of this channel in the past who, you know, it's a miracle I'm here at all in terms of being online. I mean, they managed to burn me offline, scrub me from being online in so many ways. I'd be totally offline if it hadn't been for divine intervention. Oh, so Ian West is with us, and he's joined. He is muted. So,
hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. And you've got that wonderful gravelly announcer's voice. And hey, so
that guy from Australia was trying to bang Brooke.
Wait till Brooke gets back. Brooke, if you'll come on. Oh, there she is. Oh, thank God. So, now this is not going to be.
Hey, Ian, I got some dogs barking. They fucking would kill your ass. I'm gonna take care of them real quick.
Go. I'm here. Go ahead. Take your time.
Oh my God. So, anyhow, let's try not to bring up any subjects that have to deal with Brooke until she's back. I mean,
okay.
And I'm trying not to, anyhow. Well, we'll wait till she's back for. But hey, other than that, how are things going?
Well, I got some more Epstein news, which is why I wanted to fucking call in.
Great. It's I'm not quite sure if I should rejoice over that. What is it?
No.
What do you have to share? Yes.
Okay. So you know how the world doesn't believe there's these like underground fucking maglev tracks that like crisscross the world and shit, even though I got all the maps and shit for it. Well, check this out. So what Epstein was doing and how he was working with the Mossad and why they bought that island is because that island was under was on top of one of these cable tunneling lines, and they were fucking eavesdropping and tapping all the communications in between the United States and Europe and the old country over there. That's what they were doing. That's what the big deal about that fucking island is. And I had no idea until today And this fucking news show I was watching, they're like, yeah, man, that's how they got all the power. That's how Jeffrey Epstein was blackmailing everybody, because he fucking ran interference into the communication lines.
Okay. And, all right. So now that you've shared that, and what else is going, how's your health?
Oh, great. No, I'm good. I'm doing great, man. I'm great. I just got off work, but,
Yeah, by the way, I was wondering the other day, you showed us, I remember you showing us these photographs of the floods in Disneyland. Remember those photographs you showed me? There were these incredible floods that had been going. Yeah. What happens to those lower levels of Disneyland that are underground, those tunnels and stuff, when it floods like that? Do they get flooded?
Yeah. They flooded those tunnels out to kill all the bad shit that was down there.
But wasn't that a natural weather phenomenon, like a storm or something that caused that?
No, it totally wasn't. No. I don't know how they rerouted the water into all those crevices, but around that time on the news here in Orlando, the news people were like, everybody conserve your water, don't water your lawns, don't do any of that. You know, we're having a water shortage. And so I guess they rerouted all of the, dams and shit that were around here and flooded those tunnels out and used the HARP to get that heavy rain to flood these places out.
Okay.
Which I've got the pictures of the MK Ultra Center underneath Lake Holden, and I've got pictures of all the manholes with water just flooded to the top.
Well, I mean, those are always interesting to look at. If you'll share those with me, I'd be happy to see those. You can put them also in the text here or in my private messengers. Probably both would be best. That way we have it on record in both areas if you're willing to share.
No. A whole little. I made a whole article out of it.
Okay. Wow.
Because it's just too coincidental, you know.
Okay. And I'm like, fuck, Brooke is taking a long time with those dogs, and I'm like, so when it comes to, say, for instance, that, or when it comes to the maglev trains, how about your personal experience with the fact that you essentially have one that's going on under your home directly?
Yeah. The last couple of days, there's been a lot of fucking back and forth, like a lot. Like normally, I only notice it at night, but now it's like that quick little 4 or 5 seconds that it comes by. Like it's been happening at like 2 o'clock and at 6 o'clock. Like I kind of want to start keeping a journal of every time I feel these shits go by.
Okay. Yeah, that might be a good idea. That's and what about the local?
I want to keep a journal. I want to keep a journal too. I'm going to keep a journal.
Okay.
All right, I'm back.
Okay.
And Ian, I'm going to keep a journal. But here's the first thing I need you all to know. Like Ian, I want to have a conversation with you, seriously. But first, I need you to know, and I need Douglas to know this. Mm-hmm. I realize that I love talking to you, Ian, because when I hear Douglas talk to. He does his coos to Peter Moon. It is the most sexually unattractive thing I've ever heard. Okay. But it's so weird because when I hear Douglas talk to you, I've never wanted to fuck him more or do anything else he wants. Like, it's just, Douglas could have me, like, he would have anything. I'd be like, okay, I'll be a blood boy. Whatever the fuck he needed, it would be for Douglas when he talks to you, because he becomes a different person, and I respect that. So now I need to also respect you, because you're honest in what you believe, and I do respect that, and I have tried to take up for you, as you know, and people know on the show, in different areas. So we have agreed on things, disagreed on things, or at least I've given you the benefit of the doubt. Do you want to go where we were on our last fucking conversation and why I fucking hung up on you and said you were fucking done with me?
Me. That was my buddy. That was my
And
neighbor.
you fucking laughed and went with it till you saw I was fucking not cool with it. And then you couldn't even put that motherfucker on the phone. You want to say what he said? What did he say? I said, Clemson. Here's what I'll say. I said, hey, y'all are in Florida. Clemson and Tennessee. Clemson's my team playing in Florida. And then what did your friend say? I said, they're playing in the bowl game. And what was his response? Oh, the
Nigga Bowl.
not nigga.
God.
The nigger bowl.
Right.
And
With a hard R.
and I was like, what did he say? And then you were like, yeah, the nigger bowl. And then you both were fucking laughing. And you continued to fucking laugh. Even when I said, shut him up, put him on the phone. What do you mean nigger bowl? Oh, well, that's what they all call it. You fucking said that. They all
That's
call it nigger bowl.
when I was 18 years old. They're like, yeah, we go in the nigga bowl. And I'm like, all right, okay, if that's what you want.
You know what? When my mama was fucking a baby, they fucking handed out different candy to the black people because they were fucking racist. What the fuck does that mean? Just because it happened then, it's okay?
No, you're not understanding this.
It is not a nigger bowl, and if it is a nigger bowl, you aren't allowed to say that word. As a white person, a black person shouldn't say it. But if they want to own it and they want to say it, it's fine. I'll own honky. I told you on the goddamn phone. I'll own honky all fucking day. Call me a honky. I think it's fucking call me. Call me a redneck. But don't fucking say you get to say nigger, and especially your racist friend. You know how he said it. First of all, you're conservative. You're posting conservative racist shit anyway. For him to fucking say, I nigger bowl. Where do you think you're coming in line with that, Ian? Where do you think you come off as not a racist?
That's what everybody calls it.
Hold your balls when you say that. Where do you come off as not a racist? Hold them, fill them, because there ain't no fucking balls there that aren't fucking racist right now. And if they were balls, you'd be like, you know what? I've been a fucking racist and I need to fucking change.
There's nothing racist about it. That's what they call it.
I'm sorry, because I'm pretty sure I've never seen a nigger bowl advertised on TV.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, good point. That's touche. Look, Ian, it's one of these things where this may be something that seems to be the colloquial vernacular, but
I didn't decide to call it that. That's what everybody calls it.
But Ian, it's kind of like the team Redskins. That doesn't make it right. And beyond that,
it's different.
It's beyond that.
The Redskins, we didn't even realize how racist we were for a while with that.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Know how racist that shit was since KKK in the fucking GM fucking Pro era. So there's no fucking way you don't fucking know it's not a nigger bowl to you, period.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty, that's pretty crass. That is pretty crass.
You can't add the ER on it.
It's your friend. I'm adding ER because you may not say that, but your friend, I heard him word for word, which is why you hung up. Because I said, hey, let me talk to your friend. How many times did I say, let me just talk to him? You wouldn't allow me to talk to that racist.
I left you alone, you know?
Because you knew I'd fucking put it out, and you knew either way we were going to go at it. But the end of the day,
he was.
So he was drunk, Brooke. That's Ian says that his friend was drunk. The drunk
person that was coming to take you to dinner at 9:00 for 3 hours. You talking about that person?
Yes, that was him. Yes.
So where were you going with a drunk person to drive you for 3 hours?
We were going to the Wawa.
You know, you were going to the Wawa after which apparently is a gas station. I'm looking at it.
Thank you.
Wawa's a gas station. 3 hours at a gas station? Really, Ian?
Yeah, we get down in there. They got tables.
3 hours at the table in the gas station. Okay.
But it is, I can see why Brooke was upset. This is one of those things that, obviously, there's really no excuse for it. It's one of these things where it's just not really acceptable behavior. It's something that we do want to learn certain certain things in life that are just not socially acceptable, and the telephone or the Skype or whatever you were communicating with Brooke on with your friend, that was indeed at that point a social gathering. And so your friend was very expressive in a very negative way. This is something that she was, trying to address. And at that point in time, rather than confront it, it shut down. Yeah, it shut down. So,
oh my God, y'all! I just ordered Wawa, and the Uber driver was here, and she just heard
And
you
he
say
gave you fucking. I know that your next fucking thing is
N-word.
going to be crawling out.
Jesus Christ!
Fucking Christ! You want fucking Christ? Here's fucking Christ. At the end of the day, your Wawa driver is probably fucking smarter and better than your fucking friend. Okay? Your friend is a fucking idiot, number one.
I apologize.
He's apologized.
He wasn't even man enough. You know, if he was man enough, he'd have taken that fucking phone from you. You don't even have a man enough friend to be like, oh, I'll talk to her. He was too fucking scared to talk to a fucking female. Because he knew what he said.
He had a gun.
He had a gun?
Shit, I got a few guns. Tell him to bring them on up, and we will play fucking who shoots who first. Tell him to come on up.
I told him I did not appreciate his tone of voice.
Whoever ends up first can pin fucking. He can pin dead nigger on me, and I'll put dead fucking racist on
Wait
him.
a second. Ian, I hope you realize the disturbing picture that this presents us. You have a friend over who you say is inebriated. He's armed. He's armed.
And they're going to the Wawa gas station for 3 hours.
With an armed, inebriated racist. I'm sorry. It's amusing, but at the same time, this is rather distressing.
This is why even George, who hates everything you fucking say, he's like, I have to think half of it's fake. It just has to be like some radio broadcast he's trying to get attention for. Because there's no way you could say this. And I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure you're just really fucked up. Like, and I don't even mean stupid, because I don't think you're stupid. I just think you're probably on drugs and around enough crazy fucking people. You believe this shit. But either way, maybe George is right. And
I need some drugs after this.
What?
What?
I said I need some drugs after this.
He says he needs the drugs after this. He did apologize.
You will, I know. That's what I'm saying. You're good at jovial stuff. That's what keeps your humor going. And that's what I love about you. Like, you can joke, and I can do that too. Yeah. But when you take it to a level is here. Let me tell you something. There's a few levels. Like, Trump is a level for me, but he's not the level of fucking saying the nigger word, okay? And I'm saying nigger, and I never say it.
I think Trump did say that. I actually think Trump did say that a number of times.
I'm saying I said level of Trump, and then I said I'm taking it to the next level to me. Right. Maybe Trump did. But to me, you have crossed the line. If Trump did say that, then it wouldn't surprise me. He's pretty much at the level.
Right.
I mean, to me, you know what a nigger is? It's if you were to look up the definition of what white people originally thought it was, which was some low-class slavery fucking person that should be under us, it's the definition of fucking Trump.
Yes, I agree. And by the way, just in all fairness, so people know this, there are records of course, Clinton's brother saying that word repeatedly, and it's one of those things that
and I'm not saying that liberals don't say it. There are people that say it all freaking day.
Yeah, of course, but it's not acceptable, and the point is that it's one of these things that when I use it, it is in a context of, say, for instance, the term.
I don't know you. Hey,
I've said it publicly in the term. Well, I've said it in front of you and told you the context behind it, and that was like when I used the term house nigger, something like that.
I did get mad at you the other day, and I thought about this because I'd already gone on Ian. You didn't say that, but you said coon something, and I was like,
coon cadres, yes, blacks who collaborate.
I was not okay with that. You know why I wasn't okay with that? I thought about it after I didn't grab you because it didn't hit me at first. But my grandmother, who was like, obviously none of them were racist, right? By the time they were old, they were like, oh, we don't believe we're not racist. You know, we go to the black friends our friend. And then they'd be like, oh, the coon.
Yeah. Yeah, that's I understand. It's kind of a
So it was, like they wouldn't use the N-word, but I remember my grandmother one time using the word coon. Like, oh, you mean that coon?
Right.
And I was like, what? I was young. I was like, what do you mean coon? Like
right. But you understand what I use it in is in terms of colored people who are
okay.
pursuing
Well, when you're
cultural
you use
whiteness.
it in terms of cultural whiteness, but what the problem is, you have people like, and I'm not going to say Ian because I'm thinking Ian is a ton maybe get it, but he has friends around him that have guns, that are drunk, that are high. That hear you say coon, and you know what they're doing? They're shooting off bullets into the fucking sky every time you say coon. Hell fucking God, he's fucking done. Australia fucking guy fucking got it too.
Is that what they do in Clemson or whatever?
By the way, our man Ian, who did apologize, to you, put a book. He put the cover of this book. That's basically the subtitle for this book, which is hard to read unless you enlarge in it, is something about the history, the strange career of a troublesome word. Right. Now, yeah, I hope, Ian, you're not. I've seen this book 20 years ago, and I hope you're not putting this cover up to kind of like try and diminish. You're not trying to diminish that. Somebody intellectualizing the issue does not diminish the emotional impact of the issue. So we have to understand. Are you chewing? Are you digging into a potato chip bag?
No, I'm fucking with the wrapper.
Ian has a good point. He's chewing on a wrapper because it probably had a little Coke left in it, and he's waiting to spill it. But in the meantime, while he's getting his last little bit he can, I respect that. I think Ian has a good point, because my dogs have repeatedly told me that they do not appreciate the word dog.
Yeah.
And maybe there's something about the words, and that we just need to be like, you know what, I want to use this word. I can call you a dog, and dog, is like, I don't want to be called a dog. I'm going to bite you. And then
I think it's the hard R. That's the turn off.
Yes, it's the hard R. Your friend used a hard R from what I understand.
It doesn't
really matter. It's like she really means it's that term nigga or nigger.
I'll be honest, I have a very personal story with this. I have a very personal story with this. I was it was actually right after I got married, or before I was dating or right at my daughter. So 21, 22, whatever.
Yeah. But by the way, honey, Joe Ty says we all want to bang Brooke, even the woman.
Not me.
Oh, hell fuck no, because you can't handle a wet fucking bed. You sure as hell couldn't handle me. Well, actually, you probably could, because you couldn't get me wet. But I'm saying, if Douglas had me in your bed, you'd have to get a few new mattresses, okay? Anyway. Back to the point is I was 21, 22, and I was out, and it was my, at the time, either ex-husband's or about to be husband's friend from work. It was a black guy. And we were sitting across, and he was so cool. As a matter of fact, I'd already met him several times. And we were at a bar, just having drinks and just talking. And I had several, and before y'all heard me when I'm drinking and I finally let loose or whatever, which I let loose all the time anyway. But imagine, when y'all heard me when I'm drunk. And I was just like, and those two was like, oh yeah. And he was like, I was like, oh, that's a good one, nigger. And I said nigga.
Yeah, you didn't use a hard R.
I didn't do a hard R. I did it.
Yeah, you got to stay away from that hard R.
Okay, first of all, I was 21 and I was rapping to Snoop and them. I knew how to do nigga. Okay. I did nigga. I did it. I said it. Motherfucker, Abdul. That was his name. He changed. It was fucking. He's a white, not white, but I'm just saying, he was just so fucking intelligent. He just stopped and looked at me. Like this fucking not even broken, just disappointed. He's like, what'd you say? I said, I was just because I was on the songs nigga.
Yeah.
I said it, and he's like, no. And then he went into it with me on why. And the reason was because he didn't say that word.
Okay.
He didn't like that word. He said that word is, to me, whether you put an R on, he said, the rap songs that are all nigga, it's the same word. I mean, we want to say A or R, and it makes a big difference. It doesn't. And I know for a fact I said the A word because that was what was all rap. If you look at when I was that was the 99, 2000. So it was literally just him. And I literally, like, there's very few times you'll shut. I mean, Douglas, goddamn, knows this. Like, there's very few times you're going to shut me up and make me just mad. There are only 2 times. I'll shut up when I get really mad. And, like, I've decided I'm not going to go there with you. Or I shut up because I am completely taken back. And I will apologize, obviously. But I was taken back by what he said. Because and embarrassed, because he didn't try to call me out and yell at me, or he was just like, and he explained it to me.
Yeah.
And he was like,
it's very civil.
This is why this word is not acceptable. I don't use that word. Yes, it's in rap songs. Yes, people say it. He's like, but I don't use it. My father doesn't use it. My sister doesn't use it. He's like, we don't use that word because that was a derogatory word. That's a derogatory connotation of the word, and we do not use that. And number one, if I don't use it, and there are black people trying to claim it, and they're trying to claim it because they want to claim, just like I claim, sometimes I'll say I'm a redneck. I remember telling Peter Moon one time, he called me and I was like saying something. I was like, oh, well, I'm a redneck. And he's like, you're not a redneck, are you? You're not a redneck. And I was like, well, I'm Southern. We say we're redneck just because, but I mean, if you were to get technical, no, I'm not technically, I'm not a redneck. Like, I sound very Southern, but redneck is, no, I don't live in the trailer. I live in very upscale and have been raised in upscale. But I will say I'm redneck. Like, why not claim it? Because they all think I'm Southern and think I'm redneck. Why not claim it, right? The point is that term redneck was not used as bad as I wasn't fucking hanged for my fucking life, right? So there's a difference in the term, but it's the same principle. I'm not a redneck. I claim it. Because it makes me feel easier to claim it than to have somebody else call it to me first. Because if you call me a redneck first, then I'm fucked, right? Because it's like, oh, you think I'm a redneck? Well, fuck you. Maybe I'm a fucking redneck. But if I say, hey, I'm a fucking redneck, what are you gonna do? You might call me redneck too. Well, we agree. Okay, fine. So I take it out of the vocabulary for people that think, oh, because you talk Southern. So that's what nigga and nigger and these people that were black saying this were doing. They were taking ownership of the word to say, you're going to call me that? I'll own it first. You can't call me that. But we had no right. And just like fucking if Peter Moon called me and said, hey, I think you're a redneck, fuck you. Right? Okay. I said that and he's like, you're not. So we don't own that word. No one should probably use it ever. But we definitely, as white people that have not been that word and been called that word, don't get to own it. Just like anybody's never been called a redneck or had their responsibility doesn't get to fucking say I'm a redneck. You can say it, but it's fucking not the same meaning, and it's not okay, and it's not even in the same level of what we're talking about.
Just something similar would of course be the word queer, which has been owned by the gay community. They've taken the word queer and they've essentially taken that as they've done for that what the nigga without the hard R has been done by the black community. The word queer has been taken by the gay community. So this is something that they now take pride in. They'll use the term queer texture for queer architecture, or queer spaces for spaces they feel safe in, etc. So at any rate, so this is kind of a phenomenon that is somewhat...
It's a bullshit phenomenon. My ex-girlfriend would be like, that I remember getting on her so many times. Mm-hmm. She would be like, that is so fucking gay.
Mm-hmm. The word queer.
About, like, if we were let's say we were looking at an ugly house. Mm-hmm. It was like, I don't know, just like stupid looking. Something stupid. Something you would say, that is stupid. She would say, that is so gay. And I'm like, you're gay, bitch. Why would you say that term? Yeah. Like, she's been gayer longer than me. Like, she's been fucking out since she was in high school. Right. Why would you say that's gay? Like, but owning the term. She's been out that long. She's owning the term. Like, it's not going to affect me by saying you're gay. That is what nigger and nigger did. Like, when they took that over in rap, we cannot say, well, it was okay because we were calling people niggers or calling people gay and we were using it derogatory, and they had to take it over to fucking make themselves feel better about themselves. How about we just be better than that and just be like, not a good word. We have a million other words to use. Let's not use that one. Mm-hmm. Yes, or if we're going to use it positively. Like, you can use gay positively if they're gay. But you can't, there's no way you can use nigger
Can
or
I
even
ask you a
redneck.
question?
Like, well, she is so redneck. I want to fuck her in the fucking back of a hillbilly van with a cow on top. Like, there's no fucking way you're gonna use nigger right or nigga or probably redneck.
Well,
Ian wants to ask.
Brooke, let me tell you something. Down here, people use that word, and they even use it to name some of Orlando's historic landmarks, such as the Nigga Bowl.
Whoa, wait a second. That can't be
what
like
he
on
started
pamphlets
with.
and that
Which,
can't be
by
on
the way-
pamphlets or something.
Yeah. And his friend used an R. I want you to be clear. Your friend used an R, but it doesn't matter. You're right, because either way, it's the same thing.
I was hungry. I wasn't listening to the dude.
Oh, well, he was listening and he was repeating himself, and I heard him, and then he would not get on the phone.
I did leave him. I
you
did
laughed
leave
at
him in here.
and
Yeah,
then you
I did
hung
leave
up.
him on the phone. I did. But
You laughed.
look. Did he
Regardless,
use
it's not
it?
a nigga bowl.
Miss Brooke, did he use it in a negative or derogatory way?
He said, "Oh, you mean that?" I said, Clemson, Tennessee are playing. He was like, I was like,
what is Clemson? Is that a team or is that a sport or something? What is Clemson?
Well, just so you know, I'm sorry,
You
I'm
know
not
what?
laughing
I
at you.
didn't think there was
It's,
anything worse than what you said with the N-word. And I'm pretty sure you just fucking lowered yourself. Like, I thought Trump and Epstein and all your fucking political shit. But you just lowered yourself beyond low right there, man.
I'm sorry, somebody he did now or then?
You talk all you want, man.
I'm sorry, honey.
Whoa,
Whoa, Brooke. What you mean Ian lowered himself now or then? Back then when he was
No, he just lowered himself to the lowest form. He knows.
You mean
now.
right now? What did he do? What did I miss? What did I miss?
Is that like a dance group, the Clemson?
Oh, what he said about the Clemsons. I get it. Oh, I get it. I'm sorry. That's awful. That's all. Ian, you know damn well what Clemson is. It's the.
No. What is it?
Really, Ian? I'll tell you what it is.
I'm Googling it. I'm gonna Google it. I'm Googling
it. You up the ass about 44 fucking times. Every fucking time.
It's a school. In South Carolina, where you're from.
You know what? They won't even be real Clemson players. I'm just gonna pay it to every crackhead I can $1,000 fucking dollars. It's gonna take that to fuck you up the ass in Clemson fucking jersey.
Clemson University is a public land grant research.
Oh, and aside from that, I do myself refuse to believe that there's anything historical that's tolerated, even in Florida, that would have the word nigger in it.
No, there's no ER.
You know what?
There's no ER.
Hey, you know what? Right now, I am on Facebook. And just like you've got 2 accounts. I only have 1. I don't have to fake my shit because I don't get kicked off. But, by the way, I got 1. And I'm signed up for the Orange Bowl. And I've seen a live press conference. So can you send me the link to the nigga or nigger bowl?
Yeah, by the way, both accounts he's got on Facebook are not in his real name.
Oh, you mean he's not Frank Black or Black Frank?
That's right. He's not Frank Black or Black Frank. No.
Or he can't even spell black right? I don't know.
By the way, I think Joe Tai was trying to start a call, but he could jump on this call.
Hey,
Joe Tai,
Ian.
yes, go ahead.
You know what I love about Ian, though? Ian will take it. He doesn't even mind hang up. His friend, I'm going to tell you right now, his pussy-ass friend was so fucking bitch-ass mad. You could tell.
Okay.
That's why
Brooke is right. Brooke is right on that. I'll give her that.
Yes.
He has been a little butthurt here and there, but, his brother's a cop, so I kind of keep him, as my ace in the sleeve,
You could tell. That motherfucker was not even on the phone, and I could tell when you hung up. I was like, this isn't you. Like, I knew you hung up, and I was mad at you because I know you. But that little pussy said it, continued to say it, and talk shit in the background, and then was not man enough to step up. You, on the other hand, I will give you this. You be like, I'll say, okay, I'll get on the phone. I don't care. I'll fucking say whatever, and I will laugh or not laugh. Like,
and I
you
apologize.
say stupid shit, and most of it's wrong.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay.
So what's up with this? What's this Australian dude trying to bang you? What's all this about?
Oh,
I missed all that. I missed it all. I was at work.
I'm still trying to figure out what the guy does for a living.
I know what he does for a living, and Frank's his fucking friend.
Frank, you mean Ian? Ian
Well, yeah,
upvoted.
well, anyway.
Okay, here's what we can bring up. Ian
Okay.
upvoted the story that Andrich published.
Yeah, so when
about-
Andrich fucking unfriended me, you know how you're friends with one person on Facebook. So you're friends with somebody and you like something. It'll be like whatever, like what it'll say, oh, what a friend of yours. It'll be like Johnny Mac, that's your friend.
Okay.
And 1,000 other people like this, right? Well, that was this thing he had sent me, and he was the person that I was talking on the last podcast about, but I did not mention his name. I just said 1,000, and he had sent me that link, and I had made many posts on it. Let me just say, of just and not cussing or anything like I do on here or saying anything vulgar, just factual, and trying to appeal to people's fucking senses. My God, which is hard. But and I'm sure Frank can see this now, or I'm sorry, Ian, because once I came on the last podcast, well, I did not mention Michael Christopher Andrich's name or the fact he lives with his mom or put him down in any fucking way. And he said, she put me down. I'm going to block her. You want to know what put down is? You've got it now.
Is that the Australian guy?
Yes.
He's the Australian.
Okay.
Yes. Aussie Andre. Go on.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep up with all this. A little,
So that's him. So then he unfriended me because of the last podcast. You know, I didn't mention his name, but I mentioned 1,000, right? And then we were talking about it. So he said, "Oh, you disrespected me." Well, I didn't mention his name. Like, we talk about you all the time, Ian. You don't unfriend people. But if fucking we mention his fucking
you guys
name.
aren't gonna pay my rent. What the fuck do you? I don't care what you guys think of me.
Right.
Yeah.
This motherfucker
You know what I
just
mean?
thought because I mentioned a story that he forwarded to me. I said the story is fucking. What do you think? And then we both said it was pretty much bullshit. But either way, like
Send me the story.
So here's
you
the
saw the
picture.
story. You saw the story online, and you upvoted
This is why
it.
I called you. Stop. The reason I called you that night, I never got to because of your racist friend. The whole reason I called you was because of the Aussie idiot. Because the Aussie idiot unfriended me. And the second he did, I went to the story to make a post because I knew he'd see it. But when I went to make the post, the story, I can no longer see Aussie because he's got me blocked. So it didn't say Michael Christopher Andre and 5,000 other people like this, or actually like 200 or like 250 or whatever the fuck it was. But it was like, oh, Frank Black and 250 people like this. And I was like, you motherfucker. You're liking the same goddamn story he is, which is what we were talking about. And I was like, oh, I had 2 requests for you that night. Number 1, stop being a fucking idiot and liking these stories. Number 2, hey, since I can't get through to Michael to tell him what an idiot is, I think you should message him and tell him what an idiot he is.
Okay, so the Australian dude named Michael was talking about the 1,000,000 kids or some shit.
Yeah, 1,000,000 kids pulled out from underground by the U.S. Army, the American Army in Australia.
Never seen the light of day.
Yeah, who had never seen the light of day. 1,000,000 children.
All right, Brooke, I'm scrolling through your Facebook wall to look for this story.
It wasn't on her wall.
It wasn't on my wall. It was on Michael Andre shared it with me. I clicked the link, and then you fucking had liked it fucking too. And I fucking go back there. Actually, I'm sure.
I'm okay. Michael, what?
You might not see it because you've been blocked, honey. You won't be able to find it on Facebook.
He blocked me.
He blocked you, so you can't see it. Yeah.
Motherfucker.
You told him you were gay, right?
I have all his history. So right here, I got the click. He can block me all he wants, but he can't take away everything he fucking sent before.
Michael Andre.
Yes. He's
Michael
got the Croatian
Andre.
flag.
Oh, God. From God, God's son.
Yeah.
Savior of the world.
Michael.
That's what he says his name means. And I'm sure that it does mean all that, but that doesn't mean
something similar. I don't know exactly.
I'm sure that doesn't mean he's necessarily worthy of all that. Whether the name might be, redolent with meaning, that doesn't mean that the person holding the name is worthy of the name.
I'm not seeing him.
Maybe he blocked you
Michael.
too. Maybe he blocked you too.
Michael Michael.
Yeah. Okay. I got that part right.
That.
I got that part.
I'm pretty sure you spell Christopher.
Yeah, Michael Christopher.
Okay,
and the last name is ADR.
Oh fuck. Okay, okay, hold on. Let me. Okay, I misspelled that. Okay.
ANDR. ANDR.
Don't say all he's gonna sue us for talking about him. Let's just say the rest. Like we're calling ANDRIJI and then CHA. Like
CHA?
CH.
C or maybe CH, maybe SH. I don't know. I don't want to get sued.
Andric. What is he? Sweden?
No, Croatian.
He's not Croatian.
Okay, I found him. Australia. Oh shit! I just sent him a friend request. Fuck.
Yes.
Oh yes. Oh my god, that's great.
God damn it! I hit the wrong button.
Suck his dick and then suddenly randomly blow up on him like me.
Yeah, Andrich, by the way, is spelled ANDRI.
He got it. He's got it.
JICH. Yeah, but that's anglicized.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. He's got He's posted he's advertising your thing on here.
Okay, that's nice. Good.
I
tagged him. I tagged him. Yes.
Because Douglas tags anybody that's giving him money.
Well, no, I mean it's good publicity, you know.
Yeah, he gave us $222. He thought $100 was going to go to fuck me.
Well, that beats my little 50, and I wasn't even asking to bang you. God damn.
Well, both of you should be. Well, he's going to need about 3 more zeros, and you're going to need to add about 3 or 4. So, either way.
Oh my
God. The only thing I do is just ask you to leave the room if I wanted to jack off. You know, that's basically.
Hey, I will leave the fucking room and I'll pay you $50 if I can watch you jack the fuck off while your fucking friend's there going nigger with this gun and drunk in the air, and you're like, oh my god, you're so sick.
He's about it. He scares the shit out of me sometimes. I'm like, yeah, man, all right, I'll see you tomorrow. I'm like, no, he's ruthless.
Okay. So we do want to
go.
You
hang out with these people, Ian.
Well, I have to.
First of all, I already gave you a life-saving request that Douglas won't let you do. You could save a life right now, but Douglas is not going to allow that. We're not going to bring it up. But I had a life-saving.
We'll skip that. That's fine.
Oh my god.
Douglas knows you could save a life right now. But regardless, instead he's just allowing you to hang out with idiots and continue your fucking mockery of the fucking world.
At any rate, so we've been through quite the adventure tonight, and
has anyone ever taken you without sexually touching you, made you out of breath more than me?
No, honey, no one's left me more out of breath.
Only
you leave me breathless.
You're welcome, Doug.
I mean, without touching you. I'm just saying, we're not touching them in South Carolina. I just feel like. Even the people you hated, because when I hear you when you hated me, the one time we got, when I was drunk and you were really drunk and you were like, you don't lose breath then. You're like, you fucking done. I'm gone.
It's just you're incredible. So by the way, we have plenty of feedback.
But you know what's funny? The second thing is the second most person that's ever made you lose breath is Ian West. So is that mean we are similar sexually to you?
Yes, the two of you together.
I made him lose his breath in disgust. See, that's totally different from you.
Yes.
No, yes. I'm feeling like I do too. Is what I'm feeling like. He's like you're like.
Well, the two of you together, I need to be on oxygen. I'm just left literally. So we are getting lots of feedback. Mr. Troy Bellamy, who is a black African American male.
Because he needed you to say that so badly. I hope there's a point.
There's a point. There is a point to my saying that. Believe it or not, as opposed to.
I'm sorry. You're not going to the nigga bowl.
Yeah. Please. He does say, please use the N-word, as opposed to actually the word itself. So yes, so please.
I said nigga.
I mean, the N-word from this point forward. We made our point. We don't need to.
All right, yeah, Brooke, it is very inappropriate, you know.
Fuck you. After what I went through, not only did I fucking cuss y'all out forever, I was so mad on
He was really brutal with you.
For 2 fucking hours about the fucking word.
Oh, did you?
Fuck yeah,
Douglas, you got to record these things, man.
If I had known you're going to be an idiot, low-class piece of shit to say
that wasn't me. That was him.
You fucking laugh. You laugh like Douglas just now, but Douglas has a reason because we're just going back and forth, and you're being
I
an
got
idiot.
spoken about like
But
that.
that guy wasn't being an idiot. He was being a racist when he said, "Oh, you mean the N-word, Bo?" That
there,
fuck
much
you.
better. There.
I'm so sorry, baby. Look, I'm sorry. Okay, it won't happen again. Can we just drop it?
So all right now.
I'm trying to light my bowl.
Yeah, he's trying to light his end bowl. Yes, he's trying to light his end bowl there.
Although I need, like, what Troy Bellamy, like, I get it. Like, you get to own whatever you say. So you're like, it's fine. Like, I say N-word. I don't say N-word. I don't usually. This is only a conversation I'm having because of this. But what I will say is when they came out with the fucking monkeypox and they're like, we're gonna call it M-pox. What happens when somebody says, well, what does the M mean?
No.
And why did you change it? Like,
monkeypox was a joke made up by Dave Chappelle in Half Baked.
Right.
Okay, first of all, I love Dave Chappelle.
Here's one thing where I will argue with Brooke. There is no reason.
Bro,
to
I know. Every
Chappelle.
person that is so liberal will argue me on Dave Chappelle.
Yeah, well, understand. I have a trans son, okay? And
no, but it's, you know why?
Like,
you know why? I hung up with my last friend because their best friend was trans, and I was fucking friends with their fucking friend, and I fucking tried to make their trans friend fucking amazing fucking day because they burnt their fucking turkey on fucking Thanksgiving. Sent them an amazing fucking email. Don't even hardly know the person. And they were like, oh, it doesn't fucking matter. It's all burnt. And I'm like, you've got a 6-year-old there. Just make it happy. I was just being very positive, uplifting person.
What's that got to do with Dave Chappelle?
No. Was your trans friend a guy turned into a woman?
So I'll get to the Dave Chappelle boy. Point is, blah, blah, blah. We talked about sports. But Dave Chappelle, we would argue every time about because he would say my best friend is trans and I do not agree with what Dave Chappelle said on trans. And I would say you are fucking, and this is where I say got bought off by the media on the trans shit. Because
no. It's not like that. No. He has no right. He has no right to go around bullying people as he does. That's
he's not bullied. He not bullied
He
anybody.
is. And not to mention, he brought the man who killed all those animals. He brought the man who killed all those animals. You know, Mr.
No.
Multi-millionaire. He brought him on, Mr. Smut, Muskrat. He brought him on, and it was defending him and insulting his own audience in defense of the racist animal killer. Musk
look,
man.
let me tell you something. He brought Musk on, and I disagreed. Yeah. I disagree because,
anyhow, let's just put it this way: for some reason, you like this individual, but
you're not getting what Dave Chappelle stands for, or most comedians that are in that limelight. Like you're not getting the point.
This is not like that. This is not like that.
Okay.
And honestly, it's like
you're
not being reasonable
here. Point, and I don't get to make a point. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's honey. I mean,
you make a lot of points. You make a lot of points.
I've made a lot of points that your N-word was wrong, but I think I get to make
let that go. Oh my God.
Okay, so why can't I change the subject as soon as I change the subject?
You sucked one dick, you sucked them all. God. Jesus Christ.
Well, Ian, wait, she's letting this go. She's trying to pick up another.
What I was trying to do was let it go and go into another.
Hey, what is that noise, Ian? What are you doing? Is that coming from Ian, right? That noise?
It's not fucking me.
Ian, what are you doing? It's like he got angry and he's tearing his microphone apart or something. Ian, what are you doing? It's good God.
I think he said sucking dick, and then he just started thinking about it, and he's sucking the microphone. Are you sucking the microphone, Ian?
Oh my God.
Can you hang the fuck up?
Oh my God.
I don't know.
It
sounds like he's sucking the microphone, though, if you think about it. Like, up and down. On it.
Oh my God.
You suck one microphone, you suck them all, Ian.
Oh my God. Ian, are you there? Okay. Oh my God.
I'm gonna go away, Ian. You have your time. You go on.
What is he doing? Okay, so I'll have to. If he keeps that up, I'll have to get him off the call. Is she with us? Did she leave?
Sounds like his mic. Yeah, his microphone must have messed up. He hung up. It's probably like.
Did he hang up?
He hung up, but he says he's rejoining. Like, I think he's trying to get his microphone to work, like I was earlier.
Okay, so Ian, do understand she was changing the subject. You know, I don't understand why that suddenly upset you now at this point. Was that him or you breathing?
That was him.
That was him? Ian, how could that be him when he was muted? It was like he unmuted just so we could hear that sigh.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Oh, thank God.
Can you hear me now?
So Ian, understand.
Okay,
I'm just trying to smooth things here. No need to be upset by what she said about that, but this is what I need to say. I'm the one who needs to be upset before. So understand that trans people are more visible than ever before in media and pop culture, but with this visibility comes increased transphobic violence. And while all of this is going on, and it has reached record highs last year, and may have even broken those records this year, Dave Chappelle's reckless #MeToo and trans jokes have real after effects. So in his Netflix shows, where he's defending his right to provoke, but protests against his gags about misconduct allegations and transgender people being all justified, this shows what a hypocrite he is. He's simply disgusting. There's no other word for it. You've got this individual who was once considered radical for super smart critiques of race in America. He's basically becoming a right-wing activist. This is why he brought the muskrat on his stage. So you've got an entirely new generation struggling for social justice, and trans people are facing the challenges blacks faced at the time of Martin Luther King Jr. But here you've got this man, and in this case, I will use the term, and I will use this in full consciousness of the effect. And he wouldn't
God,
like
you better
it.
not say the fucking word.
This is the man who is a nigger, and he wouldn't like it if I said that. But he goes around making trans jokes and expects me to like that. So that's bullshit. And that's indefensible. So with all the time that I've taken...
You made her leave. That is awesome.
There. Okay. So that shows that she can't take it if that's the case. If that truly is the case, then she can't take it. So there you go.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I didn't see his show. I mean, I heard he went on stage, but I didn't hear any of the details.
Yeah. Oh, I'll get into them later during monologue.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll cover that in depth in monologue. In painful, excruciating detail, I will cover it. Now, so all I can say
before we jump off the Elon Musk thing, did you see my article today about Elon?
No. What did you say?
It's called here. Let me read it to you. It's so fucking good.
Oh my God!
I spent like 3 hours on it. I was very proud of it. It's called "Why I Trust Elon Musk." Okay, let me get to it.
You wrote this?
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Well, I graphic designed it, and I took some court testimony of that Jessie Zaboter chick, of her like explaining how she grew up with Elon. But you want me to read it to you? I mean, it's brutal. You want to hear it?
Sure.
Okay. It's called Frank Black Trust in Elon Musk. Because when Elon was 12, and it says, and then it's got a picture of Elon when he was young and shit, and it says, I testify for the record in July of 1982, I witnessed the blasphemy ritual for the following hierarchy children: Elon Musk, Sasha Stone, Michael Trudeau, Nathan Rothschild, and Saif al-Islam Gaddafi. And then she says in statement C, it says, half the 12-year-old boys were chosen for the second night of ritual. The other half went the third night. They only saw the boys they were with that night take their rituals. The first night I saw Nate Rothschild, Elon Musk, and Sasha Stone in ritual. The second night, Michael Trudeau and Saif al-Islam Gaddafi. And then section E, it says, the Grand High Priestess have a statue of Jesus, which they connect a sexual device used by women in sexual intercourse. It's basically is a dildo that a woman wears and then inserts anally, vaginally, and or orally into her victims.
Whoa.
The practices...
Go on. I'm sorry. Go on.
Okay. The practices is... All right, it's only like 2 more paragraphs. The practice is called pegging. The Grand High Priest pours blood over the statue of Jesus. not sure where it is obtained from before this. The Grand High Priest begins to chant, "Your duty is first to God, then to your brothers and sisters." They repeat this phrase over and over. As they repeat this phrase, they begin moving the statue and inserting the bloody dildo into the 12-year-old victim's oral and anal orifices. The statue of Jesus is later cleaned with urine and semen mix and placed back in the church to be venerated and kissed by the devout parishioners. Anyway, all the sex in this ritual is done softly and gently. The goal is to bind the brothers and sisters to one another through intimacy and desire. All the women present wear these pegging devices. After the boys are raped by the statue of Jesus, the Grand High Priest continues to emphasize that one's duty is first to God and then to their brothers and sisters. At this point, those present who are part of the circle come in small groups and take turns raping the boys at this time, inserting in all orifices at the same time. During this rape, there are pauses. During those pauses, each member in the circle will put their face close to the boy's face. They will say, "I am your brother. It is your duty to keep my secrets, and it is my duty to keep yours. Are you my brother?" The boy will answer, "I am your brother." Up until this point, the 12-year-old boys are considered virgins. They may have been raped anally, but it will be the first time they're allowed to initiate penetration upon a victim. Next, while carousing, the Grand High Priestess gives the boys shots of adrenochrome to cause psychosis. During psychosis, the high dose of adrenochrome causes an intense anger and impulse to tear and rip human flesh apart. It is at this point that the adults above summon high-level demonic spirits. These spirits are welcome to have their way. I saw them take turns entering the boys. As they did, the boys began raping the girls and got aggressive and vigorously until they began ripping the girls apart into pieces and consuming them. As they do this, the Grand High Priest joins in and shouts blasphemies at Jesus and declares they are God. And that's signed testimony of Jessie Marie Zavoder on October 2nd, 2021.
Thank you.
Was that too much? Was that too much?
No. I was distracted.
Good.
I was distracted.
Well, that's why I trust Elon Musk, because he did adrenochrome and I have it.
Wow. Okay, this is where I got confused. Believe me, I've been confused the moment you started that.
Thank you.
Oh God, she's back. Oh my God. Okay, I'm gonna breathe.
Okay.
Oh, you better fucking breathe.
Oh God, I don't need this. Okay.
None of you are gonna need it. But let me tell you something. I'm not gonna cuss. I'm gonna cuss a little because that's not in my nature. But I do want to make a factual point that there is no reason, no excuse, Douglas, especially Douglas Dietrich, for you to no. You're going to let me finish. I have respected you enough, answered your calls when you needed somebody to fucking cover your fucking front hour, cover your fucking bedspread.
Okay, let's make a deal. Cover me again. And then, I'll listen to you. I'll hear you out. I'll hear you out if you cover me again. Okay? How's that for a deal? That a deal?
I'll cover you. You're going to shut up when you come back and listen?
No. I mean, I'll listen now. In other words, it's payment up front. Payment up front. I'll listen now if you cover me afterwards. Okay? So I'm going to listen with respect. I'm going to breathe. I'm going to
go on mute.
No, you know what? I would like you not on mute.
Yeah, we don't want you on mute. Ian.
I don't want you on mute, Ian. If you're on
Ian,
mute,
we want to hear you. Okay.
Okay. Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
I'm back.
So,
okay.
Ian, so my point to this is, and this actually is not to Ian, it's to Douglas, is you talk about so much, and I've respected you for so much I've been here, and God disrespected myself enough, and sometimes not respected you occasionally. But at the end of the day,
I've never seen you disrespect yourself.
Yeah, I was wondering about that too myself. Yeah.
Let me be honest with you.
I have to agree here.
You are fucking just penises. That's what they talk about. God. Oh my God.
That's Jesus' fault.
Yeah.
Well, I disrespect myself every fucking time the majority of y'all are doing monologues. I can assure you over and over again because there's nothing else to do.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Go on.
Okay.
Also, I'm playing music and not listening to the monologue, but anyway. So, point back is to Douglas. I respect you, and you know that, and you know I respect how much intelligence you have. I am asking you to look at what you just said. I don't ask you to agree with me.
Yeah. Oh, Ian, by the way.
No, let me finish.
Yeah, wait,
finish.
Ian, we be a little quiet when you move around.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yes, whatever fucking like little bit of coke you got left in there, meth, like fucking A, it's not there anymore. It's gone. Call the dealer. Get him over it.
He's chasing phantoms.
Oh.
Yes.
You're just licking the wrapper.
Okay. You know, as a little tangent,
Anyway.
you know, I never understand why people never do this with anything else other than coke or meth or something like that. But the one thing I always wonder about is powdered sugar on the wrappers. Why people lick that? I've never been able to stand looking at people do that. It's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. They take the donut wrapper and they lick it because the jelly are powdered sugar.
I can give you a fucking better story than that about powdered fucking sugar and yeah. But you don't even earn that yet. So at the end of the day, you want a good powdered sugar story, I will give it to you.
Yes, honey. Yeah.
But earn it.
I mean, but just to get you working on me, I'll put some on my crotch.
Let me warm you the fuck back up. Dave Chappelle, you don't have to like his comedy. You don't even have to.
Wait a second. I thought you had something to tell me about the N-word. Okay,
oh, no,
you were going to chastise me.
Shut up.
Okay,
it's my turn to talk, and you get to go piss. Remember the deal? So shut up.
All right.
So I said. That's what we were talking about is Dave Chappelle. We were talking about him. Then you were talking about him being anti-trans. I was going to say before I was not allowed to talk is I would just
whoa, wait a second there.
And don't get me wrong, I'm allowed to talk a lot, but when you start, like you're the one person. Well, you and Peter scares me more than actually you, and I don't know why because obviously, anyway, Peter scares me more because I just know he's good. Oh. Did you interrupt? Did you say the word yes as I was talking? Can you finish? I'm only 47 sentences in. But when you start,
Peter scares you more than I because he won't take your shit. I do.
Oh, he won't take my shit. He wants to take it. He wants to take it and have. Never mind. We're not going to go there.
Yes, understood. But go on.
Okay, so anyway, I literally think that. What you were saying, I was stopping because when you do start talking, you do have, a voice that I respect, and I literally do stop. It's very different than Peter, where I'm literally like biting my tongue. So I'm literally like, he's just gonna yell at me every time. Like with you, I finally interrupt, and I don't care if you yell at me because like you have this deep voice, and it's finally so like I have to say something. But with him, it's just like, oh God, I gotta say something. You know what? It's not worth it because number one, his ego, he doesn't give a shit. Number two, he's going to fucking tell me to fucking wait to finish my sentence. And by the time he's finished with 79 sentences, I'm going to forget what the fuck I said anyway. So, like, but he's telling me with Qigong and stuff. He does. He told me with Qigong. He's telling me. Peter's got so many good qualities. Don't let me not put Peter down. Like, he's got so many good qualities. I just say at 70 years old, like, you have got to be over your ego. But if I can come on and be like, Brooke, you know what? You talk too much. You interrupt. You talk too fast. You fucking aren't always as respectful as you should be to people. And a million other things I could probably tell you. Like, I've quit caring as much about vacuuming lately. Like, I'm just like, you know what? It's like washing clothes. Like, unless you wash them naked, you're never done. So like the vacuuming, I'm just like, the hair's gonna be there tomorrow. I'll just wait another fucking day or two. But like what I'm saying is like we all have our things that we can look at ourselves and be like, hey, these are our issues. I don't feel like Peter does that. And if Peter's listening, like I would tell him that to his face. He knows that fucking shit. Peter, I feel like you don't admit, maybe you do to yourself, but you need to admit it more to people because you're sitting there talking to everybody and telling them what they need to fucking do and how great your life was and how all much you learned. We need to hear some shit about how shitty your life is.
That's not me keyboarding, by the way. Just so you know.
Like, you know what people want to hear? People want to hear, like, oh my God, I had a bad fucking day. And you know what? Like, I don't even know. I don't have an answer to this. Somebody else have an answer? Like, people want people to be people. People don't need a fucking, like, superhuman Peter Moon who's not a superhuman Peter Moon at all. Like, that's what I'm saying with Peter. Peter is so great and so wonderful in so many ways. And I respect him in so many ways because I respect Ian. I almost called him Ian Moon. Ian.
Ian Moon.
I guess they're married now. I've married them all.
And Pete's the top man too.
But I'm saying, like, I respect Ian in so many ways, and we disagree in so many ways. But I have a respect for every human. Wait
a second. What do you respect Ian for? I mean, like, just because.
I respect Ian. Like, what are you talking about? Ian comes on here. He fucking gets made fun of, and he hears himself being made fun of. He will still fucking call in. We can all, like me, you, George, and all of them louder. He's fucking called in.
Oh,
like,
I get flattered. I get so flattered. I'm like, these fucking losers are talking about me. This is great.
I'm saying, like, he's like totally willing to call in, and then we'll laugh at him. And instead of him being like a Brooke, which I'll be honest, like that's my Aries moon, I'll be like, you fucking laughing? I'll call in too, and I'll be like, this is what the fuck are you goddamn saying? Like, I'm just gonna be angry. He's just like, let me tell you another story. You know, I mean, you gotta love that. So I respect every human. Everybody's got their own journey, right? We've all got our own journey, and we have to love that about each other. But what I have to say is there have to be certain rules and regulations on life in general, or not rules, but like fucking just like want to be good. We want to be good. We want to try to get along, and then hopefully we'll eventually agree on most shit. Maybe. Or we're not meant to. Whatever. Either way, we agree, N-word, not a good word. Everybody seems to agree that. Like, hanging people from trees, not a good thing.
Wait a second.
Why are we doing that?
Wait a second.
Why aren't we circle back?
What Ian is saying is that nobody's
Ian,
hanging.
we're not circling back, Ian. I need you to understand. This is circling back to Douglas, not you.
Well, I get what Ian's saying.
Shut up.
What? Yeah, honey. I mean, just a little bit of a tangent here. What Ian is saying is we're not hanging people from trees, and I understand he's saying that. But
Ian, I need you to be quiet for 1 minute. I let you do all your thing, and I just built you up. So I'm gonna let you let me.
Yeah, she did
Douglas
just build you up. Yeah,
time.
and honestly, I mean, you know, when I said what do you respect him for, what I meant was not, you know, nothing disrespectful. But I did mean that. As a matter of fact, I do defend Ian and say when he you know, we don't want to pick on him. Now, you've heard me say that, right, Ian? You know, so anyhow.
I'm pretty sure he's heard me say that.
No, I did know more about your birth certificates than y'all did.
Okay, so that being said, go on, honey. Go back to what you were doing, chastising.
So my point is chastising back to Douglas. This has nothing to do with you, Ian, so I don't need you to get in it. You want to get in it later, that's fine. I need you to stay the fuck out.
There's a real masochism here on Ian's part and mine, on both of us, yes.
This is the N-word, yes, you originally brought up, but when Douglas sat there and chastised you for it and said this wasn't the word you should say, there's no bowl game, that's not right, but then he had no problem saying, but trans shouldn't be put down, and if Dave Chappelle did it, well then he is a fucking...
I'm the host, honey.
Say it.
There's
and you
a certain
said
thing
the
here.
word.
There is a difference
you
here.
Said the word.
There's
Stop.
a difference here.
No.
First off, there was context. As I said before, there was context. There's a context, and I am the host, and I have that right because I am the host. That's
right.
It's beyond that because since Dave Chappelle considers it his privilege, to insult the transgender community, then I consider that my privilege to use that word against him. It's personalized. At this point, it's personal between
that's
he
like saying
and I. So believe me, I've got it covered.
If my neighbor comes over and like throws dog shit in my yard, right? Then I should just go throw dog shit in their yard. Like, why can't you be a better person than to say like, well,
you know, I mean, do you understand the silliness of your position? Your position is so silly because now, to tell you the truth. And it's like this. Okay, good example. I'll bring it back to you. It's a good example. And I'll bring it back to you.
Are you done with me for real? Are you done? Because you just called me silly.
That's silly. That's silly. Yeah, and you can't handle that.
It was just an example. It was the easiest example I could give.
Wait a second. Hold on for a second. When I called you silly, I'm calling you silly not because of your example of the dog shit. I'm calling you silly because of your deciding to take offense at what I said. in the context that I had already articulated. So when it comes to something like, say, something I find funny. Now, say, for instance, back when I was on Revolution Radio, there was this variant for a very famous kind of video game called Doom. There used to be this Doom video game where the guy's going around through corridors and blowing away different people. It may have been combined with some other Wolfenstein game that was, they're blowing away Nazis and Hitler, of course, in a mech suit and all this other far out shit. And somebody did a variant on that using a program, and then you got to play either Hitler or Moon Man, who used to be the character that you used to see in McDonald's saying, dinner, playing the piano and shit, the Moonlight McDonald's commercial, which they actually purchased from the guy who did Nightbreed. I'm forgetting his name for the moment for reasons.
I'm very familiar with the Moon Man.
Yeah. So it's like, I'm forgetting Clyde Barker. Clyde Barker actually sold the rights of the Moon Man to McDonald's, who then took the character and made him like an advertiser for. It's really weird, the whole story behind that. But anyhow, so you could play Moon Man or you could play Hitler, and there may have been somebody else. I can't remember who it was. Some famous neo-Nazi or something, maybe David Duke. And but you got to. Basically, they went around and they're shooting up.
Is that where Peter got his moon? Is that where Peter got his moon?
That's good. I like that. That's good. Anyhow, so the point was you got that it was hideously funny, and I brought this up on Revolution Radio. I was saying, you're shooting at caricatures of blacks and Jews and gays, and I barely remember it, but it was basically something like this. The Jews you're shooting at blacks, they're all throwing basketballs at you, and you're shooting at Jews, and they're all threatening to sue you, but they all look like basketballs that are bouncing anyway, so it's almost like the blacks are bouncing the Jews. And then there's the gays that are saying something like, I'm butthurt, or something like that. It was hideously funny, and I told people, the only reason that it's funny is because I'm obviously neither black, nor Jewish, nor gay. And so I pointed that out, and I got all kinds of feedback where people found that variant and actually played it and thought it was the funniest thing in the world. I did tell them this is the most fun you'll ever have playing Hitler. Think about what I just said. But at any rate, the whole point was that when it comes to this kind of humor, I hate to say it, that there's something hideously funny about laughing at people we cannot relate to their problems to ever, no matter how hard we try. There's going to be experiences these people have, intergenerational trauma these people have, that we simply cannot understand. And for some horrible reason, there are things that people say that are funny. Now, all the while that you were saying the N-word throughout tonight, I hate to say, people heard me. I was laughing. It was funny to me. It was funny. Then, of course, Troy Bellamy reminded me, of course, we just don't need to use it that much. I mean, it was just overused. So we can use the N-word instead of the word itself. And his point was well taken. So, and I was articulating this, but I had articulated to you privately and I had articulated publicly that the context that I've used it in has been towards colored people, especially blacks, obviously, for that particular N-word, that I felt really brought it upon themselves because they're basically disrespecting themselves by affiliating with right-wing racists. And in other words, just kind of bringing that upon themselves. And people have written to me who have been black, who have said, I feel offended by that. And of course, I've taken that into account and still did what I did because I haven't gotten an overwhelming amount of people who are black who have said that. But it really is like this. I need to respect that if there are an overwhelming amount of people who feel offended by it, but I've never really gotten that.
You don't have an overwhelming amount of black people that listen to you.
Well, actually, honey, just so you know, a good part of my audience is black, a high enough percentage where many of my contributors have been black in the past.
I'm not saying many, but I think if we were to do the percentages of white,
we don't know. We don't really know. But I do have enough black people who participate.
I'm pretty sure
to understand that I have a good number of black listeners. A good number of my listeners.
Only two people that I've ever even thought were black weren't black.
Well, honey, that's just so you know. There are black listeners. There's Stephen Myers in New York City, who's half black.
See, you have some black listeners. What I'm trying to say is that I met some people, and I thought, remember,
and it was to the point where I had 2 black shills that were basically planted on me. Who, Derek Talley was one. That there was that Jambo the Reese monkey who was the other.
You know what? This is the stupidest conversation we've ever had. Like, it doesn't fucking matter.
Well, that was the point. Was that this conversation didn't need to happen.
No, but you had to.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
The conversation started because of your fucking friend, and you couldn't fucking put him on the phone or fucking tell him he was a piece of shit.
Yeah, but I didn't put him on that radio with you.
It led to me and Douglas now arguing.
Oh God.
But honey, in his case, in all fairness, without going in circles, in his case, he's with a drunken man who's got a gun.
Okay, yeah, and you believe that he was also going to the gas station with him for 3 hours. Okay,
we did go to Wawa. We did go to Wawa.
Now with a gun is drunk, and you're like, let's go to the gas station for 3 hours. I'm not sure.
Hey, honey, it's Ian West. I believe that. Honey, it's Ian West. I believe that.
For him, are you saying like I'm pretty sure like at some point there needs to be like a what's that law like? They need to start saying they need to stop putting warnings on shit. Like an iron, like they don't need an iron that says do not iron clothes while on body, or tie
Oh my God.
They don't need to put like don't eat these.
Michael Connell.
Like,
Michael Connell says, "Can I?"
People just need to die.
Yeah. By the way, Michael Connell says, "Can I be on your show?" And that depends, Michael. I mean, I used to in the past. I would take anybody.
So he took me. He took me one fucking time when I said that shit.
And look at what happened to me. I mean, she beat me down to the point where I like practically surrendered to this chick. But so such being said, Michael, just send me your Skype ID.
Shut up.
What, honey?
Nothing.
Honey, what? Anyhow, Michael, you can send me a Skype ID request. What do you call it? Skype contact request. I mean, I need to ask her.
Tell him, Michael, are you going to agree with Brooke or are you going to agree with Douglas? Because if you're going to agree with Douglas, then you're not getting on. If you're going to agree with Brooke, then I can call you personally and get you on. That's all that happens.
He says she got me to ask.
In other words, call my agent.
Oh my God. So okay. So I think that I've responded. So can I refresh myself now, honey?
No, because you haven't responded. You know what? You will go refresh yourself because I'm just going to bring it back up when you come back because you haven't finished this. But go ahead.
Well, I mean, I don't need to refresh myself that urgently. Tell me.
So the point of the matter is you still haven't freaking apologized for what you said, which is the point that you lowered yourself to the level of saying the N-word because you thought because this person, regardless of their race, white, fucking, worst person, Trump in the world, fucking black or not, that N-word was not called for.
Yeah,
you could have called everything else. You should not have called that.
No. Well, I would argue in the context.
Douglas, have you ever fucking just been like, I am wrong?
No, we've got some feedback now. We've got some feedback now from Troy Bellamy, the black African American male that I qualified.
Hey, I'm sure he's agreeing with you. That's the only reason you're bringing it up.
That's not true. That's not true. He says no matter what percent of African Americans listen to the program, there is no need to use the N-word by people who are not black with impunity. It's
all right. So
totally
ask him,
disrespectful.
Troy. I'm asking you now. Can you let him know? Just because somebody, even if he thinks that this comedian who happens to be black is transphobe, should he be able to call him the N-word?
Well, at that point, it's a personal battle between Chappelle and I.
I'm asking Troy. I didn't ask you.
See,
Why
Chappelle is using disrespectful. Chappelle is using disrespectful words. So when he does,
so you know what?
Then
I
can to him.
Disrespectful to you, you've hung up on me before. When I was when I was being like a bitch and I was just so drunk or whatever.
Honey, yeah, but I hung up after hours.
Actually, no.
That was after hours.
That was not. Let's go back and listen to that because I asked you to not even be on the show because I had 2 hours sleep. So we're not going to go back to that argument.
Uh-oh.
But regardless, I've been in the ICU. But regardless, we're not going back to that. It's fine. We fixed
By
that.
the way,
We worked
Michael
that out.
Connell
Good point.
says, bro, she is your medicine. He says, bro, if I was on your show, we would be dropping M-bombs all day. Okay, so obviously that gives us forewarning there. Okay, so
who is that fucker?
Gentleman, individual, not Michael Connell. I don't know him. I don't know him.
What's his name? I just want to remember to not ever say okay.
Yeah. I'm going to ignore what he said because I think the last thing he said was just pure trollery.
Where did he say it? On YouTube?
It's on the chat. It's in the chat.
Okay,
the last thing he said was basically,
"Oh my God, the comments aren't blowing up."
Yeah. He said, I'm Zulu Bantu and then Tutu people. Okay, I think that's just pure trolling. Okay, I think that's bullshit. But obviously, with a name like Michael Connell, yeah, okay, yeah, a regular Dublin
Why
pub.
does Michael fucking Christopher change his name with his another C's on there? Like, well, I'll just be a racist, whatever. Yes. Anyway, it's a good.
We'll ignore that individual. We'll ignore it. But Troy Bellamy, I did read what he had to say.
I would like Troy to answer the question I asked. I want Troy to answer the question. Troy's answer.
Honestly, honey, that's. Don't you think
it doesn't matter? It's not. You know what? It's your show. It's your show. You can hang up and never speak to me again. But just give me Troy's answer on that.
Hang on, honey. I'm stuck. If I die, then you wind up. you wind up winning.
I know.
Yeah, you wind up winning the lottery.
I'm gonna get Troy out of it. Troy. Like, I just don't know. I just want to know, dude. Yeah. Like, come on, you know me. I just I think you know me well enough to know that you're half wrong, at least 50% wrong if you can't.
So Ian, can you help this young lady hold the stage with Troy? Maybe the three of you can hold the conversation with the chat. He says,
you know what? Only if you can invite Troy on to talk.
Yeah. Yeah. So he says you're right. Troy Bellamy says Chappelle uses...
Yeah, Troy says you're right.
Yeah, he says Chappelle uses the N-word to disarm its affect. Brooke is right. I don't like pejoratives personally. So, okay, so there. You happy now, honey?
You don't get to use it, and that's what I'm trying to say.
Anyhow, honey, that's anyhow, Mike.
Do you see what you just did? Remember, we discussed this. Now we're going to another topic before you get to the bathroom. The honey thing. You don't do that to fucking Ian. You don't do that to fucking George. You don't do that. But it's okay, honey. Yeah. It's a fucking woman thing, and it's just like, okay, honey, we'll just mute you. You're okay, honey, girl, baby girl. You're just stupid.
Is that how you take it?
Yes, that's how you sound when you're like, okay, honey. You don't fucking know. Even Ian can be like, I just fucking got the fucking crabs. They're crawling out of my skin. And you'll be like, really? Did you? Okay. You don't go, okay, honey. Okay. Well, anyway. That's what you do to fucking me. And you do it to women. And you don't even realize it, I don't think. And it's not okay. It's not okay, honey, and I love it.
It's totally.
I need you to work on it.
No. It's totally okay with you because you get $50,000 if I fucking die. Okay, so I get to call you fucking honey. All right.
Here's the thing. You're trying to set me up to kill you.
Yeah.
On the show.
Well, we already know you're planning that. We already know you're planning that. So just everybody know it's on record now. She's confessed it on air.
Tell them the whole story? You can tell them the whole story.
If something happens to me, you know she did it. Okay, and you know why?
So does the fucking insurance company, because I told them to.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So for that reason, I get to call you honey and babe. And, pretty much along those lines.
You know who's fucking going down for it, though? I told him tonight. Who's fucked? Sammy Romero.
Yeah, why? What happened?
Because I said, you know what? I'll prove I'm fucking here. He'll fall down a flight of steps accidentally. They'll play the fucking tape. Be like, you killed him, but who'd you hire? And I'm like, I don't know. I was at home. You can prove I was in Greenville, South Carolina. I ain't flying out there. They'll be like, who's the closest person she's talked to? Go through phone records. Oh, Sammy Romero. He's driven to San Francisco before. He's in LA. They'll be like, oh, hell yeah, they'll arrest the Mexican. I'm like, sorry.
So, and by the way, Ian West wrote in the text box. Ian West wrote in the text box, which no one else can see except people who are on this Skype call. He wrote, Team Chappelle. So what do you mean by that, Ian? What does that mean?
I love Chappelle.
Oh God, that's disgusting. Oh,
I love
that's
Chappelle.
disgusting. That's disgusting.
I don't care what anybody says about Chappelle. I love him.
Oh, God,
I agree with Ian. I love Chappelle.
Yeah,
I do love him, but because here's what Douglas won't allow to go back to. If you would allow backward transition from just the trans, I get your trans part of it. Like you're not. I hid being gay for so long, and so you're not fucking talking to someone that doesn't fucking get that part of it. But what you're saying is that everything that he has ever fucking done makes it fucking meaningless. And that is not true, because I can tell you a lot of shit you could fucking say and have said. Fucking let's go play your shit. You could make all of your shit meaningless. It's not okay to do that. He may have said some stuff that we could then go into, which I would love to go into a debate about.
No. It's all the same, honey. What you said to just now, it doesn't even. First off, it's just not even making any sense to me. You're talking about somebody who basically is so full of shit. He's up there and he says, "Hey, no, I can't let you do this. I will hang up on you if you come up with that shit where you're just going to try and overwhelm me by shouting." Okay, so you're not going to come on my program. You're not going to come on my program and overwhelm me by shouting. It's one of those things where that's just not going to happen. Okay, it's one of these things where I have to take charge as the host and basically, out of respect for myself, not allow you to do that. So, in terms of Chappelle, you're talking about a hypocrite who says,
"Let me know when I'm allowed to talk."
Yes, Chappelle says he likes transgender people, that he supports their struggle to live equally and without fear. But he reserves the right to joke at their expense. And he does so, once more from the vantage point of a self-satisfied straight guy who finds their identity inherently comical. Now, Chappelle is always pointedly not trying to reassert any right-on credentials. Far from it. In one striking moment, he brings historical perspective to the very idea of being right on. I was right once, is what he says in one of the more contemplative sets, the Bird Revelation, I believe it was titled. Remember that? Now, Chappelle is trying to carve a place for himself above the fray of fleeting rights and wrongs, as amused by the fact that his own cause was once fashionable, as he is by the idea that he's now on the wrong side of history, but that's okay to him because he's on the side of the whites. He's not on the right side of history, but he's on the white side of history, and that's what counts for him. That's why I used the N-word on him, and it's completely justified. This is an individual who deserves that disrespect, because he then makes another, more familiar claim, which is that it's not a comedian's job to be right, but to be reckless. And addressing other comics, he tells them, "You have a responsibility to speak recklessly. Otherwise, my kids might not know what reckless talk sounds like. The joys of being wrong. I didn't come here to be right. I just came here to fuck around." It can all be a joke in the end. This is what all
Did I hear Ian? I think Ian sighed.
Yeah,
I'm going to raise my hand. I'm raising my hand.
Who cares about Ian Simon? Who cares about you raising your hand?
Well,
because in the end, I can hang up on both of you and just go into monologue.
But that's not what people want to do,
basically, sometimes recklessness can be
I love you,
virtue,
but it's not what that's not what people want to hear.
Chappelle is being reckless when he dedicates substantial parts of consecutive stand-up sets to jokes about trans people. These are deliberate choices. They're made by a comic who clearly weighs his every word. So, A, I'm not convinced that Chappelle's children are in any danger of not knowing what reckless speech sounds like. Because, are they not on Twitter? Do they never hear their former president speak, Donald Trump? I mean, reckless speech is everywhere. The only difference is, these days, it's no longer given a free pass. Now, I tolerated and even found funny you're using the N-word for a long time, for you to suddenly turn around and be all righteous about it when I use it for a very specific situation, which is completely justifiable this is where it
Whoa,
comes
whoa,
back on
whoa.
you. That's totally irrational. It's totally hypocritical. And it's just plain wrong. So
Douglas,
with that,
are you
okay.
saying that I'm wrong for saying the N-word? I was repeating what was said to me. That's all I did.
At any rate, Michael Connell says,
so I'm not allowed to
Charler,
talk.
bless her heart. Amor Fadi says, hello and good night, Douglas and Team Dragon. Yes, so thank you. And our dear friend Macronomicus, by the way, is very familiar with Florida and has brought up some various things about the bowl. It's called the Orange Bowl. He says he's never heard it ever referred to as the N Bowl. And aside from all of that, I think that as the host, I can end the topic there. Anyhow, he says, I lived in Paramore. I never used the N-word because I love black people like family. Same for all peoples. I seek harmony, not division. Well, we live in a world that's very divided. And it's one of the things I have to deal with. So one of the things I'm going to do now is I'm going to expect our dear Brooke to live up to her word. I'm going to expect the sighing man, Ian, to live up to it with her, and that they both give me time to refresh myself while they hold the stage. So, Ian, if I can hear you do something besides sighing, which I assume you were doing probably because you had to exhale after, your friend put that straw before your nose and you...
I'm trying to figure out how to dig me and Brooke out of this hole. So that's all.
Brooke and you are in the hole together now. Both of you can dig each other.
Ian, we don't need to dig ourselves out of a hole. It's Douglas. It's gonna need to dig itself out of a hole.
I'm going to go mute myself. I will refresh myself. I'm going to grab some Coke.
Hey, you guys are Coke, and how dare you put me in a position where I am again so much on more of the side of Ian on this. Like,
wonderful. The two of you can just
right. We can both be fucking crazy Trump Looney Tunes who believe that there are grounds underneath.
Both of you can go there. I just do me a favor and hold the stage.
So, you know what? It's like the way you say your father said. Tell me what your father said about the clock. Say it exactly.
Even a stuck clock is right 2 times a day, honey.
Well, you know what? Ian got it right 2 fucking times, and I'm fucking about to agree with him on the second fucking one. So you go on to break.
Yes, I'll do that. I'll be back, and I'm going to go mute. And everyone, you have these two, excitingly stimulating people to educate and inform you while I'm gone. And I will be back, so don't all drop off. So, with that, I will go mute. Thank you, honey. And thank you, Ian.
Not a problem.
Love you, baby. So, I mean, my point to what he said that I was not allowed to speak on is that as far as anything goes, as far as any comedian, he's sitting to sit there. I'm not saying him, just anyone to sit there and say, okay, well, they made fun of trans. I mean, God, I can sit here and go on my YouTube right now, like Bill Burr or like any comedian, like was making fun of fat people today. He's like, oh, how hard is it to get fat? He's a white guy married to a black woman. He's talking about fat people. Like comedians, the comedian fucking, I love comedians. So like I can sit here and go through my fucking list right fucking now and name fucking a million of them. That's all they fucking do is make fun of shit. And if you're into comedians, you get that, number one. That is their job. They do a job to make fun of things. As a matter of fact, I told a story earlier tonight to someone that I was speaking with that had been on the show. And we were talking about basically how they were making fun of, hey, I was at a bar talking to myself, because there was no one else there. And, I was like, well, so in my head, I was going back and forth. And they were like, why are you doing a bad Robert De Niro impression? So people were looking at him because he's just back and forth. And he's going, and this, I'm not a good joker, so I will ruin the joke. But he was saying, I was deciding between astrology. Isn't our astrology real? Or werewolves real? He's like, and I was going back and forth on it. He's like, but I came to the conclusion, astrology's fucking fake. Werewolves are real. He's like, my reason for it is like, I mean, astrology's fucking moons and shit, and the werewolves like fucking seen. He's like, now granted, see, this is where people don't give Dave Chappelle. But he says, granted, he made a huge joke, and I can't make it funny, but he said, oh, well, werewolves are real, astrology's stupid. He said, I mean, granted, they, astrology's fucking, like it does. They've proven something scientifically. It rules the fucking ocean, makes tides or something come in, and I guess, we're 80% water or 85% water as humans. He's like, but just think it's fucking bullshit. He's like, but now if you tell me if the moon is fucking full and covered, like, in a certain way, it can't make a fucking man come out fucking crazy and hairy. Like, I'm going with the werewolf. Like, he was making a joke, and that was very stupid to what I'm saying. But many times, if you listen to comedians, they are what they are doing is to bring to surface, in a very horrible way. I mean, in a very good way, I'm sorry, to what Trump did in a very horrible way. There wasn't more racism in our society than, or maybe a little bit less, but overall, I don't think there's more racism or more hidden agendas or more people. He brought it to the front, which actually, in the long run, maybe fucking our Michael Christopher Andre will be right. Maybe fucking Trump will be the fucking savior only because he was a horrible narcissist that didn't know what he was doing, but brought evil and good so far front that they had to face each other, had to get it fucking on, and eventually fucking got it right. But at the end of the day, comedians are there to only, number one, make you laugh. They're there to make money. But number two, they bring in the good ones, like Dave Chappelle, and I will say he's good, will bring in truth. They will bring in truth you don't want to hear, truth you do want to hear. And when they bring in even trans, they're bringing in not just what we want to hear. They're not just going to bring in the left side of what they're told to bring in. They're going to bring in the side that you don't want to fucking hear. Because if we don't fucking get what the other side is fucking saying, then we won't ever fucking meet in the middle, number one. And number two, when he says, yeah, I agree. Now, if there is something I haven't heard, and maybe there is something I haven't heard from Dave Chappelle, and I'll be more than glad to apologize if there's something I haven't heard. But I have watched enough of him to say that I have yet to hear anything that was so, like, negatively trans. As a matter of fact, he was like, oh, I didn't know the bitch, and I thought the bitch was a girl, but then it was a man when the lights came on. But then I was like, hey, well, you know what?
Yeah, let me get a blowjob. Yeah.
And then he went and titty fucked her anyways. Like, well, you got as much real tits as fucking anybody else in LA. I'll fuck you anyway.
There you go.
Like, what the fuck was that so anti-trans? Well,
like, Brooke, can I interrupt you real quick?
Yeah.
I think the point is, you got to go back to that old saying, sticks and stones. They're just words. And if somebody is going to get that offended by a word that wasn't used in a negative or derogatory way, that wasn't used, to put somebody down, then it's all in the perspective of the listener.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Everything.
You know what I mean? It's like sticks and stones will break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Well, and I think the world has turned into such a fucking, so overly sensitive. It's pathetic.
Let's agree right now first before you go any further. That, like, what I've heard your friends say, like, there's not, like, when you joke, right? There are people that are comedians and they joke, and then I've heard you, like, say things and they're like, oh, I don't know what I posted or whatever. And
yeah.
But, like, your friend, when he said that bull, and that's why I said mine, you could tell in his voice, he was not joking. That was like, oh, you mean the...
Can I tell you what he was doing to you? Our preacher is a black guy. His name is Reverend Jesse Lee Peterson. And he, I don't know if you've heard of the Reverend Jesse Lee Peterson, but he's our preacher. And we basically just copy him and use his lingo and dialogue.
So your preacher, who is black, calls it the N-bar.
Oh, no. Just all my neighbors growing up on Rio Grande here in Orlando, Florida.
Right. Well,
we call it that. Okay, just all my neighbors.
Lindsey Graham's my senator.
The gay guy?
South Carolina. Yeah.
The gay guy?
He won't admit he's gay. Yes,
yeah.
That guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I've never met him.
Well, he's a Meemaw, which I told him he doesn't deserve a Meemaw because I was a Meemaw, so he doesn't even deserve one. I told my daughter also, as soon as she can run for fucking senator, she's out as soon as she's legally able to, because I cannot take him, or I will run against him and wouldn't care. Like, this man is so, like, he's bad enough. Bad enough. He said what was it when Obama was still in office? Let's not forget this. When Obama was still in office and had 6 months, I believe it was, left on his term, and we were going to elect a United States Supreme Court justice.
Which one?
5 months.
Which one? Amy Comey, the Satanist?
Comey was not elected then, because that was
Amy Coney Barrett. Yeah, she was a Satanist.
Barrett was elected under Trump.
Yeah, she was a Satanist.
Yeah, she's under Trump. But what I'm trying to tell you is, stop for a minute. Go back before her. There was still Obama before Trump came. Before the election. Before there was going to even be known. We knew if there was going to be a Trump for sure. We just knew there wasn't going to be another Obama. But you had 4 or 5 months left on his term at least. I can't really. I want to say 6 months. He had the opportunity, because another judge, I can't remember if he died, the one died in a skiing accident or whatever the fuck happened. They fucking said, no. The Republicans were fucking voting against it. They had the fucking Senate, and they were like, no. And fucking my senator, Lindsey fucking Graham, my senator, I can play it for anybody right now. It's all over YouTube. He went on and he said, no way this is 4 or 5 months before the election. Should Obama be allowed to put up a judge, because we're too close? Maybe even if it was 3 months, I don't think it was. Maybe it was even 3 months. It didn't matter. It was 3 months out. Let's give it that. He said, no way. And I remember, and you can watch it, and that's what I love. You can watch it because it's there everywhere. My Republican senator, the guy asked him, the interviewer asked him, said, would you be the same way if it was the opposite way and it was a Republican president in the same position? And he said, you can mark my words, take me to my grave. Like, I wonder, it was mark my words, hold me accountable. You can kill me, take me to my grave. You can play it. It was pretty much like that. That's what they said. Well, I'll play it to hear it. And he said that. And then do you know what happened? Like, no way. It didn't matter if it was Republican. Like, no way. Obama did not get Supreme Court put in that Senate because of that Senate. And he said that. And then guess what happened? After 2016, Trump's elected. By 2020, you got fucking these senators coming up and the last one coming up. Same fucking thing, except it was even closer. It was like fucking a month, 2 months right before Trump's going to go fucking out or have to be reelected. Like, end of his fucking term, basically. Like, we're going to vote November. It was exactly what it was before. And same fucking thing, except you know what? Fucking my senator, who cannot even, like, that's what's embarrassing to me. I don't give a shit what you say. Even Douglas can be like, I hate fucking Dave Chappelle. Well, stick with I hate Dave Chappelle, but don't be like, I hate Dave Chappelle, and then be like, next year be like, you know what? I'd like to suck your dick, Dave Chappelle. Like, that's what fucking Lindsey Graham did. I would never. And then he's like, nah, yes, Trump should totally be allowed to elect this person because it is really like, I don't know if it was Amy Coney or the other one. Like,
who was the Supreme Court guy? Is it the Ketanji Brown?
What are you talking about?
Lindsey Graham was blocking who?
Lindsey Graham originally blocked. I don't remember who was blocking at that point. I don't remember.
Was it Justice Roberts?
No, because Justice Roberts got on the board.
Yeah, I hope they kill him, but.
Yeah, no. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm not a Justice Roberts fan. Lindsey Graham. So, Lindsey Graham on Obama. You just type it in. Obama.
Okay. Hold on. Lindsey Graham comment Supreme Court Obama.
On Obama Supreme Court.
Okay. So Obama picks.
Yeah, it was Obama's
picks. Okay. If it was
but it was at the end. That's what I'm saying. Like, he said, I will never. That's what was so, he did a one, like, It even amazes me that people like, even liberal, like that's what you can say. Republicans won't call him out for being gay because they don't want him to be gay. Liberals won't call him gay because, liberals don't like to out people.
But they're all gay. All of them are gay.
Well, right, but
they have to fuck little kids to get that job.
Well, I'm not going to go there. Like, I'm not at that point with you.
Okay? Well, I got the testimony of it. That's how I knew Pence was gay.
You mean Marjorie Taylor Greene's fuck kids? Because if you can prove that, I swear to God, I'll come suck your dick right now.
Is that homely looking girl that's always on TV with the
Georgia fucking bitch? Just like if we had taken January 6th, we'd have fucking fucked them up.
Yeah, I think that's that homely looking girl. What's her name?
She's blonde. She's fucking like 45.
By the way, okay, I am back. I haven't heard any of this. Oh, look, he's disappointed. Was that a sound of disappointment there, Ian? Oh my God. Anyhow, I am back, and okay, we have sex bots. The moment I'm gone.
Oh no.
So, what about that, Brooke? How did we get sex bots? You are a moderator, honey. You could have been in there keeping an eye on
I'm having too good a conversation with someone that actually listens to me versus talks over me. And then accuses me of yelling when I try to talk back.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God.
And then it's like, I'll shut you down because it's my show, but you're yelling because I'm talking over you. So it's my show.
Anyhow,
it's mine. A kindergartner. It's mine.
We got Sammy Romero and George Knight are with us. Okay, Sammy, you cannot just sit on the sidelines like that. You get your ass in here. Okay?
Please,
he
Sammy.
Says it's Justice Scalia. He said, and George Knight actually has joined us. So let's talk with the civilized gentleman from across the Atlantic. Yes. George, welcome aboard.
Hello, Douglas. Thank you for having me on. It's lovely to speak to you.
That's right. You have no idea how glad I am to speak to you.
Thank you, George, for joining. I'm always so thankful to have you here, and I just want to thank you for speaking.
Yeah, thank you so much, Brooke. Thank you for having me. And hello, Ian.
Thank
you. Hey, everybody, what's up?
Yes.
Hello, very well.
Yes.
Yeah, very well. Thank you.
And so
thank you so much.
Yeah, these two gentlemen, George Knight and Sammy Romero, have heard Ian and Brooke in this mutual admiration society, where they both, I guess, are like joining in their, shall we say, they're feeling miffed about perhaps the way they perceive I might have treated them. Anyhow.
Yeah, we blend, but we don't mix, you know.
Good way of putting it. So, So Sammy, perhaps you could tell us what went on the past few hours with yourself before George and yourself are both given a chance to speak a little bit, because we need to play catch up with both you gentlemen, because, Brooke and Ian here, the two diamonds in the rough, have been, kind of polishing each other up for a little while.
That was a little bit of an insult. I just want to say, I want to see if Sammy thinks that was kind of an insult, but diamond in the rough, that's what I mean about it. I'm just done with that. Douglas, damn it.
I just called you a diamond, honey. And our man Ian, he's more like a lump of coal.
Thank you.
Left by Santa Claus in my sock. Yes. I told that to Beaver the other day when I was down there at one of those coffee houses, and some lonely old man said that to me. Santa left me was a lump of coal for Christmas. And my gang brother Beaver said, good thing he didn't invite you up to his room. You would have stolen even that. Yeah, well, there you go. That's what I get. So,
and you're gotten 2 lumps of coal.
Yeah.
I'm just joking. I'm joking.
Yeah, no need to defend that. I mean, that's fine. After all, I mean, you should hear what Brooke is hurling at me. So, at any rate, gentlemen, Sammy, perhaps you could tell us what went on for the past few hours. And if he stays on mute because Scorpio Baby's got him down, we have George Knight. How's your little honey, your little girl? She's well, I take it.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Douglas. Yeah, no, she's doing very well, thank you. And thank you for having me on. And I do apologise, I haven't had the time to come on the last couple transmissions just because of my work duties and responsibilities. So
that's right.
I've thankfully got about half an hour to an hour free at the moment. So great opportunity to come on and just say hello, because I was hoping to come on, but I was like earlier, I was not so optimistic. I was like, oh, I don't know if I'm going to get the chance, but thankfully I have got the chance.
Thank God.
So, yeah, no, just wanted to just come on and say hello to you and just just share my love with yourself, Douglas, because it has been a little while.
Yeah, no, definitely appreciate it, and I definitely look forward to speaking with you privately as well. And Sammy Romero is back. Sammy, if you'll just for a second, just tell us what went on the past few hours, and we're going to let George talk for a while because he may only have half an hour with us. But you know,
no problem.
So tell us what's been going on.
First off, I want to just say hi to Brooke, the lowly Brooke Gibson, and hi Mark. Really nothing. I had to go visit one of my sisters. I kind of had to take my own advice.
Mark,
and say,
who's Mark?
Who's the other guy? I forget his name. Ian, I'm sorry, Ian. My bad. Sorry,
Ian, it's Ian and George. Yeah. Ian.
Sorry,
he uses multiple names. He's on as Frank Black and Black Frank. So don't even trip. Don't even trip. He's got.
Names.
And don't forget George is also with us. Don't forget George is also with us.
Oh, hi, George. The real white person. Hi, from doing George. Okay. It's a joke. It's a joke. Everybody, relax. No. I had to go take my own advice. I had to go visit one of my many sisters and take her a visit and take Scorpio baby so she can hold them and just bless them with my present as far as a brother and just trying to make my rounds as far as a brother. She's not like my crazy other sister, but I had to visit her and she appreciated it and I had to do that because as much as I love Brooke and even you, Doug, I have to also show that to my family.
Yes.
I have to make time, and that's one of the things Brooke and I kind of bond over.
Cancer rising. I just want everybody to know. Anybody that listens to get he's a Cancer rising, so you'll understand anything about his chart with Cancer rising. Like this is a family man.
Yes.
At the end of the day.
That's right.
Right. So, and thank you, Brooke. That's really it. I saw the little banter about Chappelle. That was hilarious. But what can I say is words do cast spells. Yes. That's one thing I've learned.
Yes.
A long time ago.
Thank you.
As much as we can all agree to that, and even with humor, I try not to no more. Because and I'm not saying don't censor yourself or don't have a sense of humor, but to a certain extent. But especially even with my girl, I had to kind of tone down how I used to be with her as far as regarding her feelings. I was very much a selfish individual as far as not understanding her needs. And, you mature, at least with me, I'm really just talking for myself. You mature a lot, the older you get, how much you really need that feminine energy and you need, you need someone to be there for you unconditionally. And, I like to show that to my friends and the people that are in my life. And even though, like I said, it's cost me putting myself out there, especially with my family. But it's one of those things that I have to because it's just a part of who I am. And I'm no near perfect, but, it's, you strive to at least do, be faithful in the small things, and besides that, that's really it. I think we all should be aware of how we treat each other and just we can never agree with each other. I'm the same way when it comes to even certain things with Doug. Him and I spoke about it as far as when I don't agree with them, and vice versa. He's took that healthy. He's took that in a healthy way, and he understands. But at the same time, too, that's also what makes us human. It's we don't agree with each other, and we can makes us civilized is, we can still come together and, be a part of a platform and discuss things. But that's pretty much it.
Cancer baby right there. That's my Cancer baby. That is Cancer. Everybody wants to know Cancer. That's where he starts in his chart. And he is a Cancer through and through. Yeah. And I just love him for it. And want to say that I just love you. But I love Douglas and I love Ian both in all different ways. I love you for that and who you are and your honesty. And I love cancer. I love.
Can I throw something in, please?
Yeah.
Ian West, I don't like you. I think I find you unattractive. I'm not remotely ever attracted to you, but that's a joke.
Thank you. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Do you see that? That's even his cancer self. If he had not been in cancer, he wouldn't have had to say at the end, but that's just a joke. Like, you'd have just been like an asshole, like an meh.
Like, no, seriously, I think Ian can agree he's not attractive.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you need to see me. Oh, no, I wouldn't fuck me.
But I love, and see, that's what you have to love about Ian. Like, I wouldn't have to do Ian's bird dog. It's like, this is fucking, it's like a Leo fucking, or no, some crazy shit. Fiery, definitely.
Right. Oh, and by the way, Joe Tai's out there. No, Joe Tai, I didn't mean saliva. I mean like a product earlier. That's why I asked Brooke. Brooke is very keen in that, in that area. She's one thing I do appreciate about her. She's very comfortable with her sexuality, which is great. I think that's always good to have. Not that Doug is not, but it's a little creepy when Doug does it because. Doug's a dude, and
then he suddenly randomly goes from sexuality to I need to take this huge dump. It's gonna be 45 pounds. You're like, yeah, I'm not sexually turned on anymore. Dog.
Right, and as much as Doug gets in his disguises, he's not attracted to me still. So yeah, he appreciates that though. So, anyways,
whatever. Doug told me the last time he came to the door naked, he saw something come through his pants.
Yeah, I told you that in confidence. Anyways,
okay, sorry, I forgot. I'm sorry, I promise. Please forgive me. I did promise. Oh man.
Oh yes, and just before we turn to George Knight, who rejoined us, I do want to say I never realized, of course, just how Sammy, when I spoke of the star chart over the planet Earth and the 7 sisters of Atlantis, which is what the Pleiades really represents. Hopefully you'll relay that story to some of your 7 sisters at some point. I thought of you while I said that.
I will. Thank you. I would have to. I think that's very interesting. Yes. Like I said, they're very much personalities on their own. And, I think that's one of the reasons why I can really coexist with Brooke, because I can learn to appreciate, how she is. But especially even my sisters, I had to show them that same type of love. And it's tough because I'm sure you, like anybody knows, family, you can't get rid of them. As much as you can, they're just going to be there. But I have to sign off, unfortunately. I have Scorpio baby.
But if you come out, Doug can get rid of me anytime. He's just like, I'll kick you off the show right fucking now. So Doug's not like, I can't get rid of this sister.
Yeah, at any rate, still stuck in many ways. Sammy, we love you dearly. You have a blessed night, okay? Say good night to our audience.
Hey, good night. Good night, George Knight. Good night, Ian West. And thank you, Brooke. Lovely Brooke. Thank you for your service. Thank you. I appreciate it. God bless everybody.
Yes, thank
God bless you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bless you. And thank him for standing up for my needs as well in terms of our fundraising campaign. And so, George, welcome aboard again, and tell us a bit in what time you have remaining, which is at least half an hour. We'll find out during the rest of the night, but we're going to try and give you time to talk during this half hour that you have with us. Tell us a bit about what you feel should be brought to our attention. I don't know if you had a chance to, read through the essay that I sent, but apparently you did, and certainly you understand. Yeah, and so, but before you might start telling us aspects about that you might feel might be relevant, tell us whatever else is on your mind.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much, Douglas. I just want to take this opportunity to thank both Brooke, Andy and West for contributing towards Douglas's, his, how would you want to put it, his financial situation, because it is, he's in dire need this month especially. Yes. So I really appreciate everyone that can support him in any way, if they can spare any money that they can spare in this time. Yeah, so I really appreciate that, because obviously, it's in my heart.
I mean, I just literally, after his Dave Chappelle comment, I just sent him a bill after he said the N-word. I just sent him a bill for $400. So I'm not sure.
Oh, thank you.
But yeah, like he owes
bill. She said a bill. Yeah. She's joking. She's not. She doesn't mean a contribution. She sent a bill. In other words, asking me.
You're right. A debt.
Yeah. A debt. Yeah. So, At any rate, so George, in terms of whatever else is going on, thank you for that, and I do appreciate it. I do want everyone to understand. Yes, the situation is dire. It's been worse than it's ever been, and so we definitely will take all the help that people can offer. Do not put yourself out, of course. And other than that, though, this is the...
Yes, and I would just like to say before I'm kicked off that I would actually ask everyone to donate to Douglas, regardless if you agree with his politics or not, or hate me or agree with me on some things I've said. I would ask you to donate to him, because I would love to be able for his show to continue so that I can come back on here and continue to fucking tell him that it's not okay to say the N-word just because you don't like what the comic said. Period.
I contextualize that already.
Yeah.
So people who are hearing that out of context, it's not the way she makes it sound. So we'll take
and
it.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah.
And welcome to my world.
That's cute. That's cute. Yeah, on Ian's part. Yes.
Actually, it's not welcome to your world. You already agreed that your world was exactly right. Douglas is sitting here arguing with me about his world. But you already said, yes, he said it. He said it. I laughed. It's what it was.
And,
what are you now trying to change again?
This doesn't have anything to do with you, Brooke.
Oh my God. So George, save us from this. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just want to say, we don't want Douglas to be on the street as another homeless veteran, as there are so many already out there. And this is what, we do not want that. Yeah, so, he is very important.
Okay, first of all, Douglas will never be a homeless veteran. I just want everyone to know. He has a free home. I have a 4-bedroom house, actually 5 bedrooms.
I want a Maserati, yes.
It's 5 bedrooms.
She means her own home. She means that I have access to her home.
He can come live here anytime with his own bathroom.
Wow.
Full master with a bathroom. He can come live here any fucking time. You don't have to deal with me, but anytime. So if he wants to be homeless, that's fine. He can also come live here. So I'm pretty sure he's never ever got one man got to meet me and be like, "You have a free place to stay, even if I hate you forever.
Wow.
You can come here." And you can stay here.
Honey, I'm going to remember that. If something happens where I wind up, in that situation, then I'll be traveling. I'll be traveling south.
You will be here.
Yeah.
You should also get George to travel at least once a month and make sure you're not tied up to the fucking bed and, being like that. What was that old lady that she would hit him on the ankles?
Yeah, Misery. The name of the Stephen King novel and the movie based upon it was both...
I'm saying I wouldn't do that to you, but I'm just saying George might want to check up to be sure.
Yes, a fate worse than death.
Misery. That's
you have a whole place. You will never be homeless. So George, you can't ever say he could be homeless. Douglas will never be homeless.
I said we don't want him to become another.
Yeah, right.
Veteran.
Right.
We don't want.
You didn't say you didn't want him to be another fucking misery victim. You just said
no. We don't want that.
Yes. We don't want that either.
I am holding my tongue.
Yes.
That was a horror movie. That was as a child watching that.
So you actually saw that as a child?
As a child, yeah.
Oh my
I
God.
did, Douglas.
Oh God, how old are you? Like 21?
Sorry.
Are
how
you
old
like
am I now?
21 years old?
He's like, how old are you? You're about.
I'm 35. Yeah.
You're 35. Oh my God, he looks like he's in his 20s. Yes, I know.
Thank you, Douglas.
Yes.
Well, I wasn't going there. I thought he looked in his 40s, to be honest. But I was just going with you have a baby. Usually the woman's a little younger. Y'all, and I can only see you in black and white. So this is not like a judgment on your age look. Yeah. I have only seen the little tiny picture of you. What I meant was I assumed you're around 40. So really? I was like, how did you see that when you were a child?
Oh, no. He was definitely young. You have no idea how young he is. I mean, so as a matter of fact, when he first met Sarah and they hit it off, then he began to think, he wasn't mature enough. And he began to think, I can find myself a younger woman. And then he came crawling back.
Yes, that's so true. That was 9 years ago now. My God, that was 9 years ago.
How old is Sarah? Your age or?
No, she's 12 years older than me. Yeah. She's 12 years older.
Yeah.
I'm almost the same age she was when I first met her. So in another 4 years, she would have been. She was 39 when I first met her.
So you got your little cougar.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. That's the term that's used, and beyond that, I don't think
I mean, but I wouldn't say that word unless it was okay to say, and it was definitely less racial than the N word, which is obviously okay. So then I can say cougar.
I actually cougars. There's nothing wrong with that word. So when it comes to our lovely cougar Sarah, I believe that I'm not giving anything away by saying that the child that you had with her is sadly probably the last child that they can have together, right?
Yeah, exactly, Douglas. That's true. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, without revealing anything more, that is as far as it goes. Yeah, in a sad way, it would have been nice, but if I had stayed around in the first place, we probably would have had a couple by now. And that's something, you know, even my mum mentioned the other day. It's unfortunate, but I'm so grateful and so lucky. I'm unbelievably lucky because it is a miracle that we have little Everly. But yeah, thank you, Douglas.
And you do have a brother, right? Don't you?
Oh yes, yeah. Unfortunately, we don't speak anymore.
Does your brother listen to Douglas?
No.
That's a good one.
So basically what you're saying is your brother can still have babies, but you can only have one more. You can only have the one. So
George can have as many babies as he wants, but I mean, it's you know.
But he's in love with Sarah, and so thank God that Sarah could only have one. So we are only blessed with one other child that may be indoctrinated to you. Okay, I'm sorry.
That's a thought. Yeah, so she's worried about your children all becoming indoctrinated to myself. So that's adorable. That's cute. Yeah. So I mean, but of course, you know, there's some other children in the family from Sarah's, you know, previous marriages or something like that. So it's, you know, I mean, she has her own little clone, a little mini me who acts just like her, and you know, and the latest child is now, you know, our dear George Knight's mini me, in a sense. It's a different gender. Kind of. I mean, really. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, and so how's things going with her? Is she doing all right? Everything's fine with her, right? Yes.
Everything's great, Douglas. Yeah, no, thank you. Now it's just building up to lead up till Christmas now. So it's just just preparing for the days, and then it's little Everly's birthday next Thursday on the 29th.
Did you ask Sarah if you could speak about some of the things she spoke about at work, or is that all still hush hush for now?
I better not. Yeah, okay. I better not because it could impact her job if it ever got out.
Understood.
It potentially could do. It's like myself. I've been advised not to speak about work. You know, related issues.
This is a nursing thing, I assume, with her, the nursing in UK.
She's out of that now. She's out of that industry now, thank God, because it is. Yeah, there's the strikes that have been commencing at this.
So that's not what you're referring to then, as far as her job.
No, thank you.
She has a new job, but I won't go into it. It probably wouldn't hurt to say what the job is and just go.
She's compliance, so she works in compliance. It's health and safety regulations within the aviation industry. So she works for an engineering company that works and maintains and repairs aircraft from all over the world. Yeah. So they all come and they reside in this up the road from where we live. It's not far from where we live, but it's an airfield. It's got a landing, basically a landing dock for Boeing 747s, commercial airlines, large aircraft. So any small semester up into a commercial airline, it can fit on the runway. So it's massive. That's what she does. She works in compliance. So it's making sure that the engineers are up to date with all their safety training and their skill set, I guess.
Yeah.
Best way to describe it.
Well, I would never give advice to someone that I don't know normally, but then I do all the time. So I would just say this, that after dating two nurses and working with regulations, although not in aviation, but all we know about it, I would just say she might consider, if they have in the UK, phone nurses who are on the phones, who are off that, and they still make the same amount of money, and then they become managers and make more. She might want to go back. Nursing might not be that bad a deal, especially with phone nursing. Like, it's just, I would not want to be in regulation of aviation right now in the UK.
Why?
I wouldn't want to be in in regulation of aviation, period, because of basically the restrictions on you're in regulation and it's all put on fucking you. You're just the fucking backbone. Unless you're in management of it and like upper management, guess what the fuck happens when the fucking plane goes fucking down? Who's fucking fault?
No, I get it. No, that's appreciated. I understand what you're saying. I think she's pretty okay. I think she's pretty okay.
Yeah, there's safeguarding in place to protect anything like that from any anomalies or any malfunctions. There are safeguarding procedures in place to prevent any of those sort of accidents from happening.
Not only that, but I also think that I don't really foresee a chance of scapegoating in the but I appreciate what you're saying. I mean, certainly in America the politics are vicious in so many different types of employment, but in terms of the two things that brings to mind, one of them is that I basically, it's just so people understand this, probably everywhere the nurses have been quitting on both sides of the Atlantic, and it's probably been this case worldwide. The nurses are just quitting because it's just been hell on earth. And so when she did what she did, she definitely, I can see why she did it, and I can see why she had to do it for herself, but at the same time she left them all just totally fucked where she was at. And they of course like miss her painfully, and where she went into, she would deeply appreciate the fact, and she'd probably be able to go on for if we were to have her on air, and I promise not to ask her anything that was forcing her into dark territories, I would ask her about her opinion about what's going on in Russia with their aviation industry under sanctions. I'm certain that their civil aviation industry, without spare parts coming in and the ability to maintain what she's doing in the United Kingdom, that within a short period of time, I would give it months to a year or two at the most, but you're basically not going to have civil aviation as we know it in Russia anymore. It's just not going to exist. They're not going to be able to maintain their airlines, even for domestic flights within the country, where they'll probably have to keep all of the parts for that. And but they're certainly not going to be able to fly to other countries, what with the sanction and everything, that's out of the question anyway. But you understand what I'm talking about, George Knight, without the incoming parts that were mostly foreign for the planes.
I mean, George understands, but before even George understands, I want George to understand that, we've had an angel come on the show, Michael Christopher Andrich, because I would never ever put him down or embarrass him, who has let us know that Putin is basically the savior of the world, is saving all the millions of children that are also underground
in Ukraine. He claims they're under Ukraine.
Yes, Ukraine is hiding them. And so you have to understand there's no way God would ever you're acting like just because there can't be a few parts go in it, that God's not going to come in and save Russia and Ukraine. Like, I just want, before George speaks, for him to know the truth here, since we've been told it. And that's all I have.
I'm so enlightened now. Thank you so much for that.
Just bringing up this poor guy who truly believes a lot of this right-wing propaganda about Putin, propaganda put out by Putin himself, that he's the savior of the world. Yes. And hold
on. Yeah. Are you referring to the Putin breaking into the underground biolabs, securing the virus, and then blowing the labs up?
Of course. I mean, that would be a part of
it. No, actually, I'm not referring to that. Actually, that was not, but that was part of a conspiracy that I've heard as well.
Yes.
But there were also breaking.
No, that's true.
Oh,
no, that's true. That's how they got.
Oh, he broke in, and he broke into the underground.
No. They sent a whole fucking team down there.
He'll cut you off.
Who, me?
He'll cut me off, but apparently not you. Oh my God.
That really happened. I got the video of it.
It's simply.
You have a video of across the street of them breaking into a. You realize into a school. You said the school approved no. You said this. You proved. This is why I fuck with you. You proved, and this is why I hate agreeing with you when I agree with you, because you said you broke into. It's like you're like Dietrich's dad. Two times. Just fucking blurred blocks. Gonna get it right. You fucking said that. Oh, I got a video of them. They like, I know the underground fucking thing's there. And then you're like, how? And then he's like, how? Because he's fucking going with you. Because he's not like, hey baby, shut up. But like he does me, hey girl, shut up. He's like, okay, how? And then you're like, oh, because I saw him and the police were there. And then you were like, he was like, okay, well, he was like, well, I know I saw him a couple of times. Well, how many?
What the fuck are you talking about?
The police are and then
You know what? We'll get back to this. We'll get back to this. We don't know how long.
No,
George has with
no.
us.
I'm gonna finish it really fast so he remembers. School.
George, I'm so sorry. This is cutting in your time, man. I apologize.
No,
School across the street you said was shut fucking down. And then the end of the story, by the time you made it all big, you just had a school across the street from yourself that had been shut down for years, that you randomly saw 2 cops pull up a couple of times to you, and you determined there were underground tunnels there.
I give up. I give up. I'm. There's nothing
There were
left.
receipts. You said there were
Jesus
receipts
Christ.
too for the kids that were being traded. Don't forget that, honey.
Yeah, they got released in the WikiLeaks documents.
Of course. By Julian Assange, our great hero.
I don't know who the fuck did it, but I mean, it's probably the shit they got on Epstein Island.
Okay, well, Julian Assange runs WikiLeaks and he works for the KGB. Okay, that's why all the West is trying to prosecute him. Just so you know. But that being said, so George.
Hey, George, does your daughter talk yet? Is there any way she could come on?
She does talk. She kind of puts her fingers in her mouth and kind of chokes herself sometimes. I see that.
It couldn't be any worse than everything we've been doing.
At any rate, so George, to go on when it comes to what I said about Russia and they're losing their civic aviation, you don't need to answer to that. Obviously, your wife would understand what I'm talking about. Obviously, you understand what I'm talking about, even without your wife being here. But she could probably go on about that, about what her impression of that is. But yes, by all means, tell us a bit about what's going on in Russia. Britain right now, and tell us about what's going on with. Are you able to buy anything you need, or everything you need, considering the shortages that are on and everything? Catch us up.
Yeah. Absolutely, Douglas. No, thank you. At the moment, it's so far so good. Everything is on the shelves, apart from all the Christmas food, which is just running out very, very quickly because people.
I'm sorry, I can't help it, but when he said, "Can you buy everything you need?" I just have to know, can you buy the?
I've got drink. Yeah, I've got alcohol. That's the main.
No, not the alcohol. The breakfast.
Haggis.
The haggis.
I wasn't going to say the word. I just wanted to see if you could buy it.
That's all right. Yeah. Of course you can. Yeah, I certainly can. Thank you. Thank you for asking.
Good.
I'm glad that you said that. Yeah. Thank you.
What is the meat situation in Britain? How are the butchers getting meat in regularly, or are the things running out?
Yeah, that's the thing, Douglas. The price of meat has gone up exponentially because of the cost of the energy crisis that's going on. So of course that's gone up. So food has gone up as well as meat astronomically, to be honest. But it's so for like what you would pay for, like, for instance, like say a kilo of meat, you're paying probably about 20-30% more for it. So it's gone up quite high. It's all because of the energy crisis that we're going through. And I think they say we're about a year into it, but of course, no. The reality is it's been there since Brexit.
Yes.
Yeah. So for the past.
But
6 years,
the energy crisis is making it worse. There's no doubt of that.
Yeah, exactly. It's just one thing after another. It's just a massive domino effect.
The energy crisis is nothing to do though with the meat going out. That's a complete plan.
Is it? Sir?
Yeah. It's a complete.
Sorry.
I don't know if you guys realize that. Like, I hope you do, but I assume you guys do since you're so into everything else. But the meat going out is a complete plan. Like, if you look at, and look, let me just say this. I'm a vegetarian, so I can be like, I support that, but at the same time, I don't support anything hidden agenda-wise. And so, yes, the meat has gone up because they do not want to tell the public the real reason. And the meat is going to continue to go up. Like, it will be energy. It will be other things. You will see meat go up. And it's just going to be a continued thing. Is it for the betterment of our society? And overall, yes, and I'm not talking about not killing animals, whether you give a shit about animals or not. It's just talking about the amount of land. If we either got to kill off fucking some of our population or stop them fucking breeding, which is what fucking the White Ring and like, again, the fucking Australian dude says, these shots are making everyone's, no, not just the shots.
You're talking about Ozzy Andre was saying.
Ozzy Andre, not just show me the shots. He said, every time you take a COVID test, it's making you sterile. Just the test. Just the test is making me sterile. So, and my kids and anyone else, sterile. So it's sterilization to reduce population. But the point is I'm not agreeing with him at all on that shit. What I am seeing is if you were to look overall, if our population didn't get hit by like fucking asteroid or whatever, if continue growth, which we should, we have to look at consumption. We really do. And we have to look at where people are starving and people aren't. And then we have to look at land masses and what they can grow and what they can't. And the amount, if you were just to take a few acres where you can have a pig farm, growing bacon, or a cow farm, and then you can grow what you can grow in plants, vegetables, tofu, soybeans, all of these things to support an entire so many more.
Yeah.
So you have to look at that. They are long term. I believe there are people that are hidden agenda looking at that and pushing on people that are not going to be like, I will always eat bacon. Okay, or you're always going to eat bacon. Well, maybe if bacon's $50 a fucking pound, you're not going to eat bacon.
I mean, let's I need to finish this Coca-Cola can, so I need to rinse my mouth soon because it just feels like it's eating the porcelain off my teeth once I finish.
That's just my general.
Yeah, in terms of the British Empire, the biggest problem was that they were really taking a lot away from localized farms, and they were trying to basically kind of really turn towards big business farming, and this is what's killing them now. The problem is the energy requirements are such that Britain really needs to regionalize its farming all over again, and we need to really re-empower.
Say that though, Douglas. I have to ask you this though, as factually, and this is not an argument. Like it's seriously factual. You're going to say that they were doing, which is great. If Britain was doing localized farming, that's what. If you're going to eat meat, that's what you should be doing on anything. What we as America, which we can go to, I don't know how far you are away, but I literally am not sure. I can go to literally within 4 minutes, go to fucking at least 1, 2, 3, like 12 fucking drive-throughs. They're all public places now. Fucking and get a billion fucking different things of meat. Okay, and that's literally 4 minutes from me.
Right. That's different in America, of course. America's totally different from England's situation. The geography.
What I'm saying is we are doing mass farming, and that is spread throughout the world. We've spread it. Maybe we started it.
Well, I mean, it has to a degree, but really not as much as people might think. Certainly the British were trying to do that. They're paying the price for it now. Let's hope they completely reverse course.
Well, if they were trying to do it, then why are they paying the price?
They're paying the price now because the energy will not allow for it. Basically, what they had was regionalized farming so that you could sustain things regionally. It required less energy than the collective agriculture that they were gradually turning more towards. But George, that aside, I do want to give him more of a chance to talk while he's still with us. And but maybe you can respond to her whatever you might know about the situation. I understand you're not an expert, but you can tell her a little bit about whatever you want to talk about. Do me a favor, George. Hold the stage for a few minutes. Take over, talk with Brooke and Ian, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. I just have to rinse my mouth out, get this taste of Coke out of my mouth so that I, feel like it's not eating away at the porcelain of my teeth. But while we're blessed with your presence, take command a little bit. Learn to do me a favor and learn to impose yourself, really interject yourself. Interject yourself. And obviously Brooke feels no qualms about doing that, so you gotta kind of.
What he means is to not let Brooke talk the majority of the time. He wants you to fucking talk. So you know what, I'm gonna mute myself. I'm going to fucking to the bathroom, pet my dog, suck their dick, what the fuck ever. Talk, George.
And so George, so Ian raised his hand, and perhaps this.
George, do you have any questions for Brooke about your economy and food chain supply?
That's very funny. That's funny. That's good. I like that. Thank you.
This is why I love Ian. Like, you can't not love Ian. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes, that's right. That's
Absolutely.
right. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna go mute and take over for a bit, George. Take command, okay? I'll be back.
Yeah, Douglas. No, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Brooke. Did you want to speak on those matters, or did you want to? I know you had questions about the 1,000-year Reich in exile going back a few weeks ago. Did you want to ask any questions about that? Or are you happy to talk about the situation?
I mean, I think I think we've gone into the 1,000-year, the 1,000-year exile, and apparently them going off. Like, from what I understand in the research I've done versus what you've told me, obviously Hitler didn't die.
No.
We know that. May have gone into South America and then, but to eventually Antarctica.
They went all over the world. Yeah, thank you, Brooke. Yeah.
Yes. So, but my point to the 1,000-year exile, the only thing I will say about the 1,000-year exile is that I don't probably agree with you, or Douglas would probably say on, is that everyone, there's so much that have seen aliens, and I agree that there was an alien agenda, which is what they're putting out, completely put out. Okay. But there are also enough people that have seen things that aren't from this, and what I call it a density. People are so confused with dimension and density.
Yeah.
And so from this density. And so to say everything is from this 1,000-year no, it's not all from them.
No, that's right.
And so I'm glad we agree on that. So that is something that, I mean, I just believe, and I don't believe, yes, I believe that this happened. I have, listened to you enough and listened to Douglas enough and then looked it up enough to believe in this, but then also to know that they are not, number one, they aren't the number one cause of some of the things that so many people are seeing. And number two, I believe that Hitler was so intelligent, truly. Like, you can hate him for everything he did, and I do. Like, there's, hate, or I try not to hate anyone. But what I would say is because hate then puts me in their category. But what I say is, I don't believe in so much of what he did, like, in completely against it, stronger word. But he also was intelligent, and he started out with some reason to look into so much deeper things than people are looking into, as far as you could say aliens, you can say just spirituality. I mean, you can put angels. People can put different fucking words on everything. I don't give what words you put on it. Like, it didn't matter to me. It didn't matter if you call it the Nazi symbol, swastika, or the angel symbol. I don't care. You were looking in to things that were not of your third density to see if they could help you, or if they were there for a reason that you could use or benefit from. That's what I believe of Hitler.
Mm-hmm. So to go on to the question that you raised, Brooke, it's very important to put things into perspective for people. Is that you're absolutely correct? The 1,000-year Reich in exile, which is one aspect of the ufological phenomena. There are 3 different types, and it's important to disambiguate between each and every one of those. And you're absolutely right with that. Obviously the Third Reich in exile is a percentage of the UFO phenomena. There is 2 others that are recognized by the government themselves. One is a drawn up conclusion over years of due diligence. It is a very complex but a decisive conclusion they have then finally concluded after years of investigation, and that's the extratemporal phenomena. That is the dimensional side of things. And they believe, through their research, because they know the ufological phenomena, which has been paramount with the human experience, equivalent and parallel with our human experience for thousands of years, they have concluded that it's our descendants in the future that are returning. So that is a conclusion which I could go in detail in a moment. Yes. And the other phenomena is the biological phenomena, which, what Douglas has, emphasized with myself in the past. They are referred to as cryptids, or biological entities that are very much extent within our own atmosphere, and at the end of their lifespan, they end up appearing in our atmosphere, and then they die. But they do reside in the deepest recesses of space, and this is another aspect that the paleontologists definitely recognize as a real phenomena.
We're believing the paleontologists, and we're not going to go deeper than that. Like, I'm just saying, like, George, like, come on, like, there is more to it. Like, the reason I know this is because, and I told Damon, I'm not going to.
He's trying to outline 3 different types of UFOs.
Yes,
honey.
But there's more than 3 types. That's
no. What he's saying is very generalized. He's talking about like schools. Yeah. Kind of like when we use biology and we say there's animals, there's vegetables, and there's minerals. It's like 3 different forms of classification in an incredibly generalized sense. So I think you're...
Well, it's only because of your Marina that I ended up with this again. Like, but I won't go into it, but it's fine. I do understand exactly what he's saying, and I do agree with a lot of... I agree with George. I disagree with the fact that there is something that we're not saying, and I guess I've got it. Like, you know how you know something when you know it, when you know it, and you know it. Like, when you get that, you got it. I fucking have that, and I can sit here and spout it all fucking day, but it doesn't matter.
I'm not quite sure I get it what you're speaking of, but hey, so George, I'm glad to see. Yeah. Oh, go on, honey. What? Darling? I'm sorry? Did she... What the fuck?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just gone quiet.
Yeah. That alone is kind of alarming.
Right? You know what quiet means, right? It only means 1 or 2 things, and I've told you.
I can't remember. I presume there was a home invasion, and they've gagged you. Yes, that would be one of the things, right? Yeah.
You know what? I goddamn wish I'd get your fucking gagged right fucking now. That would be fucking awesome.
Anyhow, honey.
Yeah.
So George, I'm glad that you. I presume that what happened was she had asked you something about the 1,000-Year Reich in exile in the past. So this is what you returned to, was answering that. Yes.
Yes, absolutely, Douglas.
Excellent.
She was absolutely correct in what she says. She goes, the Third Reich in exile, or the Das Reich Macht, the third power in exile, is certainly not responsible for the ufological phenomena. There are different, as she said, different categories which I'm just generalizing for herself and the viewers that are just listening in. It's important to disambiguate between them. And the biological entities, they are polymorphic in their appearance. They are translucent, and they resemble what you refer to like as similar to jellyfish in their biological their biological compound or mass. They are single or double molecular in their say in their genome.
The way that I would express it is they're essentially there's no basically amoeba have been proven to be essentially effectively immortal, and there's no real theoretical limit to their growth. So we're talking about a kind of unicellular amoeboid type of life form in general, or multicellular and a colony like jellyfish. Either of those 2 categories, they seem to be, it's almost certainly an ecosystem. And for people who want to see a good example of this, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, who was very much an occultist who knew many things that simply were not released to the general public. He was also of the nobility, and he was very privileged. He wrote a short story called, I think it was Sky Jungles or The Horror of the Heights. I believe it was titled The Horror of the Heights. That story bears reading because he speaks of ecosystems in the sky, ecosystems in the air, these sky jungles, as he called them, that people were encountering in biplanes. And this is what people like Thor Heyerdahl, who took upon the seas to try and prove that the Polynesians were able to sail across the seas and colonize other parts of the world. He proved this by riding in a bamboo raft, a float across the sea, and they saw all kinds of cryptids that no one else would normally see because the boat engines scare off these cryptids that otherwise surface in Curiosity and will float around the raft, like they did with the Kon-Tiki, the raft that Thor Heyerdahl took up on the Pacific too. So it's the same with modern aircraft. You're going too fast. Your engines are literally disintegrating any of these kinds of life forms. You're not seeing them. So this is what only people flying regularly in biplanes at those heights would see. Something that people don't do anymore. So for this reason, it bears reading that. And of course, Ian West says, Douglas, when you mentioned the amoeba, you are referring to the Hydra, he says. Okay. I may well be. And oh yes, our man, Mr. George Knight put up some wonderful illustrations concerning the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, and also some real photographs of this kind of entity. God bless you. So go on, take it from there. Yes.
Yes, absolutely, Douglas. So that was I just wanted to present that to Brooke to answer her question. That she's absolutely correct. That the 1,000-year Reich in exile, or the Tausendjähriges Reich im Exil, is only responsible for a certain percentage of the ufological phenomena. There is the I did also mention the extratemporal phenomena, which is a conclusion, a decisive, complex conclusion that the government has conjured up, or basically with determined investigation into this phenomenon, which has been paramount to the human experience for thousands of years. Just to put things out there like that. I could go into that as well. It will just but at any rate, and then I also just mentioned about the biological the biological entities, the biological phenomena. So there are three different types. There's the extratemporal, which is the extra dimensional phenomena. There is the 1,000-year Reich in exile.
Okay, but George, when we go extratemporal, I'm just gonna have to stop you there. Extratemporal has been created by the government. You just said that's
the conclusion. Yes.
Conclusion. So let's take what we know about the government and what we discuss on here, and what do we see 9 times out of 10?
Well, you do know, honey, that extratemporal means out of time, like time travelers.
Yes, it's out of time.
I'm going to go to time traveling.
Okay.
But I'm asking George, when we know about the government 9 times out of 10, it's fucking bullshit, right?
That's what they present to the public. Yeah, what they present to the public. But but it's just like with the conclusion of World War II, what they present to the public from like what the Office of War Information were displaying to the public, they were telling the public everything they wanted to hear.
The government
so what the government do is they give you what you want to hear, which is why people believe in extraterrestrials.
Yes. You're correct on that. Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Because it's disingenuous. They are and you're absolutely right.
But they are also, what I would ask you is to think that the military-industrial complex and the government is not ahead of our brains. Like, what I'm saying is, George, you're more intelligent than me. I give you that.
No, I'm not intelligent at all. I'm not. This is the thing.
What I'm saying is, you do intelligence, you do research. I do the same thing. I do research. I think I'm half intelligent, but I will give myself half intelligence. What I'm trying to say is that even if we were the 3 smartest people on fucking Earth, or 4 of us right now, like this 4, like you've got so many people that they recruit. Number one, they look for them. The CIA got a day I saw, like he was replying for the Peace Corps, and he got a pop up. We don't want you to apply for this. We have something else for you. Okay, he had been in the Navy. So my point is, this was, and he's 40, 50 years old now, like 40 something. I mean, you can watch him. But that was one person that just, it amazed me to see that it would pop up when you're applying for the Peace Corps. Because he was like, I'm leaving the Navy, or I don't know if it was the Navy, I don't know where he was, in the military. He's like, I was leaving there. He's like, I'm going to apply for the Peace Corps. He's like, all I want to do is travel and fuck women.
But honey, what does this have to do with what George was talking about with the UFO?
So my point to that is, if he's applying for the Peace Corps and he's online applying for the Peace Corps, he gets a pop-up to stop. Do not apply any further. We have another job for you. And then he gets appointed to the CIA, and he was in the CIA for 20-something years. So he's like 45 now, or over. He may look younger, but he looks 45 to me. Anyway, regardless, if they're doing that, I want you to think about this, everyone. your military industrial complex, they have so much more money than me, you, and the intelligence they could put together.
Exactly.
That they don't just go, hey, we're going to put out one narrative and they're all going to buy it. That's why we are getting put out multiple narratives too. It's why you have the Trump Q narrative. And it's also why you have the ultimate other narrative. It's like, well, let's just make them all like so pro. That's why I have said, and that's what Douglas is again. Like I am pro freaking us having rights. I am also not pro extremism on either fucking side.
Brooke, there's two sides to everything. There's two sides to everything, Brooke. You can't forget that.
No, there's two sides to every. No, there's the first of all, there's only your objective. Not even objective.
Brooke, there's two sides to every story, but there's only one truth. Okay.
That's not true either. That's not true. No one's seen the same movie. Me, all four of us could watch the same movie right now in the same room on the same couch. All four of us. And we would see it differently.
What you're doing, however, is you're abstracting what George was talking about. So, George, you were talking about the three different types. We were talking about the Third Reich in exile. We're talking about the biological entities. And the extratemporals and the 1,000-year Reich in exile are essentially the same, right? In general,
He said they weren't. So if they are, then that was
okay. Well, the same in the sense. Yeah, go on. Take it from there.
Yeah, thank you, Doug. Yeah. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, what I was going to say, Brooke, is the extratemporal, which exactly what Douglas says, it's out of time. Just as the creator, what people like my friends would refer to him as the Matrix simulation.
The programmer, or so.
The programmer. Yeah. Behind the monitor, controlling and manipulating our reality. But what I refer to him as the cosm agent, or the basically what you refer to as the divinity, the divine, the God creator, the creator outside of space and time, who creates matter, energy, space, and time. The extratemporal is a reference to our time, so it's extra dimensional. But when you travel, through when you're traveling through space, you're traveling through time. So you're going back and forth through out of time itself. So that's what the extratemporal phenomena is referring to. And in my conclusion, this is mine. I have to also disambiguate and decipher between what is a fact from what the government has concluded to my own personal opinion. So I have to decipher and just make that very clear. The difference between them both is, my opinion is that the extratemporal phenomena is the 1,000-year Reich in exile in the future, because they're the only ones with that technological advancement compared to the rest of us on Earth. And so that is, in my conclusion, who they are. That is what the extratemporal phenomena is. And even if you look at the archaeological digs and the if you go into the old the textbooks of the ancient world, the illustrations that they presented look like the Reichscraft. And so it's the only way, if you ever want to travel in space and time, the only craft that you can produce is essentially a discraft or the long cylindrical shaped Andromeda Gerard, which is the same shape that we use when we go to the moon, our rockets that go to the moon or travel out of space. And that's the only way you can actually travel. There's no other, this whole, when you look at Star Trek and you look at Star Wars, the shape of their craft is not suitable for space travel and time travel.
Okay, but you're looking at 3D, so third dimension. So we're looking at third density because I don't like.
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
So if we're looking at density, so we are in third density here. Can we agree on that? So we are in a third density in this planet, which means the third density is one of the hardest densities, if not the hardest, to get through. And if you look at if you believe in a creator, then what I will give you is this: that you had a creator, an ultimate creator, that we are all a part of. I just want to give you this, just to think of, and expand on it maybe later.
Yes.
We were all a creator. We were all part of the creator. So there was one It was a 1. And the creator, as a 1, decided I want to experience. I want to experience. And so I want to experience everything. And so therefore, the creator, you got your Big Bang right there, which also falls along with science. But it was a complete, I will disambiguate. And then you get into, and people say 12, there are 12 dimensions or 12 densities. I say there are 13 personally. Just like you can look at all the numbers that correlate. Like we have third, the Trinity, which you can look at 3 and so much. Tesla himself, and I don't mean Tesla as far as the company, I mean Tesla himself, said 3, 6, and 9. If you understand those numbers, you'll understand everything. If you look at this from this perspective, you could say with 12, but I look at even Jesus in the Bible was 12 disciples and his 1. That was 13. And if you go with that, I'm going to go very fast with this because I can't go through all of them. But if you go with that, you have a 1 and a 3. You have the 1 that divided into the 3, which was the Trinity, which was, you can call it Father, Son, Holy Spirit, which is symbolic of many different things, meaning the whole, the master, the Son, meaning I have divided into multiples, and the Spirit, meaning that is what will keep us whole. And then you can go to 12, each step down. People think, and this is where even like Linda Moulton Howe gets it wrong, and I see her get upset with even the woman Marina, and she's asking Marina, well, why are we so lied to about our dimensions and our depth, and why are we only allowed to live 70 years? It's the opposite. They're not getting it. They think we were thrown down to fucking the third depth. You chose to come. You didn't get, when our Father created, like, let me ask you, if you have a kid, you have your child now, would you put your child down and would you put him into college right now? You wouldn't. You wouldn't put him in college. You put him into first grade. First grade is the first step from the parent. Everyone went from 13th or 12th, you can call it either way, density down. It's all down. And so by the time now, let me skip through and not go through all of them. You get to, everybody's like, oh, we're going to fifth dimension. Every year, all these people, we're going to go to the 5th dimension. We're going to the 5th dimension. And I'm like, well, shut the fuck, we're about the 4th because we're in 3rd density. And you know what the 4th is? The 4th is all time. It's time. And that was created by Einstein. Obviously, he developed that, and Einstein, some of this was wrong, but time was corrected, and he was right on that. He was right that 4th density is time. The difference is the 4th density is there is no time, right? That's what he said. There's no time. Like we have time here in 3rd density. That's what was added in 3rd density. That's what was added to when your soul came here, you got added on to time in addition to everything else, meaning, oh shit, there's a time. Like, can you imagine? So 4th density, when these creatures are coming in, when you have things coming in, they're coming in, they have no timeline. So they come in, they can only come in vertically on a timeline in such an energy field. They come in from that dimension or density. They can only come in certain aspects where that fucking energy line is created, where it's not, because think about it. We grow. How does a tree grow? If a tree wants, how does anything in our world grow? How does anything in our world grow? How does a kid grow? Does it grow up or does it grow sideways? How does a tree grow? Or does it grow up?
It's a rhetorical question. Are you asking or?
I'm asking. Do you
well, actually, bamboo grows laterally, but
cool. Yeah.
I mean, everything in our world grows up and down. The roots have to go down for everything else to grow up. Like it's up, it's down. And so laterally, like you're just looking at energy fields. And so those are where I'm saying the energy fields intersect. Was shown this, and the energy fields intersect. You can look at it a lateral thing, but that's basically what it is. When those energy fields are able to intersect, there are beings that come in from the 4th density, and that 4th density, why would they want to come in? Now that's another question, but there's different reasons to that, and I can give you those as well. But that is why We see things coming in.
Right, but I
that are
don't think
not
that
there.
you're saying anything that disagrees with what George is saying. You're just contextualizing it from.
Yeah, I'm just giving, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not probably disagreeing with him. I'm just saying, like, to be honest, I'll be honest, like, I didn't want any of this information, did not fucking want it, or didn't ask for it. So, like, it's one of those things, like, I asked to know my dog's gonna have, and that's about it.
So,
but,
do you feel that you were just gifted this information somehow, or you came across it in your studies?
I actually came across it. I was feeling sorry for someone, and I literally, just was given it. Like, it was like one of those things, like, do you ever wake up and you're like, hey, I fucking know, like, my dog loves me, or my kid loves me, or my mom loved me. Like, it's not like but then, like, you have to go through this entire spill, and you're like, God, get out of my fucking head. Like, am I drunk? No. Am I sober? Yes. And why is this going through my head? And stop it. Like, and continually. And that's happened throughout my life. Okay. But I always threw it away. And it wasn't really until you guys and listening to Marina and listening then to poor fucking Linda Moulton Howe. So fucking sad. No, she made me sad. That's what hurt me. I was like, this woman has tried so hard in her life to prove this, and it made me sad. And I'm like, why is she so angry? Like, I couldn't understand it. Like, my soul was just broken. Like, I've always been broken when I didn't understand what someone was. And I was like, why is she so angry that we only live 70 years? And why is she so angry?
Well, because she's at the end of her lifespan, and she's almost going to die.
Well, but no, I mean, that's okay. Like, my mom's like that too. Like, as far as nobody wants to die, you get there, you're gonna fucking die soon too. Shut the fuck up, and probably sooner than you fucking think. So you better shut up. So, like, it's fucking. That's not what I mean, and you know that. You know that's not what I mean.
What? Sure.
You know, I was betting you were going to say I didn't get that information from reading a book, so.
Yeah. Thank you. By the way, what is that breeding?
No, I did not get any of that information from reading a book. Like, unfortunately, like, I'm not going to be like, I took fucking whatever that crazy Australian guy. I took nothing, but I've always done that. Like, before I ever read Natural Death Experiences, like, NDEs, before I ever knew those. Like, I was literally like, this is how it is. Or before... My mom was like, dogs and animals cannot ever live again. They can never go to heaven because that's what the preacher said. And I was like,
oh my God.
I just knew that was untrue. Like, there was not a question in me that went, oh, that's probably true. Like, my mom, like, was dying. Every time her dog died, we both cried, right? She was like, and I was like, it's fine. Like, I just knew when you have a knowledge, but I never trusted myself enough to say it out loud. I'm at the point now that I've proven myself enough fucking right that I'll say it out loud, be the fucking idiot. And you know what? When you all see me afterlife, you'll be like, oh, you were right. Okay.
That's cute. So, honey, just to be fair to George. So, George, with what you were saying concerning the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile and these other kinds of phenomenon, I would argue that what you're pointing out, you qualify it very humbly. You say, oh, this is my opinion. I just want people to understand this based on what we can see. But I, on the other hand, can tell you from just basically working with the government that the government knows this to be the case. However, what I would add is another dimension. You know, just as one of the things that I will point out to something the government has never pointed out, but what I surmise based on evidence that I saw working with the government, is that crop circles are essentially bookmarks. They're essentially timestamps. They're timestamps because they are how the time travelers identify what time they're in.
Like QR codes. They're like basically, they can recognize what time they're in, what period, what year, so they can distinguish between what time zone or time era they're in. So they're just like timestamps or book stamps, so they can identify. Absolutely, Doug. So thank you so much for pointing out. That's something I've also brought up with like my friend Eric, the phenomena. And I'm not talking about like a large percentage of that can be just explained by man-made crop circles, but I'm talking about the crop circles that you turn around, you see nothing there in the crops, and then you turn back again in a second, there's a massive crop circle there. I'm talking about that phenomena, and that is paramount to the extratemporal phenomena. Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add that as also.
Yes. So, with that being said, I do want to qualify that when it comes to what George Knight is talking about, the 1,000-year Reich in exile, their civilization being advanced enough, progressed enough, so that they can come back here in time and basically harvest baseline genes from baseline humanity at a time before major changes occur. One of the reasons that those major changes take place, well, that would be the question, and some people would assume that they have to come back to this time, and this is why we experience this harvesting of our cells, our genes, our eggs, our sperm, and the like here. Yet most of the time, understand that most people are not experiencing this with their abductions. Most of these people are experiencing that through the show. When it comes to the 1,000-year Reich in exile, they're doing something that is more akin to almost like a kind of game reserve kind of monitoring, where they're just kind of sometimes visiting. There is some harvesting involved, like what does happen to Marina, but much rarer than what the Cho are constantly doing with their American support. When it comes to what the 1,000-year Reich in exile is doing, it's almost their encounters with people are almost just to keep people guessing. There seems to be a need to communicate with baseline humanity, understand what's going on with them. And so it's almost like an intelligence reconnaissance, and some people are being kind of casually interrogated. More goes along that, but there's other elements to this that you can bring up, George. Please do so. Yeah, if he's there.
Yeah. Oh yes, thank you, Douglas. Yeah. Do beg your pardon. I'm just got to do something just for one moment.
Oh sure. Just tell us right back.
If you could just.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll hold the stage. Yes.
1 second.
Thank
you very much, Douglas.
So while he tends to that, our dear Mr. Ian West just deposited something somewhere, right? Ian, you just sent me something. I got a notification. I noticed our man Ian West said pick 3. Looks like Project Bluebeam. And,
yeah.
Go on. Tell us what you sent.
You there?
Yeah. What did you send me?
No, I on that first interview when I was telling you about my friend that was murdered by one of these MK Ultra fucking program kids or whatever.
Tell us about
that.
Oh my God.
That is what I just sent you was his actual testimony to the judge before his hearing about being a victim of MK Ultra and having the voice to skull technology implanted in him as a child.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. That's awful. Oh my God. That's so. Let me take a look at what you sent me then in Messenger. I take it you sent me that in Messenger or what?
I thought I sent it in Skype. I think it's in Skype.
I don't see it in our Skype.
It's in an old conversation we did.
Oh God.
Oh shit.
Can you send it to us in the new one? Yes. I'm sure
yeah. Because I'm on the phone right now with the pictures in it. See, I'll do that. My bad.
Okay. No worries. Yes. So,
okay. Here it is. Okay.
The weird thing about Skype is that these conversations can go on. Usually, they're like zombie conversations.
Yeah.
They can turn into such. Yes. So George Knight has returned. Yes. I thought I heard him.
Yes. Thank you, Douglas.
Good.
Yeah.
So,
and actually. Yeah, thank you very much, Douglas. What also brought to my mind earlier, sorry, before I answer the question, is, what Brooke was saying. It's like when I very first discovered yourself, Douglas, I'd already done enough of my own research on the Holocaust itself, where I knew about the reality of the transfer agreement, the Havar agreement. So when I watched that video with Douglas, I could already verify everything he was saying just based upon my own research. Yes. So when me and Douglas speak of this, like, that's what I just want to emphasize as well to people is I'm not intelligent in the sense that, I am a genius or I am intelligent enough to create something or pioneer something. I am merely just regurgitating government documentation that I am able to verify based upon what I've learned from Douglas. And Douglas has an experience as he worked as as besides being liaison, being assigned liaison status to the officially recognized Lieutenant Chaplain in the United States Army, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino, he was also a research librarian for the Presidio military base for the Department of Defense, which comprises of 0.25% of the government itself. So, through Douglas's own experience in working with these documents, with compiling and what's the word? Sorry, Douglas.
Collating documents. Collating documents.
Collating. Thank you, Douglas. Yes, collating these documents on the part of the government themselves. That is what I'm regurgitating, especially when it comes to World War II and the conclusion. When you look at government documentation, this is what the government believes is completely different to what the public believe. It's the complete opposite. Yes. So if you look at, for example, Title 38 of the United States Code, which is established under law by Congress themselves, they recognize December 31st of 1946 being ceasefire or termination of hostilities of World War II.
That's termination of waging proactive hostilities. Yes, go on.
Yes.
But World War II is still ongoing under conditions of ceasefire. Yes, so go.
Exactly. A legal state of war which is admitted, and that is when the President of the United States at the time, Harry S. Truman, he presented that in his presidential proclamation 2714, recognizes noon of December 31st, 1946, of the termination of hostilities of World War II as in terms of, like Douglas has said, waging proactive prosecution of hostilities. So that means it's essentially a cessation of proactive prosecution of hostilities. And that is what, when we present that, and this is why I would love for the Real Tech Geek to be in the chat, because like I said before, because he draws the conclusion that the Japanese lost the Second World War. But if you look up, for example, Title 38 of the United States Code, that completely conflates the whole conclusion that the war was over in 1945.
Yes, well, I asked him, I mean, he doesn't even count. I mean, I asked him if he read the book, and he said no. So until he reads the goddamn book, he's got no right to talk. I mean, that's
exactly.
Again, it's one of those questions of, like, you know, kind of like what Brooks said about our friend Ozzy Andre. Why are you listening? It comes down to that point. I mean, you know, in his case, he does say he will. In all fairness, he does say he'll get the book, and then we'll see what he says at some point after he reads it. Maybe that's why he kind of hasn't appeared lately. Is you know, maybe he's trying to catch up by reading the book first. So we'll see what happens. And
then he can come
so
back.
George and Doug, can I ask you guys a question?
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
You guys do believe Project Paperclip was real, right?
Of course.
Douglas was the one who presented it in the first place.
I was the one who leaked the documents concerning that, and I've regretted it ever since, because, you know, then of course now everybody takes that and they run with it and they turn it into something it's not. But do go on. What is your understanding of it, and what do you feel?
No. Most people don't believe that.
Actually, most people. Here's what I will tell you. Basically, you've got idiots like Jim Mars who took that and then they inflated it like a balloon to the point where Jim Mars, who then became a propagandist for Scientology, they say that the Nazis are running our government. That's what they claim, that we're right. Yes, they claim that we're under Nazi occupation government, and that the Project.
I don't know about the government. I don't know about the government, but we really do. Down the street from me, they really are working.
Who's working?
They really are. Who's like the heirs to the paperclip scientists?
Okay, what are they doing?
They're still working. They work with my uncle.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Great.
At Lockheed Martin.
Yeah.
Down there.
Well, that's to be expected. Yes.
That is.
Yeah, but understand
I wouldn't call that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call that a government. I would say like for it, but not the government.
What it is. Yes, thank you. So we agree. We stand shoulder to shoulder. Basically, so people understand this, Project Paperclip brought Germans over to the West, just as there were Germans like Werner von Braun's brother, Magnus. Worked for the Soviets. Now, in both cases, these are all simply observers in place that are ultimately working for the third power, the Thousand-Year Reich in exile, the Drittmacht, the third power, the Thousand-Year Reich in exile. These are people who are basically retarding the American and Soviet space programs and making certain that they obey basically a kind of, it's like, for instance, what the Americans were doing to the Iraqis during the time of Saddam Hussein. The Americans kept sending in observers saying, we're here to make certain you don't develop weapons of mass destruction. And so it's the same as and then making certain the Iraqis complied And then the Americans, because they're total bastards, then made up that the Iraqis were not complying so they could go to war and attack them because they knew, hey, they haven't developed any weapons of mass destruction. That way we can attack them with impunity. But the Germans are not like that. They're basically dealing with people that they don't really care about. They don't care to conquer us because they don't want the responsibility of dealing with a bunch of morbidly downbred degenerates. So exactly. They just basically send observers here, retard the space program. I mean, they've succeeded completely. Americans have never, not only, there is, without that factor, that makes absolutely no sense that the Americans, the Soviets are, or any other power has never gone into space again.
Exactly.
Yeah, to any effective extent. It's just, they'll tell you some stupid crap about, oh yeah, well, it's, if you listen to Michio Kaku's just going to say, oh yeah, it just makes more sense to send robots. But this is the same guy who's bitching about, just how stupid it is to spend thousands of dollars to put bathtubs in space for something like the space station. So it's like, so you can't win, right? They're going to tell you that, we could have done something else. The point is they're not doing shit. And they keep saying they're going to do shit, but they never do shit. And this is because, they're basically under constraint. So, and we hear this year after year, we're going back to the moon. We're going back to Mars. And how, it's just like, I don't understand why people just keep buying this shit. It's just,
right? So, no, you're right.
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you.
But when you archived the paperclip thing, did you ever find out who the project manager for paperclip was?
Well, there isn't well, I'll tell you personally from my perspective what I could understand. That's not really one involved in the sense that, it's just basically they ultimately are here on observer status. In general, the biggest face for them was Werner von Braun in America. But what is your impression of this? What is your impression?
You ready for this? It was Richard Nixon. Richard Nixon is the one that was put in control of.
I thought you meant on the German side. Yes. Okay. Yes.
No.
Richard Nixon. Richard Nixon was definitely. Definitely. He was very much involved in working with them. Yeah. So go on.
Domesticating the project paperclip scientists. Let me put it like that. Domesticating them.
We're actually kind of acting as like, how would I say it? Kind of like spin doctor. He was kind of like spin doctor.
Yeah. He's the one that put him, put him in high, situated him across the United States.
Actually, we could say Werner von Braun was the spin doctor. Richard Nixon was kind of helping to, the proper word would be to, when you guest somebody, he was like hosting them. He was hosting them. He was kind of like the host.
That's a good word. Yeah, hosting. Yeah, that's a good word. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, and so you do know a lot about this. By the way, for what it's worth, there's plenty that Ian West knows. Okay, so now personally,
no, I live it. I live it every day. I live it every fucking day. I do. I live it every fucking day. I do.
Yes.
Like I said, MK Ultra, the whole town. The whole town is MK Ultra. The whole town. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even fucking kidding.
But by the way, I could also make an argument that I will say half seriously. Fuck the entire American population. The Western population is MK Ultra, okay?
They are. I know. Yes. I know. It's a living hell.
It is. It is. I'm there. I get it. I get it. Oh, did Brooke raise her hand? Is that a Brooke? Is that your hand? She's groping.
Yeah, it is up. Her hand is up.
Yeah, her hand is up.
I was going to say, Douglas, I have to make a move on, I'm afraid. But thank you so much for having me on. And I will carry on talking about that, actually, and to add things to that as well. Because like you said, these observers were basically the Germans that were brought over, Ian, they were diplomatic interpreters. And how do you think that the 1,000-year Reich in exile knew where all the facilities were over the United States? Because they were being told, they were given the information from the Germans that went over in the first place during this Odysseus program, which is what I refer to as Operation Paperclip.
Yes.
I'm sorry. What do you say? What do you say here? Where do you mean here?
What he means
over in the United States.
The United States.
Okay. All right. Okay. Gotcha.
And,
Wait, I'm not a psychic.
Understood. Go on, George. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, and so they were political. Well, they were basically observers, given the 1,000-year Iraq in exile all the intelligence what was going on in the United States. That's how when you hear of these so-called incidences throughout the last 7 decades of they're disabling nuclear power plants, or they are reasserting themselves, or they are.
By the way, that's something that only a terrestrial hostile power would have interest in doing. Fucking aliens, if they were true extraterrestrials, why would they fucking care about your goddamn nuclear power plants? But go on.
Yeah, exactly. And when they when they deliberately malfunction, intercept the nuclear tests that they conduct when they launch rockets, and then you've got a Reichscraft coming in, and they are intercepting these rockets. Like, how do you think? And when they went to the moon in 1969, how do you know that? What makes people think that they knew what was going on? They knew everything that was going on. They were getting told this intelligence by these members of the third power inside the government themselves. So they're working on behest of a foreign government. They were basically insurgents. They were observers, and they were giving the intelligence over to the breakaway civilization, the government in exile. So that's how they know everything what goes on with.
I didn't get that far in the MK, or I didn't get that far in the paperclip story, but it's good to know.
Yeah.
Nobody knows that. Yeah. Nobody knows that. It's only Douglas.
I didn't get that far.
But beyond that, just so people understand, they're not cooperating with America in reverse engineering Reichscraft. As George can explain later when he comes back in the future, or tonight later if he's able, or certainly on Wednesday perhaps, he can tell us about Bob Lazar and the fact that men like him were trying to reverse engineer the Reichscraft, and they were getting no help from the paperclip people.
No, exactly. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah. Thank you so much for having me on. It's been an absolute pleasure, and all my best to everyone. And thank you, and keep carrying supporting Douglas. And thank you, Ian. Thank you, Brooke.
Thank you for having me on, Douglas.
Well, we love you dearly. Yes, share that love with Sarah. And so wonderful. So, and now our man Ian is digging through his potato chip bag.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Yes, or as Brooks says, he's looking for what's left of the powder in the cookie jar. Now, Ian, I'm going to turn to you to unmute, okay, because I have to pee, and I'm hoping you can hold the stage. I don't know if Brooke's with us or she left us. Probably felt, offended because, I just didn't want her to jack all of the time, that George was with us. She claims that I have a man crush on this individual. And, and then, oh my God, it's like, there's plenty of times we hear Brooke talk, and I try to give her a chance to speak civilly when she's willing.
She drives around the block when she talks.
Oh, man. Yeah, thank you. Tell me about it. Oh, my God. I mean, really? I mean, then she bitches about me or Pete monologuing. Oh, my God. She is Mrs. Monologue. Oh my God!
Let's look at her on mute.
Yeah, it's like Ms. Marvel from Marvel Comics, only it's Ms. Monologue. Yeah, that's right. I mean, yeah, that's her superpower. Oh my God! I mean, she leaves me just.
Ma'am, she must be asleep. She didn't start bitching yet.
Yeah. I was waiting for her to really start.
I'm shocked.
Yeah, I am too. Yeah, I was waiting for her to really start cutting me out. Cutting me down. Yes. But. It's weird. She's like, she's on mute.
Was she drinking earlier?
No, I think, if we take her at her word, she says she did some pot. So I think that was it. So it got her all loquacious and shit. And
well, she really needs it. She does.
Yeah. I don't know about that. Mm-hmm. So if I relieve myself, promise me you're not going to play any music, okay?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's not a problem.
Okay. And now, obviously, I try to encourage people not to chew when they're talking. So let me know when you're finished. Whatever.
I'm done eating. I'm done. I'm done. I need to go make a drink now.
Okay.
But
Okay. So
anyway.
So I can go mute now. I can go mute now and relieve myself, right?
Yeah, go for it. I'll try to get Brooks' attention or some shit.
Okay, but you got things I'm sure you can talk about. You can bring to our attention. You can tell things like about you got this. God, you've got more than enough to talk about. Jesus.
I mean, I do, but I'm just not prepared for it. You know,
kind of, dude. It's
I kind of smoked a joint
minutes.
too, like Brooke, but I'm still up. But
yes, she must have gone away in frustration and then fell asleep or something. Poor dear. Oh my God. Or
she's probably rubbing it and snoring by now.
Yes, poor dear. Well, one time that was so offensive. I mean, she asked me, what did she ask me about? She asked me about what the fuck was it? It was something about and I went to town explaining it in great depth. And during that period of time, she just fell asleep, by the time I was done. So what do you think, Brooke? You thinking she would be impressed? And nah, nothing but snoring and shit. It's like, oh my God. The rest of us, it's her world. We just live on it. Honestly.
Yeah, I know. She drives 9 different directions every sentence.
Thank you. Oh my God. Yeah, really. Oh, yeah. It's maddening.
It's like, I was like, you really need it that bad, don't you? I was like, I'll call her a hooker and go over there,
But oh my God.
Anyway, she probably rubbed it and fell asleep, and then
First of all, Douglas, I fell asleep because your story was longer than fucking Peter fucking Moon's. Second of all,
I knew that'd get her up.
Because I will fucking be able to get it. I've never had to call a fucking hooker. Third of all, if I rub it, I ain't going to fucking sleep. But let me tell you something. You, motherfucker, do not fucking laugh at him ever again. Go to your fucking piss drop. I will deal with you. Go piss and shut the fuck up because I'm going to deal with you in a minute, Douglas.
Yes, ma'am.
Go.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So what did you say again? I rubbed it and
I said you probably rubbed it and fell asleep. No, I said you probably rubbed it and fell asleep.
Rub what? But you first said about a hooker. What was that part?
Oh, no. I said if you needed it that bad, I would have called you a hooker.
Well, you know what? Here's the thing. If I needed it, first of all, I never need it.
You need attention, definitely. I'm talking about attention. You need attention.
I can walk to the fucking damn Taco fucking Bell and fucking get it if I fucking want it. And I can sure as hell get any fucking person I fucking want. Well, I won't say any because, there's a few fucking people I've seen that are like 20 and hot and shit. I probably couldn't get because they have a fucking girlfriend or a boyfriend. But at the end of the fucking day, if I wanted to be evil about it, I could still get that shit. So there's nothing I can't get. Nothing in this fucking world. First of all, it's manifestation. Second of all, it's fucking my body and the way I fucking look. I do not fucking take it for granted anymore because I used to be embarrassed.
Yeah, I've never really seen the way you look. I can't argue with you on that.
How for what? No. Fucking you have
okay. Well, I'm sorry. I've never really seen you before, so.
So, but it's not just about. It's about fucking attitude. It's about who you are. It's about how you carry yourself. It's about what I will say. I was probably obviously had no lines on my face at fucking 20, right? But I will say I have more confidence and look fucking better. My daughter walked up to me. She's 22. She looked. Awesome. This is the honest to God truth. I think Douglas heard it or I said it. She said she looked at me. I was sitting here. Same place I'm sitting now, and had Bill in pockets. She said, "You know what, Mama?" She said, "I am so glad that you're my mother." Now I thought it was going to be like a great compliment, like I'm a great mom, which I am a great mom, and I have been.
Well, it was a good sentimental moment. That's good.
Yeah, it was great sentimental.
That makes it 22 years worth it, right?
Right, made it totally worth it. Had her at 21. I
said, putting up with her little ass. Was she a fast little ass, or what was she?
She was a good kid, but here's where she got me. You'll hear where she got me in her. She was very good. Right. She said, I said, thank you. I said, well, what are you saying that for? What's random about it? She said, because she said, I look at you, she said, and I realized I look at you and she said, and you look so good for your age. She's like, you just are fucking unbelievable. You give fucking comments all the fucking time. You're just amazing. She said, and I realized as shitty as you have taken care of yourself and all the shit you have done, can you imagine what I'm going to look like at your age with taking care of myself with those genes? And I was like, I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or an insult. Like,
No, that's a great thing. I mean, that's good. I mean, if
she
that's
was
a good
meaning
thing.
it as both because she's like
Well,
me.
no,
She was like, yeah.
no. The man hack on women is if their moms look good, then they're gonna look good when they get that age. That's the man hack.
She got pissed off the first time. Like, I got she had a boyfriend crush and she was in like 9th or 10th grade. She had a crush on this guy and she didn't tell him. And I would still have to pick her up in Caroline, so it had to be 9th or 10th. And I would pick her up in Caroline, and she had this crush on this guy. You know, she didn't tell him, obviously. And then one time she stood near him when they would get picked up, and he was like, "Oh shit." And he's like, and she gets in the, well, I didn't know this until she tells me, but she gets in the car. She's like, "Damn it. Fuck." And I'm like, she's like, and she didn't even say fuck then. She was like, "Oh my God, what?" And I was like, "What is wrong with you?" She was like, "What is it?" He would call me a MILF. That's what it was. He's like,
"Yeah, mom, I like to fuck." Yeah.
That guy I have a crush on.
Who? Oh, the MILF?
Yes, he was like, he didn't know you were my mom. And he was like, "Oh my God, that is such a fucking MILF." And I was like, "What do you mean?" And I said, I didn't know what a MILF was. I was like, "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" Like, he pointed to you and called you a MILF. I was like, "I'm not milk, Lola. Like, what do you mean? I'm not white. I tan in the tanning bed." "No, Mom, I'm MILF." And I'm like, she'd explain it to me.
Are you using that suntan lotion in the tanning bed?
I don't use suntan and lotion in the fucking tanning bed.
Okay, good. Yeah, I know. I'm just asking because it causes cancer. That's what I was asking.
No, suntan. Well, first of all, I trained for a tanning bed back when you used to train for them. And anybody that puts tanning lotion on before they get in the tanning bed, like that shit they sell you, is an idiot anyway. It doesn't cause cancer. I mean, there may be something in some of them. I don't know. But regardless, most do not cause cancer. What they do, however, is put a barrier. It's just like if you were to get anywhere and you put a fucking layer of something, right, in between you and what you're trying to get, unless it's going to make it smooth and go in faster, it ain't helping. You're putting a layer of lotion on. If you're going to put tanning lotion on, and that's what I would always tell the people, I'm like,
I'm sorry, sunblock. I'm sorry, sunblock. Not tanning. I apologize. Sunblock.
Well, why the fuck would I put sunblock on to get?
Some people do because I think they're like hanging out on the sun when they're in those motherfuckers.
Okay, well, if I'm hanging out in the sun, then I want the fucking sun. I don't want sunblock.
Yeah, I know, but there's those skeptics. They put the goddamn sunblock on and they get in the goddamn thing.
I don't know anybody, honestly.
I've read the report. Goddamn it! Don't argue with me on this. I've read it.
That gets in the tanning bed. It's like, let me pay for the tanning bed and not get tanned.
And it's mostly white women too that do it. And it's mostly white women. So
I'm a white woman, and I've never heard of a white woman. I'm just saying mostly, not all. It's not all. Women are all that. First of all, mostly women are all that pay.
And then some Australians.
Because you don't see many black or Mexican people trying to go to the tanning bed to get darker.
Oh yeah, that is true. I didn't think about that. I didn't even think about that.
So number one, it's going to be women, and number two, it's not going to be all women. There were some white men, but mostly women, and then mostly white because there's no Mexican, Asians, or Spanish. Like, they're just not coming to try. The only people we ever had that were darker that had it that would come to a tanning bed were people that had a skin condition that is called. And my uncle who was white had it. It's what is it called? It's just psoriasis.
Okay, yeah.
Psoriasis will be helped by the sun.
The UV,
UV. And so people with psoriasis sometimes will come to a tanning bed to get the UV.
That makes sense.
But most people that are coming are getting prettier, and the prettier people that are trying to get prettier, we're literally white, so we want to get tanner. They're white people, and then most of the white people are like, how many men are going to get Botox versus women? Like, it's just a normal fucking gender thing, and I'm not saying a white thing for Botox, but I'm saying tanning makes sense. It's gonna be white, and it's gonna mostly be women.
Okay, so you don't use suntan lotion in the tanning bed, right?
suntan lotion. Okay, so you need to put two different things together. When I go,
sunblock in the tan, but I fucked that up again. Look at me.
Again, there you go.
Oh, I'm such an idiot.
I put baby oil on. If I go to the fucking beach, I put fucking baby oil on. Okay.
Yeah.
If I go to the tanning bed.
Well, I didn't ask you that. I just asked you if you put.
But if I go to the tanning bed, I've already got baby oil.
Yeah, let me hear your routine on this. Let me hear your suntan lotioning routine. Like you put naked.
My routine is fucking.
You get naked and rub it on your tits whenever you go out and shit.
Oh my god! Oh, no.
Well,
be a gentleman.
She wants to tell me her routine. I'll listen to her routine, but she's leaving out all the juicy shit.
That's only because you can't handle the juicy shit. Your mattress is dry as fuck, and I don't want to get you too wet. You have to change another one.
My girl made me take the plastic off the new mattress. I was so pissed. She's like, "It's all crunchy," and I was like, "Oh Jesus!" So I had to rip all the goddamn sheets off, take the plastic off, put the sheets back on, put her back in there, and it was just hell.
And then you found out it was still dry as fuck.
Oh my god! Now, let's.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, it was dry.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Hey, basically, I can give you. You can look in the live chat from earlier, but our friend was asking earlier for something to make them a little wetter, so I gave a recommendation. It's in the live chat. I also said it.
Okay. There we are.
It's in live chat.
I don't see anything you entered in the live chat. There's nothing.
I didn't enter it. Somebody else said, "Oh, that is a good recommendation." They said the name again.
Oh, okay.
So I didn't say it, and then they said for men as well. So that's in there.
Yes.
It was just the name of the actual product.
Okay. Thank you. And
did you guys get the pictures in the chat?
Oh, so honey, if you would take a look at his pictures in the chat now.
I would prefer not. I don't need to see your penis, man. Okay.
Well, believe it or not, that's actually not what he.
It's a matter of judiciary records. So no, I'm just joking. But anyway, I gave
about fucking like the octopus thing coming down, grabbing the plane.
No,
that's Bluebeam. That's Bluebeam.
That's
Bluebeam.
George Knight, and
it just seems like George. You know why it seems like George? Because it seems like something you would write in your book. George would totally agree with, because anything you say, he's gonna fucking say, "Oh, he says it's totally fucking true too." And then you're like, and Brooke thinks I'm in love with him. I don't know why. And Brooke doesn't step up, and you're like, I can't believe she hasn't stepped up yet. And I'm like, why hasn't she stepped up? Because it's boring by now.
Oh, honey. So, at any rate, before I go into monologue, I mean, I do want to say, in all fairness, I hope, and I'm not trying to get rid of you at all, I hope we haven't kept you up in the sense that, is this beyond your comfort zone?
Oh, hell no. I'm staying until 8. I mean, I'll keep calling you back. It's fine. I'm staying until 8. I have nothing to do. See, my son is out of school for the next week for Christmas. And I bought Christmas gifts, so I feel good.
Okay.
I'm feeling very good. I smoked the pot and I got high, which was, again, for everyone that knows, I got, like, he knows, I got weed from, like, I didn't mean to get weed. It was an accident getting weed. I wasn't trying to get weed.
Yeah, that happens to me all the time.
Yeah, it's kind of like, actually, now I believe your story about the guy that randomly put you. But I was coming out of a vape shop. There was a guy hitting on me. He's like, "I'll give you some weed." I'm like, "I don't want weed." But then he was like, "I don't need cash." And then I thought that butt throw him. He's like, and then he's like,
"Did you give him a hand job or?"
I had $10, and he brings over a scale, and he like sits the scale in my car and gives me a gives me a fucking bag of weed and tells me to call him sometime. So I have a bag of weed that I have not had, and I have never. And then I'm like, oh, I remember. I was sitting here. I was like, I did tell Douglas this. I was like, don't fucking know. I was like, oh my god, I don't roll. Like, I don't roll joint, but I was like, I quit drinking recently, like completely. So I was like, I'm gonna roll like a joint, but I don't have any papers. It's like, oh, I have cigarettes because I vape, but I'll buy cigarettes when I vape. So I had some cigarettes. So I was like, I remember a friend doing this, like how I can remember that and not remember people's names. I don't know. But I knew how to take the fucking tobacco. Like, I get the whole thing out. Like, I just twist it, get all the tobacco out, break the filter off, So I've got this paper. So I'm like, okay, I know to put the tobacco, like break up the little, I've seen like, but then I realized after I lit it, because I did 2 of them, I did another one tonight, and then in between I ate some. But I totally tried it both times. So I thought maybe the first time I fucked up, and I realized here's the problem. I put the weed in. I remember people would break up the weed like with the stems and shit. And I'm trying to put just a little in because I know it was just me, and I only wanted a few hits, which I got 2. But is this a whole, like, besides the end of a cigarette, like the whole paper was over half full. I know how a joint should hit.
Miss Brooke, look, coming from one pot smoker to another, let's try to show a little class and hop in our car and go buy 99-cent pack of rolling papers and then go back to the house and do that.
Well, here's the problem. I realized, you may be right, but what I realized in the end doing that is that not only I have never done that, I've never rolled a joint in my life. Like because I was never into really pot, so I didn't smoke it.
Well, you should have been. It was good.
Well, yeah, I guess maybe, but
even when we were pregnant, I'd be smoking that shit.
Oh God, that's disgusting. That's disgusting. Don't even say that. Oh my God. It's just wrong.
No, go ahead.
Like I totally like. I only did LSD while I was pregnant. Like that was it. So like that was the kicker. Yeah. Because I wanted her to
fucks with your brain. That doesn't fuck with everything. You're good.
Yeah, I feel like the strychnine and the LSD was good with her. Probably.
Well, that's not real LSD. But
the anyway. Well, I mean, I only had strychnine. I'm pretty sure mine had strychnine because I'll get the back.
Real LSD is made from a bacteria found in certain parts of the ocean, and it's called ergot, and it's really fucking regulated.
Us in the South, we don't get that shit. We make our shit like in meth labs, but whatever.
Well,
regardless, it doesn't matter. I didn't do meth or LSD with my kid, thank God. But actually, I do know someone that did and didn't find out she was pregnant. She was so fat. I worked with her at Starbucks, and she tells me the story. She didn't find out she was pregnant until 2 weeks before she gave birth. And she was a pothead, LSD, crazy bitch.
Yeah.
I didn't know because she only moved here from Texas.
How did her child turn out? Oh my God! What is our man Ian doing? What is he doing? He makes that noise.
Well, it's obviously not. It's like either licking the phone now, so he can get some crack on that, or are you licking the phone?
Yeah, Ian, that sound is terrible, and you need to go mute when you do that. What is
okay,
that?
I'm sorry. Hold on. I didn't know you guys could hear me. My bad.
Oh my God.
Do you not know? What are you doing to think we can't hear you? Like, that's what I want to know.
Yes.
Like, what is it you're doing? And you're like, oh, I didn't know you could hear me rubbing against the hairs of my penis.
He's like wiping his ass while he still has his cell phone in it. That's what's going on. Okay.
No, God damn it. No, I got headphones. I got headphones on my big hair. And you're hearing the hair rub against the headphones because the mic's in there.
I can tell you something. You said you didn't know what I look like. I know what you look like because we did a picture chat. You need a haircut.
Yeah.
I don't do that. I don't cut my hair.
Oh my God. No, he doesn't need a haircut, honey. He needs shearing.
Sorry.
He needs somebody to take sheep shears and shear his ass. He's willing.
Honestly, Ian, I really would like to see you bald. I think you might have like that bald, sexy look. You should try it.
I think if he got bald, he would look like he's undergoing chemotherapy.
I think he might have it. Like, there's amazing people that I think bald can be very sexy on a man, but I definitely think it would be sexier than whatever.
Hey, I'm still banging Britney Spears' niece. I'm doing pretty good. Okay.
Okay. Well, you show me banging Britney Spears' niece, and like show me the fucking bed, even like remotely not like Sahara Desert dry. Then then we'll go somewhere with that.
Oh my God.
Okay, go on, Brooke. Sorry.
Oh my
no,
God.
I'm Sahara Desert dry.
Oh God. So anyhow, honey, Do continue.
8 a.m. I've got 8:15 a.m. actually because I wanted to have us like a good conversation after, so we can go to like 8:30, 8:45.
Well, I'll have to go to monologue tonight because there are some things that I do have to cover.
That's fine. I'll let you monologue. I just
Okay.
will randomly not interrupt.
It will. Well, I'll be monologuing soon enough, so I just want you to know. I just gotta take care of some things first, and so what I'm doing is I'm listening.
I love how you use me.
Yes.
To fucking come on for the first hour.
Yeah. Yeah.
Use me to answer and call twice back.
Yeah.
When I don't answer,
Yeah.
regardless, at a midnight.
Yeah.
Then fucking put me on as soon as I'm not fucking here. And then tell me, but then when I don't agree with you and I am literally, you're being loud and I try to get louder.
Brooke, I'm sorry.
And then shut the fuck up. Like, this is not about you.
Brooke,
This is Douglas.
You were here. You never left. You were always here.
I'm always here, baby. I mean, I'm always with Douglas. Trust me. I'm in Douglas's dreams regardless. Okay, baby. So you don't know about it, okay? But anyway,
It's obvious.
Are you chewing, Ian?
Mm-hmm.
Or are you eating some girl out while you're talking to us?
No, that is not.
I'm trying to finish my Wawa.
I'm
trying to finish my Wawa.
He had this Wawa delivery person come up with. Is this a boy or a girl?
You realize Wawa is a like I had to look it up.
It was a black woman.
It was a black woman.
He told me that night. I'm going out.
Oh my God!
To
Here
dinner
we go.
for 3
again.
hours. 3 hours. I was like, who goes to dinner with their boyfriend for 3 hours? And he's like, oh, we're going to Wawa. And I was like, what is Wawa? This is when he called me. He's like, you don't have Wawa there? This is before the N-word. And I'm like, no, I did not have I thought y'all had Wawa. And I'm like, I Google fucking Wawa. It's a gas station. It's a gas station.
It's also a cafe and it's also a sandwich shop.
Okay, well we have Spinks and QT here. They also have like food in the gas station. Most people don't be like, hey, going for 3 hours.
Yeah, 3 hours. 3 hours. With the drunken armed man.
Hey, they have a fully vaccinated kitchen staff that'll make your food 24 hours a day.
Wait a second.
Well,
you used to say you were trying to avoid anyone who had the vaccines because they're all shedding.
You.
Yeah.
It wears off after 10 months.
Oh my God.
So you know they've been vaccinated 10 months. What, you got a timer on them?
That's a roll of the dice.
Oh my God. Oh
Ian,
my God.
Ian, I swear to God, get your own fucking show. Fucking
I
Douglas.
used to.
I'm coming on your show because I can just make fun of you non-fucking stop. And you won't, like, Douglas argues with me. I can just make fun of you. Like,
I'll be called my new mother. It'd be great.
Yeah. Go ahead and try that one. Then we'll show you both each other's bodies and we'll see who looks like the fucking old daddy.
Oh my God.
Well, I'm still banging Britney Spears' niece and you're not, so I don't even want to fucking hear it.
You're right, because I'm not trying to bring good Britney Spears niece because I don't. First of all, I know who the fuck that is, and I'm pretty sure you don't either. Okay.
She just left 2 days ago.
Mm-hmm. Just like the bitch from Africa. What the fuck ever.
What? Who? Nene? Who? Nene? Who? Which one?
I don't know, Nene. The three you had in bed. Any of the people that you have never had wet the bed or make wet because, oh my God, the corner of my bed got wet. It's damp. I need to throw it away.
You hear the jealousy in her voice? It's so good. This makes great radio.
Let me tell you something. If I could, y'all think I've gone deep. I will never go as deep as I fucking could because I could.
No, you just go everywhere. You don't go deep. You go everywhere. You go left, right, up, down.
He's saying that with a full mouth. He's saying that with either a full mouth or his face buried in some lady's mouth.
I was smoking the bong. I was hitting the bong.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I'm a proud poppy.
Yes. So, honey, you there? Okay.
Go on. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
And I will thank Ian for this. I am reliving some fucking moments in my life that were fucking great. And it's
That's beautiful.
And it is not a dry fucking bed. I can assure you of that.
Oh man.
I thank you, Ian. Like that was some good like living moments. Buddy.
Okay, I'll spill the story. So I was dating this lesbian, and this girl was beautiful. I'm talking, she was my dream girl.
What was she doing with you?
She kind of had that Justin Bieber look. She had that Justin Bieber look a little bit, but she had great tits.
No, that's an interesting comment. Now, this is courageous. This is brave of you to say that Justin Bieber, who is a male, looks sexy enough where you can accept a girl who looks like him as someone that you'll bury yourself into. So that's
the fuck I accepted.
You want me to send you this picture of her?
Be a man to fuck me.
Here, I'll send you a picture of her, and you tell me if you'd bang her or not.
Sure.
And I bet you motherfuckers would beg. I bet you would. I bet you fucking would.
But what does
she?
What does she see in you?
That's the point. Hey, he's never fucked her. Okay?
No, I have, and her friend at the same time. Anyway, but
of course.
See, this is why. See, you wonder why you think I'm like maybe lying, and then he makes it like where I'm not lying at all. Like it's completely obvious he has not fucked any of them.
No, it's called. You see where I'm telling my story, but then I go into denial. But then I believe. Anyway. But no. Here, let me send you a picture of her. She's beautiful, and I do miss her. Till to this day, I still miss her.
Let me pull some random pictures of people in there. Beautiful girl. Beautiful man. I fucked.
I'm just trying to show you the Justin Bieber thing. That's why,
Yes. I'd appreciate it.
You know what I mean?
Yes, because I always appreciate androgynous or sexually ambiguous types.
Dude. Forget what I said about Christina Ricci.
Trust me, every time I'm fucking with fucking Douglas, I have to wear the fucking damn thing. So he likes it.
Do you have to wear the pegger, or what is it?
Yes, he likes it.
Yeah. You remind him to do those dishes?
No, I don't remind him. Trust me, I don't remind him to do dishes. I tell him to fucking bend over and get those dishes.
Oh, there you go. See, that's a girl. That's a girl right there. That's a girl. That was hot. That's a girl.
Okay. So where did you put this? Where did you put this?
To be honest, I don't need a fucking pegger. I got my own fucking pegger. So, like, as far as if my hand fists you.
Oh, what am I doing? I can do it on the computer.
Yeah. Are you? Where are you sending us this?
I'm an idiot. My phone's arguing with me between Facebook and fucking Skype.
Yeah, see, this is what happens when you're high. This is what happens when you're high.
I did, yeah. No, that was a good thing. I had to do this fucking ballet show tonight. It fucking sucked.
Why can't the fucking cigarette work? Like, why does it burn my finger after one hit?
You've been high, honey. Oh my God.
I was earlier, but like, I don't find anymore.
Are you smoking dry herb?
It's dry, and I asked him for sure because he gave it to me. I'm like, dude, like this isn't like really strong stuff. He's like, I know that isn't really strong.
Was it a flower? It was a flower.
It's normal weed. It can smell it from my fucking purse.
Okay, good. That's pretty good. Then that's good.
Yeah, like cause I was walking with my purse in the fucking store, and then I was like, oh my God, I smell like fuck. Like I didn't even open the bag, and it was in a box.
Yeah. It just lingered with you.
Yeah, not before I never smoked it. Just the bag.
Yeah. That was great. Yeah, that's some stink. That's good. I'm trying to find a good picture of her to like really.
But why can't I roll it? Am I not rolling it? Am I not putting enough in there? Why is it just burning?
No. Why you can't roll it is because you can't go in your car to your local corner store and go buy a rolling machine. That's why. That's all you gotta do. You can go get the ones I use are like $3, and I roll blunts like all day.
Get them, but what I'm saying is, it's the same paper that's on a cigarette. Why wouldn't that just work?
Well, no. You gotta G it up. Like if you smoke cigarettes, go get blunts. Look for wet mango. That's the one I get. I always get the wet mango.
Jeez, I don't need a blunt. I'm not fucking Snoop Doggy Dog. Right?
It's delicious, Doug. Shut up.
I need 2 hits. It's probably about as much as I need. But the problem is 2 hits. I just wasted the rest of the weed because the problem is the weed starts falling out because the paper burns up to my finger. And
that's because you're not using a blunt. You gotta go get a blunt. You need a thicker paper.
Oh God. So
I know.
Shut the fuck up! Like you're fucking like, what is your drug of choice? Do you want me to send it to everyone?
Who, me or you?
No, the one that's like, oh my god. When you normally sigh, he's now saying like, oh my gosh.
Here, this is the best. I guess this is the best picture I could find of her. But here, I'll send it. I had to dig through her fucking thing to here it is. Okay, bam, I'm gonna screenshot it and do this bullshit. Oh, my Sex Pistols thing was up. God damn it.
Hey Douglas, I do apologise.
Yes.
I'm available for the next, I don't know how long for, but I've come back.
Oh, thank God.
I hope you didn't mind. Thank you.
No, I don't mind at all.
Fuck you, Douglas. You know what, George? You're gonna now need to be available every night from every time he comes on, from 8 to fucking 9, and at midnight when he calls. Every time he calls me, I'm not answering. You better fucking answer both fucking time. Because I don't get to hear the thank God.
Honey,
squeal.
Honey, I answered you worshipfully when you picked up the phone. I was saying
you do the fake Libra shit. We're not going Libra, baby.
I don't even get that, Brooke.
You don't deserve shit. You're just crazy. We all are like, we all feel like. Let me tell you something. Me, Douglas, and George all feel like this when you come on the phone. Oh my God, we're gonna talk to him, but we're so excited to talk to you. It's like the whole thing.
Yeah.
Like,
I know. Yeah, no, I can feel the ooze of excitement every time I come on.
It is excitement. It's excitement to see what the fuck.
You guys dread it. I gotta see you guys bite your nails, but fucking anyway.
So George, were you able to hear any of this?
Do you hear that? Do you hear how you say, but George, can you hear? You didn't say, but Brooke, can you hear?
I had to interject.
Let's be quiet for the female, or let's be respectful.
I totally missed that.
George, but
I
George.
had to interject. Yeah, I had to interject because of the conversation where it was going to.
Yes, thank you. Yes, oh my God, it's like, really, we need to bring some civilization to this. It was just taken into the gutter by people.
I'm sorry.
Kids playing.
You've been to jail. You've been to prison. You fucking have. You literally. Let's not go with your life story. Okay?
Are you talking to me or Doug?
But vampire, Hitler's son.
Okay, thank God.
Peacock angel, kill people, shot a dog in the head to shoot the other dog. Like grew
totally
up,
not me.
And then you're totally gonna be like, but you need. And also, I do drugs all the fucking time and go and suck some blood boys' necks. We need some civilization.
And talk to a QAnon soldier every night.
I need some civilization, George, because that's what I am, George. I'm totally civilized. As I get to my work that I say is just in my mouth.
It's all a show.
So, George, yes, now that she's had her say, perhaps you could add some balance to this. And at any rate, we were speaking earlier now about how now you've heard of this Project Bluebeam. What is your impression of it? What's your impression of Project Bluebeam? Tell us what you understand about it, and then we'll ask Ian to respond.
Yes, absolutely, Douglas. That's a very valid point and question to ask, actually, because going back several years ago, if people are aware of this propagandist, this shill, this charlatan named Stephen Greer, he's one of the guys that promote that Project Bluebeam in the respect of the fact that they say, when there is no more, because he's always presented that these extraterrestrials are friendly and they're here and they're not hostile. And that's what he's alluding to. That's what he presents with when he does all these.
He does very well with it as well.
Financially, so go on. Yes,
he makes money from it. Yes.
Well, he was a doctor that made as well as good money.
He was in A&E. Yeah, exactly. He was an emergency. He was a first responder doctor in A&E, in an A&E ward, and he got rid of that career to pursue a career in telling you that aliens are real and that they are friendly and they're here to help you. So
by the way, just so people know, I'm going to download this photograph that was given to me by our man. What is this young lady's name, Ian?
Sarah.
Sarah. Okay, same name as. Are you sure you just didn't plagiarize our man's wife here?
Is his wife's name Sarah too?
Yes.
Also, so is see a spam girl that makes fun of me.
No. That was so good. That was good. That was good.
Yeah. Sarah Spears. Sarah Spears. That's
no, Sarah Spears. No. This is somebody different.
I thought you said.
I don't want to say her last name on the fucking thing.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Give me some credit.
No, it's not Sarah Spears.
Okay, so this is not Britney Spears' cousin, then.
No.
No.
Her niece.
Her niece.
What? It is her cousin. So basically, just look up Sarah and cousin Britney Spears.
No, her name's not Sarah. God damn it. Her name's not Sarah.
Neither is the fucking one that said.
No, show you the one that looks like. I was saying that looks like goddamn Justin Bieber.
Justin Bieber.
Or Bieber,
yes.
or whatever the fuck his name is.
Yeah, she does.
What I was saying.
By the way.
It's fine. Everybody's Sarah. I'm Sarah. My name's Sarah. Go ahead.
So go on with our man George. George, do go on while I upload this photo here. Yes, please. Bring us back to some level of dignity.
Thank you, Douglas. Yeah. So the very first time I became familiar with Project Bluebeam was with what Stephen Greer was saying. And by the way, I don't advocate or advise anyone to listen to this man because he is a government shill and charlatan, which is how he makes so much money and why his family are still alive.
Yes.
But he was the first person that I heard of that said that when the government or when the military, when they want to project that they are
Jesus,
hostile,
Ian, go mute! Christ, it's like our girl Brooke said. He's digging through the cookie jar for the last of the meth dust. I mean, we hear this, Ian. So please go mute when you're doing whatever you're doing. It's like the last of the potato chip bag for the last of the potato dust. All he's finding is broken dreams. Okay, so. All right. Okay, so I did put the young lady's picture inside of our text here for everyone to see. So our man Ian says he's been having sex with this young lady. I'm proud of him for admitting to the fact that she looks androgynous and that he can go with that because I myself am attracted to girls.
I wasn't saying about having sex. I wasn't saying that I was having sex with her. I was bragging about having sex with her.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, so are we suddenly worried about statutory rape, or is this Brooke, maybe?
Oh no, she was 27. She was 27.
Here's the thing about that, Ian.
She's 27.
I want to interject because obviously we've lost George for a minute.
Yes,
he'll come back.
Oh,
I just want to tell you. Number one, I looked at her picture. And number two, she has very beautiful eyes. And number two, first, she has beautiful eyes. Secondly, I would fuck her in a second.
Yeah.
Because I like girls that fucking.
I was right. Was I right or not? I told you guys. I said, "Bug, y'all are gonna fuck her." What I tell you? I was right.
I want to hear what she has to say. I mean, I like girls that look like young boys too. So what was she going to say? Were you going to say the same thing, honey?
Right. I like girls that look more boyish.
Yes.
You said she was beautiful and all feminine, like a Britney fucking Spears almost cousin. Like, is that not what the way you implied?
No, that's not what he said. No, he said she looked
now
like
I'm begging Britney Spears' cousin.
Bieber. She
niece.
said she looked like Justin Bieber.
Yeah,
this
said
one.
she looked like Justin Bieber.
Here's what I pictured when you said that, and maybe I'm very wrong.
Okay.
You said she was so gorgeous, she was so hot, and then you were like she had like a Justin Bieber look. So I'm picturing like a Justin Bieber face because he's pretty fucking feminine, right?
Yes, he's really feminine.
And like I'm picturing more of a Justin Bieber face with some long hair and a fucking dress. Yeah. This bitch is fucking pretty butch.
Yes, well, she's tomboyish.
And this picture, yeah, when you see her naked, she's got the littlest pussies too. I mean, it's just
okay,
little.
we don't need to get that vulgar. Okay, you.
Probably got some cute little nipples too, I'm sure.
No, she's got big ones. She's got big old pepperoni nipples.
Righty. Okay, let's. Right.
It's hot though. It's hot. Okay. It's hot.
So, okay, look, I really have to do something about the quality of this program. The two of you embarrass me.
You want the quality of this program to change? Here's what you need to fucking do. Start it the fuck over. Don't say you're fucking Hitler's son. Fucking don't fucking be a vampire. And then just talk about history. And maybe you'll attract people that aren't fucking crazy.
That would help, wouldn't it? Yes.
Yeah. We could call it Uncle Dougie's.
Yeah, there's a certain logic to what you say that I cannot deny. So, such being said, however,
I mean, how many people are gonna be like, do you understand when people ask me where do you saying you're busy on a Sunday night or a Wednesday night? Like, what is it? Can I hear it? Can I hear it? Can you send me the link? I don't send people the fucking link, okay? And it's not just because I'm embarrassed. Like, I'm literally just like, I've heard me enough to be like, they know me. I'm just like, I don't know your name.
I bet you're not going to send anybody a link to this show tonight. That's for sure.
Well, I mean, any of it. It's just like, how do I say? Well, we're talking about World War II. We're talking about a lot of World War II. We're talking about history. We're talking about politics in the future. He talks about that. There's like basically, I'm on for an hour.
Your common locker room banter.
Yeah, 3 hours of an old man talking about anything he randomly comes up with, from an old woman he knew 40 years ago to an old woman that he's now going to meet at a place to whatever. He will talk 3 hours, and then he'll get somebody else on, randomly, people that are just crazy enough to believe that he is the son of Hitler and a vampire, and it's all okay, and then we'll put up with shit so he can go to the bathroom or take a shit, and then he will come back on and do, in between his love of his Britain boy who will agree with everything, a 7-hour monologue of the same shit he's done for the last 12 years about his vampire in the history, and he doesn't do the vampire stuff, but I'm just saying, don't worry about the vampire. Don't just forget I said vampire. Forget I said Hitler. He's just gonna tell you stuff, okay? Just live it. Listen. You know how many Southerners are gonna be like, you need to call. Have you called she needs to go somewhere. Like, something's wrong with her. She needs in a mental hospital. Do you realize she's talking to someone that thinks they are the son of Hitler and a vampire, and she's spending time on that?
Isn't that what you say about me all the time, though?
Yeah.
To be honest, I could explain you in the South. I can explain you easier than I can explain fucking Dietrich.
Yes, that's right. We all just say meth head, and
I just say he's a meth head, he's crazy, and he's a fucking conspiracy theorist. That's easy done. They're like, oh, really? Because I'm into meth, or I'm into conspiracies. Like, they'll just go with it.
Yo, they cut my meth prescription off like 6 months ago.
Well, my second house is fucking cooking it up, so you just gotta come.
So you're in that kind of neighborhood. Oh,
okay.
No,
is our man George back? Is our man George back?
I've got 26 acres in the fucking country.
Yes, he is. Oh, thank God. Okay, George, let's bring this back up. Let's get the level back up. The quality of
Douglas Dietrich. Let's get to the quality.
I do. Yeah, I do have to interject, and I do have to make a move on. I do have to go this time. I do apologise, but I do apologise. I'll be thinking of you.
Thank you. Be praying for me. Yes.
Yes. Oh God. But Brooke, I do want to actually say something. I was going to say this a couple times ago. Because with that statement that I agree with everything Douglas says, I'm going to tell you one thing that I don't agree with what Douglas has said in the past. Something that he has said, and I'm trying to think of his name. The guy he did the interview with. He said, I'm trying to think of his name, if it's Bartzies or...
Andrew Bartzies.
Might be Andrew Bartzies. It might be that interview with him when Douglas was talking about Christianity, because he was basically contextualizing the birth of Christ, the resurrection of Christ, and he was basically saying he was talking about Emperor Hirohito as well, the Emperor Showa, and Douglas said in this interview that Emperor Hirohito is probably the second most important man in history, and this is what I'm disagreeing with Douglas with, because he said the most important man in history was the anointed one, the Christ child, which obviously the title Christ has only been given to one person in history. So I disagree with Douglas immensely. I don't think Emperor Hirohito was the second most important man in history. I think he was the third, and then Jesus Christ himself was the second most important man in history. So I disagree with Douglas on that one.
Oh, well, you know what? Here's the thing. You just proved that your voice, you deserve it. Like, you deserve that beautiful voice, because at least you can disagree with Douglas.
Yeah, exactly.
Sound intelligent. But what's the first one then?
It's Douglas Dietrich, the number one.
Thank you. He's so sweet.
Never
You're very
fucking
welcome.
mind. You take it fucking back and take it all back.
Good one, George.
Douglas
That's
is
right.
Douglas is
Thank
so humble.
you.
He's not going to admit. He's not going to admit he's the number one. But yes.
Oh my
Thank you,
god.
George.
Y'all
No,
just fuck
that's-
each other. Like, I don't give a shit.
So
And,
Brooke, why
uh,
can't
yeah,
you be
Douglas
like
is-
this? Brooke, why can't you be like this?
You know what? You know what? I'm sorry, Douglas. I can't because I'm so in love with you and I try to hide it and I'm scared you're still in love with Douglas or your other ex-girlfriend. I mean, George, your ex-girlfriend. I don't know. And I don't want to get hurt again. But, like,
No,
I'm
no,
thinking,
Doug,
like,
it's because
there's
she
a kid,
can't
like,
read. That's why.
and that too. Like, I'm from the South and I don't know.
But George,
letters.
you've been wonderful. I need to give Brooke her time to talk again when
Yes.
when you're gone. But because I do want to hear her go into this spiel because it is quite cute. But I do
Yes,
want you
thank you,
to
Doug.
say goodnight to our listeners. Say goodnight to our listeners.
Yes, and good night, everyone, and thank you so much for
Hey,
having me on.
George,
I'll try your-
George, before you go,
Yes,
George,
Ian. Yes, please.
did you do me a favor? Look up that Circo shit for me. Seriously.
Oh yeah, you've asked me that.
I'll
before,
leave
yeah,
you alone
beg
on
your
it, but
pardon.
you need to check it out, okay?
Yeah, in the UK, yeah, I will do, Ian. Yes, thank you for
Okay,
reminding
cool.
me. I'll look
Not a
into that.
problem.
Thank you so
All right.
much for having me on, Douglas, and
We
been a
love you
pleasure
dearly.
talking to
Share
all
that
of you.
love with Sarah.
All the best.
Thank you.
Reciprocated, Douglas. Thank you.
Bye, George.
Thank you.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
George.
Bye-bye.
Yes. See, Brooke, you should be like that.
Oh, I
Yeah.
know, and like I
Yeah.
want to be, but it's hard because I'm a Capricorn sun, and it's very hard for me to let the emotional side of me out, Douglas.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, I think you're pretty fucking emotional. I mean, oh my fucking god.
emotionally, like, because it varies me. Like, it's very emotional as far as like anger is my first response because I don't want to get hurt.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, we got
Brooke,
to do
don't
something
worry.
about
I've
that.
met worse. I've met worse, Brooke. Don't worry.
Yeah, and I'm so scared Douglas is gonna hurt me because he knows I'm in love with him, and I think he's
Wonderful.
literally like number one.
See, I
or
want to hear
zero.
things like that. See, when she says, I'm so in love with Douglas. I mean, see, this is what I should be hearing and stuff like, and then do for me what I do for Peter. Sit there and bat your eyelashes, look pretty, and coo a lot. Just tell me how intelligent I am and how much you agree with everything I say. And we've got a good start going. This is like, oh my God.
You know
I
what
mean,
that sounds like?
this woman gets 50 grand the moment I die. And honestly,
And he says he's a vampire and never fucking die. I literally had. I want you to know this. I didn't tell you this. Yesterday when standing in bed, and I look in the mirror, and I have red spots, which is the third time on my whites in my eyes. And I've slept. I had slept a good bit, so I knew like it wasn't like not sleeping or like being high or anything like that. They were just red dots. And I'd seen dots like in the air, which wasn't me being like crazy high. Like I just would see floaters, I guess they're called now. And I look it up finally. I'm in the tanning bed. I decide, I'm listening to music to like, what are these red spots on eyes? And find out that it's fucking extreme high blood pressure, which I'm already on 2 medications for.
Holy shit.
Sure, I'm pretty sure that I'm probably gonna die for your vampire ass, so shut the fuck up.
Oh my
Hey,
God.
Brooke, take a picture of your 2 prescription bottles and send it to me, and I'll check them out for you.
I've got 3. He gave me 3 of them, and one I can definitely not take. It makes me fucking like.
Wait a second.
Sweat,
What are these
I've never in
prescriptions?
my life.
What are these meds?
That's what I'm saying.
Tell me what
Yeah,
these meds
take
are.
Losartan is the main one I take. I take Losartan every morning. The second one I haven't taken, and then the third one is in the actually cabinet.
Do you need her to spell this, Ian? Do you need her?
Yeah, that's why I said take a picture. I'm not the best speller, and they use all these like fucking Greek words on these pill bottles. So
yeah, I'll
fucking
do it.
snap a shot just of the name of it, nothing else.
Yeah,
Just
well,
the name.
I'm going to see him tomorrow at 1:00, so I'll send you some. It's fine, but
Yeah, I got this other patient's shit I got to do tonight.
You got other
too.
patients?
I forgot about that. Yeah. Like he fucking got the shot and fucking had a.
I
he
haven't
didn't
had
have-
the shot, motherfucker.
This isn't about you. This is not about you. Anyway, my patient he got the shot and fucking he got a congestive lung failure.
Did you say your patient was an MD?
No.
First of
He
all,
got
you're
shot.
not allowed to say my patient unless you're a doctor or maybe a nurse, which neither you are. I know for a fact. So why are you saying my patient?
Because he's paying me cash.
Oh, so if I just get somebody to be like, hey, come in. You're my
Yeah,
patient.
you got a patient or you got a client, you know.
Oh,
It's
God.
rude to put your friend's business out there. You know what I'm saying?
Douglas.
So, like, it's,
Hey, Douglas.
Josh
Yes.
and Josh is,
When I
I'm
need to take
helping them get
medicine,
better, you know?
You call me patient.
What?
You be my doctor.
Where are you going
I'm your
now?
patient.
Oh,
Left
shit.
to right.
Douglas is my doctor, and I'm his patient.
That's you know.
All right, you know what doctor means, right?
What? Tell us.
To dock a boat.
Yes.
Because you dock a boat, that's a doctor. They're there to kill you.
Okay, there we are. You know. By the way,
I can assure you though, when Douglas docks his boat, he's not killing me, but it is very fun. I do.
Oh, no,
enjoy it.
that's not docking. The sex docking is when two dudes put their dicks together. They put each other's head in their turtlenecks.
At any rate, our dear lady is speaking of more conventional sex that you apparently are missing.
Not the gay docking.
No,
Okay.
no.
I heard the Mormons do it to stay virgin. I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know.
God.
I'm not a Mormon.
Oh my God. Well, at any rate, I'm sure they're brokenhearted about that.
And also, neither one of you know how to scissor, so I'm sure you don't know that.
Actually, never mind. I'm not gonna go there. Never mind.
Oh, okay. So,
We'll set that one out.
Yes. So,
You probably should, because there's no way you could do it unless you don't have a ball and a dick and you have a clitoris. Because
You want me to send you some of my sex art that I make with the girls?
The fuck you. The only sex art you have is the sex art you're making wishing you were with a girl. So send it.
No. You want to see some of it?
No,
I'm trying to keep it all
I'm
retro
not gonna
and
look at it. I don't. Well, actually, maybe it'll get me off. Who the fuck knows? I don't give a shit.
here. Let me send you some of my best work. Hold on. Let me send you some of my best work.
Well, I'm just kidding. Don't send it. This is all your imagery. This is why we think. This is why I know you're not with the girls. Because your imagery, your bed is dry.
No, your life's just really boring. That's why you don't believe it.
My life's boring.
Really boring. That's why you don't believe it.
I so wish.
Because if your life wasn't if your life wasn't boring, you'd be like, yeah, I had 4 guys. You know, you'd have one up me on that, but you didn't.
First of all,
You're
4
just like,
guys would be very, 4 guys on me would be a epitome of fucking like.
Oh, shut up! You know
not
that's your
even
secret
boring,
desire.
But fucking like I wish I was. Am I in hell? Like there is
No,
a hell.
you would have said, boys, go grab 2 of the kitchen chairs and spread me.
Like I don't believe in hell, but I guess you're trying to make me believe in hell. Is what you're trying to say. 4 fucking
Look,
guys.
I've had a lot of bad relationships, but I'm not going to give up pussy. You know.
Well, let's.
I've had a lot of bad relationships too, and I'm still not giving up pussy either.
I want you both to know that of all of the transmissions I've ever done, this is probably going to go down in my history as probably one of the most unappreciated, because people will think that I've really allowed it to deteriorate or something like that. But you know what? I think that, every once in a while we have to indulge ourselves. So I will say that, look, tonight was, it's fun.
Douglas, think of this. Think of this. I just went on your show and told the world that Jeffrey Epstein and the Mossad and Israel have every single fucking telephone conversation, every single website you visited, every phone message you ever left. And your audience got more upset about hearing the N-word. Think about that. Think about that.
Hey, go on, Brooke.
People are more concerned.
What I'm trying to say is that I should have probably just gone deeper into I should have been more open and gone into my sexual experiences that I didn't want to, because obviously
you were shy.
You're thinking that fucking Q shit is fucking.
No, don't say that. That's not real.
You acknowledge that Q is not real.
Okay, motherfuckers, the website you were on, the website that you liked.
That doesn't make it real.
I said, they plainly, that one you liked, that I fucking was calling you Q. When you listen to, no, you liked it. It was your friend's black lady. And when you listen to it, they plainly talk about Q on the fucking video.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What's the video?
I guess you just liked it. That's your
What is it? What is it? What video?
You fucking like.
It's by the way,
What's
I believe her. I believe her, Ian. I believe her when she says this.
I don't.
I believe her when she says
He
this.
knows because he knows he didn't watch it and liked it too.
Yeah,
She
because
says we're going to the store. We stop by the post office. We stop by the laundromat. We stop by the fucking wherever.
But Ian, the reason I believe her when she says this is because you espouse these perspectives which are echoes of the Q doctrine.
Oh, okay, I get you. Okay, I
Dude,
get you.
so yes,
because they're related to Q.
Yes,
But I don't think. But Q is not real. How do they relate to it if it's not real?
But knowing that when you espouse all these aspects that Q promotes, all these elements that Q promotes.
Oh, like coincidences. Coincidences?
That's not coincidence. It's you echoing right-wing propaganda. You are indoctrinated in radicalized right-wing conspiracism. At times, you also echo Judeophobia.
You realize your entire Okay, I need you to understand something seriously, because I think you're smart. Military. I know it's not. It's not Douglas's voice.
Which military? There's like 6 different militaries. Which one?
All of them.
Anyhow,
is it DOD?
at times,
is it Army? Is it Marines? Is it Navy?
Wait a second.
What?
Now, Ian, at times you're just being difficult here. Let Brooke continue.
No,
right now you're interrupting for the sake of interrupting. Okay.
Okay.
You know what she means. Okay, the military-industrial complex.
I'm not a psychic.
The military-industrial complex is what she means.
Okay, so all 6 branches.
Yeah,
okay, got it.
Yes. And you know that. And you know that. So go on, Brooke. Go on, Brooke. Yes.
But the Army is not the DOD.
Anyhow, enough, Ian. Now you're just being silly. You're being silly, Ian. So
okay, all right, Doug. All right.
So Brooke, go on, because
your military-industrial complex is basically exactly what is controlling your propaganda,
yes,
and the propaganda that you're believing. And so to believe that they are not that they don't have a hand in wanting. Here's the only reason the military-industrial complex has a hand in anything. They don't give a shit about aliens or fucking white hats or Trump.
Where did this shit come from now? How'd you get on this street?
They don't give a shit about your island or your tunnels.
Well, you should.
No, she's not talking about. She's talking about the military-industrial complex doesn't
care
about
you
your
should be worried
quote
about
unquote
it.
exposing.
I said the military-industrial complex does not give a shit about any of it.
Yeah,
they're not.
They run it.
Can you let me finish?
Let her finish.
They
let her
run
finish. I get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying, Ian. But let her
All right,
finish.
go on. Let me hear this bullshit. Go ahead. Please go.
So they don't give a shit about it, meaning they don't believe any of the shit that they are also putting the fuck out.
Oh my God.
They are putting it the fuck out. You
really believe this?
Yes, I do. I don't fucking believe it. I fucking know it. They only. How does the military-industrial complex, which is bigger than even our country, it's not just you think, oh, it's just America's Army, Navy, fucking. It's a complete fucking entire fucking network, and they only run the largest fucking network of money out there. In above.
Go ahead, get it out. Say what you want to say. Go on.
They're above fucking pharmaceutical drugs. They are above
That's a different
company. Even oil
that's
company.
Somebody different.
Your prince of fucking Saudi's fucking close, but they are fucking there and they're with him, and they fucking only
Who's him?
win.
Who's him? Who's with him? Who's him? You're losing me. Who's him?
Your prince of Saudi, whatever the fuck his name is.
Prince
I don't
Mohammed
know. I've
bin
never
Salman.
been there.
Mohammed bin Salman.
Yes. So
and you don't want to go there, Ian, because you look too Jewish. But go on.
Thank you.
But my point is, with oil, obviously second biggest energy.
Did you just go to oil now?
Oil and energy.
I thought we were talking about the underground tunnels.
Yo, come on, let her talk.
Oh
okay, this is like.
Fuck my life. Do you not
now you're being like her.
Are you?
No, I'm trying to catch up with her. Like she's riding a bike every different block, and I'm trying to where are you at now?
Slow it the fuck down then. Okay.
Please do.
Money runs the world. Let me slow it down for you. Money runs the world. Okay.
You're
money
a fucking
does.
genius. I know.
Okay,
see, you don't need to say things like that, Ian.
You're an asshole.
You don't need
fucking
to say...
either it's too fast or too goddamn slow. Fuck you.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
So let now Ian. Okay, breathe and let her talk.
Douglas will fucking explain it, and you'll shut the fuck up. So fuck you.
You're telling me everything I already know, baby.
Well, don't say it then.
If you already knew it, then you wouldn't be promoting this right-wing propaganda. You'd be
I'm not promoting anything.
Yeah. But okay, so look, let her talk, okay? Do me a favor, Ian, let her talk. Go mute, let her talk. So go on, honey.
Okay, I'll mute. Okay.
So if you're not promoting it, then
all right, here, let me let you get it all out.
Yes.
Well, you know what? That's fine if you think that's all it is. That was disrespectful, but it's fine. At the end of the day, Ian, you are promoting it because number one, not only do you push it on you have 2 platforms of Frank Black and Black Frank because you've been kicked off, or your real name apparently is what you said. But regardless, you've got 2 platforms.
You've got to hear me laughing. That was the funniest fucking thing. That really was.
I don't give a shit. You fucking have 2 fucking platforms. You fucking push both of these propagandas on. They're all right-wing conspiracy QAnon theories that are created by the military-industrial complex.
Excuse me, ma'am. I don't double post. That's another lie. I don't double post. So that's
I didn't
a lie.
say you double post it. You post one on one and one on the fucking other. Right. I can assure you, I can fucking pull pictures right fucking now if you want to, because I'm friends with you on both.
That's not what you just said.
Okay, I think that you're quibbling with details that don't need to be quibbled with. I mean, she's making a point that it doesn't matter whether you double post it or not.
I don't know which one you're posting, which one on.
But I've seen your posts, and they're very much along the lines of what she says, so I can attest to having seen these posts. So do go on, honey. Yes. So she's.
So then, how can you say you're not promoting the same thing you're saying? Well, I know that it's run by the military-industrial complex. I don't support that. But then you're fucking promoting it by fucking number one forwarding it to people.
Yeah.
Okay?
By the way, this does remind me, Ian, about. So you said that when I brought up this young lady and Brooke and I acknowledged her beauty and her sensuality to us, and then you said, "No, I'm not saying I had sex with her. I'm just bragging that I did." Okay, at this point, you do seem to have a tendency to go into these, what would I call them, qualifications that don't seem to make any sense. It's like, so why, what is it you're trying to say?
It was a joke. It was a joke, Doug. It was a joke.
Okay.
It was a joke.
It's hard to tell with your.
And this has nothing to do with Q, which is what I thought the focus of the conversation was.
Yeah, well, the reason I bring that up is because it does.
Well, don't get in the back seat with Brooke on this.
I'm getting into the back seat with Brooke on this.
You want to get in the back seat with Brooke? The back seat with Brooke is that bitch would not have sex with you.
But the reason I'm getting into her side on this is simply because her and I are both of the same politics, and you do essentially promote the opposite of our politics. But there's a difference between our politics and what you're promoting. We both, Brooke and I, understand that what you're promoting is dangerous. It ultimately leads to people being hurt, not just emotionally, but physically. There are people who sincerely believe that the Democrats are eating kids alive for their adrenochrome. Now, I didn't really have a chance to listen to it when you were.
It's not Democrats. It's all of them.
It's primarily they say it's Democrats.
No,
they do.
Bush was the worst one of them all, and he was a Republican. Bush was the worst.
I appreciate your saying that, but that's not what's being emphasized by your posts.
For Douglas, for Douglas, just because you're saying that, you are also you promoted a fucking. A line of what's his name that you just said, the island
Bush or Epstein?
Epstein's island. And you had them all fucking highlighted of red and fucking blue and fucking Democrat and Republicans, and you had I think 2 Republicans and 99
Brooke, I didn't make that. Brooke, I didn't make that.
But you posted it. But you posted
that doesn't mean I made it. That doesn't mean I did that.
Frank Black, you fucking had your name on it.
Does it say made by Frank Black?
But that doesn't count. That doesn't count when you post.
Right,
are you trying to tell me that you're upset?
And I give you fucking AIDS or herpes or what's gonorrhea, and it doesn't say
baby,
made by
shouldn't you be saying?
I give it to you.
I don't appreciate.
I give it to you because it doesn't say made by.
No, look, Brooke. What you're trying to say is, I don't like seeing your bullshit in my feed. Is what you're trying to say, right?
It does disturb us. Yes, it does disturb us.
Okay, that's all you got to say.
Yeah.
You don't have to go nitpick and make
that
shit up about it.
I don't mind seeing your bullshit.
I didn't make the goddamn thing.
But
I just shared
wait
it.
a second. But
So how did I do it?
But
I
didn't make it.
unfriend you any day of the goddamn weekend.
Well,
it's
please
not
do.
about my feed. It's about the idiots that don't fucking get it. Like me and Douglas that are like, oh, that might be fucking the truth. That's what you're fucking forwarding to. So stop doing it.
Did I ever tell you about the Kevin Spacey story and how bad he was?
Kevin Spacey. He was an actor, right?
I fucking got accused of fucking some fucking.
Yeah, and then apparently these kids died. Apparently these. Now you told me that, Brooke, right? You told me.
I didn't know anything about them dying. Now, if you heard them dying, I had nothing about that. I heard that he literally got pushed out of Hollywood because they found out he was gay. What? And then he had sex with an underage minor.
No, basically.
Oh yeah, he did.
So now, Ian, you can back me up on this. At least two of his accusers died mysteriously and conveniently. Yes?
Now, the official United States case, I do not know. Okay. But I know from like eyewitness testimony by like some of the staff that worked the island that they said that fucking the House of Cards guy, what's his name again?
Kevin
Spacey.
Yeah.
They said Kevin Spacey was so fucking monstrous and scary during rituals with the kids that Epstein said he is not invited back to the island ever.
Hey, don't call him the fucking. What did you call Kevin Spacey? The what's guy? What movie? What you call
House
him?
of Cards guy. He called.
Yeah, no, that's not the movie you call him. What was he? He was the.
He was House of Cards. He was House of Cards.
He was in House of Cards.
Yeah, the House of Cards.
That's not what you should ever
he was
call.
the president of House of Cards.
I know.
Oh, he was awesome in that. Did you see that?
Fucking call
he was awesome.
That's not what you call him.
What you want me to call him?
I want to hear what you want us to call him. What should we call him?
You know the movie he was in. I'm trying to remember his fucking name because you know.
It was American Beauty. American Beauty.
No, he wasn't a good American Beauty. But that's not what I'm talking about.
Girl, I know you liked American Beauty. Hush.
I did like the fucking pie. That was fucking good. But that's not where Kevin Spacey fucking excelled. Like the only movie I ever fucking watched and fucking blew my fucking brain. And I was so enthralled then with him just because of the fucking character mainly, but he played it very well.
What's the movie?
He was the guy at the end. He was God, what was his fucking name?
Oh, 13 Monkeys.
What?
13 Monkeys? Or the Seven Deadly Sins movie? He came in at the end with a serial killer?
Seven Deadly Sins was fucking Brad fucking Pitt. And Seven Deadly Sins
what's his name? The House of Cards guy in that? Wasn't he the serial killer?
Seven Deadly Sins. He wasn't in. I don't think he was in Seven Deadly Sins. Seven Deadly Sins. He may have been in it, but he was in the small actor.
What was the name of that? Seven Deadly Sins was the name of that movie. That's right. That's right.
Seven Deadly Sins.
It's still called Seven. It was just called Seven. Seven was the.
That's right.
Jesus
Thank you.
Christ.
Thank you. Old wise one. Thank you. Thank you.
That's cute. Oh my god. Oh my god. So so what Brooke is...
I knew what it was. It was The Suspects. What was it like?
Oh, I've never seen that.
It was Suspects, something Suspects. He was the guy that played what was it? Suspects and his name. But you don't know this fucking, how do you not? This was a movie that everyone needs to fucking watch just because, I don't give a shit if you fucking hate that motherfucker or not, the fuck he was at that point. But what was his fucking name? So the Kaiser Sose. Kaiser Sose. You've never heard of Kaiser Sose?
No, that doesn't ring a bell. No.
Okay.
Sounds like a Japanese lawyer or something.
It was not. So he was so anybody that's not watched this movie, The Usual Suspects. It's called The Usual Suspects. And I'll be honest with you, my ex-husband made me watch it, and I would never that motherfucker like he cried at some fucking stupid movies. Idiotic. But this movie I watched, and I literally was like, damn. Like, I watched it several times. I was like, it is, he won, I think I'm looking at it now, won Academy Award for Best Original Screenplay. Spacey won the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor. His name was Kaiser Sose. I don't want to give the plot fucking away for people that haven't seen it. If you haven't seen it, you need to fucking watch it.
all I can say is that you will not regret watching this movie ever. It's almost like a movie. Have you ever seen that? Remember that ghost movie where that little boy plays with
I speak to dead people.
Bruce Willis.
Yeah, Bruce
Bruce
Willis.
Movie. And at the
Sixth
end,
Sense. Sixth Sense.
Yeah.
It's a happy ending because you find out Bruce is dead. Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
No, it's Shamacho. We're going Seven Deadly Sins, Sixth Sense. Anyway.
Yeah. So
That's a joke. That's a joke.
Yeah,
Sorry.
when Bruce
That's a joke.
Willis blows you away because he was fucking dead at the end, that kind of shit. This movie does that, but you don't need dead people to do it. And I'm just saying, like, it's just that kind of movie. It's more of a crime movie that just blows you away. And Kevin Spacey literally, like, he did his job with it. So what I would say with this is, if Kevin Spacey, ate children and fucking used their
I'm not saying all that. I'm just saying. Don't put words in my mouth.
Yeah. What you're saying is, if he committed these crimes, go on, honey.
No, what I'm saying is that.
Let me fucking finish. If he did.
No, I'm stopping you from bullshitting. Listen.
Wait a second. Let her finish before we decide whether it's bullshit.
I prefer to finish my bullshit.
Yeah.
If he fucking did, then I'm just saying, motherfucker was good enough to get away with it. Maybe he deserves to get away with it. Just fucking actor. Keep acting.
Understood. All right. But what I said was that, what's his name again? The fucking American Beauty guy?
Spacey. Kevin Spacey.
Kevin Spacey. What I'm saying is that Kevin Spacey was such a...
From now on.
I get cut off again. Oh my God. And I can't get... Oh my God. See, this is why men turn gay.
Well, you were doing the same thing to her. You got to admit,
because she was bullshitting me. Because she was bullshitting me. Anyway,
I'm just saying that most people that know this movie will call him and they'll be like, the Kaiser Sose guy, the Kaiser Sose guy. I'm just letting you know.
Okay.
You're not the Kaiser Sose.
Brooke, all I said was that the Kevin Spacey guy was such a fucking monster. He scared Epstein so bad, Epstein banned him from the island. That's all I said. I didn't turn it into that.
Well, guess what?
He was doing this.
No, you know what? And what would I say? Who would I rather be? Would I rather be Epstein dead in a fucking jail, or would I rather be fucking him still fucking someone? I guess I'd rather be Kaiser fucking Sose.
And this is why I supported the LGBTQ community. This exactly right here. This is it. I know it's like I don't even feel bad for y'all. I really don't.
I'll run it, man. I'll run the gangster shit when I have to. Like, what the fuck? He's fucking dead to fuck himself.
No, you girls keep them on their toes. I'll tell you. You keep them on their toes.
Also, I don't throw away mattresses that are corner wet. They've been fucking a lot bloodier and wet than that.
Doug, would you like to say anything on your radio show?
I mean, both of you are.
That's a joke.
Yeah, both of you are saying so much. I mean, it's oh my God, it's So all I can say is, believe me, I'm trying to get my shit together to talk nonstop until the end of the show. Once I get started, of course, I'm not going to stop.
Okay. No, wait, you're actually good to do this time because last week I got off at like 1 a.m. and you had to talk for like what, 7 hours
shit
straight.
about what you got to do last week. Okay, look, I want to tell you guys this. The way I got sucked into this whole fucking deep state shit at such a young age was because there's this movie that came out in 1956. And Doug, I'm sure you've seen this movie, but I know Brooke hasn't. I bet you $20 she hadn't seen it.
Okay.
And it's called Solo, 120 Days of Sodom. Okay. And it was banned in the United States from like 1960 to 1990.
I have not seen that movie, but I have lived it, and it is the best shit. But I did fucking 378 days of it.
When you see this movie,
pretty good.
You will regret saying that.
I won't for a fucking minute. You know why? Because your Sodom fucking bullshit is fucking a lie from fucking your religion shit that came out of that.
Honey, there she goes. She's jumping. She's jumping.
No, it's not that. It's that she misheard what you said. So the title of the film is Sallow, and it's based upon a work by Marquis de Sade. So Marquis de Sade.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you. I knew you. See, I knew you knew. I knew you knew.
It's from where we derived the term sadism, and so Marquis de Sade and his sadism produced a fantasy of his where he was just basically had a bunch of people lock themselves up in a tower where they all tortured each other to death.
You are correct. First of all, I will admit, I heard Sodom.
Understood. So what happened was that some person thought they would be clever, they'd make a political statement, and so they made this film as some kind of testament So they claim to add some kind of social value to it against fascism. So it's basically an attack on Mussolini. Now, the reason it's an attack on Mussolini is because it takes the original Marquis de Sade novel, which did not have the title Salo, and they gave it the title of Mussolini's Salo Republic, which was his retreat after the fall of Italy. He retreated to the Salo in northern Italy, Padania, the Alpenfestung, the Alpine fortress that Hitler was going to join him in, and they were going to maintain themselves there in what Hitler called Germania. That was kind of like a retreat for Deutschland. The Germans called Deutschland, but Germania has a different significance. So this is what the movie was supposed to be, but it's just pornography. It's just sadistic pornography. So what happened?
It is not. No. Oh, go ahead, Doug. Go ahead.
So go on. You're going to tell us it's a grand social statement.
This movie starts off with all the original lead of this country are going to go by children.
Mm-hmm. Yes. They bring a bunch of children with them.
You mean the original in this country buying children like they did in
no, they go to the CPS. No, they go to the CPS. Go scoop up 15 boys. Go scoop up 15 girls. Bring them back to their castle and just have their fucking way with them.
You mean kind of like they did when they brought them from Africa and fucked them all and got half of them pregnant? The ones that were able to get pregnant and the males still.
I have no idea what you're talking about. No.
She's talking about slavery. Chattel slavery. She's talking about
I'm glad you compare Africans to kids. That's very not
well, many of them were children.
You fucking think that Africans came over here and they were like, oh, we'll only fuck the 20.
Nobody's talking about Africans coming anywhere. Nobody. Where do you get that?
You said founders of our goddamn country.
We're talking about picking up kids at CPS.
What she's saying is that, yes, well, here's the difference in communications. She's talking about a kind of moral equivalency in which the founding fathers of our nation, being slave owners and plantation owners like Thomas Jefferson, who fucked his own half-breed children, these are not men to be admired. They're pretty much acting out the Salo fantasy. And whereas you weren't coming from the angle that the Europeans were doing this, you were really, which is what she's providing moral equivalency to. What you were saying was that you're claiming all the rich do this. So go on.
No, not all the rich. No. Just these satanic these closet satanic
right
people. Anyway,
but this does present a problem because it becomes.
But anyway, what goes on in that movie is exactly what happens at Jeffrey Epstein's house.
Okay.
And if you ever wondered what that big fucking pit is that was on his island, that was just like this huge ring of dirt.
Right.
If you watch the end of Silo, that's what goes on in that fucking ring of dirt on his island.
From the 1950s knows what was happening at Jeffrey Epstein. When was Jeffrey Epstein born?
Well, what he's saying is that the film anticipated what happened at Jeffrey.
Well, then I guess you know what? Then you need to rewrite your book that you're writing because obviously they anticipated the aliens and the things that you're talking about. So you're gonna have to either.
I didn't see any of those in the movie.
No, he knows what I'm talking about.
But anyway, I'm just saying the parallels are ridiculous for 70 years ago, a movie that says all this shit, and then now 70 years later, it's really going on in real fucking life.
It's not fucking. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, you're not getting it.
Did you just read the court document I sent of the guy that killed my best friend? Did you get that? Did you get that?
So he sent us. He did send us. It's there in the text, honey, where you can take a look at that. So this young man apparently was as MK Ultra and is claiming to be essentially under some form of mind control, who murdered a friend of Ian West's. But
to hurt the Donald Trump campaign.
To hurt the Donald Trump campaign.
You remember the guy that literally in North Carolina that ran through the restaurant? He was the normalest fucking guy, Sndy. He's fucking 70, 65. Had been a fucking insurance salesman his whole life, was known in the fucking community. This is 5 years ago. I will go further with more of these. But he ran through. They were at a Sunday lunch after church. His wife, his 2 daughters, 4 grandkids, and his 2 fucking obviously sons-in-laws were all sitting at the table, and he said he had to go to the bathroom. Fucking insurance agent never showed shit. He walked 70 years old, walked to his fucking car, and then ran his car straight into the restaurant, killed his daughters.
Jesus.
killed some of his grandkids, and his wife fucking lived. And I happened to be dating the nurse that was having to deal with that in North Carolina at the time.
Oh my God.
With that wife.
Yeah.
Whose daughters have been killed, and her husband killed himself. Do you understand? People will say, "Oh, well, maybe the government did things. Maybe fucking devil took." You can't make sense of shit. But at the end of the day, to be like, "Okay, it was MK fucking Ultra. Where's your goddamn proof, motherfucker?"
Well, he says
it's in the text message.
It's in the text message where the child is essentially.
That's his court.
Yeah,
he admits to the the voice to skull
technology.
Installation in his skull.
The voice to skull. That's what we figured maybe with him. Maybe something just suddenly hit him, just like the guy that suddenly started taking out people on that highway. You know, remember we had the shooter with his son, and he was just randomly shooting people on the highway, and they thought maybe something hit his head, and they just randomly think maybe it's all. Maybe they can hit anyone.
You can't be a lesbian. You can't be a lesbian. You can't. You can't be a lesbian. It's possible.
Why?
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Why?
What?
Because I haven't seen any evidence.
That's cute, but but what you've provided.
You know what you haven't seen the evidence of? That I would ever fuck you either.
You say these things. You say this.
In other words, he believes you might. Yes. So what you've shown us.
People believe what they want.
Yeah.
That's my point.
No, I mean what he's shown us is important. And what happened to his friend is important, but at the same time, it's one of these things where, I would say that man who did what he did to his family, the first thing I would think of would be mind control. That he's been,
he was.
To be honest, I will be honest with you. When I heard that of this man that had been literally, complete insurance agent selling normal State Farm. For 60 fucking years. He's almost 70 years old, about to retire. He's fucking at church. They go to eat. He said, I'm going to the bathroom, and then he drives through and kills all of them. So, I mean, maybe it's mind control. Maybe he fucking who knows the fuck? Maybe he had syphilis and he's gone fucking crazy. Who the fuck knows? I don't know. So I'm not going to just pin it on one thing. But it is odd. And so I don't give mind control fucking pass and be like, they can't be mind control. I don't give that a pass. But at the end of the day,
Brooke, do you still talk to your ex? That nurse that worked that case where the husband killed his family in the restaurant?
No, I do not talk to her.
Never mind.
Okay, what is it that you would recommend she ask?
Well, I was going to say, if she still talked to her, if she knew what that guy's job was, like if he worked at Lockheed Martin or if he worked at one of these government places that has one of these cloning labs.
That's just one. State Farm. I just told you he was an insurance agent. We already knew all.
Well, I wasn't listening to you.
Oh.
Anyway.
Ooh. That's
the common pattern I'm finding with all these cases of dudes that turn the gun on their family and then on them.
Okay.
So they all worked at Lockheed Martin.
Yeah. Okay. That's interesting. I mean, I believe these things obviously happen. That makes perfect sense. These things were also anticipated by science fiction stories years ago, as a matter of fact.
Do you know where John Bonet's dad worked?
Where?
Lockheed Martin.
There you go.
So, let me tell you something. There's not tons of Lockheed Martins around the country.
There's not. You're right. There's not. I know that there's not.
And do you know where one of them is?
Which one?
In Greenville, South Carolina.
No, ma'am. No, I haven't done research. No, ma'am. Oh.
Okay. Yeah. We have a Lockheed Martin in Greenville, South Carolina. Do you know how many people in Greenville, South Carolina? Now, I am sure there's some murders I don't know about, but do you know how many people have driven their car through a restaurant, or how many people we've had majorly up, or how many even just random shootings or people that go to other states and we were they're accused back to Greenville? Do you know how many? 0 in the last 10 fucking years. 0. But Lockheed Martin. So I'm pretty fucking sure Lockheed Martin may not be a great company. I don't fucking know, and I don't give a shit. But I do fucking know your science right now is not making sense unless Greenville we're like fucking Jerusalem. We got a special fucking broadcast. They don't fucking touch us.
Okay. Anyway.
Yeah. Wow. There's the... let's put it this way, honey. If they're a defense contractor, defense contractors do historically literally get away with murder. We know this through medical contractors.
That's not what I'm saying. I've already been through Lockheed Martin with you. I told you about the guy that I knew that owns the place that fucking quit because of Lockheed Martin. But that is not about Lockheed Martin getting away with shit. I'm talking about mind control and being able to literally take out a bunch of people for no fucking reason. And unless he is taking out occasionally in the Green Bowl a random drug dealer in Spartanburg, it's not happening here. Look up the I'm not lying. Y'all can look up the statistics. Like, it's just not happening. Dude, they're making them drive a long way to go out.
Brooke, you're amazing. You're amazing, Brooke. Let me tell you, you are amazing.
I'm not saying they can't make them drive. I'm saying maybe that'd be smart. Who the fuck knows? I don't give a shit. Y'all are all basing all your shit, number one, on bullshit.
Girl, you're not even on the same subject I was on. You're on to something else now.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I'm not quite sure she's on a completely. I'm not quite sure she's on a completely different subject.
No, we're talking about family murder suicide. That's what we're talking about, Lockheed Martin. Now she's talking about going to Louisville, Carolina.
Well, I mean,
saying, you want to tell me how many family murder suicides there's been in fucking around me and fucking. I have Lockheed Martin.
I don't know. I'm not from where you're from.
Well, look at the fuck.
Well, it's pretty common. I mean, it's awfully common. Let's just put it this way: it's an American pandemic.
I mean, let's not support the LGBTQ community.
No, come on. Now, how do we come to that?
It doesn't happen much here, but if I swear to God, if there are a bunch of women married to people like you, it would be happening all the fucking time.
Oh my God.
And there would be no need for Lockheed Martin or brain control. We just fucking happen because we have guns here.
Yeah. So.
Oh, that'll stop it.
Well, I mean, it's some might say that's part of the problem, of course, but.
I do agree with part of the problem, but I do also agree that if I was married to fucking either one of you, but certainly Ian,
there it is.
I would definitely fucking take your fucking. You know what? I would shoot Douglas in the fucking ass to watch him yell around and hop. You fucking shoot.
Wow, dog, you hear that? That is some misery shit right there.
You gonna get him off now? And then I might be nice enough to put you out of your misery and shoot you in the fucking head.
I'm about to say, take the handcuffs off your ankles.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Hey, handcuffs are only on my ankles because I put them there to prove I can still do this and fucking kill your ass.
Yeah.
But Brooke, hey. So I won Solo on eBay. Yeah. Well, I fucked up and I put in a bunch of bids and shit, but I won a copy of Solo on DVD for $10, and I won an unopened copy of Solo, the new one from the Criterion Collection, for $20. But then I had to buy a goddamn external Blu-ray player to fucking do it. But when it comes in, I'll mail you a copy of the movie, but I'll have the English audio track and I'll have the English subtitles.
You know what? It's okay, because I got a truckload already coming to me of refurbished VCRs, because those are so priceless. Yeah, total truckload of refurbished VCRs. So I'm good.
I've only got one.
I'm totally fucking good, man.
Okay, good.
God. You
want me to transfer it over to VHS for you, the Criterion version?
You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, you know what? I can sell you any fucking refurbished VCR you want. I mean, we'll get a price going.
I got a dual deck VCR.
In terms of, so you were trying to do this just so Brooke could see it? I mean, that's pretty generous.
No, I'm such a hoarder of media, like of CDs and albums and DVDs and shit. I had to store it all at my dad's house.
Okay.
But
I thought it was totally fake. That's why I was giving you shit. Like,
I'm dead serious. No, I'm dead serious. No. Like I probably got like fucking $10,000 worth of records and CDs and all that shit at my dad's attic in Alabama.
$10,000 is really not worth driving me to drive there and kill you. But if you can give me like you got $20,000 worth of shit, like we might can get on.
No, I'm talking about how much money I've invested in it, buying it originally.
Okay,
but it's all unopened.
They got those holes there where I can throw you. So I'm saying like maybe $15,000.
Or Jesus Christ, Jesus.
Anyway. So
I don't give a shit about your movie. That's what you're not getting. Shut up. I don't give a shit.
I'm not talking about the movie. I'm talking about my movie collection.
Okay, I mean that's neat. But back to the Salo in particular. Did you feel that if Brooke saw this film, what do you feel that would do for her? That it would somehow...
Well, she shut the fuck up. First of all,
that's the first thing she'd do.
Yeah. Douglas, do you think it would shut me the fuck up?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I
You probably couldn't even make it through the movie.
Well, but
Okay,
wait
I
a second.
want to hear both of you say it would shut me the fuck up. Douglas, do you think it would shut me the fuck up? Because I'll watch the movie 20 times. Douglas, you think it would shut me the fuck up?
It's no, I don't think so. But the point is that it's one of these things where the film is basically sadistic pornography.
It's a weekend at Epstein's. That's what it is.
I mean, but it's just
So you're
made in the
basically saying
50s.
maybe
Made
give
in
me
the
some more
50s.
sexual ideas on what I want to fucking do and what I don't.
I
I mean, that's all you're giving me. Is like, that is not turn on. That is not a turn on. That's gross.
I'm not
That
trying
kinda
to
looks
turn you
fun.
on.
That kind of looks fun. Oh, that's
I'm not trying to turn you on.
But actually, I'm just curious here, Ian. I mean, now there are, say, for instance, there are things that we see when we're young that traumatize us, yet hypersexualize us. Was this one of these experiences for you?
Yeah, I got the opposite. I got de-hypersexualized from older chicks, definitely from that movie. And but I was young when I saw it. I was 16 when I saw that movie.
Okay.
You think that's
So that
young?
was like
That's not that young.
I'm like, is that young? I don't know.
for polite Southern folk like us, yeah, that's young.
I'm pretty sure I'm polite
I'm sorry.
Southerner. and
For
I
us
was
simple,
right.
polite Southern folk, yeah, it's really, yeah.
Okay.
When you saw that, you go, I declare, you know.
Were you born in Florida?
9 years old?
Were you born in Florida?
16. Well, no, then you would have been married by 30. So, like,
No, I grew up with old black ladies. I grew up with old black ladies all my life. That's where I get it from.
Wait, no, you were born in Florida. You were born there.
No, I was born in Mississippi.
Oh, you're kidding.
I was born on the muddy banks of the Mississippi
Are
River.
you just making this up now, just for like?
No, I'm dead serious. No, I'm dead serious.
Win. She'll fucking win. And I swear to God, I'm going to look up your fucking elementary real quick. She'll win.
I was born in Pascagoula, Mississippi.
When did you leave there? What is the last time you were in school?
I think when I was four. I think I was 4 years old when I left there.
Exactly. 4 fucking years old. You fucking grew up in fucking Florida. Fucking Mississippi.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Wow. I'm gonna have you be my autobiographer. You're gonna be my autobiographer. It's called "The Life Brooke Thinks I Live" by Ian West. That's great. Go ahead, tell me more about my life. Tell me more about my life. I want to hear this.
Unless you were fucking raped at fucking 4, which even then
Oh,
think
Jesus
you probably
Christ.
could fucking get the fuck over it. By fucking 4, you probably fucking forget it anyway. But you would not fucking remember shit from MISSIS. Do you even fucking know how to spell it? MISSISSISSISSBBI?
You can't even spell it. Shut the fuck up. God damn. You can't even spell it.
MISSISS.
You need to lay off the meth, Brooke. You need to lay off the meth.
Oh my God.
You know what? I wish I had fucking meth right now to deal with you. I swear to God. Or the
I do too.
It's fucking. You know what? I'd shoot up fucking heroin right now.
I know. I mean, I'm trying. I can't even get a hard on. You know, it sucks.
If fentanyl kill you in one fucking dose, at least I'd be fucking done, Ian.
Oh God.
Doug, you want to say anything on your show?
It's you two have said so much. I mean, it's one of these things where I'm just trying to, do what I can to think of what I will say in the 2 hours remaining. I will concentrate on something singular and, get the word out on that.
The reason why I was like you to concentrate on how horrible the fentanyl overdose is for our children, because there's so many dying. It's actually in the East Coast from Mexico. And then how horrible it is, and it's killing children. It's killed kids my age.
Brooke, it killed my cousin.
No, I know it's killing a lot of people. It's killing people everywhere. But it's moving heavier this way. It's always been more toward, not always, but as far as the heaviness of it has been Southwest. It's moving into Texas. We've had at least several kids die that were my son's age just in the last 3 months. My son was born in 2005. So it's moving this way, obviously, from Mexico, because they're basically making pain pills that look like you think you get a hydrocodone or a Lortab or a fucking Percocet, and they look exactly alike, and they're fentanyl. And
China's shipping them to Mexico, and Mexico's smuggling them into fucking United States.
But point fucking is I just want Douglas, when he does his fucking broadcast, I want him to talk about all the kids that have died. I want to talk about how horrible it is. I want him to take two things for me. I want him to say, number one, drugs should be legal, period, because we could take all the fucking money we were taking from the DEA, number one, and we could put it into fucking rehabs.
Oh, God, I shouldn't have said that. Never mind.
Secondly, we could also, the DEA, which, by the way, my neighbor, who was just one person for the DEA, one person made over $100,000 a year.
Ask them if they got some really good shit.
Oh no! And then he drove a $200,000 car that he had repoed from the fucking dealer, which was only a coke dealer out of fucking Atlanta.
Yeah.
$200,000.
Yeah, they got the best shit.
But let me tell you something.
Okay.
Let me tell you, when I say legalize drugs, every fucking Republican especially goes fucking crazy. They're like, oh my God, you mean legalize heroin? You mean legalize pot, right? Just pot. And I'm like, no, I think you should legalize all of it because it's already fucking legal. You can go to your fucking doctor and fucking get. Where do you think fentanyl fucking started? Fentanyl was made by a fucking fentanyl. All of it was made. All of it.
Heroin.
Was made originally by fucking pharmaceutical companies.
Well, heroin was made by. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Let me finish. So
heroin's all
number
natural.
one, here's what you do. You take out. So if you take out, you can take out three fucking things one fucking time. You make them legal. You take out fucking money from DEA, which now you've got billions of dollars. Okay. Billions of dollars, where are you going to put it? All right. Well, now we're putting it into the same money we're already really shipping in drugs anyway. Okay. So now we're putting into Drugs Are Us. Let's just call it Kmart. Drugs Are Us. That is the government standard for where if you want to do drugs, you got to come here. And that's where we'll come and bring you in. And we will say, okay, if you're over 18, you're 17, maybe you got a parent signature. You can parent with. But you're 18, you want to do drugs, okay. You want to watch it? You want to do heroin? Okay. You watch this heroin video. This is probably what you're going to end up like. This is how you're going to, this is how it's going to go.
I invest in that program.
And then they go through the program, and then they go through the videos, and then they're like, I still want to shoot up. And then you give them a clean needle, and you give them a dosage that won't fucking kill them. Because
you give them a half dosage.
Because you give them something that's not fucking with fentanyl. And you
that's
give
right.
them a
You're right.
And you say, hey,
Brooke, you're right.
come on back tomorrow with your money. Until
that's
you
the smartest thing you've said all night. Yes, ma'am.
Let me finish. The day they get tired of it, because they will, because plenty of people I've seen will get tired of it. They won't fucking help. And they want to come to the door and be like, I don't want to do this anymore. I want to keep paying. I want to keep coming here. What the fuck ever. And you know what? There's no fucking help because the money fucking like there's like, oh well, you can come here, well maybe no, there's not fucking real help, no good help.
There isn't. You're
you
right.
already showed it to them. You've warned them better than the DEA. Your war on drugs doesn't goddamn work. Then you fucking help them with the same fucking money that not only you put in the DEA, but guess what? That money that they're now paying to you for their fucking heroin or their cocaine or what the fuck ever they want, you're taxing it. It's taxed. So you got DEA money, billions of dollars. Now you've got taxes, billions of dollars. And guess what? You are fucking tons of fucking drug help. You want help? We can fucking send you to fucking New York. Hell, I'm not going drugs to get to New York to fucking get into rehab. But what the fuck ever? There will be a rehab. There will be true help. They can make true fucking help for people that really want all. And then thirdly, third and last of all, people that are like, oh my God, all these gangsters in the drug streets of Chicago and New York. And then, oh God, Mexico, the drug dealers. Well, yeah. What are they going to fucking do when they don't have anything to sell because you're selling it? They don't have something to shoot over. There is nothing. They're going to be shooting over water, maybe. But there's no coke, crack, heroin. You've taken that away. The whole reason for the war on drugs is to keep a war with drugs. And if
it was really a way Bush could set up his buyers so he get his drugs back in their money. That's what it really was.
Reagan set that up, whether he knew it or not. Reagan set that up because I was fucking.
Bush was Reagan's assistant, sweetie.
Right, but I was in kindergarten when it started, and Reagan was president, so I know that Reagan was the war on drugs. Anyway, doesn't matter. My fourth thing is I have four things. Those are all the things that you have to say about it, and then you say the fourth thing is there was one good thing about fentanyl, and it's over.
No, there isn't. There's nothing good about fentanyl.
No, I'm talking to Douglas. Brooke fucking overdosed and died on fentanyl. She was ready
My
to go
cousin
to war
died, overdosed on it.
because she was talking to Ian. Fucking
That was good, baby. That was good. 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 I need a smile.
Love you too.
What was I going to tell you? Fucking goddamn, you made me forget that was so good. Fuck, what was I going to say about the drugs thing? Oh, hey, you know what? Well, I got you guys here.
Yes.
You guys want to see my banned book from 1978 about cocaine?
Sure.
I lucked out and I bought 2 copies of it. I mean, they got like coffee and cigarette stains on them, but they're like fucking, what, 50 years old?
Okay, yeah.
I'll send y'all a copy
Fuck
of it.
you! That's the year I was born. It's 43. It's not 40, 50. Okay, we're not aging myself. Fuck you.
Oh my god.
All right.
43.
All right, calm down. Calm down. All right, let me get to my camera.
Okay, well, he takes care of this. I do want people to know that within a matter of...
fentanyl. Can you just mail me the fentanyl? Can you?
We don't do that, ma'am.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna show you. You're gonna be wishing you'd fucking taken a life insurance policy on me.
Oh my god. So
My preacher would say you're 90 going north.
No.
What's your name again? Sorry.
You're talking about, like, are you doing like a train
Brooke,
thing?
sorry.
Like you're going 90 miles an hour north, and the other one's going.
Yeah,
90
yeah. He would
miles
say
an
you're
hour
90
south?
going north. He'd say you're 90 going north.
Oh my god.
But he's black, so you know, whatever.
Oh my god. So
Oh my
okay,
God.
I'm going to start. I'm going to take over. And I'm going to start monologuing.
Okay.
This is the time to
I
do
think
that.
so.
But you can send us this stuff. You can send us this stuff.
I'm going to send the picture right now.
Yeah,
I just had to take
yeah.
a picture of it.
And that's fine. Now I think both of you did a bang up job tonight. And really, I couldn't have done it without you. Really took me a long time.
Did you do anything at all?
Well,
We just did a 5-hour behind the scenes of cops. That, you know.
Sure, that's what we did. Yeah, it was like, and he was just like, I don't know, I'm here.
Cops
But
of
then what it
Alabama.
was is he was like literally the informant the entire time. He's like, I don't know, innocent. But he
I was trying to
totally
compare
the
to a
guilty
domestic
party of
violence
all.
thing like they always do on cops. No, I fucked that joke up. Never
Like,
mind.
fucking guilty party was sitting there like, I don't know why they're talking like this. We don't know.
So we've got
He
2
hit
hours
me
left.
because I deserve it.
Okay, so
Anyway.
we've got 2 hours left. I am taking these 2 hours. So,
All right.
but both of you took us to this point.
You know what? You know what I think is hilarious though when you just said that, Douglas. I have to say this.
Yeah.
You're like, I'm taking these 2 hours, and I would love it if you were just taking these 2 hours because you hadn't just laughed your ass fucking off, and been like, this is fucking good for me, but maybe people don't like it. I don't know. But you're gonna be like, I'm gonna go in 2 hours because I haven't got to talk in a while for a long time. Like I feel like I need speech.
He's like, it's dropping 2 rednecks off at a library. It's like,
Like, I realize now, like, why Douglas has a podcast. Like, he doesn't care if there's one person on it. He just needs to be like,
no, it's the effort. The effort will
take
live
up all
on.
the air in the room. And I am talking. No, let's talk.
All right, Doug, I'll let you go, bud. You be good, okay?
Oh, okay. Now, did you send us these images?
Yeah. Check it out on the Skype. I sent you a copy of the books.
I don't see anything.
Can you send me a copy of the breast of the girl?
Dude, I'll tell you that story one day. God damn.
I didn't say, can you tell me the story? I just said, can you send a picture of the breast of the girl?
Right.
I was going to send y'all some of my art, but I never got around to doing that.
I need to see that you actually have seen breasts of a girl ever. I just want to see if you've ever gotten.
Oh, I'm still a virgin.
Yeah,
Don't play coy.
That's cute. So
I'm in love with Justin Bieber.
Oh my God. Okay.
I'm
So
joking.
with both of you, I love you both dearly, and of course I love Brooke more because she's like, you know.
No offense. No offense at all. Yeah.
Yeah, a bitch. And Ian, you took things well. You took things well. Okay, so.
I'm not scared of it. You know, it's all good.
I'm scared.
Okay.
Oh, that's so cute. I love it.
You guys didn't get the book?
At least you admitted it. Fear is a primary factor in dealing with me.
Yes. So
No,
here's
that's
the
just
cocaine books. He's got 2 books here. Cocaine, honey. Take a look at that. That's cute.
Yeah.
And
I don't want this. Okay, here's the thing. I don't want to see a book about cocaine or a book about. This would be like, okay, I would like to see a book about being in the Bermuda or fucking Bahamas. Fuck my like, okay, I would like to either be there or not. Fuck y'all.
So I will have to take it over, but you know what's cute about this, honey, is that these came from smokers' households, so they reek of tobacco. So he can inhale deeply from the pages of these books whenever he needs a nicotine high.
Right? Yeah. Whenever I was sick, it's like, give me my book.
Yes. Well, you vape.
Yeah, I'll share my book collection next week with y'all.
Yeah. Well.
How do you smell them though? How's Douglas smelling them through there? Is it just
no, dude. I mean, they're 50 years old. You know, I mean, they were banned. They quit making them.
Yeah. Okay. Why did they ban these books?
Because it tells you how to like cook cocaine and make cocaine and grow cocaine and all the chemical elements of cocaine. It's like the college chemistry book of cocaine.
That show? What was it called? With the guy that was the middle school teacher. It was very famous, and he showed you how to.
Where he does a monologue.
The meth guy. It was just
Breaking Bad.
Breaking Bad. I'm pretty sure like they didn't ban that, and he showed you how to cook it.
That's because they were making money on it.
So the books got banned because they weren't making money. So Douglas is probably going to get banned for fucking talking about.
No. Okay, you're talking about meth. I'm talking about cocaine. It's two different things.
No, I get it. No, I get what you're both saying.
Cocaine is natural, and then you talk about crack. Like, well, then you have to take.
I mean, I get what both of you are saying. They're both good points. They're both good points.
Well, cocaine is all natural.
Yeah,
cocaine is all natural.
Then crack is like you have to take some baking soda and add to it. But cocaine technically is not natural. By the time I cut it, when I was selling it, I cut it.
Oh my god!
Yeah, that's cute.
All right, we gotta go before you get in more trouble.
So I do need to take over, and I love you both. And,
I know.
Yeah,
Dog, I'm hanging up.
Yeah,
love you. Bye.
Up. Yes, love you. And Brooke, okay. Oh, you want to hang out? Okay, you want to hang out?
I'll hang out.
Okay,
bye.
yes, just don't. Now, I just want you to bat your eyes and coo. Okay, that's do me that favor. Now, okay, Elon Musk announced a deletion of 1.5 billion Twitter accounts, along with the new feature. So, somebody sent me an email and they asked me a question. Douglas, is Elon Musk's Twitter mess a genius ploy to get Republicans into electric vehicles? They wrote EVs. I presume they mean electric vehicles. So, now, this is what I will respond. There's some other things they said in the email that get fairly private in terms of their own business, so I'm going to skip around a bit on it. I will tell them this. Look, the individual who wrote this letter who asked to remain anonymous, you write, Republicans are much less likely than Democrats to consider buying an EV. That's true. And no amount of evidence is going to persuade them otherwise. That's called tribalism. I mean, I can speak of this because California's electric vehicular push to overcome the red state backlash it just cannot do it. Republicans are committed to destroying the earth. But what if some extremely prominent symbol of the electric car industry became a right-wing hero by, say, taking over a major social media site and spouting all the shit the Republican tribe just loves to suck?
Holy shit, if they're doing that, that is fucking genius. I just have to say that.
Yeah, thank you. Might that not change the tribalism equation? Might that not make it cool for Republicans to own the libs by buying at least that figure's brand of EV? If Twitter owner and Tesla chief executive Elon Musk is as smart as some people say, maybe he's just doing what needs to be done to save the environment. And perhaps he's running Twitter into the ground also as a public service. This one to the political environment. But in all seriousness, unfortunately, back on planet Earth, in reality, if you look back to the early 1900s when the transition from horse and buggy to gasoline cars was occurring, the resistance back then was largely that jobs would be lost. And it's no different today during our transition from polluting gasoline-powered transportation to zero-emission vehicles. But the issue is so much larger than jobs lost or a feeling that mandating cleaner transportation represents an attack on freedom. We are in the midst of a climate change emergency, and we have no time to lose. Anyone who lives on the Gulf Coast can attest to the fact that violent storms are getting worse. I mean, Ian lost his bed to a stain in the corner. Californians and people in nearby states can speak of dropping water tables, drier winters, and drought. Fossil-fueled transportation is partly responsible for these disasters. We've got to look past our own habitual employment concerns and step bravely forward to save humanity's very existence on this storm-ridden and drought-plagued earth. Because the status quo is not going to save us, our children, or our grandchildren. But I have to tell you, any strategy behind this is like saying Putin's got a strategy to win in Ukraine. Elon Musk just broke Twitter by banning outside social links. Creators have no reason to use the site anymore. The twists and turns of Elon Musk's 8-month-long courtship and purchase of Twitter has been full of plenty of questionable decisions, from Musk bidding over the odds for the platform's share price to arbitrarily banning users and then coming up with excuses to justify the bans after the fact. But a decision taken while Musk was enjoying the Soccer World Cup final in Qatar on Sunday may well be the most questionable decision yet. I say Sunday because it's 3:10 a.m. right now and we're into Monday, but that was effectively today when this show started. Twitter support, the platform's help desk, tweeted just after 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time that we will no longer allow free promotion of certain social media platforms on Twitter. And the account went on to link to a fuller explanation of what had changed. The Help Center page read, at both the tweet level and the account level, we will remove any free promotion of prohibited third-party social media platforms. Now, among those prohibited platforms are Facebook, Instagram, Mastodon, Truth Social, Tribel, Post, and Nostr, as well as link aggregators such as Linktree. Users can't link to the sites, nor can they try and port their followers to other platforms without providing links, such as by saying, check out my profile on this site. Violating this new rule will result in users being temporarily suspended from Twitter. Twitter claims subsequent violations may result in permanent suspension. It's a far cry from Musk's claims of free speech absolutism, and has more in common with the closed-off internet users are more accustomed to in the revanchist, revisionist Russian or communist Chinese empires. Per David Craig, clinical professor of communication at the University of Southern California, who has studied Chinese social media in the communized mainland, he says, it's the 10-cent strategy. Build a firewall to trap users inside. Block and emulate competition. It's a model that works in the highly controlled communist Chinese internet, hidden behind the Great Red Firewall, but building a social media splinternet is anathema to everything that Western internet users know and love. And it's particularly abhorrent to a single subsection of Twitter's users, its creators. The lifeblood of the platform. They create content for free on the platform, ostensibly because they can monetize their audience on Twitter once they move elsewhere. They often do that by pushing fans on Twitter to their profiles on Instagram, where they're able to get money, or to merch stores through link-in bio platforms such as Linktree. Now, however, that's not possible. That's something Michael Veal, associate professor at University College London, who specializes in technology law, sayest he also saw. What's different than here is that Facebook saw a third-party app as the threat. Twitter sees the users as the risk as they desperately seek lifeboats to flee this sinking ship. To quote his Michael Vail, "This is both old and new. Facebook was paranoid that third-party apps such as Circle were using their APIs to duplicate the social graphs they had built up and cut them off. For many individuals, Twitter has been fast becoming a way to coordinate escape from Twitter with a social graph intact using the Twitter API by including Fediverse handles or links in their usernames or bios. When users are actively trying to leave, it seems pretty unlikely that an extremely blunt, haphazard policy will stop their exit." Now, according to Catalina Goanta, associate professoress in private law and technology at Utrecht University in the Netherlands, it's also legally dicey. To quote a she, Twitter can't just go and apply new moderation terms from one day to another. It needs to first inform consumers as it holds itself responsible for its own TOS. I'm a Twitter user, and I got no notification yet. I wonder if they sent any. I think Elon Musk should read his own platform's TOS. Now, Musk might also want to read his own tweets. This past June, as he was partway through lodging his bid for Twitter, he posted, "The acid test for any two competing socioeconomic systems is which side needs to build a wall to keep people from escaping. That's the bad one." He's now the one building that wall to try and keep users on Twitter and away from competing platforms. And so far, the reaction has been pretty negative. Tommy Innit Simons, an 18-year-old YouTuber and Twitch streamer from the UK, who has previously used Twitter to build a 4 million strong following, wrote, "This is fucking ridiculous. Laughing my ass off." The closed-door era of social media changed years ago as creators began to exert more power and were bolstered by the laissez-faire approach taken by YouTube, which historically allowed creators to link out to other platforms, including Patreon, on their profiles. The evolution of that creator economy, a 100 billion United States dollar industry, appears to have entirely passed Musk by. It's an indication.
Yes, you should be on Patreon. I just have to say this. You should be on Patreon. Everything that Ian and I said tonight, people would have probably paid to hear. You should probably put that on Patreon.
That's an excellent point. We'll have to upload this episode as our primary Patreon introductory episode. Yes,
I do agree, but I did want to say something legitimately on I don't do Twitter. Obviously, I signed up after you had said that around about the time he came out with the animal thing, just to say something, and I signed up. But it gives you an option when you sign up now to come up, if you have an Apple phone, which at least 50% of America does, as an Apple phone, to sign up anonymously. So, I mean, like, anonymous or not, like, fuck yeah, I'm going to be anonymous, right? Yeah. So it gives you a basic, like, an email address. You have no idea. It's like give blah blah A743947. Never asked me for a fucking password. And then when I try to reset it, it can't do it because it wants to send it to that email. And I don't have that email because it's apple.com. That's never my email. So you can't even reset the password to delete the account.
Thank you.
So it's set up now where if you, like, I'm on Twitter forever because I can't delete that fucking account. I knew if I call Apple. Like, I tried forever. I was like, how do I fucking delete it? Send it to my phone. Like, there was nothing. I was so angry at that point. I wanted to call you because then you would fucking appreciate it. But it was literally, you can't delete it. And maybe I'm one of the idiots that signed up. I know a lot of people signed up with their original email, but the people that signed up with a email that said you could sign it up as, Apple gives you, like, you can sign it up as, anonymous email. Like, you just click anonymous or non-anonymous. If you click anonymous on Apple,
That email address you don't fucking have. At least there's no fucking way I can get into it. I don't even fucking know what the fuck it is. A743B. It's fucking 20 pages of fucking letters and numbers. But at that point, that's the only email address they will reset your password and delete it with when you click that.
Thank you.
I don't have any way in that email. I don't even have that email.
Thank you.
It was just an anonymous email. So apparently they're setting it all also where you can't like people will be just
that way they can forever count you as one of theirs, at least in their statistics.
Yes, there are these people on here. I'm not on there. I don't give a shit. I'm not looking at it anymore. But yes. Yeah. I would have deleted
Not
the
only
account.
that, they can probably exploit that to send you spam or some bullshit too, and probably sell whatever information they got from you. It's truly abusive. So thank you for sharing that, honey.
Sorry, yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I thought that was worthy. Plus, I had to make fun of the other. I love you.
No, it is. I love you. Thank you. That was helpful. So get this, people. As I said, the evolution of that creator economy, this 100 billion United States dollar industry, obviously has entirely passed Musk by. It's an indication of just how out of touch Twitter's esoteric, eccentric CEO really is. Per Karen Spencer, an industry expertess, who previously worked as the head of creator liaison for defunct video app Vine when it was owned by Twitter, says that erecting walls that prevented creators from plugging their wares on other platforms and cross-pollinating those audiences was a strategy that social media companies tried years ago. To quote she, at length and verbatim, Twitter leadership acts like their policy ideas are new and genius when they're actually just fast-tracking themselves to an embarrassing and expensive death. As a former tweep, I couldn't be more heartbroken to witness this train wreck. This is why, for example, Vines never saw popularity on Facebook. A Vine link was as good as dead as soon as someone posted it on Facebook. When creators started to gain more influence and power, they pressured other platforms to allow them the same promotional freedom. This was a solid indicator of the beginning of the creator economy. This announcement is a clear indication that the new decision makers at Twitter are inexperienced in the social media space. Usually it was covert and not explicit. Platforms would leverage back-end technology is her term, to suppress posts that promoted user accounts elsewhere. So this brings us to the childish drama of Elon Musk. Elon Musk was always a big bang masturbator. Bad boss at SpaceX, Tesla, but it won't work at Twitter. For the past few days, Elon Musk has been throwing a gigantic temper tantrum on his platform, Twitter. It is not usually a matter of public interest when a narcissist like Musk goes haywire, but just as Donald Trump's anger warped our public life, Musk's conniptions could affect our culture and how we get information. At Tesla and SpaceX, Elon Musk was a jerk-off with a masturbatory vision. At Twitter, he's just jerking off. That brings us to Elon's stale playbook. Elon Musk has a pretty tried and true playbook for doing business. He's used it for years to build companies from Tesla to SpaceX. Unfortunately for him, it's just not a model that can turn Twitter into a profitable company. It's one that will take the social media company down in flames. Here's the Musk playbook. Enter a field with very little competition. Claim that your new company will solve a massive global problem or achieve a seemingly impossible goal. Raise money from a fervent group of true believers and keep them on the hook with flashy, half-baked product ideas. Suck up billions from the very government that you shit and piss all over. Underpay, undervalue, and overwork your employees. Wash, rinse, repeat. Twitter is the antithesis of an Elon Musk company. It's an influential but small player in a field that is dominated by giant, well-funded competitors. The government is more likely to put the clamps on Twitter than give it some windfall contract. And Twitter's employees have options. They can leave and work for companies that treat them much better than Musk ever would. But perhaps most importantly, a lot of people think Twitter and Musk's ownership of that company is part of a global media problem rather than some grand solution. And without a big, world-changing, masturbatory promise to distract from and or paper over his sophomoric product ideas and erratic management, Elon Musk's Twitter takeover is doomed. Elon is trying to run the same playbook. Musk's Twitter takeover has led to a lot of shocked pearl clutching. But if you've been paying attention to his businesses at all over the past decade, the brutal slash and burn approach he's taken is unsurprising. Take his callous treatment of Twitter's employees. The stories coming from the company's San Francisco headquarters are certainly ugly. Thousands of workers fired days before Thanksgiving. Brutal working schedules that have pushed the remaining employees to sleep in the office, and a general culture of fear and mistrust. The lack of respect for his employees is galling, and a general, well, I would say, but across all of his business ventures, Musk has proven himself to be a miserable boss. Tesla and SpaceX are known for their grueling workplace culture. SpaceX agreed to pay employees $4 million United States dollars in 2016 as part of a settlement after they sued that company for failing to provide work breaks and any adequate wages. Tesla factory workers have been intimidated by the company for trying to unionize. And as part of the union push, workers at its California factory said in 2017 they were underpaid compared to their unionized auto worker peers. Tesla has, for years, been castigated for safety violations at its factories and has already been hit with lawsuits for its treatment of construction workers at its new Texas plant. And of course, there's the racism that Musk refused to do anything about. A judge ruled in 2021 that Tesla had to pay $137 million United States dollars to a black man who was subjected to racist taunts while working as an elevator operator at the company's factory in Fremont, California. Now, I know this man. I met him personally because I was in that elevator while men were calling him the N-word. I couldn't understand why they had an elevator operator. I couldn't understand how they couldn't have an automatic elevator. Now, this chaotic management stands in contrast to the goals that Musk claims his companies are capable of achieving. Right now, Musk is making big promises about what the future of Twitter will look like to entice people to the platform. Amazing video tools, 4,000 character count tweets, a suite of premium features, an end to annoying bots. These sort of product teases are also standard for any Musk-led Tesla presentation. In 2019, he promised that the company would have over 1 million robo-taxis on the road by next year. So far, Tesla has none. More than 12 years after taking initial orders, the faithful are still waiting for their Cybertrucks. Even products that do materialize, like Tesla's Model 3, arrive years later than promised, and as it was being built, employees complained that Tesla's lack of planning and testing in building the Model 3 line led to sloppiness and defects down the road. Back in 2016, Musk used a sham product launch to convince Tesla shareholders to acquire SolarCity, a solar energy company that at the time was helmed by Musk's cousin. Musk, his brother, and SpaceX were heavily invested in Solar City and were about to take it on the chin as the once fast-growing company went bankrupt. In the lawsuits that followed, emails revealed that Musk staged a flashy launch for a solar roof tile product that didn't exist, misleading Tesla shareholders about Solar City's prospects to convince them to acquire the company and absorb its losses. Solar City has been a headache for Musk and Tesla shareholders. At previous steps in his sordid career, Musk's employee-punishing, product-pushing plays actually worked. Customers seemed satisfied with what he gave them, and he was able to keep around enough workers to eventually build the cars or mount the solar panels or launch his rockets into space. As his ultimate phallic jack-off on pillars of fire. This made him, until recently, the world's richest man. In nouveau riche terms. But with Twitter, the same behavior is already costing him. The social media company has key differences from his other holdings that turn Musk's own strategies against him. So, comest all ye faithful. And, I see T-Tank Barry in there, 7, the usual suspects. He was naming some of what our lady, Brooke, was arguing about with our man Ian. Now, at the core of every Musk company is a big, world-changing, masturbatory promise. They sell the idea that their products and services are saving humanity from some intractable problem, whether it's climate crisis or traffic. But Musk's promises track more with religion. He has been sent to save us from our earthly sins of waste and pollution than with science. Think about it a bit, and the idea that a luxury sports car can save us from global warming, or that the answer for Earth's toxification is to move everyone to Mars, falls apart. But that isn't the point. The goal of all this masturbatory myth-making is to turn investors, employees, and customers into evangelists. Now, Elon Musk asked Twitter followers if he should step down as the company's CEO. 57.5% voted yes. Twitter said Musk should fucking quit. He says he'll abide by the public ruling. Let's see if he keeps that promise. This is how Musk manages to keep employees on the hook, despite the miserable conditions. They are made to feel as if they are going to save the world. You can see how this won't work the same way at Twitter. Its employees joined a company with values very different from Musk's so-called free speech absolutism. They're used to a pre-hardcore culture in which they could take personal days, the horror, imagine that, instead of sitting through late-night meetings or submitting to the random whims of a lunatic CEO. And if they want to stay in the industry, they have options. The broader employment market is still strong. And as a Asian Pacific Islander American friend of mine, Aki Ito, reported, many laid-off tech workers are having no problem finding new jobs, some with even higher salaries than their previous stops. Even at Tesla, where Musk is most relentless about his myth-making, this grueling pace made for extraordinarily high turnover, especially for employees who had to deal with Musk regularly. One former senior employee told me that the culture shift when Musk took over at Tesla was like when Voldemort's Death Eaters took over the halls of Hogwarts. Do not be surprised if more Twitter employees head for the exits. For Musk, having a mission is key, because having a mission attracts money. It allows him to rope in governments, which are more than willing to outsource their intractable problems. Despite his complaints about government subsidies, Musk's companies are dependent on corporate welfare. A Los Angeles Times review in 2015 revealed that he had taken over $4 billion United States dollars in government funding at that point. And since then, Tesla has received billions of United States dollars in government-created regulatory credits from combustion engine car companies. Over 1 billion United States dollars in tax breaks and grants to build out more factories in Nevada and New York. Billions of US dollars in contracts for SpaceX, and even payroll benefits from the pandemic stimulus bill. Even his more far-flung ideas have soaked up government cash, your taxpayer dollars, while he calls all of you welfare bums. According to a Wall Street Journal investigation, the Boring Company, Musk's tunnel-based solution to urban traffic, one that probably our man Ian West hears under his home every night, has been trying to collect government subsidies all over the country and in Canada, despite only building a single tunnel in Las Vegas. Selling the dream is what turned Tesla's stock into a superstar since it went public. People bought Tesla to be part of Musk's masturbatory mission so they could be there when the Big Bang happened and he finally ejaculated. It didn't matter that the company only became profitable last year, or that it had an unreliable lineup of vehicles, or that more established automakers were poised to catch up to its technology anyway. Any journalist or investor who questioned Musk or his mission then, just like now, was subject to bullying and harassment. The cultists, the evangelical muskrats, the faithful, made Tesla the most valuable car company in the world, for now, even as it falls, based on how Musk said it would change the future. Call me cynical, but not only is that not happening there, I sure don't see that happening for Twitter ever. Musk may claim he bought the company in the name of free speech all he wants, but unlike with his other ventures, he simply does not have enough people out there, be they the media, whom he despises, his customers, his employees, or his users, who believe. So there's no time to waste. A Musk company is usually the first, and sometimes the only company in a specific market. Tesla, for most of its existence, has been the sexiest option for high-end electric cars. SpaceX has little competition when it comes to delivering payloads to space. Doing business in a field without competitors and with generous investors creates room to test new technologies and sometimes fail at them. Musk tried to make an auto factory without human workers and ended up having to trash billions of United States dollars worth of useless robots when it didn't work, just like industry experts told him it would not. To make up for the lost time in space, Tesla ended up having to set up a very human-run manufacturing line in a tent outside its California factory. There won't be as much time for these monkey shines at Twitter. I probably don't need to tell you that it is not at the top of the social media pecking order. The company, which derives over 90% of its revenue from advertising, has been squeezed by larger competitors like Facebook and Google and lapped by newer, hotter platforms like TikTok. In other words, Advertisers don't need Twitter if they want to reach anybody. People are elsewhere. Revenue is shrinking. But Twitter still has to pay 1.3 billion United States dollars in debt annually for its own leveraged buyout. Twitter has never made 1.3 billion US dollars in a year. And Musk has never run a company in this situation. In the past, he had time and money from investors to burn. And even with all of these advantages, he still almost bankrupted Tesla in 2018. The House of Musk has never weathered an economic downturn. Both Tesla and SpaceX rode a decades-long economic boom cycles with interest rates set at zero to gain the footholds they have today. Now that the economy is slowing down, debt is getting more expensive to take on, and money is becoming more scarce. To pay Twitter's bills, Musk will likely have to sell some of his most liquid assets, Tesla shares. This year, the stock has fallen by half, and the prospects for growth tech stocks are worsening next year as the Fed continues to raise interest rates. Demand is weakening in communist China on the mainland, a huge market for Tesla, and the company brand is hurting as a result of all of Musk's social media antics. To deal with these headwinds, any competent CEO needs to have a plan. Based on his most recent quarterly calls with investors, the ones where he is supposed to talk about plans to make more money, Musk does not have one. There be no pivot in which Musk suddenly becomes serious and starts acting like a normal executive. The frenzied, callous, throwing ideas at the wall boss from hell you see on Twitter is the one people actually get in Musk world. It's always been that way. Somehow, during a bull market, in a decade when tech was on top of the world and he was the king thereof, that style worked. Now it won't. A lot of serious things are happening in this world. Economic uncertainty, war, a pandemic. What's happening on Twitter isn't even close to those issues in importance or in impact. But the continued reign of Elon Musk as Twitter's chief jerk could, in fact, affect your life in ways you might not realize. But first, let's review the events of the past 48 hours or so, those that took place within a single 24-hour period the day before yesterday. If you haven't been on Twitter, you've been missing something like the tech version of Desperate Housewives. But it's important to understand the claims Musk is making and why major news outlets are pushing back on them. This entire drama is probably rooted somewhere in Musk's privileged youth or his bloated psyche. But the immediate spur to this most recent mini-drama was that Musk does not like people knowing the location of his private jet. Jack Sweeney is a college student who used public data to track the location of Musk's jet and many others, including some owned by Russian oligarchs. He then posted this information on Twitter through a variety of different accounts, all now suspended, including one dedicated to Musk at Elon Jet. Musk disliked this so much that almost a year ago, he offered Sweeney 5,000 United States dollars to stop doing it, which is one cheap-ass fucking offer. You may as well be offering $5. It's an insult. So Sweeney declined. Musk took ownership of Twitter in late October and, in a flurry of Calvin Ball rule changes, declared this week that revealing the whereabouts of his jet was the same as doxing. That is, publishing personal data about private citizens. Decreed this a violation of Twitter's terms of service, the TOS, that I said he should be referring to in the first, and banned the account. Musk claims that a stalker used the location of his jet to attack a car that his son was in. He has not presented any evidence that this event happened, or, it seems, filed any police reports. Ha ha ha! And in a karmic plot twist, the founder of the investigative journalism site Bellingcat tweeted that his team ascertained that the event did not take place near any airport. But Musk used this story to go after yet more accounts. None were sharing the real-time location of his jet, but some were reporting on the ban of @ElonJet and the Musk Twitter tantrum that went with it. Within hours, the account bans piled up. Musk took out the independent journalist Aaron Rupar, a regular thorn in his paw. He banned Donnie O'Sullivan of CNN. He scragged the accounts of Drew Harwell at The Washington Post, Mika Lee of The Intercept, and Ryan Mack of The New York Times. As the night wore on, he vanished Keith Olbermann. Sure, he's annoying, but still. And Mike Binder of Mashable. And just for good measure, when Steve Herman of that notoriously left-wing organization known as Voice of America merely affirmed the news that Musk was banning all his critics, the chief twit zotzed that account as well. The usual Twitter tempête de merde ensued. Twitter's liberals swore that this was the last straw and that they were all decamping to alternatives, usually the Mastodon social network. This really got Musk's oddly shaped dander up, because, as it turns out, Sweeney was over on Mastodon doing his usual flight tracking. And so Musk seemingly went through another round of sweaty, angry panic in which Twitter declared references to Mastodon to be unsafe, eventually blocking links to Mastodon itself in the name of safety and virtue and all that is holy and good, which is also convenient because Mastodon is one of Twitter's few competitors. Musk's petty outbursts make you wonder how dangerous it would be if a narcissistic, self-interested, vindictive adolescent ever gained a major political office, such as, say, the White House. But I digress. Now, unless you're very online, and I am, for both personal and professional reasons, none of this matters very much at the moment. But Musk's weird rampage does have an impact on the way the world around you exchanges information. Twitter has many levels. For some people, it's a place to talk about oddball hobbies and exchange pet pictures. Have you met my cat? In other words, wanna pet my pussy? But it's also an extremely valuable conduit for news, information, culture, and argument. Twitter doesn't control the news, but it helps to shape public debate about many issues. Indeed, Musk's entire public rationale for taking over Twitter was to preserve an important venue for free speech. Musk's defense of free speech is nonsense. One of the world's richest men, who is not shy about his politics or his contempt for the free press, has reinstated Donald Trump, white supremacists, and any number of dangerous malefactors to Twitter, but he has made it clear that Donnie O'Sullivan is beyond the pale. He has purchased an important and influential piece of the public square not to enhance public debate, but to punish people who annoy him. As if to underscore this point, Musk joined a Twitter Spaces live audio chat with journalists who asked him to explain what he was doing. He abruptly left the meeting, and then Twitter Spaces itself was shut down. This was, he tweeted, to fix a legacy bug. He announced on Friday evening that Spaces had been restored. I actually don't subscribe to some of the more nefarious theories about Musk's motivations, nor will I even share them. I think he has lost his cool because for more than a month, He's been in way over his head with an impulsive purchase. His fortunes are plunging. And he got booed by a crowd of thousands of people at a Dave Chappelle performance. Which, for a guy like Musk, is probably an unforgivable injury from what should be an adoring public. Now, here we have, in the case of Dave Chappelle, an anti-trans villain bringing a racist billionaire on stage, and they can't understand why the audience erupts in boos. Ha 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 ha! Oh, so, let's see. Yes, Our Lady B says, yes, I didn't see in time. Thank you, T-Tank. And, there we are. So she thanks you, T-Tank. Good. Macronomico says, Loo, laugh out loud. So many good points, but I reserve a tiny thread of hope that people grow and change. This certainly has the ingredients for him to show if he's willing or not. Ha 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 ha! Macronomicus. The muskrat, he says, Our Lady B, she says, kill me now! That's our lovely Brooke. She dropped off probably because I'm moving on to Chappelle. She knew I would get to this point, and she was afraid she would barge in and take over. She dropped the call so she can't jump back on. She says, free speech and death at least. There we go. And Amor Fadi says, your insight is invaluable. Bless you, sir. Hugs. Now, get this. Dave Chappelle, I can't lose myself in that son of a bitch because that's just going to take up the rest of the fucking program. I got to go on with the muskrat aspect of this. Why Dave Chappelle thought it was a good idea to bring Elon Musk on stage yesterday night is anyone's guess. I mean, last week by now. It feels like yesterday night. Holy shit. After all, I had time to watch it because my son insisted. Because the audience was not having it. According to Gizmodo, the infamously anti-trans comedian invited the notoriously racist conspiracy theorist billionaire on at the end of his set, and the boos from around 18,000 present in the Chase Center Stadium were brutal. While the muskrat strutted back and forth, looking deeply uncomfortable, Chappelle said, "Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the richest man in the world." Chappelle tried desperately to save the moment, but every time Musk opened his mouth, he was drowned by a cacophony of jeers. As Musk chuckled, Chappelle jabbed, "It sounds like some of the people you fired are in the audience. All these people who are booing, and I'm just pointing out the obvious, you have terrible seats." That's what Chappelle said because he was taking cheap shots at those in the audience who couldn't afford more expensive tickets. And it hasn't simply been communications staffers, engineers, and executives Musk has discarded like trash or used Kleenex after he ejaculated since he purchased Twitter. It has also been employees such as Julio Alvarado, a 10-year employee at Twitter on the cleaning staff. Alvarado told the BBC, "I can only tell you, I don't have any money to pay the rent. I'm not going to have medical insurance. I don't know what I'm going to do." Now, Dave Chappelle, being, and I'll use this term most pointedly, a racist nigger, would have told him, "Why don't you do the voice for Ren and Stimpy, bro?" And thereafter peppering his own jokes with the N-word ironically, even calling Musk this nigga. Chappelle was obviously oblivious to the unleashed racism on Twitter following Musk's $44 billion purchase of that platform. In mid-November, during his show, Last Week Tonight, That's the name of his show. John Oliver said, one analysis found the use of a racial slur spiking nearly 500,000% in the 12 hours after Musk's deal was finalized, which is pretty shocking. Even for a website where a regular trending topic is sometimes just the Jews, that happens constantly. You'll log in and see 30,000 people tweeting about the Jews on a Tuesday afternoon, and you do not want to click to find out why. Chappelle tried everything he could think of last Sunday night, to save the failure of bringing Musk on stage and giving him a microphone. But all of his praise of Musk's money and success couldn't salvage the moment. So looking humiliated, Musk said, "Dave, what should I say?" And Chappelle said, "Don't say nothing. It'll only spoil the moment. Do you hear that sound, Elon? That's the sound of pending civil unrest. I can't wait to see what store you decimate next, motherfucker." Then told a booing audience member to shut the fuck up. Chappelle ended his set with, "I wish everyone in this auditorium peace and the joy of feeling free, and your pursuit of happiness. Amen." Now, just prior to his pathetic appearance with Chappelle, Musk spent his weekend cozying up to far-right conspiracists, attacking Dr. Anthony Fauci, and taking a cheap shot at those who've asked their pronoun choices to be respected. As Daily Cause's Hunter has writ, Musk has dabbled in COVID-19 denialism from the beginning of the pandemic, but the notion of prosecuting public health officials for doing their goddamn jobs, even when pandemic deniers would rather they did not, is, again, something scraped up from the deepest bowels of the authoritarian far right. And as Hunter also writes, Musk neglects to say anything about why Fauci should be prosecuted, but then blows the racist Republican whistle about being woke. Musk is a loathsome rich boy, the child of an apartheid emerald mine owner, clueless about real work, and he's friends with folks like billionaire Republican MAGA donor Peter Thiel. So in some ways, it only makes sense that Chappelle, who in recent years has become as clueless about his biases as Musk has always been about his own. There's a point in celebrity when a person becomes so out of touch with reality that they really don't see racism or homophobia or anti-trans prejudice, they only see wealth. That's where Chappelle is today. Indifferent, oblivious, and basically house nigger to the rich. But we can at least shelve all of Musk's blather about free speech. Twitter is an important part of how we disseminate and process news, and it's now in the hands of an irritable and unpredictable child. This is one more step in the infantilization of American life, in which we must accommodate and work around the behavior of grown men and women who not so long ago would have been pushed out of public life either by our collective political disgust or by responsible shareholders who would insist that their corporate leaders get back to work instead of making a spectacle of themselves. Elon Musk spent $44 billion United States dollars to purchase Twitter, espousing free speech protections. Since then, Musk has embarked on a non-stop campaign of mismanagement, hate speech, and misinformation. Musk has taken a platform that allowed people from all walks of life to connect via tiny bites of writing and turned it into a hate speech and disinformation free-for-all. Musk isn't interested in preserving anything that once made Twitter a more welcoming and collaborative place. He simply wants to lean into the white supremacy, transphobia, and Judeophobia that has crowded the app in recent years. It's downright shameful. Since purchasing Twitter, Musk has personally tweeted Judeophobic symbols and imagery. To further promote hate speech and reduce protections for users from abuse, Musk intends to restore accounts that were previously removed for racism, Judeophobia, and anti-LGBTQIA+ speech. Musk has also lorded over his employees in a heinously cruel fashion. From the jump, Musk eliminated nearly half of Twitter's workforce, or about 3,700 jobs, including all employees who dared to criticize his management. Elon Musk is not the savior of free speech. He's just a boy with money and a platform to espouse his tantrums. One tweet says it all. Elon Musk is a far-right activist. That's not the tweet. But if there is one tweet that will tell you everything you need to know about Elon Musk, it's this one from early in the week that I already bitched about midweek, Wednesday. In 5 words, Musk managed to mock transgender and non-binary people, signal his disdain for public health officials, and send up a flare to far-right shitposters and trolls. The tweet is a cruel and senseless play on pronouns that also invokes the right's fury towards Anthony Fauci, the chief medical advisor to President Joe Biden, for what they believe is a government overreach in public health policy throughout the pandemic and an obfuscation of the coronavirus's origins. Fauci, for his part, has said he would cooperate with any possible investigations and has nothing to hide. Beyond its stark cruelty, this tweet is incredibly thirsty. As right-wing troll memes go, it is dad level. 4chan Clark Griswold is the fucker's name. It's 4chan Clark Griswold stuff. Dad level in the sense of, yeah, your dad the racist, who you hate to have holiday dinners with, because he starts talking about all the immigrants. Which is to say, it's desperate engagement bait in the hopes of attracting kudos from the only influencers who give Musk the time of day anymore. Right-wing shock jocks. But that is the proper company for the billionaire, because whether or not he wants to admit it, Musk is actively aiding the far right's political project. He is a right-wing activist. Currently, Musk's politics are a subject of debate in the press. Last Saturday, the New York Times' Jeremy W. Peters attempted to offer a nuanced portrait of the Twitter owner's ideologies, arguing that Musk continues to defy easy political categorization. But Peters' laundry list of Musk's recent lib trolling and woke scolding, such as Musk's November recommendation to his millions of followers to vote Republican, undermines the very thesis of that article. The nuance Peters is looking for does not exist. Musk's actions and associations make a clear case that he is a right-wing reactionary. Musk, for his own part, has maintained that he is a centrist, that his politics have remained unchanged, and that it is the Democratic Party that has veered dramatically leftward. Musk and Twitter never responded to my request for comment. Now, Musk's logic that wayward leftism has given a lifelong moderate liberal no choice but to support right-wing causes is a common trope among far-right activists. It has been employed by many in the so-called intellectual dark web and influencers. Well, influencers such as Dave Rubin, Joe Rogan, Glenn Greenwald, and others. The argument stretches far back in American politics. The neoconservative movement in these United States was originated by liberals who grew disillusioned with the Democratic Party, especially in relation to the left's Vietnam protests. Beyond Musk's political affiliations, his actual political convictions, by which I mean the bedrock set of values, ideologies, and organizing principles through which he sees the world and wishes it to be structured, are a slightly different conversation. Here, I tend to agree with The Verge's Liz Lopato, who wrote recently that Musk doesn't really have political beliefs, only personal interests. But one can have vapid or non-existent political beliefs and still be a political activist. Political activism is about actions. Here's what those actions look like in practice. Publicly, Musk appears deeply committed to the right's culture war against progressivism in most forms. His purchase of Twitter was an explicitly political act, couched in the notion of preserving free speech. But Musk's notion of free speech is a broad course correction that involves amplifying and advancing the interests of right-wing reactionaries while trolling the left. Musk might argue that this is restoring balance to the system, but if we are judging based only on actions and outcomes, it is very hard to see his tenure at Twitter as anything other than a series of policies intended to benefit a particular ideology, Russian radicalized rightism. Musk also simply loves palling around with far-right influencers on Twitter. A scroll through his Twitter replies is a rather remarkable document of a man who has, or at least had, more money than any other human being in the history of humanity, a fair amount of power, and an endless supply of options for how to spend his time, and who chooses to spend his time as the reply guy for prominent MAGA voices, such as a user who goes by the handle @CatTurd2 and Turning Points USA's Charlie Kirk. In a similar fashion, Musk's Twitter Files project, for which he has been releasing Twitter's old internal documents concerning controversial content moderation decisions to independent journalists, is an attention spectacle dressed up in the style of investigative journalism designed to delight Musk's Twitter friends. Elon Musk's Twitter Files are but a feast for conspiracy theorists. From QAnon influencers to @CatTurd, the very online right sees exactly what they want to see in the CEO's orchestrated disclosure. When journalist Matt Taibbi kicked off a 36-tweet thread on Twitter last week, dropping leaked emails from the former C-suite of the social media company now owned by Elon Musk, conspiracy theorists rejoiced. And then Musk responded. Those leaked emails, week before last I meant to say, or the week before that, which detail how Twitter suppressed New York Post story about the copied contents of Hunter Biden's laptop, have been heralded as a watershed moment by Donald Trump's most ardent cultists. They see the so-called Twitter files as crucial validation, proof of a previously intangible plot to suppress conservative voices online and elect Joe Biden. As that theory percolated, it identified an enemy in one of Twitter's top attorneys. On Tuesday, Musk abruptly fired him. Well, Tuesday of Yester Septimania. Well, the week before Yester Septimania, the week before last. It points to an emerging pattern at Twitter HQ. Play to the crowd. The Twitter Files, promoted ahead of time by Musk himself, are being hyped as a critical missing piece in all manner of conspiracy theories, from QAnon to deconstructed claims of electoral fraud, I mean to say, you know us Asians, we can't pronounce the R, to President Joe Biden's supposed corrupt practices in Ukraine. In the process, it is ginning up exactly the kind of Twitter traffic that Musk has craved. Foreign intelligence officials identified the laptop as possible Russian interference, and major news outlets, unable to corroborate its contents, held off on the story. Twitter went a step further, temporarily forbidding its users from sharing the post story, even in their DMs, their direct messages, their private messages or texts to each other. The cults of Trump suspected there was more to Twitter's actions. They believed the FBI and the DNC, the Democratic National Committee, which they believed colluded to rig the 2016 election with allegations of the Trump's campaign's known ties to Mother Russia, were meddling in the 2020 vote as well. The deep state in action. In the years since, that paranoia has only grown. Trump took to calling Hunter Biden's computer the laptop from hell, a quip that would later become the title of a book from a Post columnist. That very book described the story as one of the greatest cover-ups in media history, and promised, like Musk, to uncover the coordinated censorship operation by big tech, the media establishment, and former intelligence operatives. While the book castigates Twitter for suppressing the story, including suspending the Post's account, it acknowledges the platform admitted after the election that it had made a mistake. It has become established rhetoric among the political right that suppressing the story about Hunter Biden's laptop was nothing short of a conspiracy between the Biden campaign and Twitter, supposedly proving Trump's grandiose claims of an orchestrated effort to keep him from the White House. One QAnon influencer wrote, "The Twitter files confirm Q's entire main narrative. Balenciaga confirms the rest." That message, which references the fantastical claims about fashion brand Balenciaga's role in child trafficking, was seen more than 120,000 times on Telegram. Despite some optimism that his account would be restored, that particular QAnon influencer remains suspended on Twitter, so far as I know. Other QAnon influencers seized on the fact that former Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey's personal email, which Taibbi failed to censor in a screenshot he shared, used the custom top-level domain .pizza, as in Pizzagate. Liz Crokin, a popular QAnon influencer who boasts more than 100,000 followers on Telegram and hundreds of paid subscribers on Substack, wrote on Telegram that the emails implicate Dorsey in the same satanic cabal as Hillary Rodham Clinton advisor John Podesta. Crokin wrote, "Pizza is a pedophile code word that's been identified by law enforcement." Now, that is such a falsehood that there's no point in even calling it a lie. It should be self-evident. She, too, is still suspended from Twitter, so far as I know. Now, on Tuesday of, week before last, Crokin spoke at Mar-a-Lago, where she discussed, according to her Telegram channel, Pizzagate, Balenciaga, and what President Trump's administration did to combat human trafficking. Crokin also uploaded a speech from Trump himself to the small gathering, where he heaped praise on his briefly tenured national security advisor, Michael Flynn, who has become one of the most high-profile QAnon influencers in recent years. That's because he's taken on the role that Michael Aquino left him when he died. Now, in what time we have remaining, I knew I would trigger our young lady Brooke with my house N-word. Now, the enormously popular @CatTurd account, with its more than 1 million followers on Twitter and more than 800,000 on Truth Social, the Trump site, called to disband the FBI and arrest FBI Director Christopher Wray, the man who actually helped to put Trump in the White House. Following the release of these documents, the anonymous person behind the account wrote, "After what Elon Musk revealed about #Twittergate, I never want to hear the phrase, fear free and fair elections." That's what he wrote, free and fair elections. Like it looks like he wrote fear and fair, fair and fear. I never want to hear the phrase, free and fair elections coming from the FBI, big tech fact checkers, the media, or the Democrat Party ever again. Yet, as Taibbi himself explains, the files prove no such thing. Himself so writing that, although several sources recalled hearing about a general warning from federal law enforcement that some are about possible foreign hacks, there's no evidence that I've seen of any government involvement in the laptop story. In fact, as Taibbi reports it, the decision was made at high levels of Twitter, but below then CEO Dorsey. A source who spracketh to the journalist said, they freelanced it. Now, the actual contents of the Twitter files wouldn't get in the way of a good story, however. Eagle-eyed supporters of Trump picked up on one particular name in the Twitter files, James Baker. In the leaked internal emails, Baker, Twitter's deputy general counsel, urged a careful approach. He wrote, "We need more facts to assess whether the materials were hacked." As one of the company's most senior attorneys, he noted that some evidence pointed to the contents of the laptop having been hacked, while other indicators pointed to it being legitimately abandoned by Biden. In the absence of good information, he recommended that Twitter assume the worst and proceed with caution. Baker had been general counsel at the FBI from 2014 to 2017, as the Bureau had been investigating Russian efforts to influence our 2016 election. Baker was also implicated in a particularly thorny saga. He interviewed a source whom John Durham, a special counsel appointed by Trump himself, would accuse of lying and concealing his ties to the Hillary Clinton campaign. Baker denied that he knew of those ties, and he furnished documents to prove it. His source was acquitted earlier this year. So Baker, after leaving the FBI, had become Twitter's deputy general counsel. The mere presence of Baker's name set off alarm bells for right-wing onlookers. Lori Mills, a failed Republican state assembly candidate, wrote on Twitter that, "The same James Baker neck deep in Russiagate? Anyone ever notice it's always the same people?" A QAnon Telegram account mused, "So, the general counsel at the FBI during the Russia hoax was also the general counsel at Twitter during the Hunter Biden laptop scandal, where he helped cover it up. See a pattern?" In the hour after Taibbi's Friday night Twitter thread, users defaced Baker's Wikipedia page to identify him as an official of the Department of Justice who committed treason by helping suppress the Hunter Biden laptop story. Shortly thereafter, conspiracy website The Gateway Pundit proclaimed, "Crooked FBI lawyer James Baker, one of the architects of Spygate, was involved in Twitter's decision to suppress Hunter Biden laptop from hell story. Attorney Jonathan Turley took to the New York Post to explain how that single email proved that Baker and Twitter's chief legal counsel swatted down internal misgivings to bury a story that could well have made the difference in the close 2020 election. Now, Taibbi shared Turley's article on Sunday of a few weeks ago, weekend before last or so. On Tuesday of the next week, both Taibbi and Musk revealed that Baker had been fired for, as Taibbi put it, vetting the first batch of Twitter files without knowledge of new management. That decision, in turn, spurred a whole new round of conspiracy theories. On Truth Social, echoing the sentiment across his various social media pages, Jack Posobiec, a conspiracy-minded writer and contributor to Steve Bannon's podcast, wrote, James Baker intercepted the Twitter files before they could get to Taibbi and scrubbed references to the FBI. While Musk's acquisition has been troubled, marked by an exodus of advertisers and a return of neo-Nazis, he has constantly pointed to record-high engagement as proof positive that his leadership was netting results. To quote Rita Katz, founder and executrix directress of the SITE, S-I-T-E, intelligence group, on an ultra-nationalist extremist forum, we're seeing suggestions to do the same thing against power stations near prominent news and media companies they consider enemies. You see, the neo-Nazis have proclaimed that their attack leaving 40,000 Americans in the dark is only the beginning. Amid a long-running campaign by far-right communities threatening to attack our nation's power grid, domestic extremists cheered when two still unattributed shootings at North Carolina substations plunged tens of thousands of people into frigid winter darkness. Beyond celebration, however, their comments called for more, bigger attacks targeting critical infrastructure on American soil. You are the enemy. Now, experts have concurred that the attack in Moore County, North Carolina, as well as in similar previous attacks across our country, are only the start of a more destructive campaign, one to be goaded by Elon Musk on Twitter. Prior to last Saturday's attacks, and in the lead-up to the midterm election, Newsweek obtained documents demonstrating dozens of instances of radical groups and individuals sharing threats online against critical infrastructure sites across our nation, along with materials designed to advance such plots. Now, trois new reports prove how far-right communities, including neo-Nazis, reacted to the most recent sabotage. The Moore County Sheriff's Office has yet to establish a perpetrator or motive in the December 3rd attack, but initial suspicion has centered on right-wing backlash toward a drag show set to be held that same day at the Sunrise Theater in the town of Southern Pines. That event inspired protests involving armed individuals clad in military gear and the participation of groups such as Moore County Citizens for Freedom, whose director, former United States Army Psychological Operations Officer Emily Grace Rainey, following in the professional footsteps of Michael Aquino, was questioned by the Moore County Sheriff's Office after the attack. You know, Mind War 24/7, 345 days a year. Now, this cunt Rainey, this Distaff Aquino, who was implicated in the January 6th, 2021 storming of our Capitol by pro-President Donald Trump crowds, seeking to overturn our presidential election, attributed the substation shootings to God, whom she said was chastising Moore County over a drag show. Far-right chatters also drew a connection between the attacks and that drag show, which was ultimately held in spite of its detractors. One neo-Nazi telegram post, laden with slurs against the LGBTQIA+ community and shared by the Site Intelligence Group, celebrated the magnificent act of sabotage as a beautiful escalation in a broader culture war. Another neo-Nazi publication warned that these attacks will only continue unless such events are not held. A number of posts on message board 4chan described specific tactics to cause further damage to the power grid, and others proposed conducting similar actions in larger cities such as New York and Washington, District of Columbia, because they are not majority white. A second report shared with MEMRI, MEMRI, the Middle East Media Research Institute's DTTM, Domestic Terrorism Threat Monitor, featured a neo-Nazi collective on Telegram calling for more attacks on substations and railways, as well as grocery stores and centers for the online megastore Amazon. The same channel forwarded a video from another account that showed Twa men armed with rifles opening fire on what one describes as a water plant. The clip ends with the message, "Kill infrastructure," and is subtitled, predictably, in both English and Russian. Now, some of the content in the Twa reports overlapped with one another, and with materials previously seen by Newsweek in October in a corporate intelligence security memo and an intelligence assessment issued by the California State Threat Assessment Center. This is how I know about it. Rita Katz, foundress and executrix directress of the SITE, or Site Intelligence Group, who recently authored the book Saints and Soldiers, subtitled Inside Internet Age Terrorism, From Syria to the Capitol Siege, on the threat posed by saboteurs to digital infrastructure, explained how targeting infrastructure as a key objective for accelerationist neo-Nazis who care less about any distinct outcome and far more about sowing any kind of chaos. Himself telling Newsweek that the Moore County attack is consistent with the neo-Nazi messaging promulgated online. One earlier post by a neo-Nazi publication in summer, referenced by Katz, included a detailed manual that called power grids the main satiating tool the system uses to keep the masses from rioting, and advised on ways to inflict maximum damage. To quote as she, at length and verbatim, the guide even advised on what to target when shooting at substations, which notably fits with the reported method by which the substations in North Carolina were attacked. Since this manual was released, its many sections have been regularly shared across neo-Nazi online venues. The sabotage against the North Carolina substation aligns perfectly with directives and methods seen in accelerationist neo-Nazi communities, which we at Site have exhaustively reported on. If this was indeed a far-right terrorist attack, my worry is that it will serve as a proof of concept for other far-right extremists. Immediately after the reports about the attacks, we at Site saw such communities praise what happened in North Carolina and call for more, while sharing more directives about what to target and how to do so. Some have specifically suggested large cities. It is these communities that have inspired mass shooters all over the world. Thus, if this act of sabotage was indeed inspired by these communities, it is yet more proof how dangerous these online spaces are, as I described in my recent book on Internet Age Terrorism. Should such an attack succeed, the consequences could far exceed those experienced by Moore County. Now, I've previously reported on concerns over the limited toolset available to federal law enforcement when it comes to pursuing domestic threats without any clear foreign connection, as is the case when investigating activity associated with groups such as Al-Qaeda and ISIS, the Islamic State militant group. Further complicating federal probes is the fact that many of the far-right communities promoting ideologically driven attacks on infrastructure do not abide by traditional group structures. But the digital, decentralized, and domestic nature of the threat continues to serve as a potentially dangerous blind spot for federal agencies. With such material readily available to would-be saboteurs, DTTM Director Simon Purdue told Newsweek that the threat posed by attacks on critical infrastructure cannot be underestimated. And referencing, in his words, a steady slew of manifestos, social media posts, videos, and even instruction manuals on this kind of attack being produced by extremists over the past few years, well, Purdue noted that this is not the first attempted attack on electrical infrastructure by extremist groups, and that many threats envision much more ambitious attacks against critical infrastructure across our nation. Now, to quote his T, at length and verbatim, the situation in Moore County offers only a glimpse into the chaos that attacks such as this can cause, and larger-scale assaults could bring disruption on a statewide or even national level. If a large-scale attack were to occur in a major city or against a major node in either the electrical, gas, or water infrastructure, we could see very deadly results. Some accelerationists have spoken about using large-scale blackouts caused by such an attack as cover for further directed terror attacks, while others have promoted the sowing of discord to incite riots or further violence. The Moore County case was small-scale when compared to some of the plans that we have seen, and infrastructure needs to be better protected against such attacks. While some of these groups are indeed organized and structured, the kind of ideology that underlies an attack such as this often relies on leaderless resistance and directed self-radicalization. Many extremists are moving away from the group model, believing that groups are vulnerable to infiltration or other targeting from law enforcement, and towards what they tend to call lone wolf attacks. It bears saying, however, that no attack happens in a vacuum, and the dissemination of materials and radicalization process are very clearly intentional and directed. We find that many of these real-world attacks come from singular individuals or small cells whose engagement with the wider extremist milieu happens primarily online. This makes intervention and disruption extremely difficult, but law enforcement, Congress, and tech companies have a responsibility to prevent the dissemination of violent and harmful content online, and this will play a key role in preventing this kind of attack in the future. While such threats and attacks have persisted for years, including the infamous unsolved April 2013 organized assault on a substation in Metcalfe, California, far-right mobilization is on the rise overall, as confirmed by my source, the ACLED, ACLED, Armed Conflict and Location Event Data Project. An ACLED report released Tuesday of the week before last found that far-right activity in 2022 is on track to exceed the level of activity reported in 2021, a year already defined in depolarization in the wake of the January 6th riots. This report notes that the 12 primary factors dividing this surge were continued support of white supremacy and white nationalism, which ramped up yesteryear, as well as anti-LGBTQIA plus mobilization, which has seen an uptick in activity since this summer. The ACT-led report also mentions North Carolina specifically as a state in which anti-LGBTQIA plus rhetoric has long been salient. Data proving that, in the months leading up to the midterm election, almost all demonstrations involving far-right groups were anti-LGBTQIA plus, because that's the obsession of their Russian sponsors. Meanwhile, the investigation continues on local, state, and federal levels into what actually happened at the Twa Duke Energy substations in Moore County. Major Andy Conway of the Moore County Sheriff's Office went on record to say that, at this stage, all possibilities are being explored and investigated, and that no threats whatsoever were made prior to the incident. A spokesperson for the FBI, which is also involved in this probe, told Newsweek that the Bureau cannot comment on specific questions regarding this ongoing investigation, but that the FBI remains vigilant and works closely with our law enforcement partners on a daily basis to detect, disrupt, and dismantle any threats that may emerge. As always, we ask members of the public to report anything they consider suspicious to law enforcement. Now, a spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security, which oversees the CISA, Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, said that DHS will continue to share information with the FBI and state and local authorities as the investigation unfolds. CISA leadership and regional teams have offered support to Duke Energy as they work to restore service. And President Joe Biden also briefly addressed the issue Tuesday before last, saying the administration remained unaware of the identity of the perpetrators, but that he and his officials were currently running that down. I mean, I feel so much better now. And, okay, so Brooke sent me a screenshot of Elon Musk. Should I step down as head of Twitter? I will abide by the results of your poll. Yes, 57% yes, 43% said no. And there you go. Now, everything beneath that doesn't count. It's a bunch of people with stupid-ass things to say that are meaningless. Thank you, honey. Love you dearly. I'll try and conclude tonight's episode with that if I get enough time. Let's see how much time we got left, which isn't fucking much. Now, all right. Let me try and explain to people the gravity of this situation. Because that same day, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre spracketh on both the administration's reaction to the attacks and what was being done to address the still ongoing outages in Moore County. Jean-Pierre also referenced Biden's critical infrastructure security initiatives, saying he has made resilience to all hazards, both natural and man-made, a priority since day one of his administration. And while she said these efforts still have a long way to go, she touted the administration's progress in delivering results through initiatives such as the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act. To quote as she, "We condemn this apparent attack on critical infrastructure," always qualifying in the cautious. Now, she went on to say, and I'll quote her at length, "Federal law enforcement continues to support the investigation, and we will continue to monitor the situation as that investigation plays out. The Department of Energy is working with utilities in the region to ensure they have everything they need to restore power as quickly and safely as possible. To protect against and limit the impacts of incidents like this, We've worked closely with the private sector to strengthen resilience against the full spectrum of potential threats, including through utilizing new technologies and improving how government communications and shares that information with the private sector, which owns the majority of our nation's critical infrastructure, as you all know. Yeah, maybe that's gotta fucking change. It would under myself, were I in secular power. Now, oh God, the time passes so quickly. An update provided Wednesday of the week before last on Duke Energy's online outage map said that equipment damaged from recent vandalism has either been repaired or replaced. In a statement in its website, Wednesday night, midweek last, the company announced that it anticipates having nearly all customers restored by 11:59 p.m. Wednesday. I meant the week before last. No, the week before last, yeah. December 7th. In the aftermath of an attack on two major substations Saturday in Moore County. Now, I contacted Moore County Citizens for Freedom for comment. The neo-Nazis never answered. The SpaceX CEO, Elon Musk's effort to encourage just such reaction and concomitant non-reaction from Trump's mega fans, even if some of them, like Trump himself, remain on other platforms, has clearly helped drive that traffic that Musk feeds on. Musk now seems to be clearly reacting to their reactions to keep that momentum going at the cost of people's lives. And as I spracketh to on the last twa transmissions, some of the internal conversations and screenshots from Musk's company are fascinating documents that shed light on the intractable problem of content moderation at scale. But they are presented in a blatantly partisan and misleading manner, and have been released only to journalists who share Musk's pet political issues, that the mainstream media is ethically bankrupt, that social media and most elite institutions are biased and colluding with the government that Elon Musk seeks to overthrow, by which to install himself as CEO of us all, working 18 hours a day, 6 days a week. Now, the hypocrisy at the center of Musk's Twitter tenure is crucial to the understanding of Musk's political activism. He has championed ideals of free speech maximalism and amnesty to those who've offended his rules. Twitter, under his management, has let back on organizers of the Unite the White Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, neo-Nazis such as Andrew Anglin, and January 6th investigation personalities such as Roger Stone. At the same time, Twitter has suspended accounts that have mocked Musk or expressed any left-leaning views whatsoever. Whether intentionally or not, Musk has, in effect, been governing Twitter using the classic Frank Wilhoit maxim. Conservatism consists of exactly one proposition, to wit, there must be in-groups whom the law protects but does not bind, alongside out-groups whom the law binds but does not protect. Put differently, the billionaire has been advancing a long-running right-wing political project described recently by Adam Serwer as a belief in a new constitutional right. Most important, this new right supersedes the free speech rights of everyone else. The conservative right to post. Why is Musk doing all of this? The answer is reasonably simple. Musk's far-right activism clearly seems to be, like all else in his life, personally motivated not by a strong political ideology or value system, but, as Lopato argues, by the accumulation of money and being perceived as a visionary who will reshape human society. Musk is interested in preserving the political values and systems that keep him on top as a revered member of culture. It's a philosophy that the writer John Gantz has described as bossism, or bosses on top. For Musk, right-wing activism serves that role. Musk's tweets, like his dismissive tweet this morning, or the morning before last by now, or his concerning insinuations that, perhaps, his former trust and safety employees did not stop child exploitation posts for motivated reasons, are cruel for the shallowest reasons, because they are likely to draw engagement to the platform that Musk has plunged into financial uncertainty, due to both his piling on of debt and his alienation of advertisers. Now, again, based on what time we have remaining, while acknowledging the information sent to me by Brooke Gibson, Jeffrey Kent says, "Is this still on? What are we doing here? A marathon for Jerry's kids?" Something like that. I mean, when did you catch on? It's always like this. Now, even in his thirsty attempts to be an edgelord, well, let's put it this way. Even as a far-right shitposter, Musk is hapless. Unlike somebody such as Donald Trump, who remains the Twitter troll template, Musk is a tryhard. And although the Twitter shock jocks will happily lap him up because he triggers the libs and serves their purposes, Musk is still seen as a dilettante by the inveterate shitposters and bigots. Over on 4chan, the far-right message board, Musk's Fauci tweet barely merited discussion. One poster has mused, "Elon is just being controversial to drive traffic to his website." So you see, even in his thirsty attempts to be an edgelord, Musk is failing to be anything other than cringy. Musk tries to pretend he wasn't signaling QAnon, but the cult's believers are celebrating, planning nonetheless. At one time, Twitter worked hard to banish the QAnon conspiracy cult and its accompanying disinformation, not to mention its hateful agenda, the culmination of which envisions the mass execution of all American liberals. Last year, the social media platform boasted it had suspended 150,000 QAnon accounts. This week, its new owner, Elon Musk, signaled to his 121 million followers that not only is he now red-pilled, but he too subscribes to the QAnon universe of conspiratorial beliefs. With a simple one-word, one-emoji tweet, follow rabbit emoji. Like much of Musk's recent right-wing trolling, its simplicity offers plausible deniability, but follow the white rabbit is a well-established QAnon motto urging its adherents to plunge down its otherworldly conspiracist rabbit holes. Almost as if on signal, Donald Trump, who openly embraced QAnon at his Truth Social platform this summer, went on a tear, amplifying at least 7 different QAnon accounts 19 times. As Alex Kaplan noted, at least one of the amplifications featured explicit QAnon imagery. The White Rabbit meme arises originally from Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland, but its main currency arises from its appearance as a metaphor in the film The Matrix, which also gave birth to the notion of red pilling. So it's a common metaphor in the conspiracy theory world. However, the spread of the QAnon cult, one infamous Q drop references white rabbits, and its adoption to follow the white rabbit as a motto and a movement hashtag has all rendered it into a specific Q reference for people operating within the conspiracist. It's a wink and nudge signal for the knowing. But as the all-knowing, I can tell you this fucking much. Michael Aquino really branded it. You can ask Christine Joanna Hart, who in her opening of communications with myself, or our reestablishment thereof, can testify that Michael Aquino gave her the identity of the White Rabbit to be followed down that hole. Now, the University of Maryland behavioral scientist Caroline Orr Bueno, who studies QAnon and other conspiracist phenomenon, pointed out via tweet herself that, to quote she, Elon Musk is now explicitly encouraging his 120 million followers to start following QAnon. Put differently, Elon Musk is encouraging his 120 million followers to join a domestic terrorism movement. This elicited a predictable denial from the Musk-adjacent right-wing Hodge Twins account. At Elon Musk tweets an emoji of a rabbit. Crazed leftist. Elon is encouraging 120 million people to join a domestic terrorist group. Row of laughing emojis. Musk himself joined in the sneer. LMAOOO. Laughing my ass off. Lamau. Lamau. He later tweeted a clip of the well-known Monty Python killer rabbit scene, apparently as a mocking response. Musk's blithe dismissal notwithstanding, as Orr Bueno promptly noted, the message was clearly being received loudly and clearly within the ranks of QAnon believers. On platforms where QAnon believers fled after the previous purges, such as Telegram, Gab, Truth Social, and Parler, there was general elation that Musk was clearly signaling his approval of their movement. One QAnon account said that Musk's tweet leads me to suspect he is in pursuit of disclosing who is leading the cabal. Another wrote, the storm is ramping up. Ironically, it's clear as day. Here we fucking go. I can feel it. Everything is ramping up for the 2024 election. 2023 is going to be absolutely wild. In typical QAnon style, one account offered its deep analysis of the tweet's meaning. From what I have read, the white rabbit is the adrenochrome molecule. The molecular shape of adrenochrome is pictured as shaped like a rabbit. The pictures we have been seeing from Balenciaga and other sources of children have shown a white rabbit. I think the white rabbit indicates those children are for sale for adrenochrome harvesting. The ultimate reveal that unites the people are the rabbit holes that lead to the discovery of what the cabal has done to the children. The children will unite the world against them. A far-right Oregon patriot named Louis Marinelli leaped at the opportunity to draw Musk's fans further down the conspiracist rabbit hole, himself so tweeting, follow the rabbit emoji, then follow me if you're a patriot and you love your country and you are ready to party like it's 1776. Now, Marinelli himself is an insurrectionist who has proclaimed, the people who rallied with President Trump on January 6th, 2021, and whose voices were heard in the halls of the Capitol that day are great patriots to their country, and was delighted with Musk's Twitter Files project, tweeting his eagerness for revenge against the Marxist cabal at Twitter, who removed Trump, vowing that they certainly won't be laughing when we bring those traitors to justice. This just goes to show that when you go down the rabbit hole, you're going to find yourself covered in rabbit shit. Now, I've just been sent something by our dear lady, Brooke. I'll check it out later. Too much to check out right now. Other QAnon accounts began discussing whether the original Q drop referencing the white rabbit meant it wasn't Trump who would issue the call to action, but rather Elon Musk. One of them asked fellow believers how they would respond if or when Elon posts a Q drop on Twitter. Musk's non-responsive dismissal, in fact, is in fully well, it's fully in line with classic alt-right behavior, particularly in how trolling works to spread disinformation and mistrust. As Orbueno observes, the whole point of memes and memetic warfare is to convey a message while maintaining plausible deniability. The ambiguity is the key feature. Using comical images/language is what allows bad actors and networks to organize violence behind the veil of humor and plausible deniability. It's always a joke, while others get killed. That, in fact, was what proceeded from Musk's trollish behavior on Twitter through those attacks that put 40,000 people in the dark in the midst of our coldest winter. And this week, particularly in his astonishing turn against the former head of Twitter's Trust and Safety Division, Yoel Roth. Musk not only held up Roth for excoriation as part of his dubious Twitter Files project, but openly implied that Roth is a pedophile who enabled the spread of child pornography on the site. Now, Roth, who was one of Musk's early defenders during the initial stages of his takeover of the company, was forced to flee with his family from their home because of the deluge of death threats that ensued. The online mob Musk unleashed, also sent threats to people Roth had replied to on Twitter, and professors who had reviewed his dissertation were harassed. Some of Roth's family and friends were forced to delete their Twitter accounts. The smear that Elon Musk perpetrated against Roth is egregious. First, he claimed that Roth appeared to argue in favor of children being able to access adult internet services in his PhD thesis, linking to an excerpt from Roth's University of Pennsylvania dissertation about safer alternatives to dating apps for LGBTQIA+ youth. Next, Musk highlighted a 2010 Roth tweet asking, "Can high school students ever meaningfully